Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. It's the Eastern Region Championship finale, but more importantly, it is the 24 Hours of Sebring. This is the big one for 2021, and we could not be prouder here at DriversEye Live to be a part of it with the World Racing League. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning, as always, by Joseph Mudrak. Good morning, Joseph.
How's it going, Brendan?
It's going okay. We were starting later than normal this morning. We've had ample time to prepare, and yet this is DriversEye Live, so here we are. Happy to have everybody's company as always. We are also joined by Ryan West down in the pit lane. I will send to Ryan for some initial impressions from down on the grid. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Brendan. Good morning, Joseph. It's still a little bit damp. So about, 40 minutes or so ago, we had some rain come through the track. It was pretty heavy, but it was only heavy for about 15 minutes or so. So the pit lane is patchy for sure. The racing surface also a little bit patchy. Puddles in some spots and none in others. So I think the first 5 laps or so, trying to get temperatures into the tires might be difficult, and that may not benefit the lighter cars.
We will return to this in just a moment with the playing of our national anthem. Applause all around, because that is more or less the end of the formalities here as we get our pre-race festivities taken care of here at the 24 Hours of Sebring. Ryan just mentioned it is patchy damp out there. I look from our terrace here on the 3rd floor of the timing tower, and indeed the front straight is just starting to dry out, but that rain came through about 10:30 this morning, lasted until 11:15 or so. And just now the Florida sun is beating down on it and working to dry out the front straightaway. This should be the last of the rain for the 24 hours. Sort of the last thing I think the teams would be looking for is a little bit of moisture. This is already set to be maybe the toughest ever running of an endurance event around Sebring.
It could very well be the toughest endurance race ever.
I think that's
literally ever.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily hyperbole. I mean, Sebring is well renowned for being the most mechanically demanding of circuits, right? I mean, you have LMP or hypercar, such as it is now, factory teams come here and test for 24 or 30 hours at a time because it will test literally every component on your car. And running a 24-hour race in competition, never been done before by any series, any organization, by the track, period. This is the first time anybody will ever run twice around the clock around Sebring under competitive circumstances. So take a deep breath, everybody, and settle in for this, because I think we're about to see 45-plus cars tackle, hashtag respect the bumps from day into dark and then back into day again.
Yeah, I still think a more apt tagline for this might be fear the bumps. This 24 hours is going to be brutal for everybody.
Yeah, and it's a fair point. These aren't, you have some factory prep race cars, right? GP4 or GT4 and TCR cars are built by respective factories and brought here to the track to compete under GTO rule sets, but they are still prepped at facilities, major motorsports facilities, whereas you have other cars at the back of the grid in production classes that are just built in people's garages. Right, so you have massively different approaches to the way cars are set up and designed to go run endurance races, but none of them are really set to do this specifically. And there's a massive question mark that's going to hang over the, let's say, 6-hour mark on about whether cars are built to handle 24 hours at Sebring. We know attrition is going to be a thing, in air quotes. We know that this is going to be a challenge, and we regularly see, perfect endurance racing runs in the World Racing League anyway, in our sprint racing events. So this is set up to be something pretty unique here. Ryan, I want to ask you down there. There's still motion down on the grid, right? This isn't necessarily a spectator race. We don't have the public at large here at Sebring, which is a very odd vision around 3.7-mile circuit here. But there's a lot of motion, commotion, activity, and noise down there on the grid, is there not?
There is, and there's a lot more families, I'd say, around than usual. There's a little bit more crew, etc. They are getting ready to do the roll-off. We just cleared the grid. I do want to mention some things I heard in the drivers' meeting yesterday while I have the moment, which is... One, we wanted to emphasize that this is a 24-hour race as the Aston Martin fires up behind us. This is a 24-hour race, and therefore it was emphasized that we need to stay away from other cars. We need to stay off the walls. We need to not be making any risks. Secondly, we are going to have a split start here, so there is going to be 2 safety cars. We're going to have one, which is going to lead away the GTO field, and then we're going to have another, which is going to lead away the GP classes. So we're just getting ready for the GTO roll-off here. We'll stand here. Brendan, do we have the qualifying results? And we can kind of talk about the cars as they come down.
We do, yes. Sorry about that. We'll start off by saying that the Aston Martin you just mentioned that just fired up down there on the grid is on pole. The 909 from Automatic Racing. 221.011 is your pole time. Second on the grid, DBR 540, which is Denton Brothers Racing, 221.174. So, I'm not fantastic at math, but that's about a sixth of a second separating your first and second place cars during 4 hours of qualifying running yesterday. Now, those are untimed, so it's not like anybody was out there chasing a lap time, but nevertheless, to have your front row separated by just over a tenth of a second is a pretty remarkable thing, especially when you're talking about setting up for a 24-hour enduro such as we were. We'll go through some of the rest of the grid as we, progress through the next little bit here. But I can tell you our GP1 pole sitter is Chill Out Systems 231.035. I'm sorry, it's a GP2 pole sitter. GP1 is a PC Racing 229.791 up there in 19th overall. Chill Out Systems in GP2, a 6-car grid there. 231.035, and then Overnight Motorsports on the GP3 pole by just under 0.2 of a second, 237.504. So close grids at the top. We've got, as I pull up racehero.io for live timing this weekend, 45 cars set to take the grid. 45 cars set times and qualifying sessions yesterday. So that is where things stand for us here this morning. Green flag to come at noon Eastern. Obviously, our checkered flag to come at noon Eastern as well. A couple of news and notes as we get set for the runoff down on the grid there. Nice. That is the first of our news. Sunset to come tonight, 6:44 p.m. Sunrise, 7:34 a.m. tomorrow means we've got 11 hours and 10 minutes of daylight, 12 hours and 50 minutes of darkness. WRL kind enough to set up the full IMSA 12-hour lighting for us this weekend. That's so good.
If we only had video, which we are actively working on. I am going to turn your microphone down.
That sounds like a very good idea.
Ryan, oh my god.
Yeah, Ryan's loving this, as we all are. And we do, with Ryan down in the paddock in the pit lane this morning, it should be said we do hope to have... I'm just going to let this play. This is too nice. now that we're getting set here, I will say Ryan will be in and out of the pit lane, the paddock this weekend throughout the course of our 24 hours here today and tomorrow. So plenty of updates to come from us at DriversEye Live, up here in the booth, down in the paddock, and the pit lane. Lots of question marks hanging over this one, as we've already mentioned. I think that's the last of it, boys. I think we got them all. So we'll just run through the grid here. As we mentioned, Automatic Racing and DBR 540 on your front row overall and in GTO. Team GTR 99 bringing the M4 this weekend, the GT4 car, with a little plus next to it there. Not the old M3 like we had expected. On the second row next to ACI Motorsports, number 7 Porsche Cayman. Hammer Motorsports, number 02 next to the 59 from Stratus Racing. On the third row, W2W's number 983 next to Pro Sport Competition in the 143 Aston. W2W Racing's 982, and Hammer Motorsports number 01 on row 5. Row 6, the number 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates next to the brand new M3 from Choice Racing, the number 522. W2W Racing's number 981. On the inside of the 7th row, KBT Racing, the Chevy Corvette C5 in P14, the 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, next to Braunschweig, a move up from GP1 for their C5 Corvette. That car is not necessarily the quickest in GTO, but a dark horse pick for an overall podium or a GTO podium for me. That car is well sorted. It's been around a long time. And even if it's a little heavier than most, I would not be shocked to see that car spend a lot more time on track than in the paddock this weekend. GP1, 17th overall it will be. PC Racing next to Round 3 Racing, the number 701. Core Motorsports, the Ford Mustang, which is awfully quick. In P19 next to Thunder Bunny Racing, the sole Thunder Bunny entrant, the number 110 BMW 128i. Money Pit Racing and a BMW M3, plenty more to talk about them this weekend. New entrants to the World Racing League. Next to Chattanooga Tourenwagenmeisterschaft, switching between Tennessee and German pronunciations there. 235.920 in P22. Ginger Racing next to Condor OMP rounds out your GP1 grid. GP2, Chill Out Systems and Rocker Rennstall Spy, the number 211. On the full sitting row in GP2, Round 3 Racing 601 and Matt Connolly Motorsports number 245. The second row, the third row is JNR Racing with the Honda Civic, and the second Matt Connolly car, the number 21. GP3 pole, Overnight Motorsports number 197 next to 3 Fast Guys at Denny in the 86, Toyota 86. Slipstream number 20 next to Presser Tech on row 2. Row 3 is 94 Motorsports, number 84. AOA Motorsports is the number 85.
Sorry, Brendan, we got a car
Go ahead.
to the grid here.
And who is that?
BMW of some variety. We're going to wait for it to come by here.
I see it out the left, my left side window here.
It is of the 2 Series variety, of course.
One of the Renton race cars. I think it's the 240, Ryan.
Yeah, it's definitely 240.
It is the 240.
There we go.
Great livery on there. Quite like that.
Yep, that's one of the few, actually the only M240s left in the field. AOA Motorsports number 45 picks up the grid. 94 Motorsports number 83. Start Racing the 159 and the number 51 from Headquarter Automotive. On the 7th row, Open Throttle and Fat Crack Racing, the number 969. On the 8th row, and 605 Shotgun on the field, with the exception of that 240 we just mentioned from Renton Race. The production.
I guess it's the first pack.
Yes,
that was
they've
the first
actually
pack that just went through.
come by start finish here, Joseph. So I think our back straight camera's a little behind there. Our cameras in general a little behind here, but doing well otherwise.
We've got to take her to the pits.
Before
the race has even started.
That is the JNR car, unfortunately. The Honda Civic. Fortunately, that car's been in the wars through most of the 2021 World Racing League season, and not how you would plan to start a 24-hour race by any...
Okay, we're checking the front tires, front wheels. The engineer is talking to the driver. We got another person over the wall. Let's see what we're doing here. We're looking for tools, I think. in the GP2 number 13 here.
As we finish up our pace lap here, I did want to just make a couple of notes and observations, a little reflection about what this 24 hours of Sebring is, and why I think this race is special and important to what the World Racing League has been setting up over 2021. Sebring has meant a lot of things to a lot of people over the years. This was the first endurance race held in the United States. It was a 6-hour challenge back in the 1950s. This place has hosted Grand Prix racing. It's hosted a lot of things, and for a long time, people have been convening. Literally, millions of people have convened on Sebring, Florida, to come in and be a part of the 12 hours of Sebring. Truly one of the iconic events in American motorsports. But this weekend, as I look out over Green Park and the midway here in front of us at start-finish, Sebring is empty, but the challenge is the same. This is not any less special because it's not a spectator event. This is something truly remarkable being done by a group of people who are otherwise very ordinary. We are ordinary people doing extraordinary things here at Sebring this weekend. And for World Racing League to be the ones to tackle that challenge head on and to agree that this is, in American endurance racing, something untapped, untouched, and still worth doing, is credit due to the World Racing League and credit due to those who are here this weekend to be a part of it. We may not see this event again in 2022. Sebring is a challenge for all, but we should enjoy this and appreciate this while we have the time. And that is what we plan to do here at DriversEye Live. Myself, Brendan Kasparek, Joseph Mudrak, Ryan West, JT Tammy down in the pits this morning and this afternoon, and Scott Michaels will join us
this night, and then
our team
this morning again.
Later. Yes. It is just worth putting in perspective what this race is and why it is special and why we're so excited and proud to be a part of it. So thank you to all of you for joining us from your homes, from trackside. Please come up and say hi to us on the third floor in the room that says timing and scoring. It is not timing and scoring. It is us. Say hi and grab a headset, and we'll come chat for a little bit. Also find Ryan and JT in their blue vest down in the pit lane because we are, as Ryan gives a fist pump. We are really excited about this and plenty to talk about in the 24-ish hours to come. Joseph, I would remind you to set an 8-hour timer at the top left corner of the screen, but you got to add an extra digit this time around, huh?
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we go under it.
Yeah, several bridges to go under here, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
But for all of the challenges that are being presented to us here this weekend, we're really excited for all of them. So thanks again to all of you for being here. A selection of onboards as well, Joseph. We've got this weekend, do we not?
Yeah, we've got a good handful. ACP's put a couple out. Hammer has theirs around 3. Obviously, a lot to talk about for them on the media side. We've got onboards for them. Yeah, we'll have a selection basically up and down the grid for the duration of this race.
Sorry, their pace car is in. It looks like the GTO field's coming around for the start.
I'll let Joseph pick these up on the cameras. I will talk this one live as it happens in front of me. You'll see it on the screen here in the moment. The green flag waves at the 24 hours of Sebring. Denton Brothers 3 wide down the outside, down the front straightaway, and into turn 1. You will see it on screen here, hopefully just in a few moments' time. And they disappear from my view, anyway.
And the general production field is now coming through as well. They're under the first bridge on the pit straight.
There we
Coming
go.
Through
We got
turn 3 here now.
We absolutely do, Joseph. My download's struggling here at the track on the track Wi-Fi, but they'll reappear from view at turn number 6, and your leader is Automatic Racing from pole. The 909 Aston Martin makes its escape from the number 99 Team GTR BMW. Denton Brothers 3rd, ACI Motorsports in 4th. It's the 02 from Hammer Motorsports with a gap back in 5th. I believe the 982 from Will to Win in P6, and then a mess of cars behind them, more or less single file into the braking zone at turn 7. Your general production classes, with a much smaller gap than I think we're used to seeing, heads through and out of turn 5 out my window here. The lead In general production 1 is PC Racing from round 3 Motorsports. Thunder Bunny up in 3rd, Core Motorsports in 4th, Chattanooga Tourenwagen in the GP2 lead side by side with Chill Out Systems, the number 678, who goes late on the brakes around the outside into turn number 7. They go too wide through the safety pin, such as it's referred to now, and I think Chill Out's got the move made as they upshift their way out of turn 7. Much less orderly through turn 7 there for the general production classes than in GTO, which shocks me a little bit, I have to say.
Does this view feel familiar at all to you, Brendan?
We only had 12 hours worth of that?
Yeah, 6 hours apiece.
6 hours apiece, yep. For those wondering, Joseph and I did do a 12-hour race digitally at Sebring last weekend, just to set ourselves up for a little perspective for what we've got going on here in Sebring, Florida this weekend.
You can tell the track's not soaking wet, but there's enough moisture there that what ordinarily would be a close to flat-out corner, they're tiptoeing around it on the back part of the circuit.
Yeah, and I think there's some exploratory laps to be done here. They could probably be a bit quicker than they are, but why are you going to push it here? Take into account also that, we'll talk about this later, but nobody's going to be flat out here. I don't know that everybody has necessarily set a time or a pace. Like, hey, go out and run 230s all day. We'll conserve the car, don't hit any curbs, try and be easy over the bumps and just run 230 all day. I don't know that that's going to be the case in GTO, but I think more or less everybody is going to be running super conservative. On board with that Hammer 01, as Joseph mentions, down into turn 17, the iconic Sebring corner, at least for my money. And they exit over the bump onto the front straightaway.
Into what we're soon to call Sunrise Bend.
That is your charge there, my friend.
I'm going to be calling that Sunrise Bend.
That's fine. I am good with that.
Yeah. We've got the... hold on, I want to make sure I've got the name of this car right. But the 159 Miata. No, that's not the 159. Hold on. There was a Miata that we saw being towed back behind the wall before we even took the green flag.
I believe it was one of the AOA cars. Do not quote me on that, but I believe it was one of the AOA cars.
I don't think it was one of the AOA cars.
Okay. Well, whichever one didn't come across the line.
This is a Geronimo Esteves Miata.
Oh, it's the 51, Joseph. The 51. The Headquarter Automotive. No, this is the one we're on board with at the moment, actually. Already being lapped by the GTO field. They'll have just come out of the pits, I assume.
Yeah, that's correct. And I want to bring your attention to one thing that's very funny to me. They haven't completed a full lap yet, and so look at that track map.
No. That's very funny. I would not watch a race on that track.
There is just a multitude of firsts here at the Sebring 24 Hours.
Yeah, quite.
Anyway.
This is a good 24 hours, such as it might be. Yeah, through turn 10 here. We don't have any track sides up in that portion of the track, but we'll let...
The track sides are on a network-imposed struggle bus right now.
Oh, are they really?
Yes.
Universally?
Close to it.
That's a shame. They were fine today, or early this morning, but here we are.
Such as life.
On board, apparently, yeah. Little jump around the backside of the circuit there. We jump back on board the number 01 from Hammer Motorsports. Your leader overall, just to reset things here, Automatic Racing 1.2 seconds ahead of Team GTR 99, DBR 540 in third, ACI Motorsports fourth ahead of the 982 in P5. We jump back to GP1, where your leader just about to come around and complete lap number 2. At the moment, still PC Racing in the number 944 from 701 and round 3 racing, one of 3 entries from round 3, and plenty of talking points there with the number 701 and its stablemates as well. The number 17 Core Motorsports in third, Thunder Bunny Racing slips back to fourth at the end of lap 1, and then Money Pit Racing rounding out the top 5. Chill Out Systems 678 is in the GP2 lead, completing lap number 2. Round 3 racing, the 601 in second. Matt Connolly Motorsports, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, rides in third in class. Rocker Renstall Spy in fourth, the second Matt Connolly car in P5. JNR Racing rounding out the GP2 field. Overnight Motorsports leads in GP3 from Slipstream, 3 fast guys in Denny, AOA Motorsports, and 9-4 Motorsports, number 83 and 5th. That AOA car is the 15, by the way, for what that's worth. Joseph, do we have access to JT's camera, which appears to be more or less functioning now? Perhaps?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do. So the AOA situation, I think, was completely separate because that car obviously is the one that we see here.
Okay. So I was correct in seeing that car come down the pit lane. It was just not the one that was under tow.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So underneath the hood of what I believe is the... Well, it's the one that hasn't done a lap yet. So I believe that's a 70... It's the 85, excuse me. And not in a hurry. I think mostly just trying to diagnose. This is not necessarily unfamiliar from the AOA camp, and that's not to say that they're not competitive, because they almost always are, but we do occasionally see these cars in some sort of strife. I think it's also fair to say we'd expect to see everybody in some sort of strife at some point over the next 23 hours and 52 minutes, although you would hope it would come considerably later than what we've got going right now.
Yeah, that's obviously disappointing for a number of reasons. I don't know if you'd rather have an issue like this in the first hour or the last hour, but you know, you're all revved up. You've kind of got your all your attention, all your energy focused on getting through the next 24 hours, and then, you know, straight away you've basically been taken out of this race.
Yeah, and it is a little unfortunate, too. I mean, you can sort of identify ahead of time issues you might have over the course of 24 hours at a track like Sebring. Shocks, suspension, you know, maybe a gearbox. But diagnosing an engine issue, electrical issue, you would hope that you wouldn't have to deal with that over the course of 24 hours here, or indeed in any race. And unfortunately, to be stuck under the hood without really any at-pace running under your belt is tough, and not a situation you would have expected to find yourself in before we went green here. Fastest lap of the race from Team GTR 99, no shock there. 228.475 with 3 laps under our belt. Of interest at the start of most of our WRL Enduros is the number 59 from Stratus Racing. That is the Sebico NP01. Slipped back to 11th, and you would expect that car to take a minute to come up to pace. It usually does. Temperatures are not low because we're already at noon before we ever got a green flag today, but we do usually see that car take a couple of minutes to come up to pace, pressure, and temperature, and it does slip down the order occasionally and then slowly creeps its way back up. A reminder, too, that car will be running at full GTO spec this weekend, which is 9.0 to 1 power to weight ratio, as opposed to the experimental stuff they were doing back at BIR with a 10.5 to 1. So back at full pace and full song there for Stratus this weekend. And our only real sports racer in the field, Joseph.
It looks like they've got a radiator light leak over at
This is the 59?
No, this is the AOA car. I'm looking over. JT still got still rolling for us, but they're pouring bottles of water into the front of that car, and I don't know why you would do that other than to basically take care of a water leak.
You'd wonder what the story is there.
So that'll be the AOA 85 sponsored by Zephyr Hills.
Yes, as the cameras I think cut out there. But Ryan is solving a separate issue at the moment, and once that is resolved, he can he'll resume his activities down in the pit lane.
On board the 159.
Joseph, very good. Also, credit due here to Joseph. our slightly tweaked graphics package this weekend is much more DriversEye Live, a little more cohesive, and much flashier, which I'm a big fan of. So,
italics.
Yup. Credit
Iconic
to Joseph
italics.
for putting in the big hours, as he always does, to spruce things up a little bit and get us looking a little more Sebring ready, 24-hour ready, and special event ready. As we mentioned a little earlier, there are some subplots to this race. This isn't just thrash your cars around Sebring for 24 hours and see what happens at the end. There's also an Eastern Region Championship to sort out here and at play here. And that's not just points to be awarded tomorrow. That is triple points to be awarded tomorrow, which makes our math lives much harder.
That's what midnight's for.
It is.
We'll figure all that out when nobody's watching.
Yeah, it is still irresponsible math, just a very different kind.
You want me to start the projections now? 5 laps in?
Yeah. We should not do that. Hello to all of you joining us for the first time, by the way. There are several recurring themes you will find with us here at DriversEye Live as a part of the World Racing League. One of those is irresponsible math, which is a software that Joseph has put together to try and predict the outcome of races with certain probabilities and possibilities. But this is motor racing, so unexpected things happen all the time.
Anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yes. We also really enjoy talking over each other. And
no, I don't think that's true.
No, that's fair. But we do get overexcited about things we don't necessarily need to be crazy excited about, because this is motor racing and we're in person, most of us are in person, staring at cars flashing by out the window, and it's easy to get excited about that sort of thing. We're adding pit lane support again this weekend with Ryan and JT, which is crazy exciting. And we also are going to complain about the Florida heat and humidity, even though it's 75 degrees out. So
it is like 60 and cloudy in beautiful Ohio.
I'm very jealous. I would rather be there doing that than...
What?
No, there's race cars here. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Speaking of, we've got a battle on for the overall lead at the moment between Automatic Racing and Team GTR, a pair of 99s separated by a 0, and also by less than a second between Automatic and GTR. And when they came through turn 7 there, that 99 just closing up a little bit on the brakes behind the Automatic Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Smart money, Joseph, this weekend on that number 99 Team GTR M4 GT4. We talked to
that's the rumor.
Tim Myers down on the pit lane yesterday at Hammer Motorsports, and the thought is, if you're going to pick anybody to be fast and rock dang solid over 24 hours here, that's probably your pick. So we'll keep an eye on them and on that battle there. At the moment, it's less than a second.
One of the kind of recurring themes of this series over the past really 3 years plus has been that Team GTR will just kind of be there, really just like hanging around like 5th or you know, back in the maybe holding on to the top 10. And all of a sudden, like 6 hours later, they're 3 laps ahead or whatever. You're like, how did that happen? They're really consistent, and that's something that's really important in these races, as it turns out.
Yeah, one of the things I think we should sort of adjust ourselves to as well, and this is guiding the maybe more casual viewer, those that join us at WRL races are well familiar and acquainted with the flow of a WRL race, let's say. But 24 hours doesn't mean that you're just taking a 9-hour or 8-hour enduro that we normally see and stretching it out 3 times as long, and everything that happens in the interim is just spaced out more, right? This is, you're doing an 8-hour enduro, and then another 8-hour enduro, and then another 8-hour enduro, back to back to back. So you're getting all of this variety and change and unpredictability that you would normally see in a WRL race or in a WRL race weekend, and then you're doing that 3 times. So I don't necessarily think we're just going to see, things slow down and space out over the course of the next couple of hours especially. I think we're going to see our normal amount of turnover and change and chaos and unpredictability, and then it's just going to continue all night and then all morning tomorrow as well.
Yeah, one of the things that we'll talk more about is, a lot of these these GTO cars are near enough, you know, TCR or GT4 spec cars. Those are relatively stiffly sprung. That's not necessarily ideal for component life around a place like Sebring. So we could end up seeing some weird results here in the overall classification, just because some of the production class cars are going to be a little more softly sprung, because they don't need to be, you know, carbon fiber stiff. It's going to be a different ball game for them.
Yeah, and that, I think, more than anything, could lead to us seeing some real unpredictability within the top 5, top 8 overall as early as sunset tonight, in reality, with how we see the production cars up in the overall classification. It's not uncommon to see a GP1 or GP2 car up in the top 10 overall, even on a full grid of 60 or 70 cars. But I think here especially, you're likely to see that mechanical abuse take its toll and really create that turnover and unpredictability as the production classes sort of vie for overall positions. Leaders across the line again in front of me here. Margin is less than half a second this time. So GTR still chasing down that number 909. The question here, Joseph, is how hard do you try to do something about it?
I don't think you care at this point, to be honest.
No,
I think
certainly don't.
I think they're a good benchmark. I think you want to be aware of them. You don't want to let them get too far out ahead. We see them coming through turn 3 here now. You know, you don't want to let the race get away from you and then find yourself having to claw that time back. But there's no point in doing anything stupid. There's no point in even, you know, there's no point in making an aggressive move down the inside of 7 or anything like that. There's just nothing in it. It's the risk is too high and the reward is basically nil at this point.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. If you're going to just pick a pace or pick a percentage of your pace, say, hey, go drive around at 90% or 85%, then track position really isn't going to matter. You can get them on a pit stop cycle or in traffic or something like that. I would suspect that maybe they're being held up a little bit, that number 99 is, but like you said, I don't think you care too much. One of the other pre-race considerations I had, and this is true in every class, is how much do you run a true tortoise and hare strategy, either within your own team if you have multiple cars, or just as choosing a role as a single car operation, right? If you are the fastest car in your class, do you go hell for leather, you know, out on track and really try and establish yourself a margin so that if you have a problem, you have time and space and track position to deal with it? Or do you just run conservatively? And as we look down at, let's say, GP1 with PC racing, the margin in GP1 is already almost 30 seconds after 20 minutes of running. And that's not necessarily, it's not going to be an interesting race there, but do you wonder, or you begin to wonder if maybe PC racing is choosing to use its pace as an advantage, see what happens mechanically and then deal with it later, if and when it arises, and everybody else is saying, well, our only chance to really stay competitive here is to conserve the car and not spend time in the paddock. And I think both are valid strategies.
Yeah,
one will be correct, but they're both valid.
Well, and even correct is a tricky term to use, because it's correct can be different for different cars, right? There's automatic and GTR on their way into 17, but it'll mean different things to different cars, because they'll make their, to paraphrase John Hindhaugh, they'll make their time in different ways around the circuit. So, for example, we have GTO cars that are not race prepped in the same way. They're obviously race prepped for this. They're obviously race prepped for this, but they're not customer cars like some of these are. I think for sure the Aston Martin is a customer car. I believe the 99 also is. I'm not 100% on that.
It was a GT4 car. That car has had some tweaks done, and while we have pit lane reports here, I would love to hear exactly what they've done to that. Because at Road America, from memory, when that car debuted, it was basically your stock GT4 car. It looked like a stock GT4 car. Now they've replaced the rear wing. They've pulled it further back off of the body to sort of, I would assume, optimize what that car is capable of in an environment where aerodynamic modifications don't matter, right? GTO, there are no performance modifiers. It is truly just power to weight. And because you have professionally built cars where you really can't do too much tweaking, that is, on the cars where you can, you would want to take advantage of and optimize those variables. And I think that's what GTR has done. They did it amazingly well on the old M3. And like we mentioned, that was the car we expected to see here. It was going to be the swan song for that car. It was well sorted. It was mechanically sound and reliable and well understood. But, they've also now got an additional, let's say, 40 hours of running, 50 hours of running underneath the M4's belt. And, maybe that is just maybe now they've decided they understand that car well enough to bring it here and to run it over the course of 24 hours.
Yeah. I mean, kudos to anybody who is willing to bring their car to this and I mean, honestly, just kind of see how it goes. We've got a bit of a spin here at 17, right under the WeatherTech bridge.
That's a 2-car Schmozzle. It's collected, I think, the 542.
And this is really scary.
Fast guys in Denny?
Now, obviously, you're at minimum speed here through the corner, but it is going to be blind. So,
Joseph, that car's been hit. That Porsche came in facing the wrong way. Has been collected at the left rear. That suspension is no longer in a complete unit. Did you see it collapse in underneath the bodywork? Did
you call that out as the 3 Fast Guys in Denny's car? Not Denny's, but Denny. It is 100%. I'm looking at the onboard now.
Okay. Yep.
And that's, oh wow, look at that. Look at the left rear on that is completely deranged.
Yeah, JT's down in the pit lane. And Ryan, go ahead.
That FRS just came into the pit lane. The back left is pretty messed up on that. So I'm going to head down there and kind of see what's going on. JT's going to stay at the head of the pit lane, try to see if he can find out what's going on with the Cayman.
This camera's a little bit behind, but I don't think we're that far behind. I think we're going to be potentially in a neutralization situation here.
I agree with that, Joseph. And this is, I can confirm, the DBR 540 Porsche that is now no longer third overall. So this was your third place runner that is now sitting backwards underneath the WeatherTech bridge. And that car will not move itself here. We are going to have to neutralize the race here and go recover that car because that left rear suspension is toast.
Yeah, and so that is obviously a lapping situation. That's 2 different classes, the same piece of road. That's a really difficult corner to make a move because you don't know where the other guy's going to go, regardless of which car you're in. If you're the overtaking car or the car being overtaken, you don't really know where the other guy is going to go because there's like 1,000 different lines through that corner that are equally valid. It's almost more like a dirt track corner than a traditional road corner because you're kind of trying to just find the line. You're basically trying to find the groove. You're not even necessarily trying to optimize speed in the same way.
Yeah.
So if someone's got a different, particularly if you've got someone who's been around this track a bunch and somebody who doesn't know where those bumps are, you are going to have completely different conceptions of what the right line is going to be through that corner. It's going to be really easy for 2 guys to make contact, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got... Go ahead, Ryan.
We've got lots of movement on the pit lane. I'm still making my way down to this FRS, but it looks like Team ACP at a minimum is getting ready for a pit stop here.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. We have racers joining us in the chat here on YouTube, and feel free to chime in, but my sense... Admittedly, I have never driven a race car, but I have spent a lot of time at Turn 17 at Sebring, watching a lot of cars go through there, marshalling the 12-hour, marshalling club races, etc. Your focus is so much on picking your line, your braking point, not locking the inside front, and avoiding the really big bumps on the outside, that now when you add passing in a multi-class environment to your focus, you are at maximum sort of sensory input levels and attention levels all the way through that corner. And like you mentioned, Joseph, there are many equally valid lines through there where pace really, it doesn't make a difference as long as you're not way out over the big bumps out wide. almost everything kind of works through there. And if somebody else has chosen a different line, you're committed to yours. And now on top of not sending the car sideways over the bumps, you're focused on trying to complete a pass over somebody running a line that you're not familiar with. That is just not asking for trouble, but it's asking for just saturation of focus and intensity levels. Go ahead, Ryan.
So I'm down here at the number 86 pit stall. Fortunately, it looks like they've got away with just some body damage. Now, they are a unibody car, these FRSs, so if something's tweaked underneath, I don't know if you know until you drive it, but the suspension looks like it's in good shape. Obviously, the bumper is caved in.
This
but
is
they've pulled the bumper off.
Guys, this is a 3-car accident, actually.
ACI Motorsports is also missing, Joseph.
ACI is the car that ran into... So ACI, the number 7, is who initially made contact with the 3 fast guys in Denny's car. I will eventually stop calling it Denny's. I'm sorry.
3 fast guys in Denny's.
Yeah, it was a real grand slam, unfortunately, into turn 17.
No,
so,
not 4 cars, 3 cars.
True. Yeah. Well, it certainly was a triple play.
Yeah.
So the ACI number 7 has gotten into 3 fast guys in Denny. Unclear whether it was one of the 3 fast guys or Denny, and it's turned them around. Who did we say this was? The
540.
The 540, basically unsighted. While 3 fast guys in Denny is spinning around, has collected that car, and that's what's happened here. That's the reason. This is the 3rd car. This is basically the car that's shown up on the scene that we're watching get recovered.
And by rights sounds like the least responsible for its position at the moment.
Yeah,
it sort of arrived on the scene.
It's tough to say because there should have been yellow flags at that point. I know it's a little bit of a bang play in that the spin has basically just happened. The 3 fast guys in Denny is an 86 or an FR. I don't remember what it is, but that car is that car hasn't even come to a rest yet before the 540s collected it. So it's really just an unfortunate situation all around.
The ACI car missing on Race Hero. It is currently Salmon. I haven't seen that car, admittedly. I don't know if it made it into the pit lane. This is the 59 into the paddock?
Yeah, that's a Geronimo Esteve. No, that was the car that was having issues even pre-race on the pace laps.
It's driving itself back from somewhere out on circuit. Like those didn't look like paddock roads to me.
The ACI pit stall is empty, like completely empty.
Interesting. So we'll ride on board with the Hammer car here and see if we can pick up what's going on down at 17 there. But from our trackside camera, we were only able to pick up that black and red number 540 Cayman. We are also looking for, like Joseph mentioned, that number 7 white and lime green Porsche Cayman GT4 as well.
A couple takers to the pits, not really a surprise.
Yep, Core Motorsports number 17 in and out.
Automatics coming down as well.
Sentinel, yeah. Round 3 Motorsports, the number 601 leads behind the pace car at the moment. That is because, as Ryan mentioned, your overall leader is in. The 99 is in. The 143 is into the pit lane as well. So a pair of Aston Martins and your M4 GT4 Stratus Racing is into the pits, which I find very interesting, given the car's general advantage under a fuel stint length. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just providing ambiance, if that was okay.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I hear your mic open, and I assume you have something to say. But that's fine. Happy to mention the 85 AOA Motorsports MX-5 is back out on track as well, catching up to the back of the pacing order. The 701 is in from what I believe was second in Q1. Thank you for that.
Watching.
So
1 of 2. I think that's a 0-1 Hammer car being fueled and sent.
And that is the only Hammer car that's come in here. So old Tim, the strategy master down there, has decided to split his strategy 1/48th of the way through this race.
I don't think that's really a split strategy, because there's more than one stint to play in this race.
That is fair, and I was just going to mention
it's really fractal strategies at this point. So splitting it is kind of an effort in futility.
That is a a phenomenal band name.
Fractal Strategies.
Yes. And all we do is sample 4-cylinder GTR engines.
It's like those CDs they used to sell on the back of Speed Week.
Yeah, they used to sell them on Speed Gear, right? The whole
Yeah.
No, it's too early for this. We can get into the 90s and early 2000s racing nostalgia a little later on.
Yeah.
There goes the 540 on the back of a flatbed.
There is a safety truck still down there at 17, so answers still outstanding for what's happened to that number 7 from Team ACI. JT will be our chat.
I honestly,
coordinator here, but we haven't heard from him yet. Oh man, that car is in rough shape.
Yeah, that 540 is not looking nice. That's for sure.
No, and you know what? It's a tough situation here because with a 24-hour race, you would hope that when, when you have an issue, let's go fix it, right? We've got 24 hours. Everybody's going to have problems to some degree. Let's deal with it and get the car back out on track and pick it up like it's a new race. That doesn't look like it's in a shape that is going to let that happen.
I mean, honestly,
that's my take from here, but
yeah, I think that's the car that will have. Well, them and the really, I don't expect the 7 to stay missing. Is it still missing? Because
good question. I haven't seen it out on track, but it may not be.
It did go missing briefly, but the contact that it had into the 86 was so light. To be honest, I don't necessarily expect. It's just one of those things because if you hit somebody in the back into 17, for some cars that's going to be pretty heavy braking, and so they're going to have the most weight. Basically, I don't know what exactly weight distribution, but you're going to have more weight at the front of that car than at the rear. So if you take a shot to the rear, it's going to be really easy to unload that car. So the 7 will have gotten away with that for now. Obviously, they'll be hit with a 2-lap penalty eventually for contact, but they will have gotten away with that, physically speaking, pretty easily, I would have thought. It's just that they've at the risk of kind of loading this up, that contact has taken out 2 cars.
Yes, I will direct our attention, Joseph, sorry to interrupt, but back to the front straightaway here, because I think we're about to go back to green. Indeed we are. Pace car is in. Green flag waves at start-finish here, and the 601 is going to lead the field under start-finish for the first time in a while here. Chaos through the mid-pack as GTO cars work their way through some of the slower production cars, and I think one of those was a Hammer car. There was a Will to Win car in there. And on the topic of Hammer, they have come through in the overall lead as a result of having not pitted. So we now go 0-2, 983, and 982 as your overall top 3 runners. Choice Racing, the number 522 in 4th. And having run through roughly half of a GTO stint before we got our full course yellow, we've now split the GTO field. Times have we said that this year?
Yeah,
it's less in this race, but still a familiar setting for a race.
Yeah, obviously everything that happens here is going to be kind of on the margins, but if we look at that other Hammer car, that they're going to be able to make a decent little gap here because they're at the front of this queue, and everybody around them is a general production car.
Yeah, the 982, I think is the orange one, is 983, excuse me, is right in behind them, a couple of cars back, many car lengths, but a couple of cars back. So
yeah,
they've got a few cars to pick their way through, but as I come up to the braking zone here at turn 7, a little behind, just based on our network challenges here in rural Central Florida. This, like you said, will allow the 0-2 to pull out a little bit here. Where it's really going to set itself apart is the cars that just pitted back behind an entire field of production cars, the 909, the 99, the 01. They stand to lose something up closer to half a minute, maybe more, just as a result of having to pick their way through traffic over the next couple of laps. we'll see what that means as the race sort of develops. In the meantime, though, for Hammer, the potential is there to really stretch this out.
Now it's the first 4 cars in line are all GTO, and I believe the 4th car in that was the 99.
It might be the 522, Joseph. They're blue with red.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, there's the 99 that's just gone through. So, yeah, that's exactly right.
The 99's actually done pretty well to pick its way through a lot of the early traffic here. We go 982 and 983 behind your overall leader. 522 comes through. Then a gap back to the number 52, who also did not pit. Got a handful of production cars here. The 981 comes through, who I believe... Did they pit? Not sure. No, 909 comes through. They're the first of the cars that pitted. And then a big gaggle down the front straightaway. 3 wide again with some of your GTO cars.
On board with Rocker Runstall.
Very good. This is the number 211. Rocker Runstall 2, or 2 if you like.
2-1-1.
This is
I don't know how I don't know anything past dry, so I hope they don't get a
fear.
4th car.
What comes after dry? Fear. Yeah, no.
Okay.
We can do portions of this race in German if you'd like.
I would prefer not to.
No, that's fine.
It's actually a strong preference against.
Fine. So 38 minutes in, and I'm happy to say we now have more or less a completely dry track. Still a couple of wet splotches in the pit lane, but nothing that would really cause any cause for concern in any car. The racetrack itself, being this bright white concrete, aged but still very bright, has dried out very, very quickly, and will also take in temperature fairly quickly as well. One of my distinct memories of spending time here at Sebring during the 12-hour is realizing that one of the easiest places to sunburn yourself here is on the underside of your face, because you're standing on concrete and it's reflecting all of the sunlight back up into you, like underneath, places that wouldn't normally see the sun. It's very bizarre. But with that being said, kudos to everybody who is here. Corner marshals, pit lane marshals, WRL staff. Ryan and JT are down in the pit lane at the moment. That is, it's tough sledding here for a 12-hour race, never mind a 24. So thanks to everybody for being out here and being a part of this. On board the 01 up behind the number 59 from Stratus Racing, the Sebico NP01, and I think that is the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin in front of them. They go left and then right and then left, into turn 14 around one of the... That's an NDMX5, which I didn't think we had many of here. So I'm happy to see that. Through the 15 and 16 complex, Jean de Bien Bend and Le Mans, and onto the back straightaway here. A decent launch for the 01. One of the things I'm intrigued to see here, Joseph, is how this track suits or doesn't suit the 59. Prototypes, I think, have a reputation for being more stiffly sprung because they have a higher aerodynamic load, and that makes sense. But I don't know that this track is necessarily going to hurt or help the 59 in any specific way. Go ahead.
Let's get a replay from Fast Guys and Denny. So look at the replay. Yeah, look at the replay inset on your top right. That's the number 7 coming up. He dives to the inside, and they just collide. And now look, yeah, there it is in the mirror inset again. I don't know if you caught that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm seeing it on just a short delay here on my monitor, and then there's the 542 trying to go around the outside and just getting clipped.
Yeah.
That is the classic 17 incident. It looked late from the 7. I'm not going to apportion blame there, but, if I were 3 Fast Guys and Denny, I don't know that I would have expected to see the 7 that far up the inside that late. And certainly there was room left on drivers right there. So,
yeah, and that'll be a clear... It'll be a clear penalty to at least one of them. They might decide to apportion blame equally, but yeah. Either way, it's an unfortunate incident because it's likely to really hurt the 7's chances of getting back up to the front. Well, it's certainly taken those 2 cars out of the race almost entirely.
Three Fast Guys in Denny looks like it might be recoverable. JT can confirm or deny that when it went by him in the pit lane. Yeah, he gives a good nod there. So I would say that Three Fast Guys in Denny is probably still in with an opportunity to repair and recover. But that poor 540 is just
It's
the
pretty
left rear of
cooked.
that car is a mess. Yeah. And like I mentioned under the yellow, you were kind of hoping that the play here would be to...
By the way, I think we're watching a fight for position here. That's
so
Conley.
we are. So this is the 21 being chased by our onboard car, who is, Joseph?
That's still Rocket Renstall.
Oh, very good. Okay.
And the move is temporarily made on their way out of 13.
No, it is completely made.
We'll
this
see.
This is the battle for 4th in GP2.
Yeah, they'll be looking to see if they've got, as in the Matt Conley 21, will be looking to see if they have legs down the back straight. But they've already pulled a pretty good gap of Rocket Renstall.
So this is Chris Cervelli on board this car, of Cervelli Technical Services, I think.
Allegedly.
Yeah, who's now joined the Rocker Renstall crew there. We've seen that Cervelli Technical Services in other races before, at points much further west than here.
This is on board the Start Racing number 159 now in GP3.
Newcomers to WRL, Joseph.
Yes. That sounds right to me.
I did some research thanks to our friends at RaceHero.io and did not see anything that suggested that car had ever run a WRL race before.
I added some.
Here just says they're normally champ car competitors. So
did you? So I did add some. I did add some information to the media guide, by the way.
Not to that one.
Wait. By the way, this battle's not over.
And Tim Kelsey. No. Let you cut back. Oh, that's the 21 gone back up the inside, and one of the round 3 cars has gone with it. Is that the 701? It is. So that's not for position.
But they've.
The 21 is.
Sorry, I haven't been paying enough attention. I'm not 100% sure what all's happened here, because I think we had 2 Matt Connolly cars in front of us. Now we've got one in front of us and one behind us, and I think the one that's behind us is not the same as the one that was in front of us. The car in front is completely unique, except for the one behind us, which is identical. I assume you guys are chit-chatting.
Yeah, we're figuring something out here.
What are we figuring out? Let's because I've seen a couple different angles.
Yeah.
Let's just talk through it.
Yeah. I'll let you guys discuss things here at the moment. I've got to supply a request here for a moment.
Ah, okay. This is Chris Cervelli now. Looking on the inside of 16, it's a good opportunity for a move, and they are side by side at least. Does he open it up? I think he's got the Matt Connolly car to his left. One car up the inside. That's a obviously different class car.
Well, I do have an update from the pit lane, if you'll take that, Joseph.
I would love that.
Perfect.
Oh, they are side by side through 17. They would, yeah. Yeah, go, but please go for it.
So we've got the 210, that's the BMW 5 Series. The little bit older one, kind of the mid-90s 5 Series. They're currently in the pit lane working on the engine, it looks like. Just kind of using a basic either hand tool or flashlight, looking at something. These BMWs, well known for having sort of variable valve timing, pumps go out, things of that nature. So I'll go check with them when they're finished and see what it was. But there's some ancillary that they're looking at, trying to see if it's functioning correctly.
That is, I mean, nearly contact might have been contact between the 211 and the 21. I'm not sure that the 21 is still on track. That might have been more stout contact than I realized. So that has cleared out that battle. It was a real push and pull. Cervelli faster in the back part of the circuit. The Matt Connolly car is just a missile in the best way into turn 1. But that appears to have neutralized that fight for now, and now they'll be looking for round 3 racing and potentially looking for a Matt Connolly car behind them. Go back to start racing in the 159. Yeah, ACI. I did think that contact was going to be minor enough that they'd be able to continue, but I don't think they have been able to. They're listed as 15th in GTO right now, basically last next to DBR 540. So that is yeah, that's 3 cars that are basically taken out in one incident early on.
I have returned. Just, like I said, fulfilling a request there, but we're all set now. Joseph, this hammer theoretical gap that we were looking at the top of the field here really hasn't developed. If anything, it's come back down underneath a second.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a driver-dependent thing, a car-dependent thing. You know, as you will be well aware, we're at the height of the sun right now, the heat of day, and these TCRs, they rely a lot on 2 of their 4 tires. So if it may be that they're getting a little too much heat in those tires and not able to make the pace that they need.
Now, remember also that these cars, we've seen the occasional suspension issue, I guess, of varying description, but this is sort of a known weak point here, and actually the lead's changed as we've come back across start-finish. Hammer's lost 3 seconds that last lap, and Will to Win Racing now leads the 24 Hours of Sebring by just under 2 seconds. So Will to Win, which is not an organization that, I mean, it runs many cars, but they don't all always appear on the podium or in your top 3, top 5, but all of a sudden now leads the race overall with a second car inside the top 5.
Yeah, they've picked up 1 spot in the overall and in class. They've lost 1. They've gone from 4th to 5th with a 982. The 52 for Team ACP Tangerine Associates has just overtaken them. So yeah, 2 different fortunes in that stable right now. With the 3rd car back in 9th. But again, it's a long old race. We've still got 23, count them, hours to go.
I'm amazed we've almost buzzed through this first hour already. I'm actually genuinely pretty impressed.
It'll be noon Sunday before you know it.
I'm going to need help with that, Joseph. I don't have enough fingers.
Take your shoes off.
To count to 24.
Stay in Florida long enough, Ryan. It'll figure itself out.
And we have the 86 coming back down the pit lane.
That's surprising to me. That's a good surprise, but I did not think they were going to be back out.
Again, you're probably not going to be able to tell until you drive the car at speed, but it really didn't look like there was a lot of mechanical damage. They were doing some hammering to get the fender to fit the wheel again, and they tore the rear bumper off, and it looks good. So they're just doing one more check, it looks like. And so my assumption is, as long as it's not rubbing and it's not out, yep, they just sent it back out. So I think this 86 is going to rejoin, and as with any 24-hour race, they're still in it if they can stay clean the rest of the way.
I'm happy to hear that, actually. Thank you for that, Ryan. That is generally positive, especially, these production classes. GP3 is not a concern. I mean, there are plenty of cars entered in GP3 this weekend, but that Toyota 86 really adds some variety and depth and intrigue to that class that is otherwise dominated by Miatas and MX-5s.
Sorry, Brendan, we have the 02 coming down the pit lane, the Hammer Motorsports Audi. So I don't know, Joseph, if we have that camera working or not.
I had heard... Oh, very good. Okay, I had heard there was a boot involved, but this appears okay now.
Yeah, the boot has been removed, and then glove has taken its place.
Very good. Okay. You see the names on the side of the car, Allen and Mayer, two drivers who have featured at various points on DriversEye Live this season. That's Lawless Allen, who is competing in the Camping World Truck Series now. Still,
it's the NASCAR
Gander
Truck
Outdoors?
Series. I don't
Okay.
know what the sponsor is.
The Craftsman Truck Series.
Yeah, the Super Truck Series. Yeah.
There we go. Lawless Allen is on board that car, as is Alex Mayer, who has featured on DriversEye Live in the Formula 1000 Championship, was at the SCCA runoffs, featured very prominently there for having a Formula Atlantic on his helmet. That's not a picture, that's a car. But Alex
Sure.
is okay, and now back on board the Hammer Audi TCR for the first time, I think, since Daytona. Our other big enduro, actually. Worth noting, I hadn't really thought about this until right now.
Oh, no.
But no. IMSA had this promotion a couple years ago about the 36 hours of Florida. You know, and they were like, it was a vague attempt to create something more interesting than
Are
just
you thinking about the 38
24.
hours of Florida?
It is. I'm doing the math in my head. Yes, it is 38 hours of Florida, but the venues are reversed. We're doing the 24 hours at Sebring, and we did 14 hours at Daytona, the half-a-day event. Right? Just a little humorous. But anyway.
Where's Pipo Durrani? That's what the people are clamoring for.
Yeah, people, in fairness, didn't exactly cover himself in glory last time they were here, did he?
No, but I think he's the only one to have... Is he the only one? I can only think of the Nissan DPI in terms of teams that have recently won both of those races.
Yeah, Ryan, do you have something?
Yeah, I was just wondering. Obviously, we have a lot of spare manpower right now. It would be interesting to see who is going to win overall the Sebring and Daytona combined time.
Yeah, race time. That's an interesting thought. Yeah.
Well, there's no
make them tonight.
Time is set distance, obviously.
Yeah. And make a note of that for tonight. We can
Well,
also
there's no screaming goat, so that's we're not going to get a repeat.
There are a number of teams conspicuous by their absence here, and we don't necessarily draw attention to small grids or anything. This is not a small grid. There are, almost 50 teams who have come and take on the challenge here, but a number of teams that are really.
I would argue that this is a
competitive.
reasonable-sized grid.
I would say no. That's very true. In any other circumstance, this grid is still a bumper grid, but there's a big challenge here and a big cost associated with running 24-hour races, especially here, and a big question mark about what it means for you, your car, and your team. But that all being said, Screaming Goat you mentioned, we don't see here. We've had other NP01s that have run that are not here.
Look at the front just washing away through that turn 13.
This is who's in front of us here? Was that the 522? I missed it.
It's the 542. It's Chattanooga in front of it. This is not for position.
348. Sorry, 348's in front of us then. I just couldn't pick it up on the screen. 542 maybe? I don't know. It's something that wasn't correct anyway.
It's the mellow yellow Chattanooga machine.
Yes. Wrecker install car is not. I mean, it's hanging around there with the 348.
It's awfully quick, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, especially in the sort of 3-4-5 complex, it is running circles around some of the slower class Miatas, for example.
Yeah, bearing in mind here, this is a GP2 car passing a GP1 car on pace outright through 16 and down the back straightaway.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now,
I do. Go ahead.
Oh, we've got a hammer car to our right here, so we've got 3 classes in one shot. I think that's the Chattanooga car basically just letting the 211 through, although they are going to go side by side through turn 1. I was going to say
it is bumpy out there, man.
It's What are people gonna do if and when they ever do repave Sebring? Because this is the longest. I think it's the longest layout. Basically the longest lived iteration of Sebring, basically
I was
ever.
literally having that thought and debate with myself on the way in to the track this morning. I think it depends on what your definition of an iteration is, right? If we're talking very minor changes, in 2000, I think it was 12, when they combined the WEC and IMSA grids. It might have been 11 when they did the ILMC.
I don't count that back paddock as it, because I didn't change the layout.
Not the back paddock, it's the pit wall. And what extending the pit wall did, so they could add stalls after the bridge at turn 1, what that did is tighten the arc into turn 1, so you couldn't widen out to the right. Like on iRacing, you can widen out to the right and follow the wall before you arc into the left. This is a straight horizontal run down the front straightaway up against the wall before you turn in.
They didn't touch the concrete to do that. They just moved the wall. So for me, that's
correct.
So,
but it did change the line. Go ahead.
We got a couple cars coming to the pit lane. We got the 033 Corvette down at the opposite end of the 346 BMW. Both of them look like standard pit stops.
Thank you, Ryan. And this is about the time we would expect to see pit stops for cars that hadn't pitted under our first full course yellow, 57 minutes in. So for GTO, this is more or less about it. Sorry, have an onboard from Chill Out.
And the 240 car actually just left the pit lane as well, so they've had a long issue. They're about an hour behind now, so they've got a lot of time to pick up.
Any opportunity to find out what the issue was there for that number 240, Brian?
That's going to be my next task as another BMW comes down the pit lane here, so I'll wait for that as well. That's going to be the 522 Choice Racing car comes down the pit lane, probably for a routine stop, I would imagine.
Very good. Actually, just about to come up and complete the first hour here. Sorry, I didn't have a feed there for a moment, so I had to solve that issue at the same time. There's a lot happening here. But the Sebring 24-hour well underway for the World Racing League. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy up here in the booth at the moment. Joseph Woodrock joining us remotely on production duty as well. And then Ryan West down in the pit lane, braving the heat. This brave man down there in long pants as well now.
It's not hot. It's not hot here.
Really?
No.
I'm shocked to hear you say that. As a man who lives in Minnesota, I'm shocked to hear you say, oh, it's not hot in Florida.
It's really not that hot. It's humid, but it's not hot. Hot heat is a temperature, whereas humidity is a separate measurement.
Understood.
So it's not that hot.
Okay, fair enough.
It's called a heat index.
Heat index is stupid.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first.
Good shot on board the 0-1 here. It's clear track in front of it and just able to sort of pick his line and run laps here, which is, now that things have settled down, is rare. This is not that.
The O2 is coming back into the pit lane.
No, that is not due to be in.
No.
And you are right there, Ryan. I see that. We can cut to the pit lane camera.
We're putting more fuel in, it looks like. So I don't know if they didn't fuel last time or if they want to do more fuel. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's not a pump issue, right? Everything is just jugs of gasoline, so there's no... we'll try to listen here.
There's potential that they're going to put fuel in it and then check whatever it is they're checking. I'm going to cross here real quick.
Is it a suspension issue already?
Now they're looking at the right rear and now actually just under the back there, Ryan. I'll let you cover it.
Yeah, I'm trying. They're trying to get the fuel door open, closed. They're putting the jacks up, it looks like.
So
Lead mechanics under the car looking at it. I've got the Civic right behind me, so I'm kind of trying to watch out for that too.
So something clearly doesn't feel right in the back of that car.
Taking the back tire off.
Ryan, look behind you as well. The Civic is there. Yep, very good.
Yep. I think I just heard somebody say, is there something broken? They put another tire back on. They put the car...
Money pit leaves on the left side of Ryan there.
Absolutely. And then the 13, it looks like they're just doing a regular fuel stop here. They got both doors open. They got fuel going in. They got the driver getting changed out.
980.
Go ahead.
983 in, yep.
Yes, from
17
fourth.
is in as well.
Like we mentioned, this is about the time where you would expect to, or I was going to mention, this is about the time where you expect to see a round of pit stops for cars that didn't pit, but the 02 is the one that stands out there because they absolutely were in under the full course yellow, were they not? Actually, no, they weren't. It was the 01 that was in earlier.
Yeah.
But the 02 is in, but with a problem, we think.
Oh, well, I mean, for sure there's a problem here, right? Well, I mean, look at them. I mean, they're literally kicking the tires.
Yeah,
So,
so we've got that under control.
So just imagine that conversation. I'm feeling a vibration. I'm at Sebring.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, something's moving around. They're now looking at the brake, it looks like, trying to see if the hub is still on or something. So they're getting that figured out. I don't know how much you guys can see from that camera that I have perched.
We can see that there's a couple things actually we might be able to see that you can't. So we can see a couple guys working on that corner. I'm gonna pull the tower away for a little bit just so we can. So that looks like that's the wheels come off. They've taken the wheel off. You can see the. Looks like the shock and spring.
They keep touching the bearing.
Sorry, front right tire being done on the J&R car behind you as well, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not something I would have expected to see changed this early, but here we are. You say they're touching the... You think they're working on the bearing?
They're messing with the hub and the wheel. Something about the rim not being hub-centric or something, so they're trying to get it back on square.
That's interesting. So, I'm not sure how to interpret that. Maybe that's...
I think they were just looking at the wheel to see if it had damaged the wheel at all. So if they've got a hub issue or an axle issue back there, that's not a drive axle, but you know,
I think it's independent suspension on the rear. I don't think there's any reason for it to be an axle.
You got the 981 in the pit lane now as well, right ahead of me.
But if they're looking at the hub there, then maybe they were looking to see if it did any damage to the wheel as well, or if maybe the wheel was what was causing the vibration.
They've got a sticker tire on there.
At some point here, when things slow down, Ryan, by all means go in and ask what the story is. But Tim is not, I'm sure, in the right frame of mind to be answering questions about why his car is stationary in the pits after an hour.
Especially this early into a 24-hour race. I imagine he's not excited.
Car's been sent, Ryan.
Yes, it has.
We don't have audio on this Team ACP car, but that is who we're on board with.
Man, my stream is behind.
Yeah.
It actually looks like they're messing with the front left of the 13 now as well. They're trying to see if there's something wrong, but also an axle and or front suspension issue. It almost looks like there's fluid, so I wonder if there's like a brake fluid leak, or if that's just, well, maybe not. They're looking under the hood now as well, so they're trying to get that sorted.
While Ryan is watching our pit stops down here underneath our nose at start-finish, the leaderboard has taken itself out, just to separate out the cars that came in under the full course yellow. So 909 leads from 99, all as it was from the start of the race. 52
and that's right in front of us.
Very good. Down on the brakes into turn 15. Oh, way out wide. Is that the 348? One of the lap cars? It is. 99 sneaks through up the inside of the 211. I appreciate that I'm on a delay here, so I apologize for seeing that not in real time.
I was gonna type that out to you.
Yep.
I was gonna be like, Brendan, that happened a few seconds ago.
Yep. Sorry. Let's try something different. I would try different.
You mean like video providers?
No. Well, internet providers.
Sure.
Is the issue here?
Now, is that the Matt Connolly car that's back up to Rocco Renstall here? Is that who's in our mirror?
I think so.
Let's see if they make a dive into turn 1.
Is that the Money Pit car?
Yeah, it could be.
can't
It's
tell
definitely a
with the
BMW.
JT.
I'm gonna say that it's gonna end up being like a Civic.
No, it is a BMW. Is that? Man, I don't know. I'm not gonna take guesses.
Yeah, it looks like the 346.
The 13 team seems satisfied. They're going to go ahead and send the car back out.
Very good. That car was in the pit lane before the green flag as well, so a little early for a round of GP3 stops, but also not the first time that car has come to the attention of its crew down in the pit lane here. Green flag pit stops for GTO mean that the first car to have pitted in GTO, the number 981 under that cycle, has fallen behind both the GP1 and the GP2 leaders. GP1 leader is PC Racing up into 9th overall. GP2 leader is up into 12th overall. That's still the 678 from Chill Out Systems. And I am still navigating, getting an onboard for that car. So navigating my Alt-Tab skills, which are not phenomenal at the moment.
I believe in you. I think you can do it.
Joseph, you were mentioning we have some extra onboard feeds, but no real time to add them in. Is that the issue?
Is basically the state of play.
Okay.
We've got the Chill Out Systems 678 car now coming down the pit lane as well.
That is your GP2 leader. We just mentioned a little early for them as well.
Brendan, the links that you sent me are not active.
Oh, from round 3.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay. Seems like a question for James Candelaria.
We'll get young Jimmy Candles on the line, and we'll figure it out.
No, we got a few here. I will provide you the 701 link directly.
I have that.
Okay.
That's also not active.
1604. Oh, I'm very confused. How is it 404? Oh, I see. It just stops.
So the 578 just took 2.5-ish cans of fuel and went right back out.
Very good. Again, your GP2 leader. We'll see how that shakes out in GP2. Round 3 racing, the number 601. That is the Sentinel-sponsored car featuring Jimmy Candles himself, James Candelaria. Am I right in saying, Joseph, that's the car that also includes, or JT for that matter, that also includes our friend Brian Guidanelli?
I believe so.
He's in the 701, excuse me.
Okay.
Wrong prefix number there. Brian Guidanelli, famous for him, leading the team that created RaceHero.io, which is our long-term source of live timing information. We use it here. It drives our data and our feed, and we certainly encourage you all to go to RaceHero.io and pull up live timing there over the course of the next 22 and a bit hours. But also now a vice president at Haggerty Motorsports. Haggerty, of course, sponsors and adorns the side of the Round 3 trio, as it is this weekend. And Brian is running 24-hour races again, which is exciting to see with Round 3 racing.
I did
good time, I think, to mention, by the way.
Our friends
at Round. Go ahead.
I was gonna make a point about the media guide that So I did. This is internal, but I did add a bunch of information to the media guide.
I saw.
So the 110 that we're on board with.
Yes.
So that's John Schaefer, Matt Mullins, James Cohn, Laura Hayes, Bill Graham, and Bryce Baumgart. This is all from like driverdb.com because I am my home office's preeminent expert and reporter in the world of motorsports. So John Schaefer, his background is he did a couple seasons of Formula Russell in the early 2000s. Yeah. Matt Mullins did a few one-offs in NASCAR trucks, maybe Craftsman at the time, from 99 to 2002. Ran GS for Automatic, ironically. in 2006 and did Short Track Legends for a couple years after that. Laura Hayes has...
I'm sorry, Joseph. I want to interrupt you here real quick. The 982 Will to Win car, that's the orange one, coming down the pit lane for a pit stop.
Okay. Laura Hayes did NASCAR Weekly Series, so I think that's like the Wheeling Series now, or whatever it is, for a couple years. Did Short Track Late Models, and has been doing like F1600s and Formula Vs and runoffs and SCCA majors for the last like 6 years. So there's a wide variety of experience on this 110. Like, they are all over the place. It's kind of wild.
Laura Hayes, also the driver that hustled the heck out of the number... Oh gosh, what's the new Thunder Bunny number? The M2.
Triple one.
The triple one, yes. The M2 Club Sport that won on Sunday at VIR. Just absolutely wrung the neck out of that car for the 4 hours she was in it.
That's that Formula 1600 experience for you.
Almost. Well, it's the VIR experience. I believe she's local there to the Danville area. But just drove the heck out of that car and brought it home with a win. Just the one car here from Thunder Bunny. Since we've been talking about them, they've scaled down to this 128 and sort of centered their efforts here, which is, I think, a smart move. Go ahead, Ryan.
That was just the 982 leaving the pit lane. They took, it looked like three and a half jugs of fuel on that, and then sent it back out. Also did a driver change.
JT, you're mentioning?
I'm mentioning battle for third in GP3 right now between the number 83 94 Motorsports Lexus and the number 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche. This time by going across the line, they were within a half second of each other. Currently, they're exiting turn 10, working their way towards Tower Corner. Still holding positions as is. Go ahead, Joseph.
I was going to say, Ryan, if we've got drivers that are, coming out of driver changes, I would love to hear from a couple people to see, what it's like out there, not just in terms of traffic, but just, what's it like in car? How are these in-car cooling systems working, and all that really?
Okay, I will do that on the next pit stop. It looks like they're readying for the 983 potentially. So when that driver gets out, I'll see if I can get a word there.
Sounds good.
New fastest lap of the race from your overall leader, the 909 from Automatic Racing, who has done absolutely nothing other than setting the fastest lap of the race to try and separate itself from Team GTR 99. It means that he's pulled the margin out from, well, it's now basically a third of a second, 0.372. So before that, it was like 0.35. These cars are so evenly matched, and like we mentioned at the start here, it's not hot. And there's no pressure on anybody to go and set the world alight and try and build a gap. So you're happy as the 99 to just sort of sit there running a pace that's comfortable for you, which is the moment is a 222, and just wait for the race to develop, I think. They incidentally have pulled out a margin from the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. 28 seconds from the lead back to third. Pro Sport in fourth, it's 34 seconds behind the leader, and then Stratus, the number 59 there in fifth. That Stratus car, since we're talking about strategy a little bit, or have been talking about strategy, it will be interesting to see how far that car will go on fuel here, given that it is reduced to 10 gallons of capacity for being underneath this sort of proposed weight limit. I got to double check the numbers. I believe it's 1,900 pounds. I will double check that in the updated supplemental rules. But remember that those cars that run light in GTO also now will not be able to use fuel mileage as a exploitative bonus, let's say, in terms of their strategy. Much more in line with the rest of GTO, being that their pace is also more or less there, especially at a place like Sebring. On board the 678.
That's right. This is the YouTube feed. This is not the low latency feed. So just an FYI on that.
Okay, and then we've got the Team ACP BMW coming down the pit lane as well. It's the 52.
Yeah, I didn't think that car had pitted yet. Sponsored by FleetTruckParts.com, which I have to say very slowly. Be very careful with that.
We're not going over the airwaves. It's fine.
That's true.
The FCC won't let me be.
Let me be me. So let me see. They try to shut me down on DriversEye Live, but anyway.
and they were well within their rights. They absolutely should have.
Interesting artifacts going on this camera here.
This is actually our first quantum camera of the day. I almost said the evening, but that'll come soon.
Is it this way on the YouTube feed as well?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I figured out I figured out the color banding issue, and we can blame NVIDIA not playing nicely with vMix for that.
Oh, so the cameras are fine.
Yeah.
Interesting. Other than being a little behind.
They're very behind. Yes.
No, that's a shame. All right.
Well, it would be okay if they were all right. It would be okay if they were all kind of like the same amount behind, but
yeah.
Cell service being what it is.
GP1 leader in the pits, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Just ahead of where I'm at as well. It's the 44, correct?
It is.
Yep, so they're just wiping off the lights, putting in some fuel. Looks like no driver change this time, so they're going to double stint at it would appear.
Riding on board with the 678 here, I can't tell if the driver's hands are moving around because of the artifacting going on with the camera that they're providing, or if it's really that bumpy over turn one. It may be a mix of both, but it looks very dramatic. This camera's rough, man.
This one's slightly better.
Slightly? Oh, well, yeah, I think this is a service issue here, unfortunately. Even the onboard cameras are struggling a bit over the LTE here.
Well, it's also that unfortunately we don't have audio.
This is
the 522.
The 522
for Choice Racing.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got the same issue with the ACP cars, unfortunately. So if that audio does ever come back, I'd love to use those onboards a little more.
Sure. Yeah.
But it's a good shot either way. But yeah, Central Florida has not been our friend.
Yeah. The Stratus car coming into the pit lane.
Interesting. So this is the first of the GTO cars. Oh, that car is not under power. That car is dead.
It's going slowly.
Dead stick in the pit lane and is now pulling off to the right in what I believe is not its own pit stall.
They are very close to their own pit stall.
Oh, yes. And now the driver and several of the crew members running out to push that car into its box here. I can't imagine they run that car out of fuel. They were ready for it, but I can't imagine it's a situation where that car is empty. It was just in around 12:25. We're up to 1:20 now, so 55 minutes. Unless they didn't get it full.
Putting fuel in the car. They haven't bothered to check anything. They're putting fuel straight in, so I do wonder if they ran out.
Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they were just pushing it a little too far.
Yeah. No driver change here. I believe that crew member, who I think is the driver, Katja Caprelli, going over to
swap the
drinks bottle. Yeah, exactly. Pit marshal in attendance of the stop as well. I had everybody down there on the pit lane. I know we've said that once, but doing a great service for us here this weekend, and I know the staff has been beefed up to cover 24 hours of racing here. So
the staff beefed up by people specific to Sebring as well.
I thought that was the case.
Yeah, and they've been lovely, all of them.
Yeah, I thought some of these folks were not people I recognized from WRL. So it's good to see that there is a full-time support staff to pull this off. And Sebring, in fairness, fantastic partners all through the run-up to this race. I speak for the WRL staff and management because we are the only ones who speak about WRL on the internet, literally speak. The WRL Racers Group is a great resource, but this is not just the WRL renting the track and doing it on its own. This is a true partnership between Sebring and the World Racing League. And whatever is happening in a couple of weeks with the preventing 24 hours of Sebring, this is the first and was contractually always going to be the first 24 hours of Sebring. To the point that there is a lovely banner down at the winner's circle behind the actual podium area with the big WRL oval logo logo, and underneath a phrase that says October 29th to 31st, 2021, making history together, which is fantastic.
So I did just talk to Katya real quick, and they did run out of fuel. So we both confirmed that they're probably going to try to reel it in by about 2 laps or so on the next spin.
Well, then they know how long it goes now.
Yeah, we saw them just basically top off and go back out. No other service other than the making sure the driver was good.
Look at that. Clouds are moving awfully quick. Is it windy out there?
Light wind, but the clouds have been booking it all day. Especially
it is windier than it was when JT was down here. The flag is pretty solidly out.
Yeah, I wonder, do we know what direction that... Not that it makes a huge difference for big lumbering cars like these. They're not exactly Formula cars, but I do wonder if it makes a difference, going into 17.
It's blowing towards turn 1.
Gotcha, okay. Ambiance.
It is fantastic.
Here, I can fire that up.
No, we got some. All right.
The Thunder Bunny Racing car is coming down the pit lane in the 1 Series.
Number 110, I believe, is pitting from 3rd in GP1 right now.
And it looks like they're going to be doing a routine service and let's see, the other driver's opening the door. I think we're going to be doing a driver change here as well.
Yep.
Just adding in a couple more onboards, or else I would be contributing a little bit more.
That's all good. We're just topping off fuel, getting the driver put in, checking everything, making sure everything's good to go. They have an interesting little surge tank type setup here with some valves and stuff in the trunk. It's very cleanly built. The more I see this car, the more I like it. And the 348 Chattanooga Touring Wagon car comes down the pit lane as well, the mellow yellow BMW.
I believe they are currently 6th in GP1.
Home of the Chattanooga rolling stock, if you will.
Meanwhile, back in GP3, that fight for 3rd is still going between the 94 Motorsports Lexus and the Round 3 Racing Porsche. Both cars previous lap set their fastest times. Round 3 Racing a little bit quicker, though. They come across the line. They're about a 1.5 second difference. 1.2 as they come across the line as they head into turn 1. We still have that Lexus ahead. Just holding off Round 3 Racing for now. GP3 is still led by the 197 Overnight Motorsports, followed by the number 20 Slipstream. And then hopefully 94 Motorsports can continue to hold off the charging Porsche behind. As we have the number 15 AOA Mazda come in for pit stop.
Out of 5th.
JT.
Interesting, the top 2 there in GP3 have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack there. Overnight and Slipstream separated by 12 seconds. And then it's almost a minute back from that number 20 back to 9-4 Motorsports. Again, I think we sort of talked about this at the beginning. But there's while you were down in Philly, unfortunately. But we mentioned that you have maybe teams that are going to pick a pace and say, "Hey, go run to GP4 here or GP3 here, excuse me, a 240, let's say. Go out, run 240s every lap. Just conserve the car. Don't be hard over the bumps. Don't hit the curbs. And run that number." That might be the case for like a 9-4 Motorsports around 3, and then overnight Motorsports and Slipstream at the front, who are out pushing hard, trying to keep things moving and building a margin so that if something does happen, they can do something about it. I don't know that for sure, but as these gaps separate themselves here, I do wonder a little bit if there's a little bit of that going on, particularly in the production classes.
Yeah, it's hard to know for sure. Other than just trying to get that information out of the teams who don't necessarily want to share that. I think I was away when this happened, but did we mention the change for the overall lead? We did not.
Oh, Team GTR now leads the race overall. From Automatic Racing, the number 909, by still under a second. It happened 4 laps ago while I was doing other things, but so even though the positions have changed, we theorized that the 99 really wasn't being held up by the Aston Martin, and that appears to be exactly the case. Pit stop from the 02?
The 01.
01, okay. And that'll be is that its first? No, it was in under the full course yellow.
Right, so this is basically on schedule, just a little bit... it's off sequence, I guess, would be the way to describe it.
Yeah, it depends on what your definition of off sequence is, right? Because off sequence is... you've roughly cut the field in half, right? About half the field came in early, about half the field waited until the first hour was up, and now we're in a position where, this is the sequence of cars that did pit under the full course yellow. They're now in making their second round of stops, and this is sort of the lead-off hitter for that.
Just saw the Stratus Racing MP01 cleared the 981 Will-to-Win Porsche with the 982 Will-to-Win Porsche directly behind as they fight over 9th place overall and in GTO.
They are looking under the hood of the 01 Audi. So they were handing a laptop back and forth across. Coughs open, or on, rather, with a little bit of smoke this last time. So looks like they're checking something under the hood, seeing what they can do.
Just a little further up pit lane, the 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche is in for a stop. Looks like driver change underway. No tires. Meanwhile, the 94 Motorsports Lexus is staying out at this time.
Yeah, they're handing a data cable across into the car and plugging in a laptop now, so we'll see what's going on there.
Our leaders in GTO cross the line. They're still very close fight, coming across the line at a half second, splitting between the leading Team GTR BMW and the 909 Automatic Aston Martin.
.605 looks like they've come into the pits also for round 3.
Also got the 969 car coming into the pit lane, GP3.
The 969 is pitting from 10th.
This is a car we haven't been on board with too much recently. This is Newcomb Racing. What is that car properly? This is the JNR 13.
So, okay, JNR.
Holding up the rear basically in GP2.
The
So
601 just went down the pit lane as well. Gonna go ahead and pull into its stall.
JNR is the Honda Civic.
Yes. Yeah, and that's I'm not 100%. I think that's a Honda Civic that ran in I want to say GTA recently.
What is GTA, Joseph?
I believe it's basically TCR, but in World Challenge.
Oh, very good. Okay.
I'm not 100% on that, but
It is not a world. It is not a TCR car.
no, I know it's
no,
not a
no,
TCR car, but I think it's around that. Maybe it's a. We've got
The
a.
America was a thing there.
Yeah, so it'd
Yes.
be similar to the CrowdStrike that Kevin Bowen raced last season, I believe.
We've got a wrecker on the way down to 7. Possibly by now it might be around 7, but we do definitely have a wrecker on track.
Well, we are still green on the front straight.
Yeah, not even a hint of looking at a full course yellow there. I see the flatbed.
Oh, and we lost Ginger
no.
Racing. Is Ginger Racing?
Oh, it is. Yep, I can just pick him out through the trees here, Joseph. Between, it's basically between 8 and 9, which are the double right-handers coming out of the hairpin and before turn 10. It is stuck. Let's see here when a car comes through. Driver's left coming out of turn 8, Joseph. Go ahead, Ryan.
The 21 BMW just came to the pit lane. They're way at the far end. Looks like a driver change and a splash of fuel.
Okay, thank you very much. JT's very upset that the Ginger Racing team car has stopped.
You know what? That is completely reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's see. See if we can see it here.
Well,
Yeah, it's the
It
driver's
worked.
left, as you say.
yeah, that car has just ground to a halt. Go back to GP1 here, Ginger Racing. Have they pitted yet? They have not.
It's a long run, but not necessarily unusual for
No,
a
but
production
this
class
is
car.
about the limit, I would think, for a production, especially a quicker one. I mean, GP1 is a quick class already. Ginger Racing tends to be very competitive, so I don't know that they run very conservatively or in a way that would be out there actively saving fuel. We've got a slow. Newcomb? It's not Newcomb Racing. That's not on the entry list. Who are we on board with here, Joseph?
I believe that is JNR.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is JNR.
It's
Yeah,
the
they
JNR
are
13.
Not quick on the way into turn 10 a minute ago.
Well, remember this car had issues early. I don't.
That's more a statement of this, whatever is going on with this car is still kind of going on with this car.
Possibly an ongoing issue. Let's see. They were in pit lane at the start of the race because the front right brake kept locking up.
Interesting.
So they were hammering that out to get that loose.
Literally hammering that.
That's what it looked like. Until they could finally get it so it was no longer locking. And then they could send the car back out, but they lost 11 minutes.
99 is going around our.
I mean, that's
right-hand
not
side
the
here.
end of the world. Very good. That's not the end of the world. 11 minutes over the course of 24 hours is fine, but you can't have repeat issues there. You have to keep the car moving out on track.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, as it come across start finish line, it looks up to speed. So
Yeah, maybe that was just to do with the yellow flag area found here. Now, whoever we're on board with is picking its way through slower cars.
That's cleared, and so I wonder if some of these cars are thinking that it's a yellow flag zone when it's not.
Well, but remember what the penalties are for passing under yellow in the World Racing League.
It
is a lap. There are no passbacks. So you are better to play it conservative. Oh, it's 2 laps.
2 laps for this race, I believe.
Oh, they've upped it. Right, so more draconian. Not the wrong answer, especially because every car is required to run front-facing video, so you can definitively prove a marshal's report one way or the other to continue to discourage that. Now, I'm sure the message will have been to the teams and the drivers, or from the teams to the drivers, absolutely no overtaking if you believe that you are in a yellow flag zone. If there's a question mark, don't do it. Right? There's no reason to cost yourself 2 laps at the expense of slowing down for 2 or 3 seconds if there's any question about it.
197 for Overnight Motorsports is just pitted out of the lead in GP3. Relinquish that to the number 20 for Slipstream.
Okay. Be a good time to review the race control log. Done that yet?
Sure would.
Take a look here. Anything of interest? Pass under yellow for the number 59.
That'd be Stratus?
38.
Yeah.
3 minutes ago, yep. That will have been that driver's first, I think they changed driver. Oh, maybe not. They had just pitted, but I don't think
they did not change drivers. That was when it came in with no fuel.
And so you said this pass under yellow was 3 minutes ago, though, correct?
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Joseph, you, I think, mentioned potential contact between the Matt Connolly car and the Rocker Renstall, number 211.
Yeah, the 211, I believe there's the 21.
Yeah, that was noted as possible contact. There was no penalty, but both drivers were noted as having made contact. So that it does. I don't know what your assessment was because I didn't see it. But
it was a fender bender at worst. I think that's a reasonable. Basically a wave of the finger. I think is probably more appropriate than a 2-lap penalty in that case. So I think that's reasonable.
Race control appears to have agreed with you. So
the 83 has just left pit lane. That's the GP3 Lexus. As the it's the gray and pink Audi. I think it was the 183 just came down the pit lane.
Okay.
Gonna want to keep an eye on that Lexus as it gets back up to speed and try to keep an eye out for where the 605 round 3 racing Porsches.
Looks like we're
that
looking
was
at
the
the
gray
driver.
and pink Aston Martin, and then there's the AOA, the
909.
yellowy orange MX-5 coming down. Well,
so it says on the log, JT, it does say 1 lap to the 59 for passing under yellow. So I wonder if the 2-lap penalty has only been given for contact. If that's the only.
It might just be for contact. So yeah, I would assume contact 2 laps, and then just under yellow would be just 1 lap as usual.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that.
Ooh. Who was that?
We're on board the 159 right now.
No. This came down the front straightaway here.
Yeah, so
Somebody,
that was the other Hammer Motorsports car.
the one that sounded very
Awful,
ill.
Yes. Yeah, that would be it.
Oh my
I
gosh!
wonder if they're having the same issue that the 01 is having. Tim is down here. He's been on the laptop literally the whole time. The 99 comes in as well.
909 as well. Yeah.
Both of them, yeah.
I want to make the point. I don't think we noted it. If we have, I missed it. But I'm now looking at the log too. That 3-car accident among the 7, the 540, and the 86 was. Race control took an extremely dim view of that. The action as a result of that was the driver was pulled out of the 7 and then placed on probation straight away.
Okay. Yep. No, that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Yep. Okay. But that is our only major incident of the race thus far, though. Everybody else has kept things remarkably clean.
The 01 is being pushed further down the pit lane. It looked like they were getting ready for an 02 pit stop, so they're trying to give themselves a little bit more space to work on the 01 when the 02 comes in here.
Yeah, hood up on the 01. This is unscheduled for the 01, and the 02, I'm going to assume the issue here is exhaust, because it's a sick 4-cylinder that sounded like a sick 8-cylinder, which is not ideal.
A turbo situation, because this is blowing the exhaust kind of weird. I'm going to ask here in a minute when we have a moment.
Okay, so we think maybe turbo on the 01. Remember that the 02 is the one that sounded awful, and they were not up to full pace between turn 6 and 7. So keep an eye on that as well. But things are happening in the Hammer pits, and I know we don't have a camera up down there at the moment. That one's gone by the wayside for a little bit, but Nevertheless, things about to get very busy down at Hammer, and not for anything that's really remotely positive.
No, again, we're early in this race. I said that an hour ago. It's still true now. It's so early to be having mechanical issues because you now have I suppose it's a double-edged sword. You have 22 hours to make it up, but you have 22 hours that you have to kind of claw that back.
And if you're having an issue after 2 hours, what's going to happen in the other 22?
You're gonna have 10 problems. So it's gonna be a rough race if they aren't able to sort those issues out.
Yeah, and this goes kind of back to what I was mentioning earlier, right? Where you're not blowing this race out by a factor of 3. You're not saying, well, if I have one issue in an 8-hour race, I'm going to have 3 issues in a 24-hour race. You are running 3 8-hour enduros back to back to back.
Right. You don't have the
challenges of Sebring, on top of it.
You don't have the overnight period or even, the evening period to say, okay, well, we were nursing this issue. Let's work on this overnight. Maybe it's a 4 or 5 hour job, but we'll be done with it. We'll be able to get a full night's sleep. That's not going to happen here. If you have a 4 or 5 hour issue, you're going to be in the pits for 4 or 5 hours. Now, it's an endurance race, and just getting to the end of 24 is going to be an achievement in and of itself. So I don't doubt that a lot of these teams are still going to push through and do that. But if you're competing for a win, there's no competing for a Sunday win here. You are competing for the win, and it's triple points.
So we've got what sounds like they think it's a fuel pickup issue on both of the Audis. So they've just unplugged the laptop from the 01. It's still sitting here with the hood up. Now they're plugging the laptop into the 02. I think it would be fair to say that this Hammer team would have been favorites for the race. They know the car pretty well. They're a pretty consistent team, so this is not what they want to be seeing this early in the race.
Our 2 leaders in GTO are in the pits, Ryan, 99 and 909.
They've already come and gone, Joseph.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
They've both left, yeah.
Okay,
yep.
So that's on the way out then. Okay, great.
So I think that pit marker is at mid-pit. So
is it at start-finish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
We have yet to really nail that down because we've only had a round and a half of pit stops, but it appears to be the case, yes.
I'll take that.
Kind of keeping my eyes to the left here underneath the Advanced Auto Parts bridge. 909 comes through in second behind the number 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, who assumes the lead because they have not yet made their second pit stop. So ACP leads automatic racing. Team GTR has lost a chunk of time here to that automatic Aston to the tune of 18 seconds. Remember, those cars came in nose to tail, BMW leading Aston, and it's not only swapped the other way, but then gone out almost 20 seconds as well.
I don't know if that's an artifact of the car going away from us. That Mustang did not sound well on the way out, but it looks like
it wasn't going quickly either. I see it out the window here, coming out of turn 7 and into the 8-9 little sweeper complex, and it is not up to speed, even for a GP2 car. It is not doing GP2 things.
Yeah, we should see it on some delay here soon. The number 20 for Slipstream I'm also showing as being in the pits. Have we noted that? That'll be your class leader in GP3.
Yeah, timing's just a little slow. It's a blue ND Mazda MX-5. Came out after it inherited the lead when Overnight Motorsports pit. They are back out on track, so we're just waiting for timing to shuffle back as we go through these green flag pit stops. Just waiting for things to settle out so we can get a good idea on these gaps. I do know that Round 3 Racing did come out about 17 seconds behind the 83 Lexus of 94 Motorsports, so they lost quite a bit of time when both cars had pits.
This is the 605 from Round 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rocket Renstall putting in personal bests. They've broken into 233s. So keep an eye on them in the fight back up to the 678 for chill out.
Okay, so Hammer has sent the 02. We'll see if that's going back to the paddock or if they're just going to go back out. The 01 is running but smoky.
Hey.
Yeah, that's not a diesel. That's not supposed to be doing that.
Is there a free pair of hands down there, Ryan, you can ask, even not as an interview, just to ask what the situation is on either one of these?
No, I did. I spoke with a driver who had gotten out. He's since walked away. He said it was a fuel pickup issue. We covered that a little bit ago.
Oh, sorry.
On both cars,
yeah.
you said, Ryan.
What was that?
You said on both cars it's the issue.
Indeed.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
01 is like barely coming down the pit lane, very, very slowly. I think the 02 went through paddock, or did it go back out? I was looking at the 01. The 01's going super slow. We'll see if they end up going out or not.
Well, I hate this phrase, but I'm going to say it. If you're Hammer Motorsports, not the start you want to see. I mean, within the first 2 hours,
You
have
do
both cars.
you do
not-
genuinely hate to see it.
Yeah, to not be in a position like to have both cars with a significant enough issue that you're losing time in the pits and probably going back to the paddock based on the way the 01 car pulled away, is a pretty stunning initial development. And you see the driver pointing to the right a couple of seconds ago there.
Going behind the wall. Yeah.
Yes. The other issue this creates, while they do have independent crews, if you have an issue with one car, in the interest of time saving and time loss, you would want as many hands on that car as you can get within reason. Now you've got to work two separate issues on two cars simultaneously. Right?
Well,
Which is
I
a
don't know.
challenge.
I don't know if it helps you or hinders you that it's the same issue on both cars, because if you can kind of, if you're not 100% sure what the right route to fix it is, you can split strategies there. You can say, well, let's try to attack those first. If you happen to have the same symptoms on each car, there would also be a part of me, as we look at the one, there'd be a part of me that would say, dude, is this car still registered? Because if this is going to take more than 2 hours to run, let's just throw everybody into the one.
Yeah. Presser Tech in and out of the pit lane. Haven't mentioned them much today. They are 41st overall, 29 laps completed, and second to last of the runners in GP3. JT, we saw that car. Well, we didn't see the car last night, but we did see the engine on the ground, not in the car.
So I think that may have been a spare engine, though.
Okay.
Because I did see earlier in the day they were getting an engine out of the back of a pickup truck.
So the point remains that that car was actively changing an engine less than 16, 18 hours ago.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they most likely did not get a lot of time, especially during night practice yesterday.
Yeah.
It looks like there's looks like there's a small piece of debris here on the outside of 3. And it looks like
so
I
that
have a hammer update if you'll take it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it sounds like, according to one of the guys I just spoke with a second ago, they're starting to think that they have bad cats, and that somehow in the process of getting fuel, they got a bad batch of fuel and it's plugged up the cats. So the cat is supposed to be a 100-hour part, so they think that it should be fine, but both cars are having the same issue.
look at this. Slow AOA on the inside of 6.
Oh. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead. We'll touch base on this in a second. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, no, so it's, they're just trying to figure it out now. Do they have a replacement cat? Is anybody else using the gas they've been using? Because I guess everybody else was running 93 and they ran 98. So they're trying to figure out what the issue is.
Interesting. Yeah, it would be wild to imagine that these cars are, they have the exact same problem at the exact same time without one of the many variables being identical between the two. And that may not necessarily be the part itself.
in which case,
different there as well.
In which case, dumping all your drivers into that third car is actually only going to break the third car.
Yeah. Well,
the car is not in a state to be raced.
Oh, that's just a parts car,
noticed
basically.
It's very much half undone so that they could get whole suspension and stuff off of it, like wholesale. So it would take time to make that a workable car.
That's very interesting. I had noticed that the car wasn't in serviceable condition or raceable condition yesterday, and I thought it was odd because the car usually sits on 4 tires stationary in the paddock all weekend unless they need to get something off of it. But what you're telling me is that they actually intentionally have it yanked apart so that they can pull parts off of it as they need them more quickly?
It looks like the upper wishbone is like mostly disconnected, so that they can take the entire assembly out at once.
It's like they've mostly unscrewed the IKEA set because they know that they're going to have to replace the drawers in one or something.
That is actually really impressive. Now, obviously, like we just mentioned, I don't think they were assuming they were going to have to replace the parts that they have to. Also, they have to identify the root cause, otherwise this is going to happen several times again. So, that AOA car you mentioned, Joseph, was the 85?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that car is its first couple of laps out of the pits after its first stop on lap 29.
Oh, here it is. You'll see it soon.
It's still slow, yeah. Oh, GTR's in the pit lane.
GTR's in the pit lane. Number 9 for Team ACP is in the pit lane. Obviously, one of those is more on schedule than the other, but that means that the 983 for...
It's very early.
Yeah, it is. It was in 4 laps ago, but the 9 is scheduled, so that's correct.
They are replacing a wheel.
Okay. Does anything look wrong on the one that just came off?
Ryan, keep an eye on the AOA. If it comes by you, keep an eye on that. Maybe there's a connection there.
It did. The AOA, both cars look pretty clean.
Okay.
Just a quick update in GP1. PC Racing has retaken the lead as round 3 racing. The 701 Porsche came in, had a nice clean pit stop, and got back out. So they are still running 1 and 2 with the Core Motorsports Mustang still same third.
Round 3, 701. Have they pitted or is that on track?
701 just pit. They are back out.
Okay. The 983 Will to Win has taken over top spot in GTO and overall. 522 of Choice Racing, kind of not exactly slow, but definitely steady. Now sitting in second.
Yeah. So those were cars that did not pit under the full course yellow and are on a more regular rotation. The number 9 that just pitted was the first of that group to make its second stop, right? So now we've kind of kicked off that rotation now. So it is a little bit by default. You would expect the 909 to sort of be the leader on regular rotation. So when all things are equal, the 909 should be in the race lead. Right?
I believe they've just gone by us. We're on board with the 808, as it turns out. Heartbreak for the 808. They've been in the pits for 16 minutes, but they are back out, thankfully. So it's another one of those situations where you're here for 24. You've signed up for 24 hours of racing. Keep the car running as much as you possibly can.
I want to keep an eye on this because I think there's a chance the 9 has actually passed the 909 on this rotation.
That's 100% true.
So
remarkable.
The 99 did a full service when they came in, and they're now checking something out inside the car. So it looks like they got their full service done. They figured they're going to stop anyway. They changed tires, and now they're looking at something. They're a little bit busy, otherwise I'd ask.
Sorry, the 9 and the 909 are on the same rotation here, right? So the 9 just made its second pit stop. I thought the 9 had not pitted under the full course yellow. They did, in fact, pit under that caution. So they are pitting and running considerably longer than just about anybody else in GTO we've taken stock of so far. The 909 pitted on 39, which is a stint of 29 laps. The 909 was in at 39 and again at 11, so that's 28 laps. The 9 was in at 11 and again at 42. So at least a handful of laps is the difference there, but it's meant that the 9 has actually passed that 909 Aston through the rotation and out on track, which is slightly confusing to me. Out on track, Joseph, before this most recent round of stops, when the 909 was out in front, it was that and the 99 back to back, and nobody else was really playing around with them, right? The two of them were just locked together nose to tail in one order or the other. That's not the case here.
We've got a slow
so-
C5 coming into the pits. It looks like it's not Braunschweig, it's the other one whose name escapes me.
KBT, the number 33.
KBT, yeah.
So the number 99, they said they had a flat spot issue on that tire, so they went ahead and changed them all.
Yeah, it's a good reason to stop, because a vibration at a track like this can cause huge problems, you know, really at any point in the next 22 hours. So I think that's a good sort of tactical stop for them.
Joseph,
Brendan,
where did you catch a slow KBT Corvette?
on the way in
Where
the
did
pit.
you see that? From a trackside camera?
Yeah.
It's now slow in the pit lane,
It
going past
literally-
the AOA garage.
It made it to start finish 5 seconds before I said your name. How? I mean, I get that it's slow, but like, we're not that far from pit in here, man.
Yeah. I don't know
I'm
what to tell you.
impressed.
I only
No,
have the
but-
information at my fingertips.
I thought our turn 17 camera was bad, but maybe it's good.
It's not. It's tough to tell because we're not time stamped.
Sure, yeah.
If I'm honest.
I don't want to be. I don't want to find out the hard way how bad it is.
Yeah. We'll
Stratus
find
is
out
back
at
in the
sunset when it's still bright and sunny at the turn 17 camera.
Good point. Stratus is back in the pits.
Yep, Stratus coming in. Looks like they will be doing a driver change this time.
43 laps in for its third pit stop. They were last in at 30, so this is a short stint. 13 laps run by the Stratus car on a 10-gallon tank. It does not check out for me.
Do we know if they're doing maybe time stints?
Who is?
'Cause
Sorry, who is this?
We're Stratus Racing. Because we are coming up a few minutes short of 2 hours into the race.
It's a little early, but it's not bad. I have them as expected in 4 laps, so that's not crazy for me.
We have seen pit stops in WRL, and I'm not meaning to make light of the driver arrangement we have here. I mean, we ourselves are not professional commentators as such. You also have non-professional
What?
drivers. But spending 2 hours behind the wheel of a stiffly sprung, prototype type car around Sebring at noon is not. I could see a driver struggling by the end of 2 hours. I could see them hurting or cramping or whatever the case might be. I wouldn't be shocked if they said 2 hours is the max. Let's put fuel in it. I got to get out of the car.
It's
I can't hang like that.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks too where, your seat insert had better be absolutely perfect, or you're going to be miserable the entire time. Oh, whoa! This is the JNR 13. The AOA car looks like it didn't quite see him and gave it a little bit of a Pruitt fade on the way into turn 7.
No, I mean that was perfectly executed Pruitt fade, except I don't think he was intentionally defending.
No, I don't think he expected him to be pulling up on him. And to be honest, I don't blame him. Although this is a GP2 car, so as a GP3 car, you still need to have your. Oh, they're wide. They might be in the fence. There must be oil down here. There's oil down. Chattanooga's put down oil. It turned 10.
The round 3 car is off. The Chattanooga car has stopped. The AOA car has made it to the tire barrier. Absolutely oil on track at turn 10, Joseph. That's a really good call, or fluid of some description. And now we go full course yellow all the way around the 3.7 mile Sebring International Raceway to go and assess and deal with this issue. Go ahead, Ryan.
So we've got Clay here just getting out of the Stratus car. Clay, I noticed that there's no side
Oh, this is
windows
chaos. This is chaos.
cut in the roof of the Stratus car. How are the track conditions out there?
Well, the track conditions are good. I think the track's just a little bit slippier as we keep going. Either that or I'm just over driving. But it's not too hot. I've got a nice layer of salt deposits on the exterior of my suit, which shows that I'm sweating properly. But yeah, it was really good.
So I noticed the last time you were in the car, did it run out of fuel?
Well, I think running out of fuel is up to that's the question. We made it all the way back to pit lane about 20 to 30 feet before the pit stop. So in a different way, we just made sure we used all of the fuel we could.
Gotta get that out of there, and that's gonna count after 24 hours. You gotta get that extra 30 feet. You got lift going into 17 a little bit longer. A little bit, and you make it.
Well, it's completely. I mean, look, we had a rules change in WRL going into VIR where our fuel cell is now 10 gallons. So we're only able to get about 45 minutes per stint. And that's when you're only getting 45 minutes a stint, one more lap can make a big difference.
When are you getting back in the car?
I think I've got 5. Well, I've got 6 or so hours because we've got 4 drivers.
Perfect. Thanks for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Clay McGurk. I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation there, out of the number 59 Stratus Racing NP01, sharing the car with, I think Dakota Dickerson is a scratch this weekend. So we're down to Katja Caprelli, Charles Stryker, Clayton McGurk, and Keel Hogan was the late addition for that car. Dickerson is the one we have.
The only one we have information for. Yeah.
Katja Caprelli, I think, has been around WRL for some time. Obviously, Stratus is a fairly solid core group of drivers there. Also worth noting, we had a breakdown of the manufacturers entered in this race. Mazda has 9 cars. If you include the Stratus's Mazda MZR engine, the 2-liter in the back of that car, technically it's 10. There are 10 Mazda engines in this field. So, pit stop for the 983 under this full course yellow.
And the 983 have these pit stops down as far as the dance of getting the fuel over the wall, throwing the can back over, someone catching it. It's perfect.
Red flag.
Yeah, that's not a surprise to me at all.
Yeah, not words I expected to say at this stage, but given the circumstances down there at turn 10, where we are fairly certain fluid has been put down, not the wrong answer. No.
Yeah, it's this corner here. Let's look to let's look off to the distance here.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Real quick, Joseph. It's my understanding that under red flag here, we're supposed to stop all work on cars, paddock or otherwise.
Yeah, and that'll be the responsibility of the pit marshals to instruct everybody to stop. Yeah, and it's happening at the 983 just under our nose now. Yeah, they were working on installing a driver, and the support driver was told, given sort of the support crew member was given the cutthroat motion, hey, you got to stop working. They just went red.
It's a little bit brutal here, because that means that you kind of are making an implicit decision as a driver in this car. These cars are greenhouses, right? I mean, some of them will have open windows with window nets, but you're now you have to make an implicit decision. Like, do I turn the car on just to run my cool suit, basically, or to run the pipe that's trying to feed you cool air? It's a rough situation.
Unmuted the wrong microphone. Yeah, I mean, look, you don't plan for that, right? You are head down, eyes down, arms in, whatever it is you're doing, trying to do it as quickly as you can and not lose yourself any time, while also abiding by all of the rules and regulations that the WRL puts on these teams for safety purposes, which is absolutely the correct thing. But you can't also then expect teams to react immediately to a red flag and be like, hey, we got to stop. That is what you have pit marshals for. And yeah, you have a little variance there in how quickly those instructions come out, but you can't account for, I don't want to be in the car, I can't be in the car, it's hot sitting in here as it's a greenhouse, whatever the case might be there. Mm-hmm. You've just got to stop where you are, take it for what it is, and, when you can resume work, then, get yourself back in order. I will say, it is amazingly temperate for Central Florida today. Ryan can speak to that better, but it's 75 for a high. There's a decent breeze. And I think we're doing kind of okay.
It's temperate. People are getting out of cars very sweaty. So I think the greenhouse effect is having its toll on the drivers.
It's Florida, right? Humidity is never going to go away. So you're always going to be dealing with that. You're not going to have a dry 75, even when it's cool out and it's like 55 or 60 in the winter. It's not dry. I'm happy to note, Joseph, that all of our cameras are not showing cars at racing speed. So that's nice.
I was thinking about that too. This is an interesting situation from a race control point of view. Obviously, it's cut and dry, stop the race. We don't have eyes on turn 10, so it's unclear to me exactly how many cars are stationary. Obviously, we're sending out a medical vehicle, not at any crazy speed, so I don't think anybody's in any sort of peril. But but we might have a pretty substantial cleanup in addition to the fluid that's obviously down. I know there were at least a couple cars that had wedged themselves into the tire wall on the outside of 10. So I don't have a good sense of how long we're going to be neutralized like this. And we are as neutralized as we could possibly be.
The 13 is currently being pushed down the pit lane.
So there was smoke coming out of the 13. I noticed from a couple other onboards. Obviously, I have access to pictures that you all don't because I've got them all in front of me. And I was on board with, I think it was the 211, and the 13 was dropping smoke out of the center of that. It definitely wasn't tire smoke, right? So out of the back center of that car, and I if we hadn't already seen the Chattanooga BMW stopped on the exit of 10, I would have been suspicious of the 13. I don't think that's the car that dropped the fluid, though.
Can I just take a moment or two here while we're under red flag?
Take all the moments you need.
Okay, so this is obviously World Racing League, sanctions. It's on its own. It provides its own race control, that sort of thing. We don't have any SCCA corner workers here as well. Some of the pit marshals are come from the SCCA, but generally speaking, those out on the corners are track employees, and they'll be rotating through shifts throughout the course of the race.
Which also, then all the more thanks for Sebring then to put this event on, really.
Absolutely.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Absolutely. No, that's okay. So the Central Florida Region SCCA is based here in Sebring. Their shop is literally just a couple hundred yards away from where we stand right now. I've spent some time there camping, 12 hours, club races, that sort of thing. There is one person who was a permanent fixture here at Sebring. His name is Reverend Steve Carney. Those of you who have been around Central Florida and club racing in Central Florida in particular know who Reverend Steve Carney was. Unfortunately, Steve passed early this morning. He had been sick, I guess, briefly, but it was known that his time was short. Steve was not just a minister or a reverend. He was tremendously skilled in meeting people where they were at. It wasn't his mission to speak about theology or to educate people. Or to hold church services or anything like that. It was to be an ear for people who needed to talk, some encouragement for people who needed that, and with racing's inherent risk, let's say, a reminder that there's always perspective. And, if your perspective is your faith, Steve was sort of the face of most people's faith or many people's faith here in the Central Florida region. So, from me, at the very least here in Central Florida region, our thoughts, our condolences to Steve Carney's family, anybody in CFR, SCCA who is hurting today with the loss of Reverend Steve Carney, a great face and a voice and a beaming smile that will be missed around Central Florida region without question. So I appreciate people letting me kind of speak about him and about his life and his life's work here in CFR, but that literally just came across my newsfeed this morning, and without question, a great loss to CFR here locally.
This is obviously off the cuff, Brennan, but was that somebody that because you went to Embry-Riddle, of course? Is that somebody that you had interacted with personally?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, so people who don't know, I talked about this a little bit about I think up at Daytona. I lived in Daytona Beach for a couple of years. I attended Embry-Riddle up there, just literally less than a mile from the speedway. I got my start in racing as a corner marshal, volunteering with CFR, SCCA, pro events, club events. Like my first time at a racetrack was here, January 2009. I was 18 years old, college freshman. Borrowed a friend's Mustang to come down for the weekend. I slept in the car. And I had a blast, I stood at turn 17 with a guy named Doug Worth, his sister Diane. I had a great time, and I thought about this as maybe a pre-race thing, but I didn't want to take up too much time. the reason DriversEye Live is where it is today and is what it is today is because I realize that all it takes to be involved at motor racing at a meaningful level is caring and a little bit of time and extra energy. You don't have to be particularly talented at anything. There is a place to be involved in motorsports and to give back to a sport that gives so much to so many. And, you know, through marshalling and volunteering, you know, that is where racing kind of hit home for me. And Steve was a big part of that community. He was, like I said, from a faith perspective, a religious perspective, he was the center point for people for involved in Central Florida region and SCCA. Every 24-hour race, every 12-hour race, every big club weekend, he was there. 7:30 a.m. church services, you know, 7 a.m. even. Marshals go to the church. They're out at 7:30, flag meeting, get out on track, get to your post. It was, I mean, he was everywhere and willing to lend his time, his energy to anybody whenever they asked for it. You know, I lost a very close friend who I had worked with here in Central Florida almost 10 years ago now, and Steve, you know, was presided over the memorial service, and you know, he was a cornerstone of the Central Florida region, and anybody who knew him well, and he knew them well. Just a truly remarkable and talented man that was able to just be friendly and, you know, offer to meet people wherever they were at from a faith perspective and from an emotional perspective, you know. So tough day, but if you hold your faith dear, you believe that Steve, his work is done, you know, and you can't be happier with much more than that. So Ryan has rejoined us here up in the booth. Not looking terribly sunburned, Ryan. I'm impressed.
The night is young.
Oh, yeah. Back to double yellow on Race Hero and here at Start Finish. So I think we're all squared away at turn 10 there. Now the question is, can all of these cars get restarted and moving again?
Well, and that's true. And they've been sitting there, and they've been. Now it's the temperature won't be, the humidity won't be so much of an issue for them. They're not affected in the same way.
Oh man, cars are booking it to try and create some kind of pacing order here.
That is a truck. That is not a racing car. Okay,
so
these are racing cars.
Oh, but
I was going to make the point really quickly. So like the humidity won't affect these cars, but the sun beating down on them and the temperature will. So that you make a good point. Can everybody get restarted and get refired? So far, so good, by the looks of things.
So I will say during the red flag period, I was hoping to get up here and talk about this before the red flag ended, but hey-oh, it is what it is. There was a collective sign of relief, I think, that there was a red flag. Not so much that it's fun to have to do, you know, track work and stuff like that, but it gave everybody the opportunity to have lunch. People seemed jovial. There was music going on, like dancing music going on in the Will to Win pits. So I think people were happy to have this little respite, something which this paddock doesn't usually get, or that they do usually get quite often. They'll run their 6 to 8 hours and then stop, and they have a whole night to sleep and then come back to the track, reconvene, fix the car, and be good to go. So I think if there are opportunities going forward for the crews to get a little bit of a break, those are going to be much appreciated. I also have an update on the Hammer car. It sounds like the white one, which I believe is the 01. Right.
The 01 is moving and has come back out.
Yes, correct. So the white one is moving. It's the 02. Brendan's saying it's the 02. So they have that car fixed. They believe it's a fuel issue. They said the white one's working correctly, and now they have to get the black one to work correctly. So it's a come and go thing. Wait and see for them. I don't know if they're going to find a different fuel source. Being in Central Florida where we are, it's probably difficult to get 98 outside of the traditional place where you would get 98 in this part of Florida.
Well,
so you know, it's if they believe the fuel source they're currently using is compromised, they're going to have a hard time finding other fuel. I guess is my point.
I think there's there's maybe a few short tracks in the area, but that would still be, that would be a ways away. It looks like it's listed as Nick Irasi in the 01 still. Yeah. So do they do feel like it's the same issue, whatever it is?
Yes.
So
it's a fuel pickup, fuel delivery, fuel issue. They're confirmed that it's a fuel something.
By the way, they're still putting oil dry down at 10 here, as we see in this shot. So it's not cleaned up. It's just that they've gotten it to a point where they feel like they can have cars circulating. We're still going to be under yellow here for a few minutes yet. Look at the strip of oil.
And I think that
dry.
might just provide the drivers some relief, that as soon as we can get the cars moving out on track, that's going to make them feel a lot better. I wouldn't want to sit in a hot car that is off on track and then suddenly be thrust back into, okay, we're racing, go, and try to be at 100%, especially when we've got, the better part of a day left to go.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to some of the teams here, because you're going to get into this rhythm of thinking, all right, 2 hours in, we got a nice 15-minute break, no big deal. We can do this, no problem. 2 hours is going to come through, and if somebody else doesn't drop oil down enough to bring out a red flag, it's going to be like, oh, this is longer than I thought it was going to be. The sun's going down and everything. How long are we going to be doing this for? The answer is, at that point, another 18 hours. Basically, 2 full normal length WRL events and then some.
So I'm feeding you some extra onboards here.
I see
Nice.
that.
Yeah.
A little onboard action.
Pro Sport on.
Nice.
I get to
I forgot
Okay.
about the Pro Sport one.
Yeah, well, it's hidden. If you didn't know it was there, you'd never find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
just
because I
happened to
remember
find
seeing
it
that last night and I was
night.
excited.
Yep.
Brendan, can you recheck the hammer pit? Obviously, it's not currently very useful, but if you could recheck the hammer pit camera, that should be fixed.
Do my best, sir.
Or Brendan, whoever's in charge of that.
Is it plugged into power?
It is.
Was it?
Yes.
Well, interesting.
It was. I moved it so that now we shouldn't have foot cam.
Was that literally somebody putting their foot up on top of the bench? Or
Yeah.
on top of the thing?
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, because I have it roughly where your feet sit, under where the monitors go, because that was
Sure.
the easy place to mount it.
Yeah.
I did also break the only zip ties I had down there, so it's currently propped.
Fine.
We'll see how that goes. We will have a live view of it being
wait.
toppled over and broken.
I can get you more zip ties. We have
Okay.
the technology for that. Did they not have any more down there?
I ended up going down there during their team meeting in the morning,
Oh no.
so it was very much an in and out situation
no.
there.
This is vertical, man.
Oh, I have it the same way it was.
Nope, not anymore.
I
Zip
mean-
ties.
No, I'm telling you, it is sitting horizontally on the thing.
No, my point is that's not the case anymore.
So someone's moved it.
Correct.
Okay,
It
interesting.
is no longer horizontal. It is now facing vertical.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep, but I will get you more zip ties, and we can address that.
Excellent.
They're in the front seat of our car.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
My
we'll send
kingdom
you.
for in-car audio. I don't know where it's gone this weekend.
So, do half the cars does not have audio this weekend?
It's so bizarre.
I understand that you want to conserve anything you can, really, in a 24-hour race. And so maybe by not feeding audio, they're going to save a little bit of wear on the alternator as far as charging for the camera.
It's
so
also
that could be a potential situation there.
I'm open to the idea that I'm an idiot, but I don't see where I've lost audio. It's so weird.
Do the YouTube feeds have audio themselves?
It's a good question. Let me see. Let me find out. Maybe it is me. No, they do not. Okay. So some of these are going to be silent. I might link them to another car, which is going to be jarring, but
Huh.
yeah. So one's got audio. This will work.
Oh, perfect. Nice. So this is a recovering 01 now. Right? Sits in 14th. with a last lap of 31 minutes. So I think this car has literally just come out of the paddock.
It made its way out as we went to double yellow from red. Now, let's see. Pulling this Pro Sport audio.
So, can we also address some things here?
We may not, I'm sorry.
Team GTR pitted again because they think they had a flat spot issue, and have completed a lap in the pits, or come through in the pit lane on this most recent lap under full course yellow. Lap time was 14:44.042. However, they have only completed 46 laps to the current leader's 49. Which means that this car sits almost 3 laps down now. Without a real explanation for why. I would assume they're still dealing with the earlier issue they had. But nevertheless, that car, I don't believe, is circulating at the moment. They've had to take care of something else or again, and it's cost them a substantial amount of time now. So we need to keep an eye on this 99 car, and maybe in the short to medium future here, get an answer on how it's lost that much time while essentially the race has been neutralized.
Now, it is worth noting as well that the 99 car, during that second pit stop where they changed the tires, there was an air of stress about that pit stop. And then they did also, it sounded like dip the clutch and rev it a few times to see if it was like operating smoothly.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to tell me what it was. I didn't want to dunk on them and, to their faces that, oh, you're being close to your chest. But I think they may have something else going on as well as the car does come back down pit lane again.
You think maybe it's a vibration
one of the pit lane
drive
stands
system?
Immediately in the way of its entry to its stall. I do wonder if they have a vibration. That would be my starting point. If they change the tire and rev the engine together, my guess is they're trying to figure out the source of some ongoing vibration there. But that's probably just taking 2 and 2 and making 59, as Joseph has
or 99
often computed, or 99 in this case, indeed. Now they had somebody look at the rear of the car. Now they're looking at the right side, which is interesting because I think they changed the left front when they came.
They changed multiple tires, and if I'm being honest, I don't remember which ones, but they did change multiple.
Yeah, it's tough to see from here, but I think the first thing they changed was the 99. Oh, listen to that. We get live pit-to-car radio?
Apparently.
What car was that, Joseph?
Oh, that was
our... Was that the 143?
Yeah, it was our boys.
Wow, new favorites. Check that out. We got to be really careful.
Again, we're not over airwaves. They can say whatever they want.
No, they're not providing it to us. They're just providing it. It's so good.
Yeah.
And it's still only in third gear at 5,000.
I know. I'm extremely excited for when we go back to green. So 605 has come back into the pits. As says the 15.
No, it's on its way out. 982 is also on its way out.
Yeah, I see that.
So the 983.
By the way, 701 has cycled back to the lead of GP1.
Okay. All right. Very good. The 983 that leads the race overall just pitted. That was the car that had its driver change cut off in the middle of the stop because of the red flag. And now it's cycled back through the lead, which suggests to me that just about everybody in contention has pitted under this cycle. So except for the number 9, who just pitted before the before the red flag. So it seems like this has more or less reset the race, with the exception of the fact that we've now lost a couple of contenders, or had contenders who have lost time. And when I say contenders, I mean they are the prominent sort of faces or team faces of the World Racing League, right? It's the number 99, it's the number 02, the 01. Joseph tells me cameras are falling over.
Like not even in a technical sense, like literally gravity and inertia have become their undoing.
Yeah. The wind has steadily gotten worse most of the day so far. Which is really too bad.
But that is like that's the wind does tend to do that. So
Yep. It always wins at Sebring. It's always windy.
You're in the middle of Central Florida, so you've got the Gulf, you've got winds off the Gulf, you've got winds off the Atlantic.
Well, remember we've had full course yellows for entire tents blowing across the back straightaway here.
Oh, sure.
Unfortunately, there's no
the Sebring anemometer
structures built on the back of the track this weekend, so we'll be spared from that threat.
Would you guys like some random facts and figures here before we go back to green?
No.
Well, done and dusted.
Okay, that's fine.
I was just repeating the joke that you had said earlier, but that's which was basically a no.
Oh,
as one of us was. It was kidding. So I was trying to kid back across with the same situation.
I'm sorry. We're only allowed one joke per hour. We've exceeded our quota.
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt, and I'm going to say, you know what? Go ahead. I would like to hear some facts and figures.
Okay. Tonight, sunset, 6:44 p.m. It's currently 2:26, so we've got ourselves about 4 hours left of running before we lose the sun behind turn 17.
Get your visibility in now.
For tomorrow, our 24-hour race record in the World Racing League, 2019 at High Plains, 1,667 miles at an average of 69.48 miles per hour.
No, that's so close.
Right? Our target between today and tomorrow is 446 laps.
Okay.
Which works out to an all-time green flag average lap time of 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Now, we're running in the low 220.
Okay.
But we've already had 2 full course yellows, a red flag, and we're having pit stops roughly every hour. So keep that in mind as we march through the evening today. If you subscribe to Paul Trustwell and his Church of Thinking.
Okay.
Average lap times and keeping up against race record distances. This is a faster track than High Plains, so we should beat the target, but 446 laps is what we're looking for between today.
That's 99 out of the pits.
Very good. Has not lost another lap in that yet, but it's come very close. The green flag waves on the front straightaway here, and Pro Sport will lead the field. Well, take the green flag first anyway. I'm a little intrigued with the situation here with the overall leader, because I think the 522 may have just taken the effective lead of this race. No, I understand now. So the will to win car is immediately behind 522, and I think what we've got now is essentially a lap margin between our overall leader and the number 522 from Choice Racing. That is almost certainly what's happened here.
So, Brendan, to follow on your stat, I just found an interesting factoid here. So you said, what is our target to beat the distance record for a 24-hour race for WRL?
440, is that what did I say, 441?
441, 446, something like
446,
that? 446,
yeah.
446? Okay, cool. So what is the current distance record for the Sebring 12 hours?
1,416.0 miles, 383 laps.
It is, and can you tell me which year that was?
2009.
And can you tell me which car it was?
It was an Audi R15 TDI.
Ooh.
I think it was the... What? Yes, it was.
Oh, I guess this isn't updated. It says Audi R8, but yeah, the year that would not be an
2009.
R8.
No, it was the R15. The first R15.
Was it the 15 or was it the 10?
No, it was the 15.
It was the first 15.
The first year of the 15.
Okay, which team was that? What was the driver lineup?
No. McNish, Capello, Christensen.
Yes, there you go. Look at that. Wow.
What a nerd.
Does not say. I
wasn't even here that year.
I would assume that was the number one car, but yeah.
It is one of my favorite. That is one of my favorite Sebring races of all time. I have the numbers in front of me here, the distance record for the 12 hours as.
Oh, okay. So the
fact, but I knew it was the Audi, and I assumed it was that team. That race, as an unadulterated back and forth between Peugeot and Audi, one of their best of all time. It is an iconic. Just that of all the battles they had over the years, that was one of the absolute best back and forths. Both cars were uber quick. The R15 was brand new, trying to bring the fight to Audi, with a an updated concept, let's say, and they were just brutally fast. Fantastic race, one of my favorites. Anyway, enough of that.
Oh, if we need to go back to the well on that, I have lots of data here.
No, that's fine.
If,
we
if you
will.
need to go back to
we
the well.
will, but we've got 21 and a half
Right,
more
exactly,
hours. So, a change for second is about to happen on the way into turn 1. The number 9 from Team ACP about to dive up the inside of the number 522 from Choice Racing. The 983 comes through again. So I want to dive into this a little bit deeper, and we should review the general production classes here in a moment. So I tap our JT F.
Wow.
On the shoulder. On the shoulder, and try and have him cue that up. But I wanted to I wanted to dive into this. So I think what's happened here is the number 983 dove into the pits and had its work stopped, right, because of the red flag.
Correct. They had just done a driver change as well.
Well, they were in the literally still finishing the driver change,
Correct.
right? So they were stationary in the pit lane here. And I think what went down there is everybody stopped out on track. They were sent from the pit lane. Cars got moving. But the pace car didn't pick up the leader because that car was the leader, but in the pit lane. So it's picked up a different car and allowed that car to circle back around in the pacing order rather than coming in or coming up right behind the back of the pace car. So realistically, your leader might be the 522, but that they may be very close. But that 983 has gained a full lap in the pacing order and come out 7 or 8 cars in that order behind, well, now the 522 and the number 9. They're sort of right together out on track.
Mm-hmm.
So the number 983 is properly in the top 3 or 4. It ought to be there, but with close to a lap advantage that I'm not sure was meant to happen. Not because anybody made an error out on track, but because when the safety car queued the grid up or queued the lineup after the red flag, that car was just leaving the pit lane in front of us here.
Right.
And there was no way anybody was going to pick up the 983 because it wasn't there.
Right.
Right? So it's an odd artifact of what happened and how it happened. I'm not sure it's something that will be rectified unless it's brought to race control's attention, and that usually comes through the form of a protest. We'll take a look at that and let them sort it out. But keep an eye on that, because if the 983 suddenly loses a lap, I think that'll be why.
I would feel bad on the 983 team if you get told you lose a lap, because from their perspective, they did nothing wrong.
No.
They weren't trying to take advantage of the situation. They didn't have it, perfectly dialed in that they were going to gain a lap. I would be annoyed at that point if that happened to me, but it goes how it goes. I'm sure race control is aware. There's no way it has taken this long to file a protest for that. So I reckon we'll see that, if it is going to change rather quickly.
So somebody else who also, I believe, got a benefit from that red flag would have been the leader in GP2, which is the 678 Chill Out Systems Mazda MX-5. So they had hit and pulled out of their box right as the red flag was coming down.
So they were coming. Oh, yeah, they stopped. You could see them on the camera at turn 1. They were stationary just exiting the pit lane at turn 1.
And they currently have a 2-lap lead in GP2.
Interesting.
And don't get me wrong, they definitely had the pace to be up front and building that gap, but I'm not sure how they got to 2 laps at this point. Just
let's cast our mind back. I mean, that car is very quick.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
So that makes some sense.
Pretty.
Let's cast our mind back to 2010, 2011, when IMSA started doing their pass around at the beginning of the full course yellow, meant to prevent lower class cars from losing almost a full lap to their class leader under a full course yellow. In my mind, that's still relatively new. Okay, it's been around for a decade. It's been the procedure for a decade. But, that is really hard to implement and enforce.
I mean, it takes 15 minutes to clear a full course yellow in IMSA.
No, right. And IMSA has so much more at their disposal than we do here, right? We pick that stuff up through combing through timing, looking for things to talk about. How on earth is race control, with 500 other things going on at the same time, going to pick something like that out without GPS tracking, without, pit stop history, without all these things in front of them that identify people that have done it improperly?
Right.
Even IMSA puts it on the teams to decide when it's appropriate for them to do, but they still enforce on the back end if it's done wrong or out of place.
Mhm.
That just does not exist here. That capability does not exist in this series. Even WEC, I don't think, does anything like that.
I don't
right?
believe they do.
Just IMSA. So
Yeah.
it's not something you can really prevent, and it's certainly not something you can, fire a shot at, anybody for doing improperly. It's just a byproduct of multi-class endurance racing with full course yellows.
There's really no winning, right? Because what WEC does is they lean now on full course yellows code 60s, and we have
slow zones, etc.
Yeah, and we there are some tracks in North America that do that, but they don't have the same number of timing loops that a track outfitted for FIA WEC has, and so you can't police that as strictly. So you get people trying to game the system, which you can't do quite as easily in WAC. It's challenging. There's no perfect way to do it.
No, that's right. Other than maybe to just call it a wash and say our full course yellow procedure is what it is. We're going to do our best to pick up the leader, and if we can't, we need to get the field under control in a safe and orderly manner. And that is literally exactly how the rule is written. Every effort will be made to do it, and it's just laid to rest. Observations out on track. The number 15 ALA Motorsports MX-5. That was the car that slid on the oil at turn 10 and nosed into the barriers.
Which one is that again? Sorry.
The number 15, the black MX-5.
Sure. Okay.
That car is back out on track sans any sort of front body work.
Excellent.
It went in at
non-existent.
Quite a rate of knots. So that doesn't surprise me. So move them over to the modified class.
Over with.
So I do want to point out here, just real quick, 9-4 Motorsports.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to pull a 34 and a 36 lap stint out of those cars. Those cars are usually pretty quiet when they're in this type of race. It is a Lexus IS 300, which has a rather stout motor put in the front of it. Just, being the stock Lexus IS 300 motor, I think that's a 2J, 1J. It's definitely a straight 6 of some variety. Anyway, they're never troubling the top of the timing charts as far as outright pace. The number 84, for example, is 5 seconds a lap off of the best lap of the 197 Overnight Motorsports car. But they very quietly occupy the second and fourth place positions in GP3. And I think the key for them is if they keep their noses clean, because those cars were still tremendously clean when they came in. Not a mark on them. They hadn't gone off track. Just very, very clean car. I think they might be in pretty solid contention for this, especially if we continue to have issues further down the field here.
Yeah, so the 83 Lexus had actually been holding on to third position for quite a while, keeping the 605 Porsche behind them, and were able to pull a gap over the pit stop cycle.
Right.
Number 20 Slipstream had been running second for quite a while, but we've seen them drop down to third. Not sure why. What anything goes as they come across the line there, heading towards turn 1. But yeah, no, the 83 has definitely been up towards the front, and 94 just a little bit further back. And as long as they're able to stay out of trouble, they're going to keep going forward.
Absolutely. I'd tend to agree with that. And I'm just going to click through here and look at GP1. So, of course, being in the pit lane, I can see all the pit lane things going on. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the running order is, usually.
Yeah.
So the 44 PC racing car, that makes a lot of sense, out there leading the field in GP1.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Brendan, you looked like you had something to say.
No.
Oh, okay. You had like a motion, like a aha, I found it, or something motion. It was just...
No,
Eureka!
Was making sense of what happened on timing here, but I think it's just the 909 the 522 is losing spots now. Automatic has passed them, ACP has passed them, and now they're under threat from the 52 as well. But just I was processing all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, carry on as you were.
Yeah, so second in GP1 is the 7-1 round 3 racing Porsche. They've been more or less holding on to that spot, building a gap from the Thunder Bunny behind. Last I saw, they came in, had a clean pit stop, no issues, and we're back out.
We have reached no mark in particular of note. 2 hours and 41 minutes gone. An IMSA race. Woo! Complete an IMSA. Perfect. But I did want to remind everybody you're watching and listening to DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Joseph McGraw, four of us. Happy to be with you as always for our first 24-hour race, 24-plus hour race in 5 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Close to 5 years.
That's not
pretty
true.
exciting.
Car race, yes.
24-hour car race. It's a very good point. We did spend a tremendous amount of time watching go-karts around a less than a mile
Not too far from here, it must be said.
No, also in Orlando. And I forgot how exhausting they were until we did those, and now I realize I put myself in that position again, and we'll see how tomorrow goes. Yep.
Oh, no, this is going to be great.
It's going to be tough,
Absolutely.
but we're going to make it. It's tough for everybody, right? That's what this is all about. Thanks, everybody, for your company. As always, there are many, many, many more of you watching than I had expected, but always very exciting to see. If you're new to the World Racing League, welcome along. This is amateur endurance racing at its absolute best, especially here in the United States. This is GT4, TCR cars, production cars, garage-built cars, factory-built cars, all against each other. Joseph, go ahead.
You saw in that shot on board the Sweetwater 808 that there's a recovery effort in process around turn 13.
Yeah, drivers left.
Yeah, Horror Motorsports has gone missing. Rocker Renstall, who I think we had an onboard for, has gone missing over the last little while here. So candidates there, perhaps? Does that look like a white car to you?
It looks like a bunch of trucks, Brendan.
Well, I'm just trying to pick through. No, now they opened the door of one of the trucks, so it's hard to tell. But I wouldn't be shocked if this is a Ford Mustang. 99's back in again. What is going on at the GTR camp?
It's a bizarre race for the 99.
It's literally, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, didn't we, Ryan?
We did.
Smart money is on the 99. They're fast, they're consistent, and they're always there at the end of these races.
They're always there at the end of the races when they bring the other car.
Well, but even the GT4, they had kind of started to iron these kinks out, and now this morning, I mean, it's Sebring, so it is what it is, but that car has done nothing but struggle for the last hour trying to in and out of the pits. What's the problem? Why is it, maybe not up to pace? Why is it not able to consistently stay out on track? Like, they're chasing something, and I don't even know if they know what it is.
Do you see
if you have very un-GTR? Go ahead.
Do you see if you have Ginger Racing circulating?
So they were the ones that stopped outside of turn 8.
Yeah, but then after we went back to green, they were back circulating.
I've got them. I don't have them missing, but I do have them running. I have them running a slow lap, but not missing.
Okay.
Why do you have a white BMW in your enormous?
On your bingo card.
In our view.
Oh, it's very annoying. Well,
we'll be there soon. Yeah. Don't worry.
I don't know.
Yeah, something's being put onto the flatbed.
Yeah. JT,
It's the Foley studio.
It is the Porsche 944.
Oh, for Presser Tech?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I noticed that they were
genuinely unbelievable that you pulled that off. Well, show Ryan that. Show Ryan that. That is genuinely unbelievable.
And that makes
it doesn't exist.
That makes sense because on the race control log we show the 944 stopped drivers left at 2:38.
We had only looked on the log.
Well, and I had noticed
that easy. It's much better if I pull out a camera, zoom in, take a photo.
Hold the camera as close as you can to the microphone so that everybody knows that you're a real baller.
Shutter noise. Yeah, I love that. Big fan
it's a 944.
Yeah. So they had already, like we mentioned, done one engine change this weekend. Late last night, they had, in the rain, it should be said, that engine out off the back of a pickup truck. And we're getting ready to install it in the 944. They're down in 39th overall at the moment, which is unfortunate. But this is the state of play anyway. Automatic Racing is slowly clawing its way back up the field after its issues early on, just sort of related to unfortunate pit stop cycles, really, but now finds itself up in second overall, still chasing down that number 983. Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, third and fourth. Choice Racing, there in fifth. 0-1 into and out of the pits from Hammer Motorsports.
Should talk to the pit lane reporter about that.
01 had the hood up for a bit. I think they're still working through some things.
Right, that is the car that was significantly more delayed.
I wonder, because they had the laptop plugged in for quite some time, I wonder if they might be able to change the tune. No, because you'd have to recheck it. I wonder if you could change the tune, or you could at least change the timing advance lower to get it to run 93 instead.
I don't know what the procedure for that is. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to do that in, say, an SRO series that was strictly homologated. I don't know what the homologation includes here.
A road car will automatically compensate for a lower quality fuel. It does that all on its own. So my assumption is that if a race car doesn't do that, there might be a way to change that manually. And if anything, they would be reducing power at that point.
So was your sense... so somebody had made a post, and I won't... Okay, well, it was Tim made a post in it, because it's public, whatever. Or public to the series anyway. That they were concerned with the fuel at a different facility because of contamination in the high-octane fuel with traces of diesel. Ooh. What are the chances that that's hit them here?
Interesting.
Well, if it is, they appear to have solved it on the 02, right? Because that car is still circulating, right?
Correct.
15th overall at the moment, 54 laps complete, so they've lost about 4 laps. But they've solved it for that car. Now, did that cause a knock-on effect on the 01 that's taking longer to fix or solve? I don't know.
Yeah.
But, whatever the issue was that befell both of those cars at virtually the same time, it's affected the 01 disproportionately more than the 02 in the longer run. Don't look now, boys, but your GP1 leader is up into 11th.
Don't worry, I haven't been paying attention at all.
Yeah, GP1's second place is 14 seconds behind there. We've mentioned PC Racing and the 701 have sort of gone back and forth with this. I think this is aided a little bit by the full course yellows, because PC Racing by rights has been much more consistently quick. 2:27.8 fastest lap, 2:29.1 for the 701. So, that is what it is. But they're still pretty much right there together. The 211 Rocket Wrenchstall car, no front bodywork on that car either. None. Has that gone into a wall somewhere?
I think it went off at the same point.
Oh, at the same time up at turn 10.
There were a lot of cars off there. I mean,
yeah,
it was...
which is why I didn't realize the 211 was one of them.
It wasn't quite the Watkins Glen Grand Am deluge, but it wasn't pretty.
So, we should just kind of circle back to that briefly. We think it was the 348, right? Chattanooga Touring Wagon?
I'm pretty confident. If it wasn't them, it was an awfully coincidental situation.
Right. So, we can change engines here. I mean, there's no reason we can't throw a new engine in a car. It might take a couple of hours, but if you're going to go try and get points, if you need to get points, being that this is your last opportunity to do so, and at a rate 3 times higher than another single race, that it might be worth it to do that. Oh, issues not solved on the 01. Let's come back in and the hood's up again.
Found the 02 though, which I'm told via comments on their YouTube that it's Lawless Allen in that 02.
Very good. Okay.
I would suggest that now is a good time to scout the Hammer paddock space for lunch, given that they are no longer working on the car in that area.
Oh, if you're going to do that now.
Yeah.
We see on the right side of our screen a more cubist interpretation of the Sebring International Raceway.
That is made for TV, draw the track map with your eyes closed type stuff.
Oh, what a send by the 15. All right, that worked out. It always terrifies me because we've already seen it coming together there by people taking different lanes.
Yeah, so I had to wait there because I'm not seeing that in anything remotely close to real time.
It really wasn't that bad. It's just one of those things that just like it's one of those things where once you've seen one accident, you're like, okay, well this is clearly going to be another one. But they're they know what they're doing. They're not idiots.
Yeah. This is on board the Newcomb racing car, isn't it?
Yes. I not totally sure. It's a second JNR. It's the 13.
Okay.
Which you can validate, whichever V word you like, by taking a look at timing and noting that in class they are behind Matt Connolly and Rocker Renstall.
Okay. So this is just JNR. This isn't the
correct. It's the 13 rather than the 178.
Right. Do we have is 178 here?
I'm not sure it is.
No. I think this is just the JNR entry. It is. Okay. Jonathan Newcomb, Jose Pablos, Steven Smith, Hayden Bradley, and Chris Becker. Joseph, Jonathan Newcomb was in TCA, which is, I think, your point about this car earlier. The Honda
I'm pretty sure it's the same car and same driver. I'm not 100%, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, it's interesting they moved on from the 178. That car has just
it's been in the wars, as they say.
Than the race before it. Yeah. I like that the track map flashes too on the right side of the screen. Like, it doesn't need you to see it all the time. Just a gentle reminder of all of its glory.
It looks like a lab microscope.
It does a bit. Yeah. Maybe they're looking at like alternate layouts for Sebring in the future. Like, we need to square some corners off to slow things down a little bit, and this is how we're going to do it.
Or maybe they're just going to get rid of half the track. They're only going to use the bottom part of the track.
Yeah.
And they're going to replace the upper part with more runways.
There you go.
They're like smaller planes. Well, you can actually in some of the onboard, you can actually still see small planes taking off. It's a helpful reminder that like Daytona, there's still an active runway right there.
Yeah.
Like which track?
Because Daytona, the airplane
right behind.
Yeah, it's right there.
Which track though?
Daytona. Daytona.
Thank
you did that to me earlier, and I didn't get the joke then either. Until you told me.
Yeah, it's not a good joke. Why are we doing it?
I got a different audience today.
Hole in the we got a comment on our YouTube feed that there was a hole in the block on the 348, and that's why it proceeded to kind of fire hose oil everywhere.
So JT
sailing away.
JT, you can just say that out loud. You don't have to tell me to say it.
Well, no, I didn't want to redirect it back into that, but again, the whole point of possibly doing an engine swap during this race is trying to get whatever points you can, because my understanding is both the Eastern and the overall championship is being awarded points
triple
this
points.
race.
Yep.
And also at COTA, correct?
COTA's just national.
Just national.
Yes.
Okay, so my understanding is the 348 is currently 4th in the Eastern Championship in GP1.
Okay.
And 5th overall in the National Championship. I should say overall, 5th in the National Championship in GP1.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously with triple points to play, you need to get whatever points you can here, especially since quite a few cars in GP1 are not here.
Yeah, I hadn't really considered that, but that's a really good point, that you don't have the normal depth here. So your chances, even if you do have a problem, of picking up more points you need to take advantage of those opportunities if you are really paying attention to the championship situation.
It's a mixed bag, because I think at 8 cars, I'm not sure you can actually get full points. I'm not 100%.
You can. No, it's full points unless you exceed, I think, is it up to 8 cars or exceed 8 cars that they award 1 bonus point per per position. I'll check the rulebook on that.
Yeah, because that could have, depending on where that cutoff is, that could have. There's 8 cars in that class, so depending on where that cutoff is, it could be very significant.
The other consideration there is that you have to complete 50% of the leader's laps. So you can't just take your time putting the motor in and then just run back out for the last lap and say that you came 4th. You do have to hurry to some extent to make sure you make that 50% cutoff.
Matt Connolly's number 245 into the pit lane, the pride of Ellertown, Pennsylvania. And yes, Joseph, I did see your media guide this morning.
Yeah, I at a certain point I was like, there's so many names, and then like there were so many that I was like, I feel like I've maybe heard this name before peripherally, and it's like, oh yeah, they did World Challenge for like 38 years. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Matt Connolly, most famous for. I believe they were running the BMW that Joey Hand sent skyward.
I was at that race.
Yeah.
I didn't see the accident, I should say.
So with that, I'll pull out another factoid here. In which year and in which car did Joey Hand set the GT2 and or GTE and or GTLM track record?
Here?
At this track.
Like it still stands?
I would probably guess in the Ford then, because I don't think it would have been the PTG
2017.
BMW. 2015.
According to Road & Track, it was 2 minutes flat. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go left field just for fun, and I'll say it was in a GT2 in like 2007.
It was 2010 in the M3.
Yeah, GT.
Oh.
There you go.
In the PTG.
No, that would be the
WRL.
Ray Hall Letterman.
Oh yeah, that's
BMW.
right.
The E92.
That's
Did
right.
PTG
I
ever
forgot.
run in IMSA?
Yeah, 2006. I mean, it was ALMS at the time, but
Yeah.
like only ALMS. I don't think IMSA had survived yet.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if they ever.
They came in with some pretty nice M3s, like the first iteration of M3s there in 06, before they built the E92s in I think 2009 was their debut.
Those would be an E90, Brendan.
Oh, E90?
Because that's a 2-door.
By the way,
E92 is a 4-door.
we need to. There's some
That's the dumbest
administrative.
thing I've ever heard.
There's some administrative
BMW about
loose
it.
ends that we
What
need
is the
to
six?
handle
How does the
here
six
regarding
How does the
penalties.
six work?
I
You said
can't hear
NE2 is
because
a
you keep
four-door.
talking, but then Joseph also talks.
Sorry. NE2 is a 4-door, you said?
No, an E90 is a 2-door, an E92 is a 4-door.
I have information relevant to the race that's happening,
Let's talk
Rather
about
than-
that.
Okay, all right, all right, all right.
rather than one that happened 11 years ago.
Yes,
what are you
thank
doing?
So,
We have 6 passing under yellows under investigation.
oh no.
Starting at the first one was reported at 2:45 for 59 Stratus. Another one
That's their
at
second one.
another
That's
one.
going to become a problem.
Another one for 982. Now, what's interesting is this happened. Both of these are cited for the same corner at the same time. At turn 13. So I believe that would have been while the 944 was being recovered.
Yeah.
Now
The other one, it seems to be 2 separate incidents. There's one for the 83, and I'm not connecting the number to the car on that one just yet.
I do have a relevant bit of info here,
It's a 9-4
Joseph,
car.
if I may.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
They did emphasize at the driver meeting that we're now pretty close to the FIA rules for how you should, conduct yourself under a local yellow, and it was made very clear that being double file was not acceptable through the yellow zone.
Yeah.
So you cannot be neck and neck, even if you're going slowly through the double yellow. You must be single file through the yellow zone. So I wonder if that's a situation of
It's caught out
both
both
of them
those
thought
cars
they should have been
because
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they just went slowly together.
Okay.
That was mentioned at the driver's meeting.
I'll buy that.
You have several more?
Yeah, there was. So 2 minutes later, so that's 2:47. The 83 is being investigated for passing under yellow at turn 13. So same corner, same incident.
And that is a 9.4 Motorsports Lexus.
Separately, down at 16, I didn't see a yellow flag here, but there was the 522 Choice Racing has been cited for passing under yellow. That's still under investigation. And then more recently, a few minutes ago, the 982.
Again?
Yes. So I wonder if someone just double reported that because it's also at turn 13. I don't know if we had another thing at if we had another issue at 13, but they're under investigation basically twice over. So more on that.
Yeah, that's not good because they just come across the line passing their sister car, the 981.
Oh, hold on. Have we gone full yellow? There's a slow ass in here.
No, not yet.
No, yeah, we see him going slow, heading towards 7.
Hold on, let's listen here.
That is the 909.
The automatic racing. Aston Martin.
That's so odd. That's the 909's. It looks like it's hit the binders.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there?
I don't see a yellow flag there. I don't see a green flag here.
It looks like it's back up to speed.
At least approaching 10.
Feels like it just. I mean, it should be a semi-automatic gearbox, right? There's no reason it should have. But it's like it slipped into neutral or maybe got crossed up and hit the pit lane speed limiter coming out of 5. IDK.
That's very odd.
And then the last passing under yellow, is for the 605.
Round 3 racing.
Yeah, they're currently sitting 4th in their class.
Yeah.
That's also at turn 13. So I don't know if some of these are just calls that are coming in late, which would basically mean that unless they also went through double file, unclear to me. But we have 5 or 6 cars under investigation for.
There appears to be a car being towed on the back over here. Looks like it was a yellow car. It went right behind that big warehouse.
Do we have anything at turn 13?
Yep, there's 14? Let's see. We've got the truck, and then it looks like an AOA car.
85 AOA on the way to 14. Is currently looks like it's under tow by rope.
The 909, the 909 in all of this now has lost 2nd and 3rd to the pair of Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs, and we'll lose a couple of more spots here once the Choice Racing Beamer comes across the line.
So there's a cutout to the short course around.
Oh no, it hasn't. Sorry.
On the way into 14, so it's possible that they will have pulled it away here, so we might not get pictures of that car until it basically makes its way back to the paddock.
Mm-hmm. So is that why the 909 slowed down so dramatically? Like, were they recovering that?
The speed of those cars is, I mean, it's possible that they saw a white flag and mistook it for a yellow. Maybe? I don't know, though.
Very interesting.
But so 909 in all that lost 2nd spot. They've fallen to 4th now behind both of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates cars. Update, 83 has been issued a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow. So so one of those has just been resolved. 59's been given a 1-lap penalty. 982's been given a 1-lap penalty.
So the 982 is significant. Can't tell if that's already happened or not, but they are 7th. 59 is 9th. So those are 2 cars inside the top 10. Sorry. I'm
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving pieces here.
Trying to get the right things muted at the right time. So you're good, JT.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Penny for your thoughts. Use your words.
Yeah, no, deciphering the significance of those 2 things and trying to decide if they've already been issued or not. I don't think they have. The 982 has been up and down over the last little while anyway, but the 59 hasn't lost any spots yet as a result of the penalties of which you speak. So
Yeah, because the 981, at least according to timing, is still right there in the mix. Because those 3 cars are within 2 seconds right now of each other. So I would assume once the laps are issued, we would see the 981 up a lap from them.
yeah.
982 comes across the line. There's 981 and the Stratus behind them. So yeah, they're still all neck and neck right there.
A number of these, we're trying to coordinate to get 1 or 2 more onboards added, but it just points out they don't have audio, which is a problem we don't usually have from these team-sourced onboards. So I don't know if it's a network thing or what the story is, but we'd be happy to mix in many, many more of them, and we do on occasion, but I don't want to leave the background noise silent. Just have our room ambient in here.
In GP2, the number 21 Matt Connolly Motorsports, BMW's in the pits. Currently pitting from 3rd in class. Sister cars just behind him 4th, though 5 laps behind. Unfortunately, that class in GP2 spread out quite a bit now. You still have the 678 chill out systems, Mazda leading with currently a 3-lap gap over the 601 round 3 racing Porsche.
That GP2 race is absolutely going to play out as a last man standing sort of race. That's not a let's fight it out on track, get the strategy right, and see what happens sort of contest. That is it literally could be the last car still running at the end of 24 hours. I mean, there's 6 of them. Rocker Renstall has already lost quite a bit of time, as has the number 13 from JNR Racing, but Chill Out's pulled out a 3-lap margin. Round 3's got a 2-lap gap over the 21, who's down the pits, who's got 4 laps over their teammate, and it will just be a matter of, who has the fewest problems, who spends the most time out on track, and, recovers best from the issues that they have.
Yeah. Just looking briefly at points, the leader in the national championship is not here.
Right.
As is the leader in the Eastern Championship.
Okay.
Chill Out System is currently sitting 2nd in the national. So there's definitely points to play here.
Yeah.
And they just need to try to stay out of trouble and get what they can out of this, which will hopefully be a lot.
Listen to the tire squeal over the bucket.
So, things of interest here. So, Pro Sport's just done their fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
I also am expecting them in about a lap. So, they are basically, it's one of those make hay on low fuel situations. They are going for it. They are pushing. But they should be in the pits very, very shortly.
What I've also been doing is trying to keep an eye on the battle for our GP1 lead between the 44 PC Racing and the 701 Round 3 Racing. We talked about them about 20 minutes ago or so. Not much has changed in terms of the gap between the cars. It seems both drivers are very evenly matched. It seems that PC has been able to gain 4 seconds maybe over this stint so far. But they've consistently been running very similar lap times in the low 230s. So their PC racing isn't really pulling away as much as we've seen in the past in GP1. So hopefully that is a good race that's going to go for many hours to come.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of surprised it's that way. I would have expected
PC to be further ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they have the pace, right?
Yeah, they usually seem to have that.
And if they were going to back down, you would think it would be once they have something of a margin to play with, right? Let's, use this time to our advantage, try and build a gap, and then we'll settle down and just run a pace, right? They haven't. They're running a pace now.
I'm really curious to see what happens with the 701 because the predictions are showing a lot of upside for that car, like a lot. Yeah, so this could get really interesting. as this race progresses. Just keep an eye on that 7-1. I'm not showing onboard because we don't have audio for it, but it's a really interesting car to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of keep track of a little bit, just because they do have a pit box that's a little bit down below us. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those ones that catches our eye a bit more as the 33 Corvette rolls by, or it spits up.
Can we just do a quick rundown of cars we're not seeing at the moment? Cars that have kind of run into issues early on here that we haven't seen.
Yeah,
The 51,
17. Yeah.
well, I'll start from the bottom up. 51,
Okay.
Headquarter Automotive, early on had its, it was in the paddock very early, was it not?
Gesundheit.
Yeah, I think that's the car that came onto pit lane right when the green was starting to come out at the beginning.
It did.
And
We
it
had
sat
an
there for
onboard
quite a
of it
while.
driving through paddock roads, I believe.
Okay.
They are 46th and last overall, 8 laps completed. DBR 540 caught up in an incident down at turn 17, along with the number 7 from ACI Motorsports, who's been not seen since. Condor OMP, the number 210, the BMW 540 we haven't seen. Renton Race, the number 240, lost early and not seen since, currently sitting 42nd. Pressure Tech, the number 944. We mentioned that car was being picked up on the outside of turn 13. Hammer Motorsports, the number 01, into and out of the pits a couple times, now very decidedly into the pits. 85 from AOA Motorsports, 39th overall, that car being brought back on a tow rope. And then we go Chattanooga Tourenwagen, who dropped oil down at turn 10 with a blown engine, who sent a rod through the block. And then Core Motorsports, number 17 Mustang, who we do not yet have an answer. So we'll look for something there with that Mustang.
Yeah, and hopefully, we still have a long way to go in this race. So plenty of time to get these cars worked on, get them back out, just keep doing laps, do whatever you can. That's the whole point of endurance racing, and that's why we love it. That's why we're here. The name of the game is get to the end.
Predictions also really like the Astons right now. So both the 143 and the 909, depending on how the next few hours shake out, keep an eye on things. Obviously, we don't have good projections at this point because the race has been punctuated by two pretty
yellows.
substantial yellow flag conditions where pits were open and so people could pit a little early. So we don't really know what people can do on a tank yet. There's a little bit of flutter on the hood of the 143 here at high speed. It's not bad. I'm not concerned by it. I'm just kind of an interesting little thing to look at.
Keep an eye on.
Yeah.
I'm showing a great battle for second in GP3 right now between the number 20 Slipstream Mazda and the 84 94 Motorsports Lexus. Last time by cross start finish line, 7 tenths of a second. So we see the 01 Hammer roll down pit lane.
Now, for example, one of the reasons we don't really know how things are going to play out here, even though we're 3 hours and change in, we're expecting the 143 to have been in last lap already, so they've already extended their longest stint. So there's a lot of things that we don't know at this point.
Yeah, a lot of small factors.
Yeah, some small, some large. I mean, there's obviously the issue of reliability. Who knows how many cars we'll have left running at the end of this? Let alone contending for top spots. But I am curious. One of the sort of side conversations we've been having is, these. We alluded to this early on in the race. These GTOs are really stiffly sprung, and there's a lot of energy that's being put through these chassis. A lot of the general production cars are a little softer, and they won't have the same kind of. They won't be going through the same shock, the same physical shock. So it'll be curious to see how, do they end up being a little more reliable around Sebring than the GTOs? For example, I mean, all the GP2s are still running. It's not a huge selection in GP2 this round, but it's still, 6 to 6. We're still going after 3 hours. We'd be nearing halfway at a normal length WRL event. So it's a good showing so far for them.
Yeah. Looking down on pit lane, we have the 969 Honda Accord from the Fat Crack Racing, doing a fuel and driver change by the looks of it. Hanging down 8th place currently in class. GP3 has a good amount of entries here. Not as spread out as we've seen in the past. And looking back up the field, the number 20 Slipstream is pulling away from the Lexus of the 94 Motorsport. So I'm thinking that may have been a pass for position.
Really. So Brendan has pointed out a couple times, we need to talk to Uncle Cooper.
Yeah. Ooh.
He's
as the Cooper car came by just a moment ago.
He needs to tell us a lot of very interesting things about I don't know what, but presumably it has to do with his eponymous tires.
Less to do with the tires than you would think on occasion, but by all means, let's see what the man has to say.
Yeah. This will be a relatively short break because there's no Sebring ad because we're at Sebring.
Sure.
But let's do the thing.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
It auto unmutes. You can talk.
I was actually muted on the mixer.
Here's the problem: is
oh my god,
here it's 4 seconds behind because of the down.
Fix that.
So bad. I can't
do it.
I can't. That is not an option. Wow. So I will just need to follow through with anticipating that by 3 to 4 seconds and bringing us back before I actually see it.
It reminds me of the.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was gonna say it reminds me of the old NHL games where you'd have. Oh no, I'm blanking on his name. He used to be the color NHL commentator for ESPN, and that was a great play thanks to anticipation.
Ah, I see. I do want to give a quick shout out to Discovery Parts. They actually have their hauler in the paddock here at Sebring. And they had very nice, high-quality FIA-rated gloves on sale for $50. So,
do you have really gloves?
I do have the gloves. They are in my hand right now, in my size.
Wow.
I mean, you could be wearing them; they would still be in your hand, right?
That's true. I mean, they'd be on my hand.
They'd be in and on and around.
In as well as
technically, nothing's in your hand. Unless it's under the skin, right?
That's
correct.
They're always either on your hand or not.
This is the second piece of racing gear that I have purchased for myself. The first piece was a helmet, which is white. So now I have committed to red or indeed white suit and boots.
I mean, you live in Canada.
Did you buy a helmet here?
No, not here. No. I already have the helmet, but I now have gloves as well. So, good to go on that. Live here at Sebring. It's the 24-hour race, WRL. I'm Ryan, that's Brendan, JT, as well as Joseph. Here to hold your hand and guide you through the experience that is watching a 24-hour race. Going on board the Sweetwater Racing car, I believe that is an NC MX-5. The telltale signs being the air vents as well as the tombstone-shaped center area where you would find the AC controls as well as the radio.
Directing attention to some of the...
Thank God.
No, that's fine. On track in GTO at the moment, where, okay, our lead battle is up close to a lap, but behind that W2W number 983, things are actually kind of tied together. The number 9 leads the number 52 by 2.9 seconds, which in turn leads the 909 from Automatic Racing by 2 seconds flat, which is interesting. That 909 lost a spot because it basically slammed on the brakes coming out of turn 6 for some reason, and lost a bunch of time, which, okay, fine, but it's pulled back away from Choice Racing, 27.6 seconds there, and is very much in the hunt here with the pair of Team ACP cars. I want to also make a point about the Team ACP cars from earlier in the race, and I didn't say anything at the time because it wasn't that shocking, but those cars have never really been very far apart from each other today. I have a distinct memory of watching the first year Toyota was at Le Mans. They ran those cars basically front to back for the first 6 hours of the race until Davidson crashed his car down at Mulsanne Corner. But that team strategy was to keep them together, run their strategies as close together as they could, and keep things predictable and understandable for both cars, where you're not throwing things into chaos. It also sort of sets up a situation where you kind of know both cars are going to be there. I see one ACP car, okay, another one's going to be right there with it. I should keep my keep my eyes on my mirrors, whatever the case may be. To the point that now we're almost 3.5 hours in. Those cars are 3 seconds apart from each other, and that's maybe the farthest apart they've been throughout the course of the race today. So kudos to Kate Speed Jones and the crew down there at Team ACP Tangerine Associates. This is the first of 2 24 hours of Sebring they're running in the next couple weeks. So, good on them. Second one, incidentally, will be in an M4 GT4, not an M2. So,
M2.
Yeah. Elsewhere, I mean, we don't have too much else immediate. The PC Racing Round 3 racing battle in GP1 was one we've already talked about, but it's still around 26 seconds there. If anything, it's gone out a little bit. Automatic Racing has gone past both the Choice Racing cars. The Choice, is that the car that just rolled through the pits here? I missed it. Good call, JT. You can just say it.
You have a microphone for a reason.
Well, he's in the middle talking, and I don't want to interrupt where he's going. I don't want to ruin that flow there.
I
just want to point things out so he can just professionally slide that in there.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I like to be gentle. I just say, "Hey, idiot."
Yeah, that's fine.
Yikes.
Acceptable as well. Let's talk about Braunschweig for a minute. Number 117.
Doing
sorry.
great.
Yeah, no, the 13 up the inside of the 245 there. Because a bit sketchy, but also happened 4 seconds ago. So
we've seen that the Stratus Racing and the 982 both lost their lap. So that's what helped promoted that Corvette up into 8th in GTO.
And it now pits, literally as we begin talking about it. But the last time we saw that car, I think, was at Road America. But typically that car is seen at COTA, and it's also typically seen in GP1. That car is now entered in GTO. It's not very much faster than it was as a GP1 car, but it's being run in a higher class. You can do a little more with the car. You don't take the penalties for aero and suspension modifiers, and you can eke a little more power out of the car, right? So even if it's not as competitive on ultimate pace, you can be a little more creative with how you find pace in your car, right? And credit to them coming and playing in GTO at a 24-hour race at Sebring in a car that is ostensibly unproven over this distance. And they're inside the top 10 in class and overall 3.5 hours in. So fair play to Braunschweig for coming and doing this in the first place, but additionally for taking the step up to GTO and knowing that they weren't going to be immediately competitive on pace. That's good work by them. Pit stop for 678. That is your GP2 class leader. now by 4 laps.
This is on board the 601, as you can see.
Yes. I've been told that our first visitor from the round 3 camp, they will be spread out a little bit, but our friend Brian Guidinelli will be coming to join us.
Excellent.
Hey.
52 is in the pits, JT points out as well. So another cycle of pit stops here. And remember that this was, in a way, reset after the red flag, the second full course yellow. Now, we've had some pit stops since then, but for a number of these guys, the 52 is in for the first time since the red flag. The 9 was just in. The 117, I think, is in the pits for the first time since then as well. I am keeping tabs on full course yellows here as well. The full course yellow came out at 2 o'clock, but remember we were stationary there for about 15 minutes, plus 3 or 4 laps under double yellow. So what we saw...
We technically, I think, went double yellow and then almost immediately straight to red. So there will be a couple people who have times that were completed under double yellow, but none... Actually, none should be completed under red, right? So you won't be able to see that in timing. Because everyone was stopped. It wasn't a black flag all situation where you pull everyone through pit lane. So no, if you're looking on timing and you're like, when was the red flag? Nobody should have set a time under that red flag. They should have been stopped out on track. So if you just see a long yellow flag period, that's when that was.
Correct. Yep. Update from the Hammer camp. The 0-1, they feel like they've thrown basically everything at it, and now the attempt is to change the turbo.
Ooh. That tracks with what I would have said had I just seen what was going on with the exhaust.
And
the sound.
Joseph mentioned the sound as they were revving in the pit lane down there when you had your mic open and said, that sounds like a turbo.
Yeah. They were frustrated. I went back there to check for lunch, which we appear to have missed. So our next meal is at 6, so we got to keep track of that, obviously.
Noted, yeah.
This is the important part of racing, is eating.
I think you've misappropriated that, or misattributed that quote, because I don't think I was attuned. That might have been JT.
Somebody pointed it out with the noise as it happened, and then nothing ever came of it.
Right.
This very moment.
Anyway, they seemed to be frustrated because the card was not giving them a code. They said it's misfiring, and they had the laptop, and they were very angry. Why isn't it giving a code? They would start it, it would misfire, and apparently the laptop would show almost nothing.
That explains why they're just throwing everything at it, because they have literally no diagnosis otherwise.
Exactly. They know it's missing. They know the exhaust is funky. Yeah, that's about all you can do,
981 into the pit lane from Will to Win, which I'm pronouncing
Wheel to Win
correctly with 100% accuracy today. Out of 7.
Yep. By the way, I always thought AOA... Oh, okay.
Well, on its way out, perhaps? The 983? I'm intrigued here.
983 has definitely pitted.
Oh, in and out. That is its out lap there, the 4066. Okay.
But I always thought AOA was like angle of attack, and it's not.
It is not. That is correct.
It's all-out auto.
They do go all out. They have a large hauler. They have multiple cars. They've got a pretty cool setup down there. I'd say that name is apt.
Yeah, Ryan, you learned this weekend they are not, or 3 of us learned this weekend, they are not exclusive to having run MX-5s, even in the recent past.
Yeah, they ran what appeared to be a current model RS3 TCR car at Daytona. Was that what that was? It was at Daytona, right? Daytona, my apologies.
At the Michelin Pilot Challenge event, sure.
Yeah.
So I just want to draw our attention back just for a moment down to GP3. 3 fast guys in Denny had a rough start to the race.
Yes.
However, they have been consistently running extremely quick in that class, much faster than most of the cars ahead of them. That lap they just took, 15 seconds over the number 64 open throttle Mazda Miata to take 9th in class now, as they're very, very strongly clawing their way back towards the front in GP3.
Perfect.
GP3 leader, as we turn our attention a little bit to GP3, with the 143 Pro Sport Aston in the pit lane, the leader is up into 17th overall. So our we've sort of had to adjust here, I think, our expectations for based on field size. Like Joseph said, this is a reasonable field as opposed to, jam-packed, which is what we typically get here at WRL events, up to the, cars per mile limit. This is about standard, and, to see your GP3 leader up into 17th overall, yes, it's higher than we would otherwise expect, but these class leaders in every class are generally more consistent than the tail end of the class above them, and so here we are. I would not be shocked to see class winners across the board in the top dozen cars by the end of this one, just based on keeping it out on track. So we'll keep an eye on that, but good progress so far for that 197. Anyway,
looks like GP3 back at the top of the group there. Overnight Motorsports is pitting from the lead.
Yes.
And then coming across start-finish line, second place, we're nose to tail there about 10 seconds ago. Slipstream in 9-4 Motorsports.
First lap out of the pits at speed here for W2W, 247.4. Yeah. Now, their pit stall is before start-finish, right? So, so that may just include the run down the pit lane at pit speed.
Yeah.
Now that I'm doing an analysis of where that car's, they're right on the edge.
They are.
Literally right before start-finish. So that makes some sense. So their 4-minute lap was while they were in the pit stall getting work done. Their 247 is on the way through the pit lane and back out on track. So, not panic yet, although that is my launch. On board with Thunder Bunny.
Nice.
Quiet day for Thunder Bunny.
I think they're just clicking off laps.
I believe they're
this is the
sitting
143.
third in,
This is Pro Sport.
Yep, very good. The 110, I mean, we mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, when we're running down the grid, consolidated their efforts into one car, having just run 3 at VIR, with the 350, the 110, 128, and then the number 111 M2 Club Sport. This is... it's stable. No, sorry, that's a 701. Is that right, JT?
Yeah, doing a driver change.
Yep, okay. That is second place in GP1. Comes across the line 47 seconds in arrears of the PC Racing BMW up in the class lead, who is not pitted yet.
Yeah, PC Racing has Jay Tompkins in the car right now and has been extending that gap over the round 3 car.
Noticeable by their absence this weekend is Moorhead Speedworks, formerly ART Racing, the number 147.
Yep.
I was running through last night trying to pick out cars that we would have otherwise expected to see here, and that one did have an accident at VIR, which is was may or may not have been part of it, but is not here in any case. We have a standing yellow at start finish, which suggests a car
now we do not.
Yeah, suggests a car off down at turn 1.
Maybe slow coming out of pit exit.
Yeah. Do we not have a turn 1 camera, Joseph?
We do, but there's nothing interesting there.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at it on my screen, but right now it will provide you no additional information.
No, I just feel like I haven't seen that angle in a while.
Kind of mix it up here.
Yeah. Anyway, just with regards to Thunder Bunny they're 2 laps behind the round 3 car that's just come into the pit lane, but still on the class podium, and 2 laps ahead of Money Pit, the number 346. So, yeah, that isn't very interesting. You're absolutely right, Joseph. Thank you. First hit ever at Sebring. Thanks, Patriot. Making a point about Brian Guidnelli. We've spoken at some length about Brian, but Brian is the vice president of Haggerty Motorsports, a great friend to us here at DriversEye Live over the years, and never run Sebring before. So what better way to do it than an hour and a half coming towards late afternoon here, right, at Sebring?
There's a record going around 7 right now, I can tell you.
Okay.
What for? I cannot tell you.
Is that a record 7?
What for aren't thou?
Oh, no, I don't. Was that on an onboard that you saw that, Joseph?
No, it was on a trackside.
No.
And it's not that old.
Yeah, we're all like running through from 7 up to 10, just squinting and seeing if we can see anything. I see literally nothing.
Yeah, no.
I don't see any yellow flags either. Maybe it's just it recovered a car and is now returning home.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, they could have been somebody off around turn 2. That camera has gone down, so if somebody went missing around 2, that would be... I told you about that in the Discord.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah. I thought you missed 7 just fell over. I didn't realize 2 had gone down.
Well, 6 and 7 physically fell over, and then 2 technically fell over.
Gotcha.
But no, the record seems to have cleared out. I don't know if they've taken the shortcut here. Obviously, there's a short course, which is what I think IndyCar uses to test here. That is, the trucks will take that opportunity to come back into the paddock that way rather than do the entire lap, obviously.
522 is into the pits from Choice Racing. We'll let them trundle past here. Do you know why IndyCar tests so much at Sebring, by the way?
I assume it's stress testing.
Yeah, but do you know why specifically?
Because of the bumps.
Yeah, so what do the bumps, what do those usually represent for an IndyCar?
Other cars.
Not curbs. No, street circuits.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that until a couple of years ago. I'm like, why would you come to Sebring? That is least like any circuit that you race on.
Baltimore.
Until somebody pointed out that it's because of street circuits. And now I get it.
Right.
It actually makes quite a bit of sense. It's horrendously uninteresting, especially the short course.
I
spent a full day testing an IndyCar on the short course at Sebring sounds just mind-numbing. But it has a point.
I think it's because Elio didn't want to be away from home for the night. So
He's in Miami, though.
Right, so he can at least come here and then fly his jet home.
Fair.
You do want to avoid an Urban Meyer scenario. I don't blame him.
I was wondering how long it was going to take for us to mention Urban Meyer today. Now we have our answer. 3 hours and 37 minutes. Plus pre-race.
Right.
Call it around 4 hours.
So we're halfway through.
So
wait, no.
Tow truck and tow truck.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Vehicles heading to 7.
This is the 143 with smoke out the engine bay.
Ooh. That is no good.
Here comes the 909 on pit lane.
That car is stopped on the inside of turn 7, and that is where the tow trucks are headed.
Yeah, we can see.
I assume, well, maybe there's an opportunity for replay here in the future, Joseph, but that is...
At least I think that's...
It could be a little bit of steam. I mean, it's not...
Yeah. Now, they just pitted about maybe 5 minutes ago. Not very long ago.
Yeah. So this car was up into 5th when it pitted. It was literally 431. It had just completed its outlap. So this is its first lap under full green.
Yeah, I'll see if I can...
half lap.
Yeah.
So this is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage from the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston. This is not an issue we usually see with this car. Automatic and Pro Sport have both had their issues on occasion over the course of the 2021 season, but stopped out on track is not usually a place we find these things. Fire Bottle approaches the car there, but they don't appear to be desperate with it. So
the only thing I was thinking is, it seems unusual, but I just wonder if something came loose after the stop. I don't know. I'm going to listen to the onboard here while we watch some other cars.
Coming up to the scene of the crime, actually, it was number 678. Interesting that they appear to have lifted the steering wheel on this car. I don't know where it came from, but it looks like the one that BMW uses, the same sort of arrangement there. I don't know if it's on the M2s. I'm sure it's got a Momo or Sparco part number, but not one I'm used to seeing on an MX-5. Easy to forget, too, that, this car is an NC. It is built to the nines, and it's a really nice car, but it's got some years on it. It's not by any means a brand new base car. I think, if I take a look here... No, I don't want to add a bookmark there. I'm going to take a look for number 678. It doesn't have a year. Well, that's annoying. 2007, there we go. 2007, 2.5 liter, 195 horsepower. Yokohama's AO52s. Motec Yasun MCS suspension. Chill Out Systems, by the way,
BT Dubs.
Charles Klein, driver,
Yes.
founder of Chill Out Systems.
Okay.
He estimates that about half the paddock uses the Chill Out.
I did notice pop-up tents.
Yeah.
Quite a few different places that were not the chill out MX-5 entry.
I'm sure that is a marketing opportunity, as well as, having a few people here to help service Chill Out Systems, maybe sell one or two.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the
Down
right
at
place.
Discovery Park.
Central Florida turns out is a really good place to sell coal suit systems.
Absolutely.
Do you
Can't
know how
imagine
much
why.
a Chill Out system weighs?
Lots. Well, not lots, but like the shirt's quite heavy, and then you have to have an ice chest full of ice. That's got the pump in there.
Let's say this. Forget the ice, right? Because that is just how much you want to throw at it. What do you think a whole Chill Out system adds to your car in terms of weight?
It's like the cool box and the shirt and the associated
and the blinds.
20 or 30 pounds.
12.
10 and a half.
Wow.
It's
10 and a half pounds to run a Chill Out system.
not massive.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see why they're so popular.
Yeah.
And virtually bulletproof.
Well, and it's not running off of the ancillaries of the car. Like it needs power, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
But you're not trying to hook up an AC compressor to then sap power from your engine when you want it most, and then, I think it works a lot better.
Joseph, did
Brendan.
you just run a set of projections?
I ran it like an hour ago.
Okay. I just saw it down the ticker on the left, chance to win. I'm like, oh no.
We talked to Tim, and Tim challenged me implicitly, and I was like, I'll run him at 3 hours in.
PC Racing is into the pits. So number 44, that is...
Should be leader in GP1.
Yes, automatic is Salmon on Race Hero. So why is that?
They're due in. They're
line and it was supposed to.
Automatic
they're-
came by a few moments ago.
automatic is due in. That's not a concern.
Okay.
They came down.
Oh, they must, unless they're early in the pit stop,
Yeah,
or in
'cause-
the pit lane, I would be concerned.
They were here less than 5 minutes ago, rolling down pit lane.
Well, then they never left the garage. Then, if that's the case, that they're still back in the paddock because they were due in 9 laps.
Just
prior.
come across the line. 5:14.4. I just hadn't seen a car come into the pits and then go Salmon, so that kind of caught me off guard. It is out of the pit lane. JT, you're grabbing your camera because there's a flatbed at turn 13.
Yes, it is.
Oh, is that the Pro Sport car again?
That's the Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Pro.
I think they
Yeah.
got it moving and then had to stop again.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
I'm
Download
pulling up the
feedback.
replay for everybody,
Well-
and we're gonna need to try to pay attention to the audio here because there's some discussion, but it's awfully tough to make out. Maybe
I can kick the volume up here a little bit. We can give it a shot.
Turn the volume up and enjoy. Here we go.
No, I don't know about that.
okay. Yeah, they had the 59 right behind them on the way through turn 5 and 6. Here, this is on replay. Now, pay attention as we downshift into turn 7 here. That's when the issue shows up.
Stopped and turned off. They're not coming. I'm right next to them.
That's Pippa Man.
Oh,
Pippa, man.
is on board the car.
Yeah.
Turn 7. I'm
So
just
it
past the
sounded
door.
like...
They're not coming.
I can't, sorry.
They're getting out.
Yeah, I'm not sure there.
Fire! Fire!
Hey, okay.
Oh, she's calling out fire.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So something. Oh, well, that may have been oil.
I think so. I thought the pit crew member said we've got a fire at the rear corner of the car. We need to stop the car and you need to get out.
Ah, okay.
It's
So maybe
it sounded like. And then my assumption is she said to the crew member, "I'm going to get out," on the radio, and then is yelling at a corner marshal or other safety official that there is a fire at the corner of the car.
Actually,
Now,
I'm going to come back to that because she's done a good job here. No reason that she wouldn't. But, like, the smoke that I thought I saw, I didn't realize this at the time. It's actually her extinguishing a brake fire there.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
so that
I'm
smoke is actually extinguishing.
yeah,
Yeah.
or well,
Yeah.
or steam or something. But I'm going to come back to that because I didn't realize that at the time.
I suspect. So she's put that out herself, basically.
Yeah, no, she's run over to the marshal post and she's grabbed the fire extinguisher.
The fire crew came up with extinguishers, but by that point, I mean, again, credit to Pip and Man, that fire was out by the time the crew already got there. And that's not a slow response or anything. That's just Pip and Man knew that there was a fire. She was told, you got to get out of the car or pull the car over. She said, I'm getting out, grabbed a bottle and did it herself, which, absolute credit to Pippa there. If that is a brake fire, as you suggest, Joseph, then this car is recoverable. I mean, there's no reason that this car can't be serviced, teched, and sent back out on track.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to this. Is still in the replay, so I'm gonna take away our overlay because it's in the rear view mirror that you can see. It's so funny how often in every level of motorsport we just the initiative. I don't know if it's just the adrenaline or what, but it's there's something bittersweet about seeing a driver, Yeah, okay, so she's calling to the marshals at that point. She's calling to them, fire. Basically, hurry up, get over here.
Yeah.
Starting to see the smoke a little bit, sort of. That's what's giving that glare in the rear view.
Oh, yep.
So that's the smoke that's come off of the brake or off the corner. There, she's running behind the car. She's taking the fire extinguisher from the corner marshal. And she's gone and done the job herself.
Right rear corner is what we think, right?
I think she's done both.
Yeah. Rear brakes. Interesting. Now, as we mentioned, it's not terribly hot today. You would think that overheating brakes are maybe not the...
Well, but remember what you said is that she had just come into the pits, so...
they were stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, I'll buy that. I did want to direct our attention to things currently happening on track. Stratus Racing is a tenth of a second behind the number 522 from Choice, and that is a battle for 5th overall, 5th in GTO. So I don't know if we have that Choice on board anymore, Joseph, but they will be right up next to, in their very large M3, a very small Stratus Racing Sebico NP01.
Big heart, small car. That's the number 59.
It's already gone through from the
on the way. It looks like it must have happened around turn 1. That would be where that NP01 would have the biggest advantage over a car like this.
So we see this on a regular basis with the NP01, specifically from Stratus, just based on their driver lineup, where it's all fair play to their drivers. They rotate through in equitable hours. They don't sacrifice, putting a slower driver in the car at the for the hopes of having a better finishing position or whatever the case might be, unless the driver were to request that or whatever. But they rotate through their starting drivers, and in this particular case, they had a slightly slower driver start the race. It lost a couple positions right off the green flag, and through consistency, worked its way back up. But now that car has real pace, like prototype pace, and is, consistently lapping as quick as the overall leaders and pulling margins on.
Well, this is going to be really interesting. The reason I'm staying on this is because I'm really curious to see what happens here between turns 16 and 17.
Sorry, has it just lost a lap? It lost 20 seconds.
Well, remember it was due to be... Oh, there it was. There it is. It spun coming out of turn 16.
That is
So that is an instant replay if you've ever seen one.
amazing timing. Yeah, the 59 just lost it coming out of 16. Looked like wide of the apex and then tried to pick up the throttle and pinch the exit a bit and loop the car. So it had been going well and about to take the top 5, run into the top 5 overall. It was briefly there, but couldn't cross the line there because it spun just in front of the 522 that we're riding on board with now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest that when I said I wanted to see what would happen between 16 and 17, that wasn't exactly what I thought was going to happen.
No. So it's lost 5th and 6th as well. It took about 20 seconds to recover, and now is behind the number 981 from Will to Win as well. Jump on board with Thunder Bunny here, the number 110. A casual reminder, Joseph, you also turned off the overlay.
Oh, yeah. So I did.
GP1 leader from PC Racing up into 8th overall, having recently pitted 3 laps ago. Leads round 3 racing still by something up close to a lap now. And then your GP2 leader right behind them in 10th. So again, consistency and... Oh, well that's very interesting.
Yeah, so you can see that it's like pivoting on its front leg.
Yeah.
Woo! All right. And we're back over here.
Yeah, if I remember correctly,
Well, sometimes
it's because of the direction of the wind there.
Yeah.
It's coming from behind, and so that rear leg is being lifted.
Yeah.
It's because that massive shield we have to try to keep them cool also generates a lot of lift.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Now, if there's anybody familiar with lift, it's this crowd. Another hearty thank you for those of you joining us today on DriversEye Live. The Sebring 24-hour, first ever for the World Racing League, first ever full stop, is almost 1/6 of the way through. We've rocketed through the early afternoon here and are approaching 4 o'clock. Gentlemen, in a previous life, we would be approaching...
halfway.
Well, yes, also approaching darkness at a different time of year and a different state, but... Here, we've still got a good 3 hours until we get to sunset. Although the sun will affect us and the drivers, specifically down at turn 17, much earlier.
When does daylight savings start? Is that next week?
2 weekends, I think. Usually it's the second weekend.
Okay.
Sneak peek here. Is it the 6th or the 13th? I don't know.
I think it's the 6th.
Oh. So, just to prove that we are live, you'll all be reasonably pleased to know that it appears Texas blew another second half lead.
Texas is not back.
Imagine that. That's weird, huh?
Okay, cool. Hook 'em.
Anyway. Yeah. Thanks. Michigan State's a barn burner.
Do you have express written consent from the National Collegiate Athletic Association to be providing these updates?
I don't not have that. Anyway.
Doug Bartlett says it's the 6th in the YouTube comments, so
very good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Doug. Doug Bartlett's, is he here?
At least on our YouTube stream.
No, I thought I had...
He's here in spirit.
On the entry list, but he is not.
Bummer.
Yeah, no.
Someone was slow coming into the pits. I don't know if that's just the speed that you need to take. I'm not... This is not a angle that I'm used to seeing, but somebody was awfully slow on their way in.
I pull the camera back up. See it at the moment.
I gotta cycle some cameras in. We've lost a couple recently.
Do we happen to have the 02 hammer?
When I checked, there was a weird thing going on with it.
Okay. It looks like they're reeling in the 117 Corvette for 8th in GTO. They're about a 3-second gap now.
Actually, I don't know if it's still on.
Interesting.
The 01 is still ostensibly streaming.
Again,
the 01 is streaming, but they're working on that. That's in the paddock, so that is
yeah.
Yep. Illinois beat Penn State and then promptly lost to Rutgers.
The real question is, is James Franklin ready to, is he prepped for Illinois? Is he, he ready to go into the big house? And
No way I'm not reading that out loud. Sean Moffitt says in the YouTube chat, it's UT, not Texas. We don't want to be associated with them. Oklahoma has room for you, Sean. I don't.
There's other schools in Texas.
No, many.
No, we're back online with Rocker Renstall.
Oh, very good. I was actually just looking at them, hoping that I would have a cause to talk about them, because they came up in where I opened up the media guide. Those cars.
Did I add anything there? Oh, no. You just have the description. Yeah.
Do you know what Rocker means in German?
I forgot already.
It's Avenger.
Okay. So these are the Avengers.
Renstall, yeah. Well, the second group of Avengers, I guess.
Oh, wait, who's that? We're recovering somebody on the way into 13 here.
I would tell you if my stream were working, but it's not.
Okay.
On the way into 13.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see the wrecker from here.
Well, this is Rocker Renstall.
The download here is so bad.
Wow.
Can't tell. Maybe it's the Accord.
No, this will be a silent stream, but we'll be on board with the 701. It should be on driver's left here in about 20 seconds time.
You're going to have to pick that up because I will not be able to see it here.
Okay. I know when people tune into these, they're like, I hope he gets to talk uninterrupted. It's my favorite part. Okay, so we should be looking to driver's left. Looks like it's on a tow rope. Oh, somebody would shove her eyes.
No, yeah, I don't. Fat Crack, the 969. Actually, that is exactly who it is. The 94 Honda Accord.
There you go.
That is exactly who that is. Yep. JT gets a picture of it inexplicably, but it is correct. So out of 30th overall and in class 8th, which is not nowhere, that's just about top half, 15 cars in the class. We lose at least temporarily the number 969 from Fat Crack Racing.
Oh, yeah, we've got an onboard with them, but...
No audio?
No, it does have audio, actually.
Ah.
But the reason I wasn't using it is because the audio was actually blown out.
All of the volume has been taken out of the other Sentinel cameras and put into that one.
Yeah. So, it's a real Goldilocks situation. If only we had an advertisement to successfully...
You're so good at this.
GP3, both round 3 racing, number 605, and the Slipstream MX5 bit.
Yep. 59 is in the pits as well. 02 is in the pits.
59's away. Looks like fuel only.
I think so. Yeah, 353.5 for pit stop lap. That's pretty good. Automatic racing is...
Whoa, hey, we've got a... Oh, no, never mind. That's a stuck video. Disregard. Finish your thought. I'll come back to what happened.
Team ACP, the number 9 here, is hemorrhaging a little bit of pace. It's not bad, but their quickest lap on this stint is sort of in the high 228s, but more consistently than that, they're in the 230s. Last lap was a 232. We do have a yellow flag out on track, so let's bear that in mind. But in the situation they're in, they've lost a lap to the number 983. Over a full lap is the margin now, and the 909 picked up almost 6 seconds last time around. The margin is down to 23 seconds in the chase for second overall here. So we're going to have to kind of keep an eye on this and watch this number 9's pace, because as it runs through this next little stint here, being last in at lap 73, so we're about halfway through a fuel run here, there's a chance that they could lose a position or two out of all this. Oh, is it 909 in and out, or did they have a penalty? I think
they got a penalty.
I think the 909's just been dropped a lap. I think you're absolutely right.
909, 1 lap penalty passing under yellow.
There you go.
Come on, guys. All right. Well, that Team ACP, second and third right now in GTO. Following that 83 will to win Porsche. So
it's an awful, half hour for the Aston Martins.
Yeah.
The race control log for whatever, while we're talking about the Astons, notes the fire as being on the right rear.
Okay, very good. And then it wasn't. Like, just as quickly as it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have spotted that car coming back into the paddock or not. I'm curious to see whether or not they're able to get that sorted.
Let me peer around the corner now. I'll be right back.
I would imagine in at least a bit of time, they would be able to, whether or not they need to replace some parts.
Yeah, I have the 909 being shown as missing, but I think that's just because they've had their most recent lap removed. 75, this is going to mess up our timing a little bit, but the 75 now, have they just come out?
I believe that just came across pit lane.
That's just started its race. 4 hours in.
Or just...
No, it's just started.
It was on pit lane earlier. They were having a coolant leak by the looks of it, because they were pouring bottles and bottles of coolant and distilled water into that radiator in the front, and it was just dripping out. So what they had to do is they ended up having to, I believe, they drove behind the wall.
But I don't think they ever started the race, is what I'm saying. I have them shown as having completed exactly 1 lap.
Okay. Well, it looks fine exiting 7 from here.
Yeah, so it'll be the 20 hours of Sebring for the 75 AOA. They're also not classified in an actual class right now, so it is showing them as first in class.
They'll take that.
it's first in class in an unnamed class.
All right.
I assume Brendan's still peering for the.
Yeah, I think he's hunting for that. I'm showing Fast Guys and Denny, currently 2 seconds behind the 159 Start Racing. Last lap 8 seconds quicker. So I am expecting next time by for that position to change.
Yeah, so we can be on board with the 3 Fast Guys and Denny. We don't have audio for them, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up the car audio for the for Start Racing for the car that they're
going to be passing.
Right. So that's going to be a little weird, but bear with me because I think that's better than silence.
240 comes down pit lane.
Yeah, first time we've seen them in a while, I think.
Yeah,
I say returning to the microphone myself. 240, 39 laps complete. Its last lap as it comes across the line, 1 hour and 26 minutes, 58 seconds.
Brendan, did you catch
an hour and 27?
Did you catch the 75 AOA has finally started their race?
No.
As it comes across start-finish line, is it still in its own class?
So the 85 is...
no, they've finally reclassified it. It should be in GP3.
Is missing, which says to me they've had a terminal issue on the 85 and have just moved over to the
75.
Yeah,
that would make sense.
Obviously, you're not going to get those laps back, but you will get seat time.
Yeah, I suppose, but that doesn't really answer any question because the 75 JT was saying would have been the one that.
Maybe it was the 85 I was thinking earlier.
They're both yellow.
They are.
Okay.
They're both yellow NCs. Yeah.
All right, so visually that will be a net. Oh, is that an overtake right there? I think that might have been the overtake for. I think it was. That was the 59 had an awful run through turn 7.
Yeah. And 3 Fast Guys, and then he slips right through.
Or the 159 rather. I think that's the 59. I think they tend to run as a 59, but they've added a 1 to the front.
Yeah, they've just come across the line, and the margin's
they're 2
up to
seconds back.
5.2. Oh, what is that? Was that a drinks bottle?
Yeah, it's actually the most visibility we've had on this car in about an hour.
Which car is this?
159 Start Racing.
Oh, this is the 159.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
And both Astons are circulating.
In my head, I think I thought the onboard we had was from the 51, not the 159. But that makes sense.
We had an onboard on the 51, but that car, I think those are the locals. That car broke down very early, and I don't think we've seen it since.
No, we haven't. No, it is the last car classified, other than the 75
Look
now.
at that. That has been through the wars, as they say. That's 3 fast guys and Denny.
Man. Well, so that was the car involved down at turn 17 that was just sort of unceremoniously collected by another
Hit in the
car.
back twice, basically.
Yes. But for a car, for the amount of damage done to other cars, that car has gotten away remarkably lightly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I thought that car was done, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, so that is actually 2 of the cars that we've got onboards for. The we've got onboards on basically the final 3 runners in GP3. So when we're looking for points at the end, it's gonna be a mad dash. That's the thing about points in like lower paying positions, right? Because if you go from 1 point to 2 points, it's also like it's 1 point, but it's also 100% increase in your points haul.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
0-1 down pit lane. The Hammer Audi.
That should be exiting, right? Because they had been getting service for quite a while. I might need to restart that feed, actually. Unless they just
refresh it.
No, I don't think it came back up. And the reason I thought that we had an issue earlier on track is because one of the cameras...
The O2 is very slow on the front straight on driver's right, just crossing the line. I don't know if they're having a pit cycle.
Yeah, I think you can see it there.
Yeah.
I think.
So yeah, we've got white flag out on a front straight for the slow car.
Yeah, I think this camera's a little behind, but what did you say it was going to driver's left or driver's right?
We now have a waving yellow, driver's right. When he came across the line, he came out of view though.
Oh, there now. Okay, so we are a bit behind, but you can see it. You can see a car that is
just slowly
next to stationary. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. All right. Starter stand has taken away the waving yellow. And
Penny for your thoughts.
We're clear on the front straight now. I can't visually see where the 01 is.
Okay.
But there we go. Looks like it's up to speed in 6.
That definitely felt like a little control delete.
Yeah, it looks up to speed now. So that's just had a weird moment there for them. All right, so just real quick going over top 3 in each class overall, and in GTO we have the 983 Will-O-Win Porsche having a very, very impressive gap right now over both of the Team ACP cars. Number 9 in second, and the number 52 sitting in third. GP1, 44 PC Racing has been doing an excellent job today, leading the class, followed by the 701 from Round 3 Racing. And right now, that podium is going to be the number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW. Looking about a minute 18-second gap there between the leader and Round 3. Both putting in similar times in the mid 230s right now. Just as drivers are trying to stay in a groove, stay out of trouble, and just kill the time.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like this race hasn't really yet approached that. I mean, the top 5 is more or less the top 5 with the exception of penalties and the odd mistake, but I feel like we haven't really yet settled into hey, this race is just going to cycle through pit stops and become whatever it's going to become, you know?
Well, yeah, I think that's also because we had those yellows and the red there. It was still keeping things relatively close, but now we've gone quite a bit of time now. Things are able to, start to find those groups, those,
I think not the red, but the yellows have come at times, generally speaking, where they've split decisions on strategies. So you don't have cars just running together, making the same decisions together and, closing or expanding the gaps based on pace. You had a little reset with the second one, but the first one did kind of split the field. And so now we're just looking at, okay, the gap is a lap. It's a minute 40. It's, 20 seconds, whatever. And that will ebb and flow as the pit stop cycles shake themselves out.
GP2, still the 678 chill-out systems. Mazda MX-5 over the 601 Round 3 Racing. And sitting third, Matt Connolly Motorsports, number 21. All separated by some decent gaps right now. GP3, Overnight Motorsports still leads in the 197. Round Racing again in the 605. Back up into second place after dropping down for a little bit there. And then the sister car to the 83, the number 84 from 94 Motorsports, is now up into third, who we had seen circulating in fourth earlier today. As the 83, I believe, had been assigned a one-lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Rundown complete?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. The 33 comes back through. It's
Okay, that's
KBT
the Corvette, 12th.
They're in 12th?
Yep.
Oh, there they are. 16th now, after they came across the line. Haven't really talked much about them today at all. We talked about Braunschweig a little bit, and we called out, I think, KBT's name at one point, but never really said much more than that. So, the top 15 run at the moment for them. Apparently they are, at least part of their stated mission is to test Corvette race parts. C5, not necessarily the most immediately relevant option for testing testing C5 parts, but that was very odd.
Unless, of course, you're running a vintage program.
Yeah, but where are we here?
Well, but that doesn't, just because we're not running one here doesn't mean we're not running one elsewhere.
No, that's fine.
I believe C5s are still heavily used in grassroots motorsports.
That being said, they support Bull Terrier rescues,
which is far more important.
Yeah. Joseph also notes that Charles Price, one of the listed drivers, has results listed from GTU in 1984 to more recently a win in the ASA Truck Series in 2010 at Las Vegas.
Which I
forgot the ASA had a truck series.
I was going to say the exact same. I was like, the what? Like, I saw those results and I was like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that just goes to, that is to use the cliche, it's a testament to the diversity of backgrounds that all these drivers are coming from. I mean, just the wild, these people that used to run dirt late models, or like are returning. What's the word? That routinely run like Formula Vs. They're all in the same track together? I mean, they're completely different disciplines.
Well, look at round 3 racing on their own, right? And I know we talk a lot about them, but admittedly less than we normally do. But you have the vice president of Haggerty Motorsports. You have Sarah Montgomery, who's a finalist in the IMSA Drive Diversity Drive program, right? Top 10 there. Lonnie Unser, who is an MX-5 Cup driver and very talented in her own right. Got Carter Peace, Dennis Neal, Cole Lofsgaard, a wide range of age and experience levels there. And then on top of it, you've got Brad McCall, who's the son of Buzz McCall, who is 75 years old and a former NASCAR Winston Cup Series team owner. You know, ran and managed the Trans Am team in the 90s. Like, the diversity and, like you said, breadth of backgrounds just within a single program there is remarkable, and that is representative of the WRL paddock as a whole. You know, and it's not, none of these are really hired roles, right? Nobody's really paying anybody to come in and drive their cars very quickly, but the interest level is such that people will come and spend money, or at least come and be a part of a team for a weekend at all points across a very wide spectrum of driver experience and background levels and interest levels. And that is one of the coolest parts of the World Racing League. If you're not terribly familiar with what we're doing here, I know a lot of you are, but if you haven't been around for a while, the teams are that way, the cars are that way, the driver lists and lineups are that way. The experience levels and the car approaches are equally as varied. It's just a very, very cool aspect of what we're doing here in the WRL.
Did you see who just rolled by on pit road?
No.
That was the number 210 Condor OMP.
Wow, been a minute for
BMW.
them, huh?
Yes, they've had 12 laps complete this race. It's a very interesting BMW.
Yeah, Ryan, you've got some familiarity with the Condor BMW, the 5 Series. What were you saying about it yesterday?
Yeah, so it's a 5 Series, and it's an older one. And I believe being the M50, and I'm just going to do some live Googling here, just to make sure I'm correct, because the BMW boars will destroy you if you don't know which vehicle it is. But I believe the M50...
Make sure you don't forget where Chattanooga is, or they get real rowdy.
Exactly.
So I believe it has an M60.
Oh, it's an M60. Okay, that would make sense, because the M50 is a six-cylinder. So the M60 is a naturally aspirated V8. Okay, so that is the original. That might be the original one to the car.
Really?
92 to 96 design. It's a 3 or 4 liter, 90-degree V8. Let's just roll down here. It depends on if it's a B30 or a B40 would determine how many cc's it has. Putting out in stock form 215 to 282 horsepower. Now you have to think that it's been messed with a little bit.
Touched, yeah.
These BMW motors are very modular in certain ways, so there could be mix and match going on there as far as heads and things like that. But yeah, not a super common engine seen in racing. Again, the most popular engine is that 3 liter or 3.2, 3.4, however much you bore it out for the E46 M3s. That's what's most popular. But yeah, so it's an interesting car down there for sure.
What do you think the impetus is for a team to decide, you know, we're going to race a BMW, but we're going to go with a big one?
You know, there was another series we covered where they also had a BMW 5 Series of this vintage racing at it. It was at Mid-Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
So
was that the one that lost a hub or whatever?
Yes, I believe so.
Was it a 540 or 740?
It might have been a 740, but it was a big chassis BMW. It was bigger than a 3 Series.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta wonder if the longer wheelbase makes it a little bit more stable.
I feel like that's only useful to a point.
Right. But now, you say that, but we're at Sebring, where you're heading over the bumps at 17. It might come in handy.
Sure.
There.
Yeah. I believe the first time we did a race for the World Racing League back in 2017, didn't we have like an Audi A8?
Yeah. Now that did not run very long.
5 Series done like 8 laps or 12 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, guys, by the way, just real quick, the 7 is back out there.
Oh, excellent. I actually spoke with somebody from the 7 is the ACI Motorsports car, correct?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, I did speak with somebody from ACI in the pit lane, and this was maybe an hour ago or so, and seemed to indicate that everybody was okay, everything was going to be all right.
Okay.
I obviously didn't press him on questions like, how's your broken car?
Yeah,
it seemed like kind of a weird and he was walking down to the hammer stall just to check out what was going on over there.
Sure, but
so the
plan was always to get the car back out?
Yeah, they seemed very satisfied. They were happy,
Glad with that.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. Well, it'll be another competitor back in GTO, and again, they've been off track for about 4 hours now, but there's so much still that's going to happen over the next, just under 20 hours.
All right, so keep an eye out on the 981 Willowin Porsche, currently in 5th and 0.3 behind the Choice Racing BMW. So 983 comes across the line.
So we're watching the 980. That is very much in a battle with that 522.
Oh, just to finish up quickly on my point on the why you would use the 5 Series. The only other thing that occurs to me is that you have a larger engine bay to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be easier to service as well. And then, of course, being a BMW, they're still concerned about having a 50-50 weight distribution, even on their larger cars.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be at a disadvantage in that regard.
Yeah. Justin Ford, by the way, don't know where Chattanooga is. The joke was that Joseph thought it was 2 hours from Chattanooga to VIR, and it turns out it's 7 to 9.
And I stayed in VIR. I know where where Chattanooga is. I've stayed in Chattanooga. I'm just dumb.
How long does it take to get there by train?
Well, it depends on when. 981 comes through, and the 522 comes through behind it. So JT is astute in his observation and calls the shot across the line. Position change.
909 is directly behind them as well.
Oh, yeah. So this is a three-way fight now. The Automatic Racing Aston, recovering from a penalty, right?
Yep.
For a pass under yellow a little earlier, is now also a part of this. By rights, ought to be battling for second and third, but cost itself that opportunity with a pass under yellow. Where the mellow yellow runs like water. Man, I have so many opinions about the mountains of Tennessee just based on that one sentence, but we will move on from that.
I mean, I assume that that's a reference to the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft or whatever.
I think so, yeah. We picked up the 522 and the 909 out the window here on the run into turn 6. The move is not done on the brakes into 7, but as they get on the throttle on the way out of the corner, it's a decent run from the Automatic Aston. They run up the backside of the circuit, and he is pulling a distance up to the back of the 522, and it looks like he goes left. Nope, other way around.
Inside.
909 goes right, and at turn 10, move complete. Let's demote the 522 Choice Racing BMW to 6th, promote the Aston back into 5th, and at the moment, sort of the sole meaningful representative of Aston Martin, having lost the 143 a little time ago. Were you down in the paddock, Ryan?
It's still running.
Okay. The 143?
The
it's back out.
It's been out for a while now,
Oh, okay. Very good. We thought that would be the case. The car had a small brake fire, but was put out and the car was recovered. So I'm happy to hear that, but not necessarily unexpected.
If you're Pippa Man, is there any such thing as a small fire in a race car?
I think if you're anybody, there's no such thing.
Exactly. I mean, her specifically, that happened to her. Do you think she thought it was a small fire?
No, it didn't sound like she thought it was a small fire.
Yeah,
the problem with fire is it being an uncontained plasma. A small fire can turn into a big fire pretty quickly.
Correct.
Right, but cool heads and sticking to what people are telling you and assessing the situation as it presents itself to you are ways you can prevent a small fire from becoming a very big fire, right? It doesn't always happen that way, but in the case of a brake fire, yes, if you leave that stuff uncontained, it will eventually burn through things that are very important, and it will catch other things on fire. That wasn't the case. The team told her, you've got a brake fire, stop the car. She stopped the car, grabbed a fire bottle, and dealt with it herself rather than waiting for the fire marshals. Hence, the car is saved, they come into the pits, check everything out, and send it. Problem solved.
And still 19 and a half hours to play.
Yeah,
exactly.
So where is that car then in
they're
the running
10 laps
order?
down. So they're currently down. Yeah, they're down into 13th right now.
They're going to win this race. That's my pick.
Well, okay.
Do the prediction.
Run it again.
So you're
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Remind me in 5 minutes, because I did mean to do it at the top of the hour.
If she's the one that pulls the pin on the fire bottle, does that make it a pin to win?
Oh, no.
Danny Sullivan, is that you?
Wow.
Anyway.
Never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
You got to save that for like 2 a.m.
So the 909, having now passed the 522 and gotten into the top 5, is less than 0.2 of a second behind the number 981. So that trio is in various chunks a duo, actually a duo and one car, but the duo is constantly changing. Right now, it's 909 behind the 981, and we'll try and pick them up out on track and see if the move is done. I would expect it to be done this lap.
Just want to check something quick.
Matt Deming on the Facebook page makes a astute observation and a very useful one for our debate about 5 Series, running a 5 Series. Once you strip out an E34 5 Series, it weighs about the same as an E36.
So that was another thing that I wasn't sure about, but was willing to entertain as well. That most of the added weight in a 5 Series is going to be from luxury components.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, the frame itself, the extended frame itself, doesn't actually add all that much.
Correct.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I would imagine then, by extension, I think we talked about this at the last race with the other team that had built one, that there's a lot of those parts that are interchangeable with regards to suspension and stuff. It's not like you have to reinvent the wheel when you get replacement parts. I think it uses the E36 mounting, hardware and suspension pickup points and stuff like that.
Sure.
Let's see.
And pick up the 909 out of the window here. Here comes the 143.
So, Brendan, here's another factoid for you. We were just talking about the Aston Martin, and Joseph and JT, if you'd like to chime in. Obviously, we know that Audi and Porsche have won several races at Sebring over the years, endurance races.
Wait,
go ahead.
1 second. The 522s come across the line. Automatic Racing has lost the spot controls.
There's no rear wing.
No rear wing.
There's no rear. That's probably a scary car to drive with no rear wing, I would imagine.
Well,
I don't know
it is
how-
a GT4,
Right.
so it's not
important
of power.
but not. I wonder if that car has spun and knocked the rear wing off on a tire barrier somewhere.
I
maybe
wonder
like
if that happened in 17 even.
16.
I will leave it to Joseph unless Joseph has stepped away to find a camera that shows that, because I don't know where we would pick that up. But
No, I don't need. They did lose 15 seconds on their last lap, though.
yeah, I can't imagine the rear wings just falling off when they lost 15 seconds. That feels more like there was a driver error made, and it has caused them to drop in essential components.
You'd have to back into something. I mean, there's nothing.
I would think so.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, where do we think that's going to happen? That could possibly happen in one, but we haven't seen a local yellow for that. Maybe X at a 10 if you go driver's right. Certainly a 16 if you go driver's right.
I am going to take a look at the race control log and see if there is a note for spin and impact.
There is, and it's at turn 16, so they must have dropped a wheel off, the same place we saw the Stratus 59 drop one off, and just kind of done a full 270 and continued.
Loop it into the inside tires.
Yeah.
They're not going to hit anything on the outside there.
No, if you do, you might be cleared for takeoff.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, okay, so that puts to bed the question on the 909, but now it's got all that work to do over again, and it doesn't have a rear wing, which...
That's the drag reduction system, is the inside wall. Oh, what's this? We've got a slow AOA. Is it the 15?
Is it a black?
45 is race control says 45.
Oh, the 02 is slow.
And yeah, 02 is
oh,
slow.
And the 15. It's the poor crippled 02 is catching the 15 at a rate of knots.
Wow.
It looks like
that 15 is not going to make it anywhere close to home.
This is like an SCCA road rally.
TSD.
Yeah.
Yeah, if your stated speed was 8 miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah, that 15 is basically stopped a beam start finish.
There we go.
On the exit of turn 6. The 02 isn't going to make it anywhere important either. They're going to stop before they get to the braking zone for 7.
983 pit board is coming out, so they're getting ready to respond immediately.
I
Here we
wonder
go.
if they're
On pit lane
anticipating...
is the 981.
No, they're due in here, so that's fine. About 26, 27 laps. That's about right. But if they catch a full course yellow here, this will be very convenient or very opportune for them. Yeah. 02's reset and is moving again. So at the moment, we still only have one stopped car. That being the number 15 from AOA. You see center screen there.
Fantastic driver change for the 981.
Yeah.
The crew member literally just yanks off the driver.
So this is on board the 01 coming up to turn 7. Have we gone by the 02? Well, what should I camera? So that's fine.
Yeah, no, we had gone by the 02 at that point.
Okay, so it had been moving again. Yeah, I know I'm behind. I'm sorry. This is
Refresh.
All right, we have a
frustrating
safety
track
car
I've never dealt with.
coming up to the 15 right now.
Safety truck. right?
Intervention vehicle. It's not a safety car.
Third.
No, that's fine. Just to clarify, we are still green, but
Yeah.
there is a vehicle tending to the stop number 15 MX5.
Yeah, we're still green. 245 is shown missing, so that implies to me that they're taking the opportunity to pit now.
All right, here comes
Although
the
I don't know why.
980 from the lead.
I guess if you're pitting now, yeah, they just have to. They were expected to come in 5 laps ago. There's no advantage to pitting now if you think a yellow is about to come out. Although it looks like they're doing a great job recovering this vehicle.
Was that a water hose over your shoulder?
That or radio.
Oh, I wonder if they're... No, you know what it is? I think that's a vacuum. I think it's a shop vac, and they're sucking the water out of
There's
the bottom.
cool box. The cool box has the lid open. So yeah, the vacuum right there was probably sucking out water.
Water, yeah,
So
at the
they
bottom
can
of the
throw
cool
an ice.
box. Interesting.
As the 981 leaves directly behind. Good spacing. Well done by them.
What is that? Is that the 02 again? That sounded like that? It is.
The 45 is under tow and moving.
The 15, yeah.
346, by the way. Money Pit was just given a... This is the first one I've seen for these. No, it's not the first.
9 is in
There's-
from second as well. Sorry, Joseph. Top 2 are in the pits together.
So
The 346 for Money Pit Racing is just has in the last hour has been given 2 one-lap penalties for fueling infractions.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see there.
Quick stop here for the 983.
yeah.
Including the driver change. They fueled it very quickly. It's a quick check of the front end by one of the mechanics. Everything looks good there. The driver exiting is still assisting the driver entering. Car is instructed to refire. Still working on the belts here, so I said it was a good stop, but slow on the driver change here. The net on the driver's left side is hooked up, and away goes your overall race leader. Still roughly a lap, right? So when it goes past the number 9 in the pit lane here, it will put that margin back up over a lap. And then it'll be up to the number 9 to sort of manage that 1 lap plus margin based on how quickly it can pull off its pit stop. 4:34.9 is the in-lap for 983, which, now this is from memory, so somebody can check, but I think a standard pre-start finish line stop is around 4:05. Stratus is fast because they've got a small tank, but even for most normal cars, GTO cars, you're looking at about a 4:05. 4:34 is some big time loss down in the pit lane.
Brendan, stop me if you've heard this one before. Number 33 has been noted for a dragging caliper.
The Corvette.
And by which I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that noticed before, and so
Yeah.
there's no reason for you to have stopped me.
I did, well, that's why I didn't.
Thank you.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to talk about a Corvette with some mechanical issue. Okay, yeah, that happened. You know, but it looks a little odd at the left front. It just came across start finish here, not specifically, but it's a little interesting. Sorry, I just received a message.
Your system is correctly configured for playing WAV files.
Yeah, no, it looked a little low at the left front there. So I don't know what dragging caliper means. Like, is that?
It literally means the caliper is pulling on the... It's either, well, I've heard it used to describe dragging on the wheel because it's loose,
Right.
and you're banging it there, or that the brake is literally dragging on the pads are dragging on the rotor as you drive normally.
Right. Interesting.
So I've heard it either way. I would imagine that a corner worker isn't going to care if the pad is dragging on the rotor.
And that's more my point here. So what exactly is a quarter worker catching and then describing as a dragging caliper?
Maybe it's
Right.
maybe it's a notice for the team to say, by the way, this you might lose a disc at some point if you don't remedy this.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's true. So this current cycle of GTO pit stops, is this our first? This is our first pit stop within this cycle, right? The 983 and the 9. With Stratus being the outlier there because they're pitting more often anyway, but everybody else, this is the we'll now see the dominoes fall. The 52 will come in. We'll need to see the 522. Automatics had its issues, but we'll need to see them here in about 10 laps or so. I think I'm right in saying that. Although that's mattering less and less in the overall order with every passing hour.
Yeah, to be clear, when we say dominoes falling, it's not necessarily that one car pitting precipitates another pit. There's no real consideration for covering like there is in IMSA or IndyCar.
No, it's more just this kicks off the sequence.
Yeah, this is it basically on an informative level.
Yes.
Pour off and continue for the 245. That'll be a Matt Connolly car.
It sure is. The pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
If you say so.
Very often, yeah, so listen, if you've been to Hellertown, Pennsylvania, you've got things to compare Matt Connolly Motorsports against.
Listen, you're a resident of the Commonwealth, and so I have no room to talk.
Thank you for calling it a Commonwealth. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
The 49 will be the first and only time.
The United 49 states and one Commonwealth of America.
You are so ignorant.
Yeah, okay.
There are 46 states and 4 Commonwealths.
Virginia's a Commonwealth, isn't it?
It sure is. The Commonwealth Cup.
We're special. We have a different
Tech.
name.
Kentucky, Massachusetts. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so I did
Kentucky is not worthy of. I'm sorry.
I did have a factoid earlier.
Yeah.
So I've done more research on it. It's less of a factoid now. But that's okay.
It's a fact.
Aston Martin
Void.
has never won overall at Sebring for the 12-hour.
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that they have ever won a GT class, or do they have any class titles?
Yes, I'm sure they'll have won a GT1 race.
They have not, to my knowledge.
They have never won a GT1 race.
They have never won a GT1 race at Sebring. They have podiumed 3 times. Once in 08, they got 3rd by default because they were one of 3 cars.
Sure.
The other 2 were Corvettes. In 2006, they were 2-3, so 2nd and 3rd. And then in 2010, the AMR Lola was 3rd.
How far back did you go?
I went to 2005.
2005. They won GT1 in 2005.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I only did 2006.
4th overall.
Oh, okay, got it. Well,
I was going to say, I'm
there
sure they won.
I was pretty sure they hadn't.
They have never in the last 15 years.
In the last 15 years, they have not. They have not won over. They have not won overall.
No, and that LMP1 car was never really going to be competitive enough to do that.
Right.
No. You had Highcroft did pretty well in 2011. But
in 2012, they did come 2nd in class in GTE Pro, but there was GT Pro, or GTE Pro, GTE Am. If you take all of the GTE class cars, they were like 9th, 10th.
Classic.
And Alex Job Racing in the GTC car beat them that year. But somehow they still got a podium out of it.
You can't count that then.
Exactly.
It's like counting an Intersport LMP2 podium, but they finished 34th overall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or even a Conquest Racing and or Level 5 podium.
Yeah, podiums by default are still podiums.
Anyway.
Been there, done that.
So that was not nearly as cool as I thought it was going to be when I started researching it.
Well, it was cool up until the point where you were actually wrong.
The problem was I started to talk about it, and almost on cue, the 909 lost its rear wing. So I then felt bad.
What's the appropriate amount of time to bring this up?
Yeah.
No, that's fine. He let the dust settle and then was like, I'm just going to sneak this one back in here.
Okay. Anyways.
This doesn't seem to be hurting the 909. Just to put a pin in, like,
that's
just close that up.
Right.
This
As I
issue
said,
it's having,
drag reduction
they are
system.
time to choice racing, though.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
That is not very choice.
One wonders what the play is here then. Do you not have the ability to just change the rear wing and hang a new one on the mounts? Or
It would probably be the whole deck
wing?
lid would be my guess.
Right, deck lid Brennan. Do you have...
Gabriele Tarquini.
Do you not have... So what is that time cost going to be? right? You've got 19 hours left, so you would assume, like, relative to the amount of time you're losing lap by lap, pretty massive. Like, not, or, well,
It's not losing a lot of time. It's just not being able to match Choice Racing directly in front.
sure, but
I
they
mean,
were.
It still
before that
ran under
happened.
230.
Oh,
So I mean, it's still fine.
that number was 234 last lap. So, I rest my case. But, no, that's fine. At 228, 229, you're fine. It looked more like they had been in the 30s more consistently.
No.
Well, that's
yeah,
a problem.
because last lap it was 6 seconds slower,
Yeah.
but this past lap was much more comparable, and that could have been traffic.
Yeah.
But the point is, you don't want to necessarily do an unscheduled pit stop if you can avoid it.
Sure.
If that's something you can do during a pit stop, much better. I don't know if they necessarily have. I assume they have the spare parts for it because I believe they're the ones with the backup car. There's an extra Aston
No,
in
it was
there.
a Pro Sport car.
Okay,
the
that's Pro
144,
Sport.
the white one that's just stood up on jacks. Yeah.
Well, maybe they can make a deal and get an extra
I'm
wing
sure
if they need it.
Look, I'm
but
sure there is some level of, the 02 is coming through the pit lane and not stopping in its pit stall. That is almost certainly to the paddock. So the woes for Hammer, continue. Have we looked at any of the lower classes recently, JT?
I was
know you've done some
going
rebound-
through them
rundowns.
in GP1. I was just keeping an eye on that gap for the lead there.
Yeah.
Slightly over a minute over round 3 racing. They're both still running relatively similar times between PC racing.
That round 3 car we mentioned, with thanks to Paige Grimmer, who's managing PR for round 3 racing, among others this weekend, mentioned that Brian Guidinelli was getting into a car at Sebring for the first time. Fair play to Brian. I mean, he is hanging right with the PC racing car, which most of us had expected or would have expected to be, far and away the quickest car in GP1, and kind of running away with this. We're almost 5 hours into this, and the margin is still under a lap. It says a lap on Racer right now, but that will come down when he crosses the line. And running lap times within a second and a half of its quickest lap of the race. So fair play to Brian, and good work by the round 3 team as a whole through this first little portion of the race here to hang with that 44 car and keep things really very competitive there. Thunder Bunny is 2 laps off the back as well, so that trio have separated themselves, but I'm really super impressed with the 701 and everything that Brian is doing. So well played there by them. We've got 4 cars on track at the moment. Ginger Racing has been into and out of the pits. 5 cars on Ginger in and out of the pits. Oh, and Condor.
Yeah, 'cause
I saw
Condor's
2
back
cars
out.
missing with the Core Mustang, who I saw in the paddock earlier, and the 348 who blew the engine. Looking at the 210 and thought, oh, well, let's just race here and not realize it was missing. No, that car's out on track.
Yeah.
That's the 5 Series. So 6 out of 8 on track in GP1. GP2, 6 for 6. For a class that is lower in numbers, the gaps are wide, but you know what? All 6 cars are still out there. And J&R Racing, for as much trouble as they've had with their 178 Honda over the beginning part of this season, okay, they're 6 out of 6 in GP2, but they've completed, I think, a greater proportion of laps in this race relative to their class leader to this point than maybe any other race they've run this season. Like, they have spent more time on track in the first 5 hours of this race than in the first 5 hours of almost any other races here.
Okay.
Which is, again, like us here. Let's make every race better than the last one we did. It doesn't mean it has to be good on its own, but it's better than the last time we did it, which means we're improving. And you know what? Fair play to J&R. No, I think it's... When you're trying to clear very low bars here, for us, this
yes.
is easy. Yeah, no, I have no problems acknowledging what we do here.
It's
Hanging
like
in there.
like ability limbo.
Yes. How low can you go?
Yeah.
6:05 sets its fastest lap. Currently second in GP3.
So that was going to be where I turn to next. Still 2 laps in arrears of the Overnight Motorsports number 197. But that fastest lap of the race means it's now pulling away from the 94 Motorsports Lexus. They are on the same lap. Minute 13 is the gap there, so it's just under half a lap. But, like you mentioned, JT, that 605 is going fairly rapidly.
We were looking at the 909 in between the defrosting wires on the 211 here. And you could also see, in addition to the rear wing being knocked off its posts, the rear bumper is flared out a little bit on the left-hand side, so it's not even going to get the full drag reduction benefit, because now it's pulled out that bumper a little bit, so now it's going to act as a little bit of a parachute.
You subtracted a plane and added a parachute.
Right.
Yeah.
So you basically, they'll want to. I'm not sure it'll be so necessary.
Like a skydiver, you subtract the plane and add a parachute.
Well, in that instance, it's planned for.
Come on. Ryan didn't even look up, and JT gave me like the lamest smirk from behind his water bottle.
I thought it was pretty funny when I said Florida State, and so.
Exactly.
But yeah, so I don't know if it's significant enough that they would come in specifically to repair that, but if they've got an extra deck lid that they could throw on, or an extra wing assembly, I imagine they would want to give it a shot.
Well, let's consider this, right? You are a driver who's just backed a car into a wall. You've already cost, let's say even if it isn't your fault, your team has lost time, you've got your head down, we're making up positions as time went on, but now, like, you've got some work to do. You're gonna try and hustle that car as much as you can, but you have already adapted to that car not having a rear wing and having some extra drag out of the bag. Let's say you come into the pits, you change drivers, and you opt not to change the rear wing on that car, or to add one to the rear of the car again. You send it out for your first lap out on track, and all of a sudden, the car doesn't feel anything like the last time you drove it, because it doesn't have a rear wing and it's got a parachute worth of drag out the back.
Yeah, right? but you're missing. I take that point, but you're also missing several hundred pounds of downforce in not having that wing. So
no, that's my point. It's fine if you're the one who's having to adapt to it in real time, and maybe it's not worth it to change it. But
are you saying to put a new driver in? I see.
Yes, when you put a new driver in, they're going to go out on track, and it's not going to drive anything like a car they drove yesterday.
Right. I would agree with that.
Which to me is just a super sketchy approach to, well, we don't need the rear wing because it's not that crazy important.
Yeah, I think you'd be all right, but you would spend so much time getting up to speed and getting comfortable with the car. Like I think it's probably manageable, especially with the drivers that are in that car.
Is that going to contribute to your tire wear as well?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it. These tires are probably intended to last for 12 hours or better. I don't know if that's a huge concern. But for sure, you're going to lose time. You're going to lose a lot of time. Just on raw pace and getting used to the car. I agree with that.
I would also point out that GT4s in general don't necessarily produce a ton of downforce.
No, but you've set up the car with that balance in mind. You are changing the balance of the car.
Absolutely.
It's not a lot, yes. It's not like, it's suddenly become sketchy. Yeah. But, like, now...
It's not a Catherine Lake situation.
Yeah, right. Or even a Catherine Arm situation, even.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. All out. All out. Listen, I'm going to give you your due. If nobody else is going to give me mine, I'm at least going to extend the courtesy I would have expected to me. Right?
I'd prefer you gave me something else, like money, or instead of due.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, you are due money, right?
The 346, by the way.
Thank you.
Was just given another lap penalty, this time for passing under yellow. This will be money pit.
Yeah, Stratus is in, by the way.
It's going to be a real battle for the 346 to see if they can complete enough laps to, be net positive by the end of the race. The rate things are going.
So this 59, the Stratus Racing FP01,
Chris Farley's favorite car. Continue.
Right. So it was in at 85. It's now in at 103. Right. So 23 laps, which is quite a few laps shorter than most of the rest of the field. It's got a 10-gallon tank as opposed to 13 or 14 gallons was probably closer to its capacity before this adjustment. I'm not going to do the formula sitting here, but something like that, right? It is interesting to see that they will obviously be making more stops that compared to the rest of the GTO field. No other way around it. However, even for making more pit stops, they will be considerably shorter than most, especially if they're not changing drivers every stop. If you're double stinting or triple stinting drivers, especially when it gets cooler, making a stop with a lap time of like 350 or 355 when everybody else is doing 405, 410, 420, something like that. Eventually, like, that will never be a net positive for you, but it's not as big of a negative, I think, as immediately thought would suggest it is. You know, it comes across the line here. Lap time is 422. They did a driver change, so that was your limiting factor there.
Right.
But if you're not doing that every time, it's not like you're making a full extra pit stop every time you have to come in and throw 10 gallons of gas.
It's also worth noting, I think, that the only car, I want to make sure, there are only 2 cars faster than the 59. That's the number 983, the current leader of Will to Win, which has set a 223.3, and the number 99, Team GTR, has set a 222. Other than that, they do have the pace of the GTO field, so the car is quicker as well. Especially, I mean, I don't know how they adjusted the ballast, etc., but you're carrying 4 gallons fewer fuel, 4 gallons less fuel, shall I say?
That's a less. Definitely
Yes,
less.
not fewer. 4 fewer gallons.
There you go.
Of fuel. Yeah. So my point is, they do have the pace. Oh, and then the 909 automatic racing also just turns in a 222. Actually, it's interesting. While we're on this subject, when I was speaking with the number 59's driver, he was talking about the track getting progressively more greasy and starting to lose grip. The sun is starting to go down now.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the ambient might also be starting to come down, and maybe we're going to see the track come back into a more grippy state here within the next couple hours.
It's interesting to me that the track got more greasy after it dried out.
Now, I also think it's interesting, perhaps that's a Stratus issue specifically.
Could be.
Because the car is light, and I don't know
Yeah.
what tire situation they have relative to everybody else. But it sounded to me like they were saying the track was hot.
I mean, I would buy that.
By the way, guys.
A fair amount of energy. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It was not as immediate as I imagined. The 99 had another incident reported, but it was only a 4 off. That was at 10, so I, probably just ran it wide or something.
99 GTR?
I think is this the 909 underneath us?
It is. It is. It's amazing you can do that without being here, but yes, it is into the pit lane.
It might be going behind the wall.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like it's headed immediately towards a pit box.
It's about on schedule.
Its pit box is up that way, though.
Oh, okay.
About halfway up.
Gotcha.
I'm wondering if we missed a pit stop from the 52.
Almost certainly. So we knew these
Yes,
GTO
5 laps ago.
Yeah.
Yep, they did 5 laps ago.
Yep. So
Okay.
the 522 ought to be in here soon as well. Right, Choice Racing. Ooh, round 3, 701, fastest lap of its race.
I'm telling you, the upside on that 701 it's interesting.
Joseph,
What do you mean?
Oh,
Oh,
go
you
ahead.
mean the fact that your predictor has a big upside for the 701?
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's a car to look out for.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Ryan. I'm sorry.
I was actually just going to try to remind Joseph, even though I forgot, to run the predictions at 4:30.
Yeah.
Have you run a new set yet, or no?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, well that might be worth doing at the top of the hour now. Is that
Yes.
something we could do while catching up with an old friend?
Oh, it's so good. I was just going to say that.
God, you people are the worst.
I'm going to say that in Discord. Ryan got there first. Nicely done. Ooh, double Aston Martin pit stop here. 909 is in further down, and the 143 has just come through in front of us.
Is Darren Turner going to make this here?
No.
All right, so yeah, I quite miss my family. I moved quite far away from them when I moved to Minneapolis. So I think some
Oh
of my
my
extended
God.
family, I would love a video message from him. Joseph, do you think you can sort us out with that?
I don't know if he's prepared for this.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at the 24 Hours of Sebring with the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks for your company, everybody. That was the shortest break I think I've ever felt like I've taken. But we are there. Brendan Kazmarek, Brian Rest, JT Tammy, Joseph Moodrock, Scott Michaels will join us, the fifth member of our team, a little later, probably around 6:30, 7 o'clock. Sometime after sunset. Choice Racing into and out of the pits, I think. If not, they're very slow on track on the way into turn 7. No, they're not out of the pits. They are just slow on track. So
that has just swung a battle then.
And they're stopped. They're stopped at 10.
That's worked out. That's going to put the 909, I think, back into a podium position, I believe. Because we're talking about the 522 going slowly, correct?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Are you sure they're stopped there, Joseph?
They were stopped. They've kind of gathered it back up.
If only we had JT Shutter Sound here to take a picture for
I
us.
don't see anybody up there. But I was trying to gauge the timing from where I saw it exiting 7 to when Joseph said they're stopped at 10, and I couldn't make sense of it.
Well, and I lied. That it wasn't at 10. It was like 2. It was coming out of 1. But where they had pulled it off way to driver's left, which I just wasn't expecting to see a car there.
So that car has already stopped and continued once and is now continuing slowly.
No, yeah, we have it in we have it in shot as going into turn 7. To be honest, I'm not sure where it is live.
Automatic is salmon on race here, which I assume means this car has gone into the garage.
I don't know. That's not true. I've just seen them come through.
Okay, cool.
Automatic?
Yeah, well, I think their stall is after start finish.
It is. They would have only needed to change their deck lid, and that would have been a pretty quick situation there. I mean, it can't be that many pins. Like, a standard trunk is only held on by, like, 6 bolts.
Yeah, I guess.
And I imagine if it's a race car, you want fewer, because fewer is lighter. Simplify and add lightness.
Also, fewer things that can bend and make it impossible to service.
Right.
Oh, this camera is rough.
Oof.
Like
You're still behind.
Nicely done.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, I know. I'm telling you, man, this is a struggle. 522 is in. Is it missing a whole rear bumper cover? Or did that happen earlier?
I feel like it was a complete car until recently.
I think that car is missing a rear bumper cover, and that's happened recently.
I would agree with that.
Lap time is a 3:26, and it hasn't stopped yet. So it's lost just about a minute out on track. I wonder if it spun on the exit of 1 and backed into something, torn the bumper cover off, and that's it. 701 is in the pits.
Yeah, we don't have any audio for this car, unfortunately, so I don't have... Let me
for the
switch
one you're on board with now?
Yeah, for the 522.
Oh, I see.
The Hammer 02 is still in the pits as well.
I think they've just come back through.
Okay, perfect.
I'm going to switch to a different onboard while I try to... I'll go back through the 522 and give some indication of what's happened to that car.
Okay.
522 is in the pits. It should be under your nose.
Yeah. Nope, I already mentioned it through while you were looking for Cameron. Okay. It's missing a rear bumper cover, which is why I'm, again, putting 2 and 2 together and making 522, that perhaps it has backed into something, somewhere maybe spun at the egg of 1, or something like that, and torn that rear bumper cover off. I think it, like JT said, whoever said it, I think it was a complete car until recently. It was Ryan that said it.
Yes.
Yes. We believe it was a full car until recently.
That car was very choice, if you will.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car.
It is a nice car.
It's going behind the wall. I don't know if you noted that, but...
Ooh, 01 is wide there.
522 is definitely not coming back out on track.
Okay. Well, it's going to move the number 52 into a podium position. That's the Team ACP Tangerine Associates car. They're going to have to cycle through, I think, it looks like they were only down about a lap. So here within the next lap or so, that should update. And that ought to put PC Racing, who was actually only 6/10 behind ACP, also up into 4th and or 3rd, depending on if they got their pass done. And then you have the 981 Will to Win racing car in 6th, which may become 5th at some point. But
the 701 Round 3 racing car up into 7th overall. So we have a GP1 car slowly climbing the overall time sheets, and I'd say, you know, with several hours to go, we're only 5 hours in here. Again, big potential for a GP class car to end up on the overall podium. The second placed GP car at all is a GP2 car, the 678 Chill Out Systems car. They're 13th overall.
Yeah. Well, third place GP car, right? Because the 2 GP1s are inside the top 7.
Where did you have 44 PC Racing?
Oh,
at?
my apologies. I already talked about PC racing as well. So you got 5th, 7th, now 8th, and 13th.
No. That PC car, I think we knew was going to be super competitive in the overall over the long run. We didn't expect the 701 to hang with it as much as it did. What are we pointing out here, Jason?
That is the Audi.
Oh,
The 02 coming back
The
out.
02, yep. The 01...
It's circulating. He's doing fine right now.
Right, but the 02 was the one that was slow and stopped, and now it's continued again.
Yeah.
Thunder Bunny was it. Number 110.
All right. Let's see.
Wow. Okay.
We have a replay queuable here.
We do. It's unfortunately the connection is a little iffy, so it's in kind of bursts, but it'll be useful information nonetheless.
You are overestimating the quality of our internet here.
Okay.
But we'll do our
is
best.
this into turn 5?
For
No, this
choice,
is
this is through turn 1 for choice.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were showing the 01.
No, we'll see it here in a moment. Here.
No,
Okay.
no,
That's fine.
Okay.
absolutely not. Disgusting, ludicrous display.
And comes
PC
the leader in GP1.
Thank you very much. And as it does so, it takes 4th overall away from Choice Racing, who itself is in the pits. So your GP1 leader, 5 hours in, is up into P4. Now, it's worth mentioning, and Joseph, you can interrupt me whenever you've got the replay queued up, but I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, this isn't an 8-hour race expanded out to 24 hours. This is 3 8-hour races back to back to back, right? So everything that happens in a normal 8-hour WRL race is still going to happen in those first 8 hours, right? You're still going to have all this chaos and turnover and, minor issues and things like that. And you're going to have that sort of turnover at the top of the overall order as well. And that's exactly what we see with PC Racing, with the 701 from round 3, and now your GP2 leader into 13th overall as well. As I lose the broadcast feed yet again.
Mine
And
is
it's
stable.
So how? Maybe because
I don't know how far behind I am, but,
Oh. Are you going into 17 there?
I was. Yeah, I went ahead and hit refresh here, just for funsies. Let's see. I also have it locked at 480, so...
No. See, I have the raw feed pulled down from Casper, so it's not on a delay. Well,
yeah, this is going into
delay.
17 right here on the 01.
Yeah, you and I are not that far apart, and I'm pulling down the raw link. That's odd.
Okay, so I'm gonna direct your attention to the feed. I know you'll be a little
Go ahead.
delayed, but this will be. This is on board the 522. I believe that's Team ACP. I think that's a battle for position.
It
Not 100%.
is the 52 in front of it, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're gonna track out wide here,
Way
and
late,
52 is
yeah.
not gonna see him. And
Oh, it shoves him out there. Yep. And it catches. Oh, that is
It's
a
a-
solid back on the.
it's a
on the-
wicked impact, yeah.
Yeah. I'm amazed he's got that car back, actually. I mean, if it's square on the back of the car, it's probably not so bad. But if you hit with any corner of that car, it will damage the suspension, and getting that car back will become much, much harder. In fairness to the 52 here, not that we're stewards or responsible for making the call, in fairness to the 52, I'm not sure in what world I would have expected a car to be
overtaking me on the outside on corner exit.
No,
You are so focused on hitting the line so that you run up to the edge of that curb on the exit. Yes, we are. That I don't know if I would have been checking my mirrors for a car overtaking on the outside that was car lengths behind me, in the braking zone.
I do wonder a bit if maybe the 522's left a little bit of fluid there. I mean, it's hit every corner of the car.
It is actually headed back out of the paddock now. They've thrown some tape on the back and bungeed the rear wing and deck lid down. As you see it come through on your screen there, just leaving the bits to the right. But I do wonder a bit if this is in response to that incident. Maybe they're retrieving some debris or something like that. Again, the race control log may be of some assistance to us here.
Yeah, I suspect that's...
Driver's left rear tire off of the number 20 at turn 15.
That is a GP2,
It's
I
the
believe.
Slipstream car.
Yes.
GP3.
Yeah. It's the blue ND.
That was a competitor in GP3 early on. They were top 2, top 3 at one point early on in this race. They are still 4th, although will not be moving anytime soon without outside assistance here. So, full course caution number 3. The boys keeping track of them.
They've got a small gap over the 15 AOA.
So, 143 under investigation for passing under yellow. That'll be Pro Sport.
It's there, yeah.
Debris was noted at turn 1 about 8 minutes ago. Did we make note of the 20 slipstream?
Yeah, no, that's the car that's off at turn 15.
Okay.
Missing a left rear tire.
That's...
Well, wheel, I assume.
To go off at turn 15 and then be missing a tire, that is... Again, that's a rough impact.
Nope, I think this is one precipitating the 4 off. It doesn't say impact, it says 4 off. So I assume the wheel has come off approaching turn 15 and it has ground to a halt somewhere in the runoff there.
Right. It is to driver's left, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and it is the left rear tire, correct?
That is what it says.
Yeah, my guess is that, because there's really no heavy... I mean, turn 13 will load up the left side of the car, but my assumption is that, maybe it rattled something loose over a curb. We don't know, but that it won't have come off until it was about to turn into 15 there. And then finally it departed from the car and it ground to a halt out in the runoff there. We don't have a camera down there, so it is tough to tell. They're coming up to 13 now here on board the 01, so maybe we'll get some vision of it on the left side if whole LTE connection doesn't fail us.
Brendan, can I tempt fate?
Yeah.
I think we're nearing the end of the camera danger with regards to the sun.
So what are you proposing? We go take the shades off?
I'm proposing that we take the shades off when we do go service the cameras.
Well, yeah, and we can make a quick run to go pull some of that stuff, but we won't need to service those cameras till 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock probably.
I wonder if servicing them a little bit sooner might not be a bad idea, just to try to get more uptime out of the cameras. My understanding is not all of the trackside cameras are currently functional.
Oh yeah, we can go repair some of them, but again, piercing the veil here, we do have to pay attention to the battery life on the back end of the race,
Okay,
right? So the idea is to charge the batteries once we're done.
Right.
But, in the interest of getting our turn 3 camera back, which I think is important, probably not a bad idea.
Some more inside baseball stuff.
Oh, it's on the left between 15 and 16 there.
Yeah.
Just see it, yep. Okay,
Yeah, left, right.
There you go.
Are we not nearing a stream switchover time?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, I have a note for 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Just so everybody's aware, the times are set to run a long portion 1, part 1 on YouTube. So we'll run that through to about 11 o'clock tonight and switch over to part 2. YouTube, Facebook does not allow for long parts. It's 8 hours apiece, so I've divided that into roughly 6-hour chunks.
So that will switch over around dinner time. But thank you for the reminder.
Not a
Appreciate
problem.
That. Yeah, 6 o'clock.
I am
part
here
2 on Facebook.
for you.
Reminder, this is DriversEye Live, the World Racing League, the inaugural. I guess it's not accurate if it's not necessarily intended to return next year, but it is the first ever 24 hours of Sebring for anybody, never mind for the World Racing League, and the return of 24-hour racing to the World Racing League full stop for the first time in 2 years.
Now,
very exciting.
As we learned yesterday, and then I've just thought of one, so there's 2 potential instances where the 24 hours of Sebring is not necessarily accurate. This is the first event. One, we have had 24 hours of running lawnmowers at Sebring.
That is accurate, although not necessarily under competitive circumstances.
Correct. Well, I would like to think that if I had that job, I would be trying to make up some
9
money.
is into the pits. That's Team ACP from 2nd overall. Continue.
Okay. And then secondly, I believe Audi used to run 36-hour tests here. Is that not correct?
Again, I did make
not a race per se, but
did make that point that many LMP teams and GT teams, for that matter, came here to test and prove their car. Like, where else are you going to do it?
Right.
This is the most demanding track in the world,
yeah.
And where else to run components through the ultimate stress test than here for that long, right? So that makes perfect sense.
And it's a lovely part of the country.
But it's not. It's Central Florida. It has never been done under competitive circumstances.
Correct.
Exactly. Those were all unsanctioned.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Audi put one of their R10s on top of a tire barrier in a 30-hour test here once. It was a whole thing.
So I do have an unrelated bit of something to talk about here. Brendan and JT and Joseph, if you'd like.
No.
What would you pay for a Hideki Muto Panasonic Honda IndyCar Formula Dream Project crew T-shirt?
Joseph would pay a lot more than me.
Size
the
medium.
Rest of us here.
Size medium. It'd be like a cape.
Is this on eBay?
It's on a website where you can get used racing apparel. This purports to be a new shirt.
Well, it's
new
not
and
new.
where? 2006.
It's Hideki Muto in an IndyCar.
Correct, but like unworn is the implication.
Team
Well,
shirt.
that tracks.
A team shirt,
Like a
yes.
button-down?
Like a crew button down, yeah, or it might be a zipper in this case, but sure.
$65.
JT,
90.
Joseph.
$8.50.
Okay, so Joseph. So you said you would pay 90, or you think it's 90, or I'm sorry, JT.
JT thinks it's being advertised at 90.
Okay, what would you pay for it?
15 for me. I wouldn't pay more than 15 for that.
10 just because I am unfamiliar with the name of the team.
Joseph was the closest without going over, and probably the closest. Yeah, he was the closest as well. $35.
So you pay $35 and get yourself a Hideki Muto button-down team shirt?
Yes.
Huh.
With Panasonic written across the front.
Let's go back to green instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
For heaven's sake.
Good idea.
Oh, wait.
No.
The marshal didn't have his flag up. Starter did not have the flag up when
Awkward.
2 cars came by. That is awkward. Very awkward.
They were hauling the mail.
They were,
as
but
they
I
would
think they're
say.
catching the back of the field.
I believe so.
It caught me off guard.
It did.
So the Team ACP cars have come in together, and unless the 52 is... The 52 should not be in. Let me put it that way. Right, the 9...
I think
it really wasn't in that long ago either. It was 11 laps.
I think they just came in to top off.
Fair enough. You're at... Well, it's 18 hours 50 to go, so I was going to say you're kind of evening things out on the hour, but that's not really true either. I guess that makes sense. You know, as long as you're not going to lose a lap or an extra lap, then it probably doesn't cost you much in the grand scheme of things. And, as we've mentioned a couple times, this is a reasonable grid, not a jam-packed grid. It is a reasonably solid grid for a 24-hour race at Sebring. You are losing relatively less time. You're not losing 60 cars worth of track position. You're losing 35, 40, you know? So, I'm with you, JT. I think that's an okay call. Just come in, top off. You're not really losing a lot. The 909 is back out on track, and as we ride on board with the 01, Joseph, you can confirm with your slightly more current and clear broadcast that they do not have a rear wing still.
They still do not have a rear wing. The bumper is exactly the same state.
They remain wangless, as it were.
That is correct, yes. So remember that the GS cars, I don't know that this was a GT4 spec car ever. Remember that GS, before it became GT4?
I think it's too old to be a GT4 spec car.
I do not think it's doable.
I don't
to be
think
a
so.
GT4 car. I think it is a GT4 car.
No,
I would be willing to bet large amounts of money that that is a GT4 car.
So here's the thing.
It's a 2012,
Yes, they had GT4 Aston Martins in 2012.
but they didn't run in GS.
That's
Correct.
the thing.
GS was still its own rule set at that point.
Correct.
And if that's the automatic car from the Continental Series, it would not. I don't think
It
it's a
would not have
GT4
been
spec.
designed to run with the rear wing, which is, the more I think about it and we dive into these details, I actually am becoming slightly convinced that that car was designed to run without a rear wing in the first place.
Green flag.
Okay.
Yes, and do we have our leader leaning the field to green?
Yes, we do.
983.
983.
The wheel to win.
Good
Oh,
jump
Stratus
from
car is
59.
jumping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as the pace car comes down the
What a
lane, I am looking now for the pair of Team ACP cars because this will be the gap plus about a lap. Right there comes the 9. Yeah, so it's basically a lap. They've lost virtually nothing.
And the 52. And the 143 still thundering by as well. Glad to see that.
Yep, they make their way through the 1 through 5 complex and reappear under the Corvette bridge at turn 6. Brand new Corvette bridge.
So
Just 2 years, right? 2-3
Yeah.
years.
2019 was the
There you
first year.
go.
Keep an eye out on the Stratus car over there, and
Moving rapidly.
2 cars behind is the 909 Automatic Racing.
That is a battle for position.
Yep, battle for fifth.
Very good. All right. And all to play for with the 52 and the 981 as well. So actually, that pit stop has allowed that second will to win car to split the 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2s. So our top 4 at the moment is will to win ACP, will to win ACP. Porsche, BMW, Porsche, BMW. Here we go, NP01, Aston Martin, and again a BMW with PC Racing now in 7th. They pitted. Did they pit under the yellow? I need to look here. They did. Yeah, right at the beginning of the yellow flag.
Okay.
3 fast guys, and Denny comes through. Straggler.
Oh yeah, but they're flying. It's going to be really interesting to see once night falls how close they get up to the front of GP3, and as we get into the morning, just where they sit in class.
Yeah. The leaders make their way from 13 down to 14. The 0-2 Hammer Audi is back into and through the pit lane, and if I'm going to have to guess here, probably headed towards the paddock again. Field pretty well thinned out, actually. Not thinned out, but strung out, especially back towards the back. GTR is mixed in there. They came through the camera a few seconds ago. Of course, you've got to be single file back through that 10 through 13 section of the track. You can make enough. You can make a pass if you've got enough pace differential on the car ahead of you, but for the most part, it's really hard to stay competitively side by side through the twistier parts of the north end of Sebring International Raceway.
Stratus really pulling away from the Aston there.
Yeah, by a margin. I think that Aston just sort of been caught in traffic. The gap's out to 4.3. The Stratus car is also just kind of hanging on to the tail end of the lap of the number 981. And that's not terribly important other than that's sort of the next target, let's say, relative to the 52. That 52 has been just buried in traffic. 239 last time, and 981 did a 236. So the Stratus car really kind of making hay here out of the front. And we said that, you know, track position wasn't going to cost the 52 and the 9 all that much, just because it's a slightly smaller piecing line of cars. But the traffic will cost you when you get back to green. 10 seconds in a lap is brutal.
Alrighty, so we're just going to look back through the field here. I am going to just do a quick rundown, JT, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, so we'll just start at the top here. GTO, we've got the number 983 Will to Win Racing Porsche Cayman out front. They've completed 116 laps. 1 lap behind them, we have the number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2 race car. I believe in the media guide we haven't mentioned that it's the stock M2 competition, or whatever It's the Nürburgring class.
Competizione.
Whatever, it's called a something. Anyway, but
The
they have
CSR.
a different... The CSR. Yeah, CSR. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Not the DSR, as it were. They have a different exhaust on that car compared to how it comes from the factory, and then there was another change as well on both of those cars, obviously. Let's see, factory M2 CSR with MCS shocks, active auto work exhaust. Perfect. So, race cars there. We have the number 981 Will to Win Porsche in third. They are 2 laps off the lead. And then in fourth place, we have the other Team ACP car, the number 52, also 2 laps behind. They're only 9 seconds back of third place right now. And then down into fifth place, rounding out the top 5 in GTO, is the number 59 Stratus Racing car. Now, they're 3 laps down. They ended up having to serve a penalty, and by that I mean they had laps to lead. How many laps did they lose? Was it 1 or 2, JT?
I want to say at least 2.
At least 2. Okay, so if they can keep it clean, it would seem that they have the pace to get to the front, and they would almost certainly be in the lead had they not had those penalties. You got that going on in GTO. Now we're going to go to GP1. We'll run down this field. We have the number 44 PC Racing car. They've completed 114 laps, so they're way up there in the overall standings. Followed by the number 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche. Third place, we have the number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW 1 Series on 110 laps, so they're 3 laps off the class lead. And then in fourth place, we have the number 346 Money Pit Racing BMW E46. And then in fifth place, rounding up the top 5, and I believe rounding out the runners in GP1, is the number 46 Ginger Racing. They are currently 12 laps behind. So have they come back out, JT?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. But we haven't seen Core or Chattanooga Tourenwagen or Condor OMP.
Condor is out there.
Condor is out there.
Yes,
okay,
they
so they're
came back out.
Very far behind. They are 78 laps out, and good for last in class. Assuming Core and Chattanooga Tourenwagen can't get back out, they could be up as high as 5th or 6th by the end, barring some type of issue with the rest of the GP1 field.
Yeah, looking out the window here, it looks like Core may be done.
That's unfortunate, I believe. The Core car, a road Mustang that has been modified very clearly. Not too dissimilar from mine as far as the choices they've made on bodyworks. I've made similar accoutrements to mine. I'm sure their shock package is much better.
That's not an old ST Mustang, is it? Like
No,
a Coney Challenge Mustang?
I don't believe so. I've had a look around it, and then I looked at the power to weight rules and stuff. I'm willing to bet it has a 4.6. And the Coney Challenge cars, even those had a 5.0 starting in like 2005, and that's a 2010.
Okay.
So I believe it to be a road car, and that's what would make sense for the class, as far as how the power to weight shakes out, etc.
Right, yeah, okay.
So GP2, we've got the number 678 Chill Out Systems car. They are currently leading. They have completed 112 laps. So again, all the class leaders up in this 100 and teens of laps completed. So they're staying in contention for the overall as well. We do have several hours left to run. More than the distance of a whole WRL weekend left to go. So we're assuming that we're going to see some reliability issues, and it's going to get to be nighttime. It's going to be harder to see. People are going to be unsighted. You're going to move over. There's another car there. You're going to have, I hope not, but you're going to end up probably having a couple more issues with some friction. So if you can keep your nose
people
clean.
just get tired. I mean, that's a real thing. Is it? If you're nobody here is, I assume anyway, not many people here are working on their sleep schedule like a week in advance to make sure that they're ripe and ready to go for the for the red eye shift. It's just not going to happen. So people are going to make mistakes just because it's going to be tough. It's going to be grueling.
Well, and not only is it tough because you're going to have been awake so long, you're going to have all these hours in the car. You're not going to sleep that much either. And
sure, that's what I mean. Like it's not natural to be up at 3 or 4 in the morning if you haven't been training your circadian rhythm to put you there.
And then additionally from that, it's not just 8 to 12 hours worth of running around COTA. Well, COTA's probably a bad example nowadays. It's not 8 to 12 hours of running around Road America where it's smooth. This track is beat. the track is rough, and we talk about it a lot and respect the bumps and all this other stuff. But running a 6-hour stint here, or even a 4-hour stint, or what have you, is not the same as running a 4-hour stint anywhere else, or 2-hour stint, or however you're going to break it down.
Yeah,
obviously.
definitely not.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can do 6 hours anymore. They've made some rule changes in that regard. I don't even think you can do 4. Can you?
Maybe max.
I think 4 is on the limit.
I know they had some issues with it in the past, so they've made some rule changes to.
Is this
that.
a slow?
Anyway, oh, go ahead.
Is this a slow car coming out of the corner? It sure looks like it. Looks like one of the R3 round 3 cars.
Okay.
Slow coming out of 13.
Gotcha. I'm going to finish this rundown. So we have the 678 Chill Out Systems car. Again, 113 laps. The number 601 Round 3 Racing car in second place. That's the 110 laps complete, so they're 3 laps behind the leader. And then the 21 and 245 Matt Connolly Motorsports cars, respectively, in third and fourth. And then in fifth place, you have the Rocker Install GP2 car and the number 211 on 99 laps. So again, we've got several hours still racing to go. They're not entirely out of it, being down 14 laps. And then in sixth place, we've got the number 13 J&R Racing car as well. That is the Civic, which has had some issues early on. It seems to be running okay now.
Yeah.
And then we'll be going down to GP3 here for their top 5. We have the 197 Overnight Motorsports car on 110 laps. So again, obviously a few laps have passed since I've said this, but all these class leaders are up above 110 laps. They're still in with a shout. I think even the 197, if they keep their nose clean, still in with a shout of being on the podium overall. Obviously, there's a lot of racing left to go. The number 605 Round 3 Racing car is in third place. The number 84 94 Motorsports Lexus is in third. The number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda X5 in fourth. And rounding out the top 5 is the number 83 94 Motorsports car. I believe they ended up serving a penalty a while back as far as having passed 100 yellow, I believe. So that's going to be your rundown for your top 5 in classes, and then I just did the top 6 for GP2. Joseph, do we have predictions available? It's now the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I ran them about half an hour ago, so things have obviously...
We are actually going to have a guest here.
Oh,
so
perfect.
We'll cover that as soon as we are finished with our guest. A guest who is familiar to us here at DriversEye Live. Brendan, who do we have here?
Yeah, it's a man whose name I mispronounced on the air for many years and never actually had the chance to interview or really spend much time around. But Brian Guidinelli, managing director of Haggerty Motorsports and very recent driver of the number 701 from Round 3 Racing, joins us up here in the booth. Welcome, Brian.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but I'm so happy to be back with you.
Yeah, I said to you off the air, a lot has happened since the last time we saw you.
Yeah.
At the time, you had just sort of developed Race Hero in concert, in a way, with what we were doing at Endurance Radio at the time, out at the 25 hour, and finding ways to improve the product and display useful data and information to us. And it's been tremendously useful for us over the year. It drives our data, our overlays, and all that. And you're a big hero of Joseph, so I'll tell you that. But before we tackle some of the more recent developments here, let's talk about racing first. Just got out of the car, first ever stint at Sebring, from what I understand, and you're top 2 in GP1.
Yeah, so, a huge fan of the 12-hour, of course. Just a legendary race. They've been racing here now for 71 years, I think, since the first endurance race here, 1950.
Next year will be 70. Yep.
Okay. So, it's a place that has a lot of miles in endurance racing. So the chance to come out here and run the first ever 24-hour race, pretty special opportunity. And I think I live in California, so this is not a track I can just drop into.
Yeah.
So really, really neat opportunity and just a great event. So I'm happy to say we're still in second, so that's a great place to be.
Yeah.
But of course, like everybody says, it doesn't really matter right now. We've got a long ways to go.
Yeah, that GP1 battle, we had sort of hyped it up a little bit. That PC racing car has been, I don't know how much you follow DriversEye Live over the course of the season, has been tremendously quick. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Brendan. The number 13, who we were just speaking about, is now being towed on the rope by a course car coming down the track.
Very good.
That's unfortunate for them.
Seen on screen as well.
Yeah.
But they've been so consistent over the beginning part of the season and so much quicker than most of the rest of the class that for you guys to be hanging with them Okay, yeah, it's early, but 6 hours in, 5.5 hours in, I mean, that's not no distance, you know? The pace has been there out of your car. Is it comfortable to drive? Are the track conditions kind of suiting your car well, or what's it been like from in the seat?
Yeah, this is my first time driving a Cayman of any type, really, but a Cayman race car. First time in this particular car, but Caymans as well. It's an easy car to drive.
Okay.
It's got an amazing high rev limiter, so we can really wind it out in a lot of places and not have to shift in some places that you might in a different car. That's pretty handy here in some of the more busy sections like 3 and 5, and over in kind of 13 through the next sequence there.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty easy to drive, and I think, you know, the PC racing car is a little bit faster, I think, right now. But we're certainly not going 10/10. I suspect that they're probably not doing the same thing as well. And so it's a game of rubber and cops and robbers, right? You know, we're kind of chasing each other around for a while now to see how we stack up for later in the day.
Okay. Are you guys, from a team strategy perspective, is this a let's pick a time and just run to that time, or right around at 80 or 90%, or is this just a hey, don't push the car, drive till you feel comfortable, and just settle in?
Well, I'm the new guy on the team, so the rest of the team's been together all season. So I think they've got they sort of know what their comfort level is in the car and what pace they can drive comfortably. And I'm just kind of trying to match that and stick with that, so we have sort of even keel across the team. You know, I think in the daytime, obviously it's a little bit easier. Going back to the 25 hours of Thunder Hill, I've done that many times, and I love racing at night, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun to do that here as well. We'll see if the lap times go up or down.
Okay.
You know, it's not as dark here, actually, but it's a tricky circuit, I think, in the dark. So we'll see.
Did you have expectations coming here? Or was it just say, I'm going to show up, however this feels and whatever the experience like is what it is? Or is this sort of you've been hyping yourself up and now this is a real deal, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a competitive person. So so I'll just tell you, earlier this year, I bought a Speccy 46 car. And I was going to just do some fun endurance racing, things like this. And then I did an SCCA Majors race. I was like, oh, that was kind of fun. And I did another race, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the runoffs. And it's just like, it's a very slippery slope for me. So I did a lot of sim prep to be here to make sure that I was ready to go with the same level of the rest of the team. You know, it's their season, and I'm here to support. I want to make sure that I hold up my end of the bargain. But yeah, I want to go fast, and I want to win.
I gotcha. So as things have progressed over the years, you've got a couple of logos here on the side of your shirt, Race Hero up at the top, and we've sung the praises of Race Hero over the years, rightly so. But you find yourself now as managing director of Hagerty Motorsports. Hagerty itself has just exploded on the motorsports scene in the last, let's say, year and a half, 2 years, at least from our standpoint. You've been a part of that at a very high level. First off, what was it that got you involved with Hagerty? I remember getting the email about Race Hero, you know, joining the Hagerty family and everything. But what has that journey been like, and what is it like being a part of a brand now that is just really kind of taking motorsports by storm at the moment?
So I mean, it's a great question and something that I'm super happy about for so many reasons. But you know, about 20 years ago, so a long time ago, I founded motorsportreg.com, website for event registration. Race Hero came along later. And in 2018, late 2018, I received some outreach from someone at Hagerty about working together in some ways. And it wasn't really a compatible partnership that they were proposing. And so they came back to me a couple of times, and I said, you know, I just don't think this insurance relationship in particular they were interested in wasn't going to work. So they came back and said, well, what if we bought you? And so the conversation kind of took a turn I wasn't expecting. And over the years, we had been approached a few times about being acquired. But most of the time, it was people who wanted to take our business and do something else with it. And to your observation about Hagerty being now everywhere in motorsports, they saw, you know, the mission of Hagerty is to save driving. And so when they think about saving driving, that can take many different forms. It can be people who just like to collect, which is a big part of the Hagerty automotive lifestyle, you know, the classic car in the garage. But it can also, for sure, include people who are into performance driving, like a track day or an autocross, or people who like to race. You know, I like to say that the people who are out here this weekend at the WRL event are the kind of people who on Facebook have their car or their helmet as their avatar. Like, this is part of their identity. Sure. It's not just something they do every once in a while. I mean, maybe some people, but, you know, most it's kind of an addiction. So for Hagerty kind of coming together with them, we're kind of their beachhead into this space where they can help support another segment of the hobby. And that's why you see them activating with the Round 3 racing team. That's why you see the new Drive Within show that's going to be on Motor Trend TV starting in just a few weeks on November 12th. That's why they are everywhere. We're kind of helping them, come in and meet all the people that we know, and just get their arms around it.
Yeah. Is it from let's say from a personal perspective, on a personal level, to go from having your hands in a couple of different pots, but finding ways to support motorsports as a hobby, occasionally as a business, to now it being your full-time focus on helping, you said save driving, but in particular helping grow racing. On one level, a personal passion. On the other hand, now also part of your business. I mean, It is ingrained in, it is your job, right, to save driving. Is that gratifying for you? Is it a weird sort of pivot in your life, or is this just a, hey, you know what, I have an incredible opportunity now with Haggard to be a part of this, and I'm just going to take it for what it is?
I mean, it's a pinch me. Sometimes I can't believe it opportunity. Right? Like, I'm sitting up here with you. We're at Sebring for the 24-hour. I'm driving a Cayman, and also this is now not just it was my job, my full-time job before, but now it is we have this much bigger impact that we can affect, and that was really from day one what I was hoping to achieve, which was. With MSR, it was to make it easier to run events. With Race Hero, it was to sort of democratize the data and get the entertainment into more people's hands to make it easier to follow. And so now that we can do that at a larger level, my team is about a little over twice the size it was just 2 years ago when we joined Haggerty. Those are things that as a bootstrap business we wouldn't have been able to do, and it directly impacts the hobby in a bunch of different ways. So yeah, it's people sometimes ask me like, hey, how long until you leave Haggerty? I'm like, I'm not sure why I would leave right now.
No, especially right now, and just constantly in the news that the name is tossed around everywhere. And like you mentioned, Drive Within, November 12th,
yep.
Right? A series of shows chronicling Round 3 racing and their drive throughout the World Racing League season. We've sort of seen it develop from our side of the microphones, and it's been very, very cool to understand that this is where WRL, Round 3 Racing, Haggerty Motorsports, and all the brands associated with that are headed. So, kudos to you and your company, your employees, and everybody involved at Haggerty for doing what they're doing. I just want to make a point to an audience as a whole. We do interviews a lot here. Brian in particular is not just a voice, and he's not just somebody representing Haggerty. Brian has been a part of what we've been doing here at DriversEye Live, and before that at Endurance Radio for a long time. I say it was a personal relationship. Early days, developing Race Hero into what it was. We didn't do any of the coding. But questions were asked. How can we make it useful? How can we make it relevant to you guys? What sort of data are you looking for? That salmon color, I think, was a recommendation from us about cars that were missing and hadn't come by start finish yet.
That we added in the middle of the 25 hours.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It appeared like hour 6. Yeah. Like, what does that mean? But it's just been tremendous. And to look back years later at I don't know if you're still involved at the board over at Thunderhill, but now. Yeah, you are. Okay, perfect. Now you've added Managing Director of Haggerty Motorsports, that we now have a more or less full season of the World Racing League to cover on DriversEye Live. Just very, very cool to look back at what racing has been at all of us over the last couple of years to where we're at now. So thank you for coming up here. Thank you for spending some time here. And thank you for being here and present in the paddock, both as a driver, as a team member, and as part of Haggerty Motorsports. Just tremendous commitment, and, it must be living the dream, man.
It does feel like that most of the time. I appreciate it very much. It's been great to work with you guys over the years, and what you do here is in many ways the same thing that Haggerty's trying to do, which is we want to bring this to a wider audience, and we think if more people know about it, more people will get involved. And I think if you look at the growth of World Racing League here, you'll see the same thing. Like, I think this is actually a really exciting future for racing in many ways, which is it's team-based, so people can kind of come and go as they please. They don't have to commit to owning the car, the truck, the rig, the whole 9 yards. But also, people come for the cars in many cases, but they stay for the people. Absolutely. And so, I mean, that's why we know each other. That's why people come to this race series and keep coming back. And we just need more people to know about it, because some amount of them are going to come, get hooked, and stick around. And that's what we all want.
Yep. And like you said, the pattern is certainly there for everybody that's been involved in the World Racing League for the last 2 or 3 seasons. So thank you, Brian. Again, you're welcome up here absolutely anytime. You're getting back in the car later, I assume. What's your next stint scheduled for here?
We just finished, or we're in the last stint of our first cycle. So after this, I'm not sure if we're going to stick with singles or doubles when we get to the nighttime, but I will still be probably third in line. So I've probably got a 3.5 hour break or 4 hour break.
So it'll be dark next time you're in the car?
For sure.
Perfect. Yeah. Live the dream, man. Nighttime in Sebring doesn't get much better than that. Thanks for coming up, and like I said, come see us anytime.
Thanks, Brendan.
Awesome. Thanks.
What a nice young man.
Absolutely.
No, and I mean, like, we really can't overstate, like, every piece of data that's on screen right now is sent out by Race Hero. We, as amateur hour as some of this stuff is, we couldn't even do it at that level if Race Hero wasn't accessible to us.
Yeah, we have no ticker, we have no timing tower. We literally are just some fools with camera without the contributions that Brian has made to endurance racing and to racing in general. Joseph, anything to report new? I know you were going to run some projections with data that we get from Race Hero. Do we have an update on that? Is there anything you've seen while we've been doing the interview?
I was going to do that, and then what happened was I did forget.
Okay. It happens.
So I'm going to run it at 1818.
Okay.
To go. Make a wish. My wish is that the projections aren't awful.
Hey, I mean, what is the success rate of the projections?
Well, if I track data on that, they'd probably be better. So that is my point and counterpoint to you.
Excellent. Okay. Fair enough. So next time you ask, hey, is there anything you would like? We should try to keep track of that.
Regression testing, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did we mention, now that we can sort of pivot back to the race, and I apologize, I know we get, little nitpicks all the time about how long our interviews take. That one was a little special. I haven't had the chance to interview Brian, but emails in maybe totaling 100 over the years back and forth about how we can do better, each of us. That was a very cool moment for me, and I appreciate everybody allowing me and us as a crew at DriversEye Live to kind of indulge in that. That was very, very cool and very special. Did we mention the Chattanooga situation?
That they are not coming back. We did not note that, but I did see it. I did catch that.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, that is a shame. There were championship implications there.
Yes.
Hashtag. On the docket, but kind of a moot point now that they will not be back. So strike them from the list.
Same with the 17 Core Motorsports. They are finished. They are pretty much packed up at this point.
Did we find out what the issue was, or you just saw them on the back here?
I just saw them.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Camera.
Yeah, bummer. Huh? I wonder what the story is there. They're normally, you've sung their praises in the past, Ryan. That is a normally rock-solid outfit with a well-sorted Mustang.
Absolutely. That car has some inherent flaws, I would say. Specifically the motor. I know cam phasers are a big issue on those, and having camshafts get rounded off. Now, I would assume that a company which specializes in Mustangs and racing specifically would have that taken care of. But you've got that, but you've also got quite a heavy car at a racetrack that I don't think Core runs road cars at very often.
Yeah,
I can kind of see that potentially being a problem as well.
59 has pitted underneath your noses, by the way.
Yes, so it has.
Thank you. Do you have that available? Can you see the 59 pit from the pit lane cam or no?
You can see it turn in, but not stop.
Okay, gotcha. We do have the other camera backup now as well, so we now have both directions.
Doesn't matter, Ryan, because we can't see it.
That's true.
Because we can't download our own stream.
That's true.
For whatever it's worth, by the way, our cameras have mostly synced up at this point. Shockingly.
I have been watching my screen as well as your screen, Brendan, and the YouTube feed is way ahead of where you are.
Was that right?
And YouTube has like a 40-second delay.
Right, but it's quicker than what Brendan's got.
Well, and the other thing, too, is I can downscale the YouTube feed. I can't downscale the...
So for those who are watching on YouTube, please do not spoil the race for Brendan.
Yeah, right? Hashtag no spoilers.
Here we are, this camera perched right near the Chateau Sevico.
Why? I have to ask you, why have you been calling it the Chateau Sevico?
Because it used to be the Chateau Elan.
It used to be owned by Elan, and then Elan sold it to
Is
Sevico.
now Sevico.
And so they improved it after Elan gave it to them.
Elan didn't... Sevico didn't buy Elan, did they? As a project.
No,
they just bought the NP01.
They just bought the NP01.
Yeah. Chateau Sevico. Is Sevico spelled S-A-B-E-C-A-U, like Chateau?
I don't think so. I think it's
Sevico.
C-O.
The house that Don built.
I mean, it's a joke. The
house
hotel
that
is owned by an
Don
independent party. It's called the Seven.
Joseph, you've got to be careful with that phrase these days.
That's
Panos.
if the hotel would like to sponsor us.
What is it called? It's called 7 now, right?
7.
I think so, yeah.
7?
The hotel at 7, something like that. Excuse me while I check in for my Southwest Airlines flight.
Fine. It is 5:45 on the East Coast.
The thing
said
about
very
Ryan
right.
is Ryan's like 8'12" or whatever. So I
Yeah.
mean, he's obviously high value in terms of weight and balance.
That is also true.
Almost, but not quite.
I can't even weight and balance myself, you know? Oh, good, I've been delayed.
already.
Yeah.
Your flight doesn't leave for 23 and a half hours. How have you been delayed?
It's that bad.
It's already changed by 5 minutes, so
Well,
5
that's
minutes.
5 minutes.
That's a significant figure. No.
It was 5:45, it's now 5:50. I don't know what to tell you.
Rice in North Texas.
Are we going to give the scores, Brendan?
Not allowed to.
If you want them, yeah.
I would love
can.
them, actually.
I can't imagine there's a spoiler. It's tied at 24. Washington State is smoking Arizona State.
Fantastic.
28-7.
That's another W for the Northwest.
That's Pac-12
Beef,
before
man.
dark.
Pac-12 is all Beavs this year.
No, it's not.
It's all coming
No,
up
it's
Beaver.
not. The Beavers are frauds.
They're not frauds.
Absolute frauds.
No. Oregon's beating Colorado 31-14.
That's unfortunate.
Clemson's barely beating Florida State. Boston College was beating Syracuse 6-0. It's now 21-6. Ooh, Syracuse.
Let me see how Slippery Rock's doing.
All right, I would just like to point out Condor has passed Chattanooga
Okay,
for
good.
7th in GP1.
So they're moving on up.
Yes, they are now on the same lap as the Core Motorsports retired Mustang.
So they're about to be in 6th.
They are.
They're going to have a top 6.
Yeah, and that's pretty awesome considering, I mean, just, an hour or so ago, they had only 12 laps under their belt,
Right.
and they were just returning back out on track.
Yep.
In quick succession, I got text messages. One from hi to my family at home, praising me for my ability to say French words like chateau and sebaco.
Also,
And
I
another
was
one-
family.
Is Sebaco
Another
French?
one chastising me for talking about Washington State.
Interesting.
Back to
What
back.
is the Stanford game hasn't occurred yet, has it? Nor has like USC or any of the good
Does your-
Pac-12 games.
Does your family not know that you work with a guy from Seattle?
What does that have to do with my family at home?
Washington
Because
State?
Yeah,
a
what-
different person.
Gotcha.
Somebody else texted me about it.
Okay.
also, JT, aren't you closer to UW?
Cola.
Yes.
He's way closer to
Oh,
Rock-
Picola.
Rock- yeah.
Oh, hi to Chris Piccolo. Sorry about your arm. Just slide that in there. All right, so
Yeah, we know about Frankenspec. Where's Frankenarm?
Yeah.
Just bits and pieces.
Stratus, is this their outlap? Did that only just happen? Ooh, leader in. Leader in, 983.
going in for driver change.
Yes. Have we cycled all the way back through? 27 laps. Yeah, it's about right. Man, we are just ripping through the hours.
The thing is, like, time dilates the longer you do these races.
It really does.
Like, eventually you're like, oh, okay, we just gotta get through the first hour.
You can see the 21 just come right in here.
I'd like
What
to know
what
why
a
there's
camera.
4 officials around this car.
Yeah, and they are having some sort of conference at the back, although the one actually observing their pit stop is standing in front.
Yeah, he's the front one.
Yeah, so they're talking about something else, I assume.
It looks like they're practicing long snapping.
Let's keep an eye on it. Oh, you can see it.
Maybe
Let's-
something to do with refueling.
Keep an
They're
eye
just
on
keeping
this
an eye on
here.
it.
Yeah, but let's keep an eye on this, on the log here, to see if this discussion here turns into anything of significance. I wouldn't think so, but this is our race leader, so anything that would happen here would be significant. The number 9 comes through and puts itself back onto the lead lap, albeit briefly. Margin across the start-finish line, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. So let's call it a lap and a half, and roughly half a lap of that. I don't know what's happening, man.
Can I help you, sir?
Has been lost since the last full course. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, it looks like they're just doing a personnel change. Just going over a review of
briefing.
of what to watch during a pit stop as the 983 pulls away.
You can see its headlights in the shadows now.
Yeah,
Which
the
has not
shadows
been
have
the
been
case.
getting pretty long. Look how long the flagpole shadow is.
That is a long flagpole pole shadow. Man, It is way too early to not be able to talk anymore. I'm all hyped from that Haggerty interview.
Yes. All
Wow.
hype. All hype with Haggerty.
Joseph, I am easily entertained. Come on.
Well, don't I know it?
Wait, what?
Left you for 4.5 hours behind the wheel of a virtual TCR around Sebring. You're like, yeah, all right, I'll do it. Why not?
And then I was legitimately disappointed by not being able to catch the car in front.
So I checked in right on time, and I am still B31. How did that happen?
Stinksy to stink, man.
I think we're going to be paying for the upgrade here.
Oh, there you go.
They're going to
Imagine
move you to the back of the
31st
plane
out of-
anyway.
Imagine being 31st out of 140 and being angry about it.
I'm not 31st though.
He's a middle
48
seat.
plus
Oh.
because there's Group A.
Oh, it starts at B1?
No, it starts at A1
Yeah.
and it goes
That's a
A1
steak
through
sauce,
50,
idiot.
and then B1 through 50.
Oh, B1. Okay,
So
so
I'm-
it does reset at B.
Yeah,
I don't follow Southwest Airlines boarding.
I usually don't either, but they have the optimal.
I don't subscribe to your model of...
No, that's fine. The 701. Sorry,
Yeah.
no, the 701 made an extra pit stop and is still salmon on Race Hero.
slamming.
So, I'm gonna walk out the back here and see if I can see that car's paddock.
Fantastic. I'm going to stand here and look at race cars go by. You're listening to DriversEye Live. I'm Ryan. We got JT and Brendan as well as Joseph, and we should be seeing a wild Scott Michaels appear within the next hour or so.
We are broadcasting coast to coast endurance racing.
Coast to coast. As
Twice
far away
around
as
the
Hawaii.
clock.
Joseph, do we have data live on YouTube about where we're being listened
I
to?
don't run the feeds. That's a Brendan question.
That's the Brendan question. He just stepped out, so maybe that's something that we can keep in reserve for 1 a.m.
Okay. Sebring After Dark.
I like it.
It's Sebring After Dark.
Dial 1-900. That's how you know.
Anyway.
It's always how you know that you've been watching Comedy Central for too long and you need to just go to sleep. When they start, when the 1-900 numbers would come on, that's when you're like,
I
eh.
actually haven't seen a 1-900 ad in probably 5 years, but I also don't have regular TV, so
Ooh.
that's part of being a millennial who ruins everything, including this broadcast.
DriversEye Live is sponsored by Avocado Toast.
Oh no.
We did have to stop to get coffee before we arrived here today.
All right, personal best lap for the number 605 round 3 racing,
Thank
which is
God
currently
for
second in GP3. They just did a 2:36.2, which is fantastic
Good for them.
at this point. I want to say that is the third fastest lap in the class. So Overnight Motorsports, who is leading right now, does have the fastest lap in class at a 35.8. Second fastest goes to the three fast guys and maybe Denny, probably, at a 36.1. So round 3 is just right behind.
Slippery Rock 63, Gannon 21.
I'm sorry, what?
He's trying to do the English football way of announcing the scores of football games.
No, that's how you do it at regular stadiums too.
What?
It's you say Slippery Rock, say it's 63, and then Gannon 21. That's not that unusual.
Have you ever listened to sports radio? It's usually something like
No.
Slippery Rock having a great outing against Gannon.
Have you ever watched
33 to
a
18.
football game inside of a football stadium?
Of course I have. The
Well, that's-
Chase IH Red Zone was an important part of watching games at Montana State.
Well, that's okay. So at halftime or whatever, they're like, okay, here's a rundown of different scores around the country or whatever.
No, at halftime I got up to go get a drink.
Oh, well, I don't think they were selling alcohol at Ohio State games, actually.
Oh,
when I
they
was
were
going.
absolutely selling alcohol at Montana State games. No question.
They were advertising them. I don't know if you could buy them.
Interesting. Very interesting. It's the only time I've ever been on Jumbotron. Anyway.
Yeah, but you have been on the... wait, maybe you haven't, actually. I was gonna.
Well, I'm with North Dakota. Well, not
That's
me
true.
specifically, but the broadcast I was appearing on was. Are we going to feature in the Haggerty show, you think, or no?
No, because I don't think they've asked us for footage.
Who's going to get the most number of mentions and or airtime?
Definitely Stratus.
Brendan thinks it's him.
All right, so meanwhile, in the number 44 PC
I don't think I've
race,
contributed
we have-
anything. I don't think you could include me for any reason.
I'm being told Uncle Joe Bunton is now in the
Ooh.
car, taking over. So I'm going to assume that's going to be put in for at least a 1 hour stint. So that's going to get him into dusk. So that's going to be a fantastic drive as long as the sun's not in his face. Which
Give me sunrise,
it
man.
probably will be going down the back straight.
You can have sunset here. Give me sunrise.
What it?
Sunrise in the
okay.
turn one.
Oh my God, that's so many. That must be every
Oh.
driver in W2W.
It is, yes.
Okay, that's insane.
I was not provided their individual team or driver lineups, car lineups.
Yeah. Okay. I
So do
buy
we
that.
just think if we go then, or
So I have a note written that this is Joe Bunton that's in that car.
Yes.
Okay, I have a note here that says Bunton raced in the Spec Racer Ford Pro Series between 1997 and 1998, and therefore fears not death. So it's pretty cool.
Sorry, Ryan was gesturing at me. Spec Racer Pro Ford Spec Racer Ford Pro
Why don't
Series.
you go down and take a nap?
Yeah, thanks, man. Well, I did just run the stairs up and down trying to figure out why the 701 was missing. I don't know. It's not in the paddock.
It is, in fact, missing.
But it's not in the paddock.
So the onboard for it has gone dark for me, or I would use that to give you information.
yeah, and timing has had it drop.
Yeah, but did it really drop that far?
It's still missing. What are you talking about? Did it drop that far? It hasn't turned a lap in like 10 minutes.
No, my timing literally just showed it having only completed
What
46
portion
laps.
is going
I had to
into
refresh it.
7 then?
Uh, 601, I think, the Sentinel car.
No, because it looks. The
Here's what
Sentinel has green on it though.
It does.
It does, yeah.
That looked blue at least.
So it's probably the 605. So what concerns me or intrigues me here is the car's not in the paddock. I assume it's not in the pit lane. Brian and Paige didn't seem to have any awareness that something was happening during the interview. And there's nothing from trackside or onboard cameras that suggests that there's actually a problem. It's just stopped turning laps.
I have race control log information.
Oh, go ahead.
5:44. So this is 15 minutes ago. Off turn 13, driver's right and stopped. It is not in shot right now, and I don't think it has been.
I wonder if it pulled off into a short course and has been waiting for a tow back to the paddock, and it just hasn't arrived yet.
Yeah,
That's
that could be.
Possible. I have news about penalties that we never, basically penalties from the last hour or so that we just never touched on.
Do we have significant ones?
Class
leaders, etc.
SIG pins, if you will.
I'm just gonna go through them, and you guys can.
Okay.
You can use your
We
own
can be the
discretion.
arbiters of what is significant and what isn't.
Yeah, so the 64 for open throttle, I mean, everybody's in a points-paying position, so in that sense,
Yeah.
it's tough to say. They got a speeding penalty on pit lane. That cost them a lap.
I did see that.
We also had fueling infractions for both the 240 and 808. 808 would be Sweetwater. God. It's
240
contagious.
is, yeah, 240 is a rent and race, but they've completed 76 laps.
Okay.
Third to last in GTL.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, I was thinking they were a general production car. And then the 99 recently, passing under yellow, 1 lap penalty.
That one I was thinking.
Yeah, nice.
That one is relevant.
Yeah.
Save the
That
best for
dropped
last.
to 10th from 7th or 8th, back to 10th. Well, now 9th. So
I think it
past
had been 7th, yeah.
yeah, it's actually past the 522 on track.
With the 522 is... what kind of lap times are they doing after? I mean, they took a wallop. The fact that they're running competitive times at all is shocking to me.
Yeah,
They're only a few seconds off.
It's not bad. And they were basically right at the full course yellow there, but 229, 228 beforehand, they're now sort of in the 232, 231 area, which they did drop at 29. But that's kind of consistent with a car that is maybe like still capable of going quickly, but perhaps not aligned properly.
We
something
also,
of that nature.
the thing is, from that kind of flipbook replay we got, it honestly didn't look like it caught a corner. It looked like it got basically either bumper.
No, and that's exactly what I said when it happened. Is it's not so bad if you hit it square on the rear like that, and that's what it appeared to be. If you hit a corner, it will do damage, but hitting it square on the back like that actually kind of seems like it's worked out okay.
I think the 911 might be the only car where it's more expensive to hit the front or the rear rather than a bumper, or rather than a corner.
Yeah. So now that everybody's left me,
by the way, less relevant, but the 143 is also now under investigation for passing under yellow.
Oh, okay. Well, we will put that to one side. That car's already down in 11th, having had issues once today with a brake fire down at turn 7, excuse me. We rifled through a quarter of this race.
This car is now up into 3rd place in GP1, by the way, Money Pit Racing, the 346.
Very good.
Having had a couple of administrative struggles early on, it has to be said. So they're doing pretty well, all things considered.
So anyway, not having gotten to a... That's horrendous. Sorry, just got feedback through the PA, also through the speakers that sit in this room here. We will end part 1 here on Facebook. YouTube will stay up until about 11 o'clock tonight, but over on Facebook, if you're watching on either the DriversEye Live page or the World Racing League page, we will go ahead and sort of at least, well, we won't stop the broadcast, but we'll ask you to move over to part 2 on Facebook and join us at the WRL or DriversEye Live pages to carry on with the 24 hours of Sebring. Myself, Justin Mudrak, Ryan West, JT Tammy, all a part of it here at the moment. This will be archived, and you'll pick us back up on Facebook here in part 2 in just a couple of moments' time.
Just real quick, I think it might be a good idea to post links to parts 2 in the chats for parts 1.
Well, I won't have a link, but I will post it as a comment.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. And if you're watching, like I said, if you're watching us on YouTube, there will be no concerns here. Oh, we have become the PA on track, which is what that buzz was. Very interesting.
All right, I'll try to be, that'll give me some more impetus to be more timely with race control notifications. Speaking of, the 45 has apparently spun and continued on at turn 17. It's an easy corner to get wrong just because of how bumpy it is, and you're kind of turning and braking all at the same time unless you're actively trying to straighten out that braking zone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging there, but the volume was still up on the speaker in the room here, so I was hearing us back on a brief delay. But we are live in the paddock now of Sebring International Raceway, as I understand it. So
my sincere condolences. Oh yeah.
Yeah. No real spectators here, but if you are down in the paddock, you can hear us, or
maybe you're a photographer out trackside. Hello, hello, hello to all of you.
Or
And-
if you're a corner marshal, thank you.
Probably not hearing us. It's a little loud there.
Meow. Team GTR is up into 90 or up into 8th from 9th. The 982 went into the pits and then doesn't seem to have reemerged unless.
Finish that thought.
No, I'm gonna stick with that. Something feels slightly up with the 982 because they haven't hit it yet.
Oh nope. Hood is up, which isn't an immediate concern, obviously, being a mid-engine car. But they are paying attention to something down here in the pit lane, and as soon as I say that, they close the front boot as it is and send the car on its way.
What's that
The
ambiance?
orange and camo. Yeah, orange and camo in that car. All right, we're back up on Facebook, so thanks everybody for your patience there and for rejoining us.
982 is has trip timing and scoring, so that is officially a pit lap now.
Okay.
It's kind of fun to watch the race control log like as they're entering information in, because it's like, all right, what did they do? What happened? I just imagine the conversation going on like, are you sure? Are you sure you saw? Are you sure it was them? Are you confident? Yeah, like 80%. That's what the under investigation column is for.
Now we're good, and Ryan and JT have come back, and the world is right again.
Do they have snacks?
No, I don't know what they did.
Oh, weird.
Video stuff, maybe?
I made us be on the PA as requested by our employers.
How'd you pull that off?
It's a secret.
Because I couldn't figure it out earlier.
Jimmy from the track gave me the keys to the kingdom right at the start of the race, and I only just now realized that now I have time to go play with that. And yeah, we went and checked the levels. There's like a very large soundboard in there. They already had an iPad set up for us. So thank you to Jimmy at Sebring for hooking us up.
I'm going to remind you now so you can forget later.
Correct.
When we go to part 2, we'll have to change.
We'll have to go change that. Yes, I did. I was aware of that.
Okay.
I considered waiting until we were going to change anyway, but I thought, nah, we should get it done. So
no, that's fine. Once again, piercing the technical and logistical veil here, but
absolutely. So now
no problems with that.
Hello to everybody at the track.
Is that the 51? Guys, it's back.
JD's back.
The headquarter automotive at Miata is back on track. Last time I saw it completed 8 laps. It's now completed 29.
Excellent.
You love to hear it. I love hearing about cars. I say that somewhat flippantly. I love to hear about cars coming back out. I love to hear about people who went in the back, fixed their car themselves, and then got the rest of their track time in.
Yeah, I mean, to put some meat on that, or a little more meat, I guess, it's the epitome of endurance racing.
Absolutely.
And, when you have 2 8-hour races, okay, you can sacrifice a day and, maybe you fix the car during the race, but you send it back out to do a couple of, shakedown laps or whatever, make sure it's good to go for the morning. Here, you don't have that luxury, right? Either you do your 8 or 10 laps, you have a problem, and you phone it in and decide you're done after all the money you spent to be here, all the time you spent prepping your car and driving down here, all the time you spent yesterday practicing and tuning and everything. Or you say, well, not much we can do about it. We better fix it and see what we can do to get it back out on track. No, it's taken them the better part of 6 hours.
I have...
again, there are positions to pick up here. Go ahead.
I have listed time lost 4 hours and 27 minutes for that car.
There you go.
Wow.
They've been working on that car for about 3 times longer than they've been able to actually race it. So, fingers crossed that everything kind of works out a little better for them for the last 3 quarters of this race.
Incidentally, do you have their onboard back?
Probably.
No, if we can pull that back
Choice Racing car still circulating with the missing bumper. Again, I love a race car that's like fully built, fully decked out, very clean livery, missing part of the body.
Yeah.
That
75
also
has gone missing.
75 is.
So it was showing in the pits a moment ago.
Ooh, we got a black flag for the number 45 here. That's the AOA Motorsports car. I believe 6 o'clock
Was the deadline
for having headlights. And that 45 car had a lot of front end damage. So my assumption is the headlights are not working properly. That would make sense.
Take the front clip off of the 15 or whichever
I just
one.
had a revelation about that AOA situation. Just marking the 75 missing, that was the car that we thought was done and they just replaced with the 85, right?
Other way around.
Well, maybe.
85 was the one that got replaced with a 75. So the 75 is circulating. The 85 is in the paddock.
Oh, the 75 is actually in the pit lane. Okay.
75 is right there, passing the start-finish line.
Yep, the orange car.
It just picked up the spot.
Oh,
on the
there's smoke coming off of this 21.
Did you say it just picked up the... Oh, you mean on the time?
Yes.
I thought they weren't here.
Smoke coming off that's the Matt Connolly car, and you're absolutely right, Joseph. That is smoke from what appears to be the rear end-ish that is now wafting across the track to the north.
45 has just gone through again, so I don't know if they were able to get the lights turned on.
Was it the 15 that was picking up the black flag earlier?
45.
Sure the 45 came back around there?
I just saw it.
Time is just a mystery.
Do you see the number of the car? Because they both look very similar.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're both
black. Maybe that's not it. Okay.
So
all right.
I'm thinking earlier, the one that stopped at turn 6 was the 45 and not the 15. Just going by the lap count difference, there's 10 laps difference.
When you flash by a car that's stationary on an onboard or a trackside camera or whatever, it is almost impossible to pick out the details of the number and the paint scheme. You can get the general shape and idea of the car, and for 90 to 95% of the field, that's plenty.
Yeah.
But there's those few there that you look at and you're like, well, this could be just about anything.
That's why I bring my camera.
Right. Well, and look, the 969, the fat car, I think it was fat
all the
car
way
car,
down in
looks
13.
an awful lot like the Ginger Racing Team BMW, and eventually we were able to pick out those details, but initially, yeah, you know. In any case, the will to win 982 has slipped to 11th as a result of its long-ish pit stop. It is on its way back out now, and that was unscheduled. Just looking at its pit stop history, that was not due back in at the time it was. That may have been a headlights issue, actually, now that I think about it. If your deadline was 6 o'clock, you don't have headlights at 5:50, well, now you've got a problem, right?
Yeah.
So it did have some headlights when it was sent, but they weren't terribly bright. So is this on board the 51, Joseph?
No, it's on board the 346 still.
Oh, okay.
Looks like the, or is that just the light reflecting? Oh no, there's a screen in there. Okay, at first from the angle I was sitting, it looked like they had a trunk open, or not a trunk, a glove box open and shaking around, but that appears to be some type of tablet.
45 is into the pits without headlights, and a brief review of that car not in fading light suggests that it's actually dark blue, not black.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Fair enough.
Or is one of these MX-5s black and one of them a slightly darker black?
There you go.
Is it Woodhouse?
Oh, I miss Woodhouse.
Chris? Still no signs of life from that number 701. Still sitting on 120 laps completed. Commentator's curse put on that car, unfortunately, it kind of feels like. But that means that PC Racing's margin is now up to 4 laps ahead of the Thunder Bunny number 110. Again, 4 laps, really nothing to, be concerned about at this point. Your margins aren't going to be made up on track anyway. Pace is going to be pace. Consistency is consistency. It's being there to pick up the scraps if and when something happens to the cars ahead of you in the classification here. So keep an eye on that as the race progresses. But at least for the moment, PC Racing kind of solidified there at the top of GP1. Ahead of Thunder Bunny. And like Joseph mentioned earlier, we're talking about the Money Pit car. For all of the administrative issues they've had, which is a fun way to say penalties, that car is now solidly on the podium in GP1.
So imagine where they would be without
Well, they'd probably be right there with Thunderbuddy.
Yeah.
You know, at worst. So, all to play for here still for third as well, overall and in GTO. The 52 is losing actually quite a bit of time that last lap. 2:37.3 back to the 909, who comes through. It's 2:25.3, and the number 981, who's done a 2:28 last time around. But actually, with the way things have been going, that pass for third, might happen this lap. The 909 wingless Aston Martin chasing down the number 52, the second of the Team ACP Tamter and Associates cars.
So, Joseph, did you end up rerunning the projections, and did I miss it?
No, you haven't missed it yet. I've been distracted with other things.
Hey, not a problem at all. I'm just looking at your prediction sidebar here.
Yeah.
On the live stream.
I bet
YouTube.
it's definitely correct.
Yeah, I've got the 983 with an 18% likelihood of being in P11, even though they're first.
Nice.
So I don't know about that. Pretty much the race
the times they are changing.
It's P2,
Yes.
but Roman numerals.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
P11 on the pole, baby.
Because then we have the... okay, that just changed. Now we have gap to lead, so that's okay. I didn't want to see that anyway. It's just like watching the race on NBC Sports. Like, oh, I didn't want to know who the manufacturers were anyway. That's fine. We can go back to gap to leader.
Can't wait to see the intervals. Oh, I guess we're doing last lap time?
That really ought to be interactive. Why don't I have interactive broadcast for the IMSA race?
An interesting thought.
Working on it.
Have a website where you can, like, we just play the YouTube video without overlays, and then you select your own. Yeah, it's
overlay.
like a choose-your-own-adventure novel, but with admittedly considerably better overlays than we used to have, but still, you know.
Hey, Joseph worked hard on these overlays.
Yeah, they look awesome, man. They look really good. The blue and the black is fantastic.
And I know you
big fan.
Were big mad about his font choice for the time.
But I did change the font.
Yeah, I know. I like the other one better.
Ignore some of these, by the way, that are coming. These messages that are coming through, because I'm rerunning the script because I broke it a little bit.
Full course yellow, no overtaking is
green flag. Go racing.
Because those were very high priority messages that needed to be sent. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
but they are extremely out of date at this point.
Fine, but it will catch up, correct?
Oh, it's already caught up. It's just that it needs to be
cycled.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 20 for Slipstream. I think they led their class at one point, but they're back out on track after having spent an hour in the pits.
JT's going to take advantage of the light.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, and for all that we're doing live here as well, if you don't already follow us on DriversEye Live at Facebook, you should do that because JT's photos will come up later in the evening when we have nothing to talk about or discuss. We can just critique his technique as if any of us have any idea.
Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot right here on the YouTube.
That's so good.
Brendan, I have to admit, I didn't like this camera choice. I thought it was going to be an issue, but no, this is great.
I know. You're very vocal about it.
I was.
I appreciate your humbling here.
Hey, not a problem at all.
No, it's good. It'll be we'll see what happens at dusk and at nighttime, but I think it'll be good. It is the iconic Sebring vision, right? I mean, sunset, turn one down the front straightaway. This is Sebring.
This is Sebring.
It is. It's certainly Sebring as we've known it, and give us another 12 hours and we'll have an all new type of Sebring. 13 hours, I guess.
The bumps.
Hashtag
the
respect
cracks.
that. Yep.
Respect
the history.
Respect the glare.
This is Sebring.
That's this phase of the race. Hashtag respect the glare. That's what we're doing.
Respect the glare. Ooh, wow, that is intense. Now, again, the driver appears to have a tinted visor, so maybe it's not as bad for him. But that is dreadful.
No, but notice how he pulls the visor down when he's pointed into the sun, and as soon as he's turned the other way, the visor immediately goes back up.
Yep.
Remember that we don't run windows, side windows. Well, I guess we do, but looking at the 99, but a number of cars do not run side windows here. So you are getting some draft and some buffeting.
Absolutely.
On board the 346 here again.
You know, with JT gone, Brendan, I'm starting to feel a little lonely.
Oh, come on, man.
What are you talking
Is it that
about?
time already? He wants to hear Uncle Cooper tell him a
On the
bedtime
hour.
story.
On the hour.
That's 40 minutes away.
No, I mean every hour. Like,
No, we don't have to do that many.
Oh, we don't. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, all right.
No. We are 20% done with our commitment.
Oh, perfect.
And 28% done with the race.
Excellent. Oh, so we're behind.
No, we're fine.
Okay.
We'll catch up. We have done... Oh, Scott.
Scott has decided to attend a Halloween party rather than come hang out with us.
That's fine. We weren't counting on him. Jeez, we're not doing that.
We absolutely should.
Nope.
We'll go back to the Airbnb.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right.
So, Stratus. Still, so I wanted to make.
He's
this
going
mention
to an
of-
administrative fiesta.
Yeah, work party, man.
Don't you remember
one
that?
Of my favorite. That was one of my favorite WRL moments, and it happened in race one. We peaked then. For those of you wondering what on earth Joseph is talking about, there was a race in a previous iteration of the World Racing League where the at the end of the season, a number of the players involved in the World Racing League all piled into a car and split the car for the weekend. They were in a Ford Fiesta, right? And so because it was all people who were involved in WRL, some of the leadership, some of the volunteers, sort of getting track time, race competitive time. This was perfectly legal. Like anybody could have done this. It just so happened that it was entered by somebody who was at least series adjacent. We started calling it the administrative fiesta, which Joseph translated to work party. So, yes. No, it was a good time. I do remember that. I did enjoy that. I wanted to make this point about Stratus earlier. Stratus had started to drop its pace underneath during the last sort of stanza of the race, down into the 224s. Well before anybody had dipped their pace anywhere even close to that. I mean, we've seen some 26s and 27s since, but at the time, everybody was still in 28s and 29s, and Stratus was just ripping off 24s and 25s. So, this is something to keep an eye on. As it gets dark, the temperature will come out of the track, and I think it will come back towards equalizing the field at a low track temperature. But during those transitional phases, that Stratus NP01 is quick. So, this is a race that can still come to that NP01, even with its fuel disadvantage at the moment. And those cars ahead of it are not. I mean, they're not slow, but 229 from W2W last time around. Automatic Racing, I think, has just been. Have they just been in the pits? I think they're due. Last in at 108, now 138. Yeah, so that's right.
The more
an eye on
things
this.
change, the more they stay
Ooh.
the same.
Yeah, well, and the positions have just changed because with that automatic, I assume, pit stop, 981 and 59 have both gone through. The 59 has caught the 981. It's 1.8 seconds on track, and I think this time around we will probably end up seeing a position change for P4 overall.
So, a fun piece of information. Is hold on, let's. Yeah, more volume.
GTR in the pits.
Jeez.
Again,
So
expected.
I've rerun projections.
Excellent.
Who do you think our maybe top two contenders at the moment are for GTO?
The Stratus car, and I'm going to look at GTO.
I'm going to say 9 and 909. Those are my calls.
I think it is the 59 and the 522.
You've both gotten one. It likes it likes the 9 and the 59.
Okay.
59. Okay, yeah. There
Now,
you go.
I also asked that as a. I'm asking the question. Does that feel reasonable? I've been focused on production things, so I don't actually know if that makes sense.
It's very hard to tell what makes sense, right? So the 983 confuses me a little bit because they are becoming, well, they've, I guess, pitted an extra time. I'm trying to make sense of of what the pit stop rotation is, because it's not even anymore. But it seems like the 983 is pitting more often, therefore the race is probably coming back to the 9 a little bit.
Joseph, does the, for lack of a better term, sorry, I'm a liberal arts student.
52 is
does the projection assume that cars are going to be receiving penalties at a similar clip to how they have been now?
I guess no. I guess is the basic assumption is that it doesn't, because penalty laps don't get double time.
They're just removed.
They're just gone, right?
Right, but
so,
that's affecting your average distance covered versus time, though.
But that's what I'm saying, is that they're basically not factored in. So they're factored in that they're starting from a certain point in terms of time, but they're kind of assuming that nobody's going to get another penalty. That's kind of like gone. If there were stop and holds, for example, that would be included.
Okay.
Because it shows up in timing. A deleted lap doesn't show up in timing.
Okay. So it's assuming that no more penalties will be had for the rest of the time.
Basically. God, that's a good shot.
In theory. Okay. All right. The 01 has caught the 02 as far as being right behind them. They are, of course, 26 laps apart from each other. They are now together on the timesheets.
I'm going to send Ryan down to the paddock to go get some food.
Bye, party people.
When you're done, come back up so I can also go get food before they close it up.
Oh, I was going to bring it to you.
Oh, you can do that. I'll accept that.
That's acceptable to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I receive
acceptable
a trip to and from Hammer. You receive food. Do you accept this trade deal?
It's not me. You're the one who has to tell Tim that I'm not coming to see him.
I think Tim's probably on the pit stall.
Yeah, I think so too. I'll take a trip down there. We'll hang out with us for a little bit. It's one of my favorite times. I love, in our previous life covering 24-hour races, 25-hour races, I did enjoy that time of night where things were like kind of happening down in the paddock, but mostly you had found a rhythm and it was just watching people do work.
There's a vibe.
No, there is.
There's totally a
and
vibe.
It's a very distinct feel and atmosphere that the race enters in that sort of, wow, it's already been dark for 5 hours and we still have to do this for 8 more. And there's like just a resignation that, well, this is just what we have to deal with now. You know, I don't know how to describe it any other way than it's resignation, keep doing work, and the sun will come up eventually. You know? It's a fun feeling.
I want to leave you guys with this, and that's, I think JT just got robbed of the sunset.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate for him. But yeah, I will be back shortly.
Thank you very much.
No. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I knew that was coming. All right, I'm muting my mic now. Oh, God, no, don't do that. So, Ryan will depart us for the moment. 99 has come and gone from the pit lane. The 9 is in after its teammate.
I think this car's just come out of the pits, has the 159, and it doesn't quite feel right.
I have it muted because I have to watch YouTube and can't.
Why do you have to watch YouTube?
Because I can't download the stream from Caster, man. Unless you have a 480p stream for me.
I can put one out for you guys because you got, well, although Scott's going to be annoyed. That's all right.
All right. Well,
I'm annoyed at Scott for his administrative fiesta.
Yep. So. No, I understand. I am too. But so this does it sound bad?
It sounds low on power. It doesn't sound off song or anything like that. It's revving pretty low and yeah.
159 start racing, right?
That's right.
They did just have a stop. It was a fairly long lap. I wonder if they were going to attempt to fix it or hope that what they did would fix it and now have realized that it is not fixed. 605 is in. Where are they in GP3? Second. Nice. And within 30 seconds of the class leader. So lots still happening there in GP3.
I think I might just stay on this shot, basically until sunset.
Yeah, it's quite good. I think the zoom has reset itself, which is a shame, but
has it?
It has it has a lens on it, I think, but maybe the lens fell off. I don't know. But
that would explain why it looks better.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there, but 522 comes through in the pit lane again.
Oh, this is an interesting one too. We need. Oh, there's no way. That's. Hold on. Reset.
Oh, that is stopped. There's a car center screen there that isn't. Wonder what's happened there. Well, hopefully, actually, once I finish dinner, I can go out and kind of just touch up some of the cameras. And, if any batteries can be charged or should be charged, I will do that at that time. 59 is back in the pit lane. Man, this car pits a lot. Sebago and B01 lasted at 124. It's going to get at 141. And no real panic. Fuel goes in at the back. Looks like somebody has leaned in the passenger side window, or the right side window, being that it's a single-seater. And really not a lot happening there. Yep. Servicing the drink system. 1 can of fuel is in. Second 5-gallon can is attached now. For fuel to bubble up in the vent can that's attached to the other side. A nod of the head. The lights flicker a little bit as the car gets restarted. And the 59 Sebaco NP01 sent on its way in 4th overall. Actually, we'll keep an eye on this. I think there's a chance it's going to jump the 52 here and stay ahead. And this is kind of what I was referencing earlier, where even though it's making more stops, its stops are shorter. So with the pace advantage, it's not just a raw, stop-for-stop disadvantage on having a shorter range on fuel. And indeed, there comes the 52. So we'll have to see when the 52 makes it, or when the 59 makes it out of the pits, as to whether or not the 52 can hold that advantage. You may see it on the turn 1 camera here, although 59 may have come through already. Joseph just sent me a new clean broadcast feed, so I'll pull that in. But so this is the dynamic now that is most at play between the 59 and the 52. And with respect to the number 52, the second of the Team ACP cars, it has definitely seemed to be the less strong of the two. But I feel like this has been developing for a little while, where both of the cars, the 52 and the 9, the Team ACP cars, have been so strong for so long over this early phase of the race, these first 6 hours, that eventually it was going to even out in somebody else's favor, at least one of those cars, and I feel like this is that occurring, right? W2W, the 981, has been up there for most of the early part of the race. The 59 is now finding its way there. The 909 has had its troubles, but by pace is probably going to be able to hunt that car down over the next stint or so. So this is now sort of a changing of the guard in a way, where the cars that are capable of going this distance without major mechanical problems are now probably finding themselves in that position. Right, we're running later and later in the standard WRL enduro distance. We're at 6.5 hours. We normally finish up at 8. These are the cars that you would expect to be strongest. And so, of course, you are going to see some changes as this race progresses. But this feels like the let's find our pace and rhythm for the night. Let's find and set our expectations for what we think is going to happen over the course of, certainly the early part of the evening and eventually deeper into the night, and keep an eye on these things. That the lead grouping in GP3 is one that I think is absolutely worth watching as we get pit stops for all 3 of them. The 197 from Overnight Motorsports, the 605 from round 3, and the 84 from 94. You know, let's watch these things and see exactly how they develop, because they will eventually, we'll look back and these will have set the stage for what the rest of the race is going to look like. Spent all the time talking and not pulling in the new feed, so classic me.
Yeah, I just.
Did you change the?
Yeah, very.
So many sunset shots. So many sunset shots. But the same link, right? Well, the same input.
What's that? Oh, like the same audio?
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. At least I pretend to.
We've all. So far, this is better. So let's see what the delay is actually like here. YouTube. Oh, Joseph, our delay on YouTube is like 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's really short.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but it's so much better than it used to be.
Yeah.
Like it actually is jarring almost.
I've completely had to readjust what my delay is, like how I see it or view it in my head. So how do I make this full screen now? I don't know if I can.
Oh my god.
Video is playing in picture. Oh, this is dumb. There we go. Now I got it.
Can I help you? Overnight Motorsports is has just pitted also. I think that's about on schedule.
Yeah, I'd buy that. Yeah, so that was the 197. I think this is on schedule for just about everybody. I don't think there's anybody in that lead group that should not have been in the pits. In that lead group in GP3.
Stratus is in.
Have they come back? No. That's just their outlap. So they're pitted just before start finish. So you see that pit marker for some time.
Yeah, it didn't feel like enough time had passed, but I think that's okay.
This is not as better as I thought it was, unfortunately.
What on earth was that? It sounded like somebody was scrubbing tires all the way through turn 1.
I mean, that's probably accurate.
It was like listening to like a Skip Barber.
Yeah, no, sure. This is the way now.
Yeah, I guess.
This is the way, this is the way, this is the way, this is the way.
Unbelievable. No, I think this is good light for JT. I think this is still the move.
It is for now, but there was a time there where the sun had fallen completely behind that long layer of clouds you see, and kind of scuppered any chance he had of a really decent set of sunset shots. But
59 is a little slow going through turn 6 there. That seems less than ideal.
Oh yeah, no, that car is absolutely not up to pace. Good call, Joseph. So just as we said, this car was starting to make ground back up. It finds a little technical gremlin here that leaves it, slow or very much off pace on track. You can do turn 7, and yeah, not even close. And this does not appear to be new driver slow.
No, that was slow going through turn 6. You should be flat out through that. I mean, beyond easy. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes. I wanted to sort of set the stage for this evening. I know we've talked about sunset, sunrise, that sort of thing throughout various portions of the day today. But we are headed towards headlong into sunset here. Our sunset time, pulling up the media guide. No, I went full screen on it, that's why. Our sunset time is 6:44, so 5 minutes from now. The sun will dip behind the horizon there at turn 17, and we will plunge into darkness at Sebring International Raceway. We'll stay that way for 12 hours and 50 minutes, which is something to consider.
More than half the race is the obvious math there.
Yes, but being in Florida, it doesn't feel like it should be, right? It feels warm and comfortable, like this should be a late summer, early fall sort of thing. In fact, we're a week away from daylight savings time being over. So, worth considering that and what that means for relative performance. The W2W car has been pretty good in the heat of the day. It almost seems to be better as the temperature comes back out of the track and the grip, goes back in. But, seeing how different cars handle the situation we're about to find ourselves in with cooler temperatures and lower light. Visibility, drivers who are more comfortable at night versus in the day. We have some lights, but not the whole track is lit. And who is willing to be a little more, I don't want to say forceful in traffic, but certainly, less conservative, less, hey, I am absolutely not going to take this corner too wide or whatever the case may be. Pit stop for the 59 again. He's made its way back into the pits, and they pulled on the left front corner of the car first. Now they're looking at the right front and sort of the right middle portion, like the right side pod area of the little Sebico sports racer. And the car's still stationary in the pits. But anyway, our temperatures for tonight, highs and lows, as the Sebico leaves, we're at 71. The high today was 75. The low tonight is 59. Not terribly cool. There is a little bump in the chance of a shower around sunrise, just before sunrise, 5-6 o'clock. It kicks up from basically 0% up towards 16-17%, which is not much, but is basically just your average Florida night. The humidity is almost 100%. You can have a shower pop up just about anywhere. So
yeah, I was gonna say even if it doesn't rain, it can get awfully misty and damp overnight. So I wouldn't be shocked to see that happen.
No, I expect that it will, and we'll see what that means for our cameras as well. At the very least, the lens and what that looks like. So, yeah, that's sort of where we're headed. A far cry from 21 degrees overnight, Joseph.
Yeah, it's actually, 59 degrees is...
Ryan?
What's that?
No. I'm asking, Ryan's just come back up. I was asking if he was there that year.
Okay, I don't want to hear you guys talk about 21 degrees when most of y'all just chilled up in the tower the whole time. I believe that was probably the year that I spent the most time in the pits.
You offered.
That's true. But, you don't get to talk about, we suffered.
I didn't say you suffered. I said it was 21.
It was 21 degrees.
It was 21.
Man.
That is a factual statement.
But it's it was 65 where you were.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I just want to put that out there.
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Turns out if you have a front-wheel drive car in 21-degree weather, you do pretty well.
Oh, that was the other TTRS one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So I was thinking about that some days ago. Many, many thoughts have crossed my mind over the last couple of days. But I saw a picture from Thunderhill of the TTRS. What's the name of that team? Was it 034?
034 Motorsport.
Yeah. That car in the winner's circle at the end of the race. And it made me realize that we also have two front-wheel drive Audi touring sports cars in the field this weekend. Although, based on their performance over the first 6 and some change hours, I would not expect them to see them in the winner's circle. But there's a very long way to go, and I wouldn't be surprised if those cars end up in the top 10 overall at the end of all this, just based on the way these gaps tend to go.
I mean, the attrition factor has not been nearly as high as I thought it was going to be honest with you.
We've still got some time to go, Joseph.
No, I know, but by this time in an 8-hour race, I would be, not at all surprised to see basically a third of the field done for the night, and that it just has not happened. Even the cars that, now obviously there's more to play for in terms of time, but and so there's more in it. There's more reason to keep going than if you go down 6 hours into an 8-hour race.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, everyone is kind of just keeping it going, and we haven't had too many big dumb incidents. We've had one, but that was sort of really in the first hour of the race. It's been fairly sedate, other than a couple mechanical issues.
Well, and that was always going to be the demand and the challenge of Sebring, right? As the 981 comes to a stop in front of us here, the 01 and the 02 are in together, actually, behind us.
Yeah, I know. It's easy to say logically, okay, everyone knows that they need to, be reasonable.
Well, they do, but my point
245
was
comes
more
in
going
with
to be that the challenge of Sebring, the demand of Sebring, was never going to be you against the track. It was going to be your car against the track, which means that you as the driver, your role is not to keep the car on the island and not make mistakes on a very challenging circuit. Because all things considered, this circuit actually isn't very challenging to drivers unless you drive over your head. It is challenging to a car and car builder and crew and maintenance and all of those things, which is why as a driver, your role is to drive the car conservatively. Don't drop wheels off in the dirt. Don't run shocks through the suspension and through the dampers. Keep the car reasonably loaded over the bumps as much as you can, and of course keep the dang thing on the island. But like I said, the primary challenge, the primary goal is conserve the mechanicals of the car. And if you do that, if that is your primary focus, then the driving, passing, contact aspect kind of starts to take care of itself. At Thunderhill, the track was very narrow. It's very dark, and you have a very, very wide range of talents and experience levels at a track that is fundamentally not as suited to endurance racing as Sebring has become over the last X number of decades, right? So, in comparison to things we've seen and done in the past, I think that is the big difference here and why we would expect to see less contact, less chaos, and carnage at this stage of the race. And also credit to WRL. I mean, the penalties for creating problems like that are pretty stiff. And they take a very, very dim view of those things. So, all things told, this is about how I would have expected it to play out.
Going through some of the projections.
Pit stop from the 981, we mentioned that, but it is now on its way back out.
Okay. Actually, can I catch them on the way out? With the 701 falling by the wayside, and we're still not entirely sure what's happened there. With the 701 falling away, 44 PC Racing has become the easy favorite. I think it was going to be in some dispute without an issue from the 701, and if there's an issue to the 44, obviously it can become hotly contested again. But for the moment, it's the path is clear for the 44 of PC Racing to take GP1 here. Obviously, it's too early to really project that in earnest. We still have better than, well, not quite. We're just under 3/4 of the race to go, but it's only a quarter of the race in.
The 59 is now tumbling down the order. I think they took that car from its box straight back into the paddock.
Yeah, I would
it's now fallen to 10th. Again, I struggle to. Not that I panic about these things, because I am, somebody that is trying to analyze things as they happen and as they present themselves. But in looking at the number 59 situation here, for anybody that is going to find themselves in the paddock at this hour, this is not a panic moment. This is okay, you're losing time. What does your recovery potential look like? Not, is this the end of your chances inside the top 10 or whatever?
Look at faster classes just firing up what the inside is at the 02 into turn 7.
I didn't catch it, actually. That might be the Renton race car. At first, if I were to pick a number out from any event, I would have said split decision. The 484, who I've just realized is not here.
Well, okay, that's definitely not them then.
No, but I think that was a Renton race car, the number 240.
And then GP3. GP3, the odds are in favor of the 197. They've held that spot at the head of GP3 for quite a while, actually. It might have been since the early hours of this race. So it's I don't know. I think I'd almost rather be in second in a spot like that, because if you're holding the point for that long, you're like, okay, what's going to go wrong? What's going to go wrong? What's going to go wrong? At least
That's
I would be.
all mentality, though. I mean, you can sit there and say, oh, look, we're leading, and you feel like you have a target on you, and you wonder what the next thing to go wrong is. I agree with you. If I were not analyzing it, running purely on emotion, yeah, I do feel like I would want to be sitting there in second. But your race is still your race. There's nothing more you can do than run your race without mistakes, without penalties, and just let your best possible race be reflected, on track.
No, sure.
And from that perspective, I'm not sure there's much more that the number 9 could be doing to be higher than it is in second. The 909, maybe that's not the case. They've had the rear wing damage and all that. PC Racing, for example, that is probably reflective of the best race they could possibly have run to this point. And they're 6th overall. They're leading in class, but you can't sit there wishing you were higher if you know that you've run your race without mistakes or without incidents so far. And I think those who have, particularly that number 9, would be pleased with where they're at right now.
Take a look, by the way, speaking of some of our class leaders, take a look at where they're knocking in the overall. PC Racing 6th, Chill Out leading GP2 running 11th overall, Overnight in GP3 running 15th overall. This is a tight field among the teams that are consistent, up and down the classes.
Yeah, and I'm actually pretty impressed. I mean, these gaps are about what you'd kind of expect to see at the end of an 8-hour enduro. Right? You've got some close within a minute. You've got some that are out over a couple laps. But generally speaking, this is about right for where we are. On the other hand, in a 24-hour race, if everybody's running very conservatively, you would almost expect those gaps to be out wider. And for some of them, the ones between consistent cars to be as close as they are, I think is reflective of the quality of entry that we do have here and the quality of race that's being run by the overwhelming majority of the teams.
Yeah. Is it me, or does it feel like things have gotten quiet?
Things have gotten a little quiet. I see here that the Stratus car is pink. Are we aware of that?
We are very aware.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's kind of settled into a rhythm, I think, which, as you and Brendan were just talking about, is not something I would have expected when I was told that this race was going to happen. So that's been quite nice. You do have, at the top ends of most of the fields, it's been pretty stable. The 909 is already back up into 4th. They've had some penalties. They've had a rear wing come off. They went to the back paddock for something. I don't know what it was. But, it's been pretty stable at the tops of each of the classes. GP1, the 44 and the 110,
A quick point, because we had alluded to Thunderhill earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that year that the TTRS won, they won by something ludicrous, 22 laps or something like that.
Yes, absolutely. I do recall also that it was always a thing at Thunderhill that the lead car, whether it be a Porsche Cup car or some type of prototype thing, would get to the last, hour or two, and then crash, and then you have to do the math backwards, okay, do they have enough of a lead that they can hold on to it and still win without finishing the race? It was always that kind of thing where, hey, the Mercer Motorsports Porsche is 9 laps ahead, but as soon as their gearbox gets stuck between gear 2 and 3, here at hour 24 and 11 minutes, whoever's in second place is going to end up having the car. As soon as the Ginetta, the G57, which is like the LMP3 car on steroids, when the hub falls off... It's
the track day version of the LMP3 car, basically.
Exactly, yeah. When the hub falls off, that's going to be a problem, and people are going to catch up. So, now, we're not at hour 24 here yet, but we haven't had any cars into the pit. Oh, yeah, we expected that we were going to have to change an engine. I really think that speaks to the builders of the cars here, that they wanted to build cars that are endurance cars, that are sturdy cars, as opposed to, we're just going to go 1,000,000 miles an hour, and then if we have to replace engines, so be it.
Now, a factor that I, to be honest, didn't think was going to come into play at this level. that I saw people making notes about on the races group is brake changes and what the regulations are around brake changes, and so how quickly can you actually get one done. I didn't expect that was actually going to come into play here, but it sounds like it certainly will for some of the faster cars.
It was mentioned at the drivers' meeting that everybody's expected to make at least one brake change. Maybe 2, depending on the car, depending on the situation, etc.
Right, okay.
While I'm looking through here, the 701 is in the paddock. It's under the trailer kind of awning thing because they have the cool trailer. And they were working on it, but they had only committed 1 or 2 mechanics to it. So they were working on it at the back of the car / middle. Typically, that's where you would find the engine on a Porsche Cayman. So whatever it is that they have going on looks pretty serious. I did not get a chance to speak with anybody at that moment in time, but yeah, I don't think that car is in contention at this race.
Yeah, I would buy that. I mean, they've already fallen all the way down to 32nd overall.
To make a point about the Caymans in particular, Round 3 just retired 1 old Cayman, right? I say old, 10 years or so, right? Mm-hmm. And those cars have had a life before Round 3. They weren't just built up from a road-going 2011 Cayman. They raced in World Challenge, right? I think Jack Baldwin raced the car that was the 702, the GTO car. I think that car ran in World Challenge with Jack Baldwin. Won a race at Long Beach from memory. But they've just retired 1 of those that got a little long in the tooth. I wonder if they're now finding these cars are, now that they've been raced for 10 years, a portion of which has been long-distance endurance racing, are now just kind of reaching the end of their life cycle a little bit, and it's time to look at other things. The Boxsters, while very stable and very predictable in the way you run an endurance race with them, are also getting older, and they moved away from running a full fleet of Boxsters into now adding the Caymans in. And I just wonder if maybe these Caymans are just a little out of date for trying to stay competitive over really, really long distances like this.
Well, and there's also a decision that needs to be made in that there are, there's spec Caymans, there's GT4 Caymans out there now. There's going to be a point, if you do decide you want to stick with a certain manufacturer, that you have to say, okay, well, I have to now, at some point, I've just got to switch platforms. There's no point in me running a car that's X amount of years old, where parts are this difficult to find, as opposed to one that's actually being, it's still being, basically it's the new thing, right? And parts are, you imagine, a little more available, although at the moment I don't know if anything is that readily available. But it's a decision that, I'm sure they're having to deal with. Do we stick with this older car? Do we stick with trying to keep this older car built up, and do we keep developing it, or do we just go for something that is GT4 spec, that is a little more? I guess modern is not quite the right word. I guess current.
No, and let's say this too. I mean, race cars aren't an investment. Sometimes they're an investment just for entertainment purposes and enjoy. If you're an amateur team, a truly amateur team, just running race cars for track time because you like driving race cars very quickly. But for other people, they are a real vessel for promotion and commercial opportunity. And with Round 3's position, I think, sort of uniquely in the paddock as a team that isn't just selling seats, but is using this as a way to promote brands. One car's got Sentinel on the side, one car's got Haggerty on the side, 2 cars got Haggerty on the side. There are questions about what sets you up best in the long term, and I have to be very careful to not say things I don't know anything about. But
right.
Maybe there are question marks over what Round 3 is and where it's headed and what it's going to become, because it is already something of an outlier in the WRL paddock, not in a negative way by any stretch of the imagination, but you walk up and down and see the amateurs. Yes, Round 3 is a team full of enthusiasts who love racing, who are passionate about racing. That bleeds through in every facet of their operation. But where
I mean,
are they headed? They are on course for something greater than WRL, I would think. And if you are going to invest in new cars in the future, I don't know what that looks like. It may not look like a GT4 Cayman. It may look like something else.
The thing that I always find remarkable is I can't think of another organization in the paddock that has a car in even more than 2 classes, let alone all 4. Obviously, the GTO isn't here anymore because that's the car that you mentioned is no longer being run. But it's not just that they're running a car at a GTO level or a GP2 level and refining that and getting that nailed down. They're running Boxsters and Caymans at literally every level of competition in this series. So it's I don't know if I necessarily have a point there, but it's just it's an impressive sort of engineering management feat to be doing all that and still be at all successful with it. There's only so much data that you can kind of carry over from one car to the other. If you've got, think about how that manifests in a sports car paddock or or an IndyCar paddock, right? If you're a one-car team, you're going to be struggling because you've got half the data collection, or even a third the data collection that a Penske would have. It's just a different ball game, and I'm sure you learn a little bit about the track generally that you can learn that from the Boxster and apply that to the Cayman. I'm sure that happens a little bit, but it's not quite the same thing as being able to say, okay, well, we'll make this setup change over here and it'll do exactly this on the other car. You don't have the same you don't acquire the knowledge as quickly, and so the fact that they can be competitive in every class that they run in is pretty interesting.
Yeah, Sean Moffat makes a point in the YouTube chat. There's nothing wrong with an old car. We'll stick with the 24.
I'm not suggesting that
there's
there's
nothing
a
wrong
problem
with an old car by any stretch of it. You see stuff that would otherwise, or you would never expect to have any business being as quick as it is, being a very rapid endurance racing car and a very consistent endurance racing car. It's just a matter of a car that is giving you fits constantly, or it feels like it's giving you fits constantly. If you have the resources to do something quicker, better, more interesting to you, which is subjective, always, do you jump at that opportunity and do it in the grand scheme of whatever it is your mission as a team and an operation is? I will never speak for anybody else and say that one solution is better than any other or one is a bad option, because I can't define what the goal is. I can't define what the operation is and what the mission is.
Even less abstractly than that, right? You might have to make a decision based off of, this car's a little faster, but it's such a nightmare to work with. It's it's packaged in such a way that it's awful to try to repair one thing. If something goes wrong, it's automatically an hour just thrown away. That's not helpful for anybody, right? It doesn't help especially if you've got pay drivers, because now you've got people who have signed up for time that they're not going to be able to get, right? There are real sort of business implications to things like that. So,
go ahead.
If the next gen Cayman, I'm using the Cayman as an example. I don't know anything about the cars. Ryan, you probably are slightly more familiar. You have fingers in more pots, or whatever. But if the Cayman's a little faster, but it's packaged, the way it makes that speed is it's packaged in such a way that it's a nightmare to try to repair and to try to work with, well, then obviously it's not worth it.
The older Boxsters and older Caymans specifically, and I'm talking about before GT4 really picked up and became a thing, when you have cars which are built almost exclusively by third parties, you're going to be making compromises because they can't control the fundamentals behind the sort of engineering in the car. And the reality is, I've owned a 2000 Boxster. It had multiple evap issues. it's a pain in the ass to get to it. Now, a Boxster, you have a top mechanism and stuff that's over that, but the way the firewall interacts and stuff, you have to rip all the top out, which these race cars don't have a problem with. They probably don't have the tops, the soft tops in there anymore. And maybe they have an access hole for stuff, but you can't get to anything without dropping the motor out, it seems like. So, you know, that car, the 986, they had until like 2003-ish, something like that. And then that has moved on a little bit to the 987, which is kind of, I think, the models that the Round 3 racing guys use. It's that era of Porsche, Boxster, and Cayman, because they're fundamentally the same car. They're really tightly packaged. And the upside to that is the weight balance is nice, they're very direct, the steering is very good, they're dynamically how you would want a race car to be, and arguably a better platform for making a race car than a 911 would be. But the counterpoint to that is, because of how it's packaged, it's extremely difficult to work on. Now, when you get a factory GT4 car, they can make engineering decisions that fundamentally alter how the car is worked on. They can move ancillaries around. They can make stuff be a different size, a different shape, so that those services don't have to be as difficult. So if you've got, 10 to 15-year-old Porsches that are not factory-built race cars, as good a job as they've done to keep these cars moving for this long, they weren't built with that in mind. It was a road car originally. There's going to be compromises there. So if Round 3, for example, is going to switch to a GT4 Club Sport, that's going to be a huge headache lifted. One, it should be more serviceable, and two, there should be a consistency across parts that they're able to get and use on that car. They're all the same. You don't know who made what decision on a non-factory built car and where they got or custom fabbed or whatever it is the part they used to improve the car, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's also
fine.
There's also then a slightly, there's a little bit of a dark side to that in terms of the sort of economy of tuning, sort of by the other side of that, right? Because that means there's less room for someone to come in with an aftermarket part and be able to be successful and be able to generate a market with that.
I think there's a difference between being able to come in and have an aftermarket shock supplier, or an aftermarket brake supplier, sway bar, things like that, and hey, how did you install this alternator on the front of a Porsche? One, what alternator did you pick? Two, why did you put it there? Three, what do you mean you can't get me another one? Yeah, there's some compromises as far as not being able to tune the cars as much, and then that's fine. I have faith that Porsche knows how to put together a good race car, though.
Sure.
But yeah, you have less opportunity for activation with your tuning partners, but on the flip side, it does make the car easier to run, as Brendan was talking about, from a business perspective. Tim today, he's having a heck of a time. Those cars are giving him fits, but fortunately, there appears to be an Audi Sport engineer there giving guidance on how to work on the car. And guess what? Those RS3s are the exact same as the other 100 RS3s that are out there. There's verifiable parts numbers. They, generally speaking, know how to fix whatever it is that needs to be fixing. And it's easy to fix, relatively speaking. Whereas if you and I, Joseph, went out and bought an Audi RS3 and wanted to get it to the pace of Hammer Motorsports, we almost certainly would not use the same parts that they used, either for an economic reasons or, hey, we think this might be better, but our car won't be as serviceable as theirs, and we won't be able to get parts for it. So I think that's the fundamental issue, if it is an issue, that Round 3 is tossing around right now, is do we have the interesting car? And again, the interesting car might be a little bit cheaper to buy in the first place, I would imagine, versus shelling out a check for probably 250 to 300 grand for a brand new GT4 car. They might be cheaper now.
They did already buy their replacement GTO car, and I don't know how much common knowledge there is there. But it is.
I don't know what it is, but I'm an idiot.
I don't know what it is. Oh, you can. It is publicly available based on social media. I'm not going to be the one to announce it. I'll let them reveal everything. Whatever, but it's out.
Right.
I don't know that they're actively wrestling on replacing the other long in the tooth cable, the GP1 car. They're probably not, but it also had a problem at VIR. It's had a problem here today that took it out of contention before sunset, which is a shame. These things happen in endurance racing, but the more and more they happen, you wonder if, okay, like, is this the right car to be doing what we're trying to do? And let's not forget that round 3, in saying that they are potentially destined for greater things, I don't know, but they are a large organization running in an amateur endurance racing series. Is there a world where they are looking for better results, and results and visibility matter to them, rather than, hey, let's just run a car very quickly because we like running race cars very quickly? And if the answer is, hey, we need better results, then yes, you probably should look at replacing that car, because it has been a bear over the last couple of events where you've had really significant issues with it. Again, that's a perspective. I will also say, and this is more just a general debate, nothing specific to round 3, about buying a GT4 car, about buying a TCR car, and running it here at a WRL event. Those cars are very easy to fix and very easy to support.
Correct.
When you have factory support. These are amateur endurance racing events. You may not always have an Audi Sport engineer to help you work on your R8 or your TCR.
Right.
They may be remote,
Right.
but the database, the knowledge, the information is there,
Exactly.
which is a positive. The on-site support, probably not there, which is a negative, right? Where you are inherently responsible for knowing the ins and outs of that car,
Right.
up to a point where you have to go ask somebody else. If that person's on site, it costs you 30 seconds or a minute.
Right.
That person's not on site, it may take considerably longer than that.
And they do give you a book.
And that is a negative.
There is a way to get,
Of course.
read up on the car.
Yeah,
and I think
and every team is.
Today's issue that Hammer has with their turbo and it's not throwing codes and stuff, that's a problem, and that's a weakness, obviously. 99% of their problems are solved by, like, hey, you know what? We have 4 extra suspension parts in the truck. We know that if one of them fails, it's these 3 bolts right here, and this one will fit directly in and give me exactly the same performance. Whereas I know at Thunder Hill, for example, there were issues of, hey, this shock spring, whatever, went out, and the Thunder Hill AutoZone has this shock that's kind of sort of similar, maybe, and we can make it fit, hopefully. You're saving yourself a lot of that hassle. Now, obviously, you should be buying spares when available, but you don't necessarily want to have the capital outlay if it's something that you don't think is going to break, that's well within its service life. That's the other thing about having a factory-built car, is all the parts, or most of them anyway,
well-defined
have a
service
well-defined service schedule
Yeah.
on them.
Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting debate to have back and forth, and we're approaching the time of day where you can have those debates and discussions. And I don't know. Like I said, there's no right answer here.
Right.
The GTO rulebook in particular, and we have many, many more things. GP1, you don't have those options. You really can't go out and buy a race car, a race prep car for GP1. It is not intended to be that class.
There's SCCA classes which are close.
Yeah, but these
tweaks.
have to be production-based cars.
Yeah.
In GP1, 2, and 3, you have to build them up from road cars.
Correct.
Maybe not you,
Right, but somebody has to. Yeah,
and not a
okay, I see what
factory.
you're saying. Right.
Somebody that isn't a factory. A tuner can do it, but not Audi. BMW can't sell you a car that is ready to go for GP2.
Correct.
So that is what those classes are designed for. In GTO, that question is a little more open, maybe becoming less open based on the way the rulebook runs. On the other hand, Choice Racing just built a brand new M3. That's running great. Them, right? That's running well. They backed it into a tire wall a little earlier through virtually no fault of their own, and they're 4 laps off the lead. PC Racing has a GP1 car, 7th overall, leading the class. That's 4 laps off the overall lead. Everything else up there is a race prep car, but that doesn't mean they're not competitive.
Right.
It just means you have to have a different approach to running it. And if that suits your team and your operation and your preferences a little bit better, then by all means, go and do it. You can still be competitive in doing those things.
And you can pick cars that are more tuner friendly. So, like, again, for example, around the time that Porsche Cayman was built, there wasn't a whole lot of Porsche Caymans out there as race cars. That was still a pretty novel thing at the time, because the car hadn't gotten old yet. If you have a 1999 to 2006 BMW 3 Series, there is a mountain of information on best practices for that car. You're always going to be able to find parts. You're always going to be able to find aftermarket parts. You can set the car up how you want. I think we've seen in the past teams have issues with their BMW, and they say, hey, does anybody have a BMW coupe, E46 coupe, with a spare windshield? and people in the paddock can help you out because all the parts are interchangeable. There's nothing that fancy about it. So again, that comes back to, you know, round 3 has a car which up until recently wasn't a very often modded car for racing. And the thing is, around the time those Caymans got old and cheap enough, and by that I mean like 2 to 3 years old, to be modified for racing, Porsche came out with their own anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, the point of doing that, you're not going to have as many tuners, as many parts available for something like that.
I'll wrap up this sort of topic of discussion. I'm glad we flushed through it, because this is a team and car specific discussion, not us just poring over data and stuff, which is a welcome break, and more of these to come, albeit, you know, still focusing in on the race, with almost 130 people still watching, which is fantastic. The other question, that having GT4 cars and TCR cars eligible in a series like this, in a class like GTO, brings is accessibility. Right? If you are not mechanically inclined, if you don't employ people who are really passionate about building race cars from a bunch of constituent parts up, then this is an opportunity for you to spend a little bit more money, but to go get a race car that is competitive at a high level, right? If you're an experienced driver, but you don't build cars yourself, you don't work on them yourself, you have a small crew, but you have a like you said, well-defined service schedule, a manual of how to manage a car and keep it running, and you have contacts at a factory that knows that car inside and out, then that creates accessibility for teams and for drivers that otherwise would not have had the opportunity to go racing in the top class of a above average quality, you know, very high quality endurance racing series. And
what's happened here? 211 and
33.
Yeah.
Oh, I think 211 just hooked it on the curb. Oh, and the 33's caught the inside tire barrier. That's a good call, Joseph. I think the 211 there, just from the looks of things, kind of hooked it on the inside curb and started to kick around. And when he did, he caught the 33 in just trying to save the car, and it spun the 33 across track into the tires. It didn't look like a hard hit. You're not traveling exceedingly quickly there, but it only needs to be hard enough. Anyway, I don't have an answer for my own point about accessibility, other than to say that maybe we have a bigger GTO grid because of having GT4 and TCR cars. So people can go buy them and just have them race ready.
And it makes it accessible, too, for somebody who's not on a car builder level.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But also somebody who doesn't have the wherewithal to, like, I am going to start a race team, and I am going to spend $300,000 becoming a Porsche GT4 team.
Yeah.
If you don't know what you want to do, you can rent a seat.
Yeah,
it's pretty reasonable for
in a car that you would consider buying.
Exactly, exactly. Or maybe if you would consider buying it, and hey, you know what? I had a really good time with this team. I don't have to deal with the logistics. I'm just going to show up and drive with them.
Yeah,
you know.
I have a serious question, like a legitimate, no sarcasm question. Why haven't there been more club cars built out of NDs? Well, I mean, what has?
They're still, Joseph, they're still pretty new. We're starting to see it trickle back down. The problem was, it's twofold. The original ND, the 2-3 gear change was not super good, and they were blowing gearboxes out. Like, so much so that Long Road Racing, when they were building the Cup car, had a completely different set of synchros for the ND1 compared to stock, which usually they don't do on a Cup car. So you had that problem, and then very recently, when the ND2 came out, they've made the engine, like, substantially more powerful and have substantially more torque. I mean, relative to an MX-5, obviously. So, if you're going to commit to building an ND1, which would be the one that's cheapest right now, you're now going to already be on the back foot because you have the, quote, old motor, end quote, and there aren't enough of the new motors floating around from wrecked cars, etc., to just swap the new motor into the old car. So there's not really enough of them out there that have been gone through one or two owners to just have a huge used market availability. There's a ton of NCs out there right now because the last one of those was built in like 2015.
Yeah.
So there's a zillion of them. There's a zillion body panels, and the tuning book is out on those that you can put basically any Ford 2.5 bottom end in that car. So you can go to any junkyard in the United States and buy a motor for like $300.
All
I
the
guess
cans are out. All the other stuff is out. The Indy hasn't been old enough to get there. We've got a car moving slowly.
Oh yeah, that's coming into turn.
What is that? 7?
Turn 7. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that the 1? The 0-1? Again?
Maybe.
I'd say it's a black car, but it's dark, so that's going to sound very dumb. But it does
Right.
actually appear to be a black car.
Yeah.
We'll see it out here on the turn 7 cam here in a moment. It is. Oh, you know what? No, that's a support vehicle down the
cool.
access road. I wonder when the first time that was going to happen.
And it did.
It's now. Fantastic. So that covers that.
Excellent.
So I have a follow-up question on the Miata issue.
Yeah.
Which is thank you, JT. Which is so we've seen a lot of people detune GT4s and TCRs to run here. We haven't seen anybody, as far as I'm aware, try to detune an MX-5 Cup. And is it just that GT4s are so available? Like they're so
you wouldn't be detuning an MX-5 Cup car. An MX-5 Cup car doesn't have more than like 200 horsepower, and they still weigh a ton.
Well, detuning isn't. I'm not necessarily talking about detuning an MX-5. I'm talking about running it. Just running it straight in one of these. Is it just because they're sprint cars? They're not meant to be run.
I think someone at COTA the first year we were there had one, and it was in GP1. I'm pretty sure. Those cars, that's still a 60 to 80 grand car. And if you're talking about a budget of 60 to 80 grand, you can buy a used NC for $5,000 and spend, I don't know, 20 grand on the motor and then still be way ahead.
The short answer of that is there's really no value there.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's value.
Some of that
if
is
you're
used
trying to run-
parts, right, or used cars, engines, the like. Some of that appears to, or it sounds from what you're saying, like there is a consistency issue from the Mazda end where they're not providing consistency with parts design and a complete package.
It's not so much that they're doing it poorly, it's that they identified a weakness, which was the engine, and they improved it. And they're selling more because of it. And like the body panels haven't changed, the suspension hasn't really changed. But long road racing, and now Troy Fleece, I think, builds those now out of his shop. If you want one that's like endurance prepped, you're getting close to $100,000 for an Indy Cup car.
Yeah, walk up and down this paddock and tell me what other cars cost less than $100,000.
Exactly,
it's a lot,
and you can have a lot quote cooler car. And that's the other thing too. If you're somebody who is in your 20s and your parents have a little bit of money and you want to give it a go at this racing thing, it's important to be at the IMSA weekend doing the Indy Miata Cup thing. So you're getting seen by all the teams, you're trying to network yourself into other rides, so maybe one day you'll get paid. Whereas here, you've got a bunch of enthusiasts who don't get to do this every day or every week. They get to do it about once a month. I want to go out to something that when I walk into the garage in the morning, I'm like, haha, that's sick.
Yeah.
And I don't personally feel that way about a Indy Cup car. But again, there's people who do. JT would probably disagree with me.
Yeah, but that's a matter of subjective.
Exactly. I think the person who runs WRL probably values a cooler quote unquote car for $100,000 or even 80 grand.
I would
versus Indy.
Yeah. Pit stops on the racing side here from Team ACP, the number 9, and the number 143 from Pro Sport Competition, who don't look now, is quietly back into the top 10. Perfect. GTR is into the top 5, literally on this lap. Thanks to a slow lap from Automatic. Now, is that a pit stop? No, it's not.
Okay, so when you earlier, the flag stand while we were talking had a meatball flag out as the Automatic car and someone else came through, and I wasn't sure which one he was throwing the meatball flag for. That was another thing mentioned in the drivers' meeting, was that meatball flags are mandatory. So I don't know specifically what happened with that.
That's an unscheduled stop for the 909 if they are in, which I think they are. It was a slow lap last time by, as you mentioned.
Oh, you know what? And they've already had one unscheduled stop, Joseph. They were in at 156, which is much earlier than we would have expected from them. So you're absolutely right. I think they've come in again a second time unscheduled.
I wonder if they were leaking something.
Now, what would make you think that?
He was being shown the meatball flag when he came by.
Well, so there's a race control note. Yeah, race control note is bumper cover coming off of left rear. So I think that's exactly right.
This is the this is the parachute on the left rear now having worked its way loose over the course of several hours.
At the time, that was
It's back out, by the way.
The log shows that is no action needed, so I don't think they would have flagged them for that.
I almost want... No, they showed them the meatball on the start-finish.
Last lap?
No, like 3 laps ago.
Okay,
or 4
there's
laps ago,
no
whatever it
pit
was.
marker on Race Hero.
Oh, okay.
So there's nothing here that suggests that he actually came into the stop. That being said, he lost over a minute.
Right.
So that time loss came from somewhere, and doesn't look like the rear of the car looks any different.
Okay.
Was that the car we saw in the access?
Well, I was going to say that's the exact same time loss that we've been seeing of people who spin it coming out of 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a note in race control for that.
That's a long time. That's a spin and sit. You know.
How long was it? It's a 2 minute 44 second lap. Is that right?
It was 3:53.
Wait, are we talking about the 909 still?
Yeah. 909. Last lap 3:53, but with no pit marker on Race Hero.
We have different data. I think maybe they've been.
It wouldn't be dock lap and have it be
Let's
a
table
long lap.
that. Let's table that for a bit until we have more info.
All right.
I know, and here's the other thing. I know the automatic racing team has us on in their pit stall. So, if they wanted to shoot us a message on Facebook, or in fact come say hi up on the 3rd floor.
Do they really have us on
in the
there?
tower? Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hello, automatic racing. We like your car. Please come tell us what we're talking about
full
that's wrong.
course yellow.
Ooh, we got a little yellow action. I see a course vehicle being dispatched on the far side of the course from where we sit. That would be heading down to 14? Question mark? Heading down to 10? Something like that?
Nothing here at 13. Nothing that I notice anyway.
They're still moving.
I think that's just from their home at the turn 10 area. Short pit out.
They've now stopped. Whatever it is that's going on. We do have double yellow here.
Stop car drivers left, turn 11. No number as yet.
I don't think we have a view of that.
No, this is going to be our first view. I think everybody else is on the other side of the circuit.
So, first off, the gap for P2 is now 3 laps. The 9 has come in extra time, I think, here, which is interesting. I don't know if this is in response to yellow. My guess is it probably is. So that gap is 2+ laps approaching 3 from first to second. However, as I refresh the log and wait for a number to be confirmed in the race control log down at turn 11,
there's a second emergency vehicle to the right over there.
59, the Stratus car, it was docked 2 laps for a penalty, which I don't think we saw as it was running, but it was docked 2 laps because of avoidable contact with the 211.
Rocket Rhinestone.
Yes, but when that 59 came in, the first thing they did was check the left front and then start working on the right-hand side of the car, be that the right front wheel, this right side pod, and the right rear wheel. And it just makes me wonder if perhaps the reason it had come in and is now in the paddock is because when it made contact, it did some damage, and
is that the
here they are.
That looks like a Hammer car. That looks like the white Hammer car. To me, to my eyes.
Rough day for Tim. Okay, looks like we're coming up on the accident here. That does look like a Hammer car. Yeah, I would agree with that. And they're sending another course car around, presumably to the same spot where the first one is. So I would imagine that means they're going to need a tow. When we've seen cars being towed here on the rope, usually there's the truck doing the towing and then somebody behind them in like a pilot car type situation. Looks like we've got some takers for the pit lane, of course. Yeah, O2 Hammer Motorsports last seen. Unexpected right there.
I know they've both had troubles today, but man, that 0-2 has, over the last couple hours, just had a miserable.
This is an unfortunate
Go of
goodbye
things.
because, rumor has it that Hammer's going to be changing platforms.
Well, they're not going to race those cars next year.
Correct.
I think that is obvious. I don't know what that means. I feel like I could know what that means. I don't have the answer there. I am intrigued to see what it is, but it won't be those RS3s. This is, I'm sure, a tough track on even a TCR car. It's a tough track on any car, right? But they have just, for as much success as they had earlier in the season, man, this one is just throwing everything.
It shocks me to see a TCR car, and again, they've had a lot of other issues that were unrelated to the track, I believe. The wheel issue they had early on in the race, he said it was a brand new hub-centric wheel, and then the hub-centric part just didn't work. The brand new wheel out of the box doesn't go on the car right. So that wasn't really Sebring related, because he said that wheel hadn't been mounted before. It was a brand new wheel. And then they also had this issue with the fuel pickup that they weren't really sure. That's not necessarily a Sebring problem either. If they do turn out to be Sebring problems, the thing that shocks me is I have seen videos of World Touring Car Championship practice where drivers literally after doing their practice laps and they tell Jason Plato, okay, cool, now hit the other car in the door, hit the other car at the back rear, and they bump each other in practice to see how the car will run when it has damage on it. They're willingly breaking cars to see what happens. And so these TCRs, I would imagine, because the same racing, should be a pretty sturdy car.
Well, okay, if we're talking specifics about, you mentioned, you name dropped Jason Plato, right? That is BTCC, which is technically NGTC regs, not TCR.
Then whoever it was, I'll tell you, it was the...
but if we're going to be specific
World
about
Touring Car Championship, and there was a team of 3 cars. I think it was RML.
WTCR, okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, no, that's fine. Those cars are meant, initially they were designed to do 25-minute races 2 or 3 times in a weekend.
Right, but getting just beat on, and they're not rebuilding those cars every weekend. I think a lot of those teams
that's probably true.
run the same car
That's probably
repeatedly.
true. Again, Sebring is a different animal,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
I'm not
That's
going to
true.
make... People love to make a big deal about it. I don't run race cars. I don't own a race car. I don't know when people say Sebring is tough on equipment. I don't know what that means other than it means cars pull off to the side of the road a lot.
Right.
And it messes with your results and your data predictions a lot. Other than that, I honestly have no idea what it means.
It shakes
But
everything.
they do.
Right, exactly.
And if that means that a car that should be running, can, door handle other cars for a 25-minute race 3 times a weekend and be fine, race by race by race, and be okay for most 12, 24-hour races, is being shaken to bits here in the first 8 hours, then maybe that means this is really tough on equipment. Now, Tim has also said they
if it turns out it was contaminated fuel, then that's obviously a completely different ball game. That's got nothing to do with tarmac.
And one issue can beget another. If you have one just out of left field problem that you think you've solved by running a better batch of fuel or a non-contaminated batch of fuel,
changing your turbo or whatever.
It doesn't mean that something else down the line isn't going to fail later as a result of what happened early.
The other thing I would mention is the Nürburgring isn't smooth per se.
Kind of is. They repave portions of that track every
but you're hitting
winter.
You're banging curbs though a lot of the time.
Less than you think, but yes.
My point being, they run these TCRs there as well.
Yeah.
And they seem to do all right.
Yeah. The bumps here, the nature, like you said, it shakes everything, right? It's not just, the suspension takes a shove from the bottom up and then you drop it down off the other side. This is the whole platform of the car is being shaken and moved in ways that race cars normally aren't, and not for this amount of time on end.
Correct.
Pit stops from most of the top 6 under this full course yellow. 983 still leads, but it leads its teammate. The number 981, who has taken over position from the 52, who came in under this full course yellow. GTR 99 has been in under this full course yellow, and the number 9 has all of a sudden dropped 2 laps
as a result of the stop here. The leader is still in the pits underneath our nose here. So maybe this will kind of come back the other way. I did receive a message from RJ that a lot of teams, I don't know if this is current knowledge or he had gotten this beforehand, but a lot of teams planning brake and tire changes around midnight. So if you are going to change tires and you're not planning on doing it multiple times during the course of a race, that the opportunity to do it is around midnight.
So what you're saying is JT and I should be in the pits at midnight.
That is up to you, but
we can get some hot brake change action.
I would go pit. Did you pack your thermal gun?
My what? No, I did not. I forgot. I forgot lots of things, including my WRL hat.
Oh no, not that hat.
I was pretty bummed about that, to be honest.
No, but if that is when it's going to happen, I would, somewhere around 11:30, I would expect a full course yellow to, to precipitate some things. If you wanted to go down before then and do some early nighttime videography down in the pit lane under a set of pit stops, by all means, I'm not forcing or encouraging you to do it. I may go do it.
Watch as I try to corner Brendan into actually giving me an order once.
I'm not giving you an order.
I would like you to, though.
What?
I'm not.
Well, I would like to have some direction.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, sense of purpose in life.
Left to my own devices, I'll sit here and find stupid stuff to Google.
More chips. Glass of warm squash. I think we're about to go back to... No, I think we're being fooled again by the... yeah, we are. By the start marshal not holding the double yellow out at all times.
We are certainly not the Who, that's for sure. We did get fooled again.
I got fooled again, in fairness.
Here comes the jet dryer.
Yeah,
or,
the blower.
I'm sorry, the elephant cyclone or whatever
the
they call
elephant cyclone?
Have
you ever heard those words together before?
It has a weird name.
That up right now?
It has a weird name.
That old chestnut.
The
elephant
name is strange.
cyclone.
It's got. I don't know.
My nickname in high school.
Roll Tide.
When the Crimson Tide take on Iowa State.
Yeah. Yeah. In conference matchup coming 2028.
Oh man, is that when Alabama goes to the Big 12?
Yeah. And like actually, we would like to just we'd like to have the easiest possible path to the national championship playoffs. We'd like to put up 75 points a game.
SMU is playing Houston today.
Houston.
Yeah, it's a good matchup. SMU is losing 14-0.
Is Houston using cameras to look at the play callers chart and then banging on trash cans so that the Houston defense
it's a different Houston
knows
team.
what SMU is going to do, or no?
I know you're very upset about it.
I am.
Boise State's losing to Steve Adazio at Colorado State. It's rough. Cal's beating Oregon State. There you go, man.
That's
go Beavs. Damn
that both supports my assertion that the Beavers are bad, but is also bad for me insofar as I do not want Cal to win anything ever.
Stanford fan.
Yeah,
Homer.
Yep.
You didn't even go there.
I went to lots of games. Did you even go there?
Nope. Green flag is out.
What?
That's why I laughed.
There's nothing that makes me irrationally angry. Oh, hello.
You haven't watched Ryan drink a beverage. You want irrational anger, man. Anyway, green flag is back out at Sebring. 24 hours. Wow, first time I've done that.
We're giving ourselves a promotion already.
Look at that. 168 laps complete after 7 hours and 38 minutes. I'm not going to do the percentage and work backwards for pace, but I would say we're on pace to break the 24-hour distance record for the World Racing League.
Boom. Which means the World Racing League is going to smash Dindo Capello and his distance record.
Idiot.
Got him. Is GP3 going to smash Dindo Capello's distance record?
I don't know.
Who would beat who in a fight? A Mazda Miata or an Audi R10?
Or one Audi R10 boy.
Yeah.
One downforce boy.
We've been on this. Which one's the downforce boy?
I actually liked the look of the original R15 better than the Plus.
The Plus?
Yeah. The original one had this kind of like rounded thing to it. I was like, ooh, it kind of looks like a spaceship.
In retrospect, maybe. At the time, definitely. Opinions change, nostalgia changes. Also, the R15 was kind of crap.
Yes.
You know? And so, like, oh, Audi isn't going to win everything forever now because their car isn't as good as it was. So, like, that to me was interesting. I wasn't anti-Audi, but I did want something else to happen.
I don't want Audi to stop winning just for Peugeot to win every race instead.
No, I agree with that.
What's your favorite Audi for like Stefan Ortelli to fly over?
Oh, I mean, R10, 100%. Literally every time it's happened, it's been 100%.
I did like the later paint on the R10 as opposed to the early R10, which was just silver.
The plain silver. I have an affinity for all of them.
Do you?
An Infineon for all of them.
Hey, I was speaking of JT. Which livery is your preferred Audi LMP livery? I don't think anyone knows.
I was wondering where you were going with that. Like, what is it? Rest in peace, Dave Mirage. Yeah. JT's a big Champion fanboy, it turns out.
Big fan of a car dealership.
Did you get food downstairs? Why not? Go get food. Barbecue.
He's scared of Tim.
Sunny's barbecue. Don't get the brisket.
I am too. I don't blame him.
Yeah,
it's in the box. It's like way underneath.
Oh, in the back there?
Yeah. No, it's like the pit box is here, and then it's like in the the little covered
concrete
spots,
garage,
where it's like a fake garage.
Yeah, where the pit box
literally
is,
right
walk
under
back
us.
behind it.
Literally right under us.
It's in the cold pit box.
Yeah.
This is
go get it.
great radio.
I know. It doesn't matter. Podcasting is visual anyway.
Can we release these as podcasts? Do you want to pay the hosting fee, and then people can come back to them on their drives?
I have been encouraged to do as much.
I think
I will be doing that.
Okay, all right. And then I can do intro segments for you too. Hey guys, this is Ryan. DriversEye Live.
Smash that subscribe button.
I've thought about saying that today, and I talk myself out of it every time.
Hit that bell. Yeah. If you want notification, if you want more hot content like this,
I will share this with the audience at large. You will notice, dear viewer and listener, that the World Racing League YouTube page has over 1,000 subscribers. Boom. I've shared this with you, but I was listening back to one of our broadcasts, just to learn a little, try and be better. I don't listen to all of them, but I listen to portions of some.
Much like Bill Belichick, Brendan's in there on Monday morning, just eating that tape,
eating film,
eating the tape, dude.
Eating film.
So anyway, poison.
I noticed on my phone, I am my own rat poison. I noticed on my phone that WRL had 999 subscribers. So I smashed that subscribe button.
You idiot.
I as the primary, the owner of the company that is the primary content producer of World Racing League's YouTube page, my personal account was 1,000 subscription to WRL. And I didn't even win a prize.
David Crandall.
Yeah, that would be...
Other than the ability to come and broadcast the 24 hours of Sebring. So I guess in a way it's its own reward.
David Crandall, I just saw your comment on YouTube. I want to say thank you for leaving that feedback for us, because sometimes I do feel like I'm just talking to nobody about this. He says, as someone who's thinking about getting into endurance and is also broke, this coverage is actually very informative.
There we go.
Thank you.
So what we need to do is fly more of you to more races so that we can have conversations about meaningful things.
And Brendan can fly you there in his plane.
No, I don't have a plane. No.
One for you, and then he will come pick you up and bring you to the track.
Do you even have an active pilot's license anymore?
Oh.
Yeah, it's always active. I'm just not current.
How's your medical?
What does that mean?
Current. I have to.
Current? Oh, okay.
Yeah, my other job requires me to have.
Okay.
Yeah, requires me to have a medical.
Oh yeah, you got to be able to.
They actually pay for my pilot medical. Like, if you want a pilot medical, it's just lumped in with the whole thing. Your employer. Yeah.
So if you can fly a sport light, you don't know. You're not safe.
You don't have to have a medical anyway.
No, that's my point, though. If you're in good enough shape to fly a sport light, you can't possibly do air traffic control?
No, that's not. No, you're thinking the wrong way. Just because you are healthy enough to fly a light sport aircraft does not mean you're healthy enough to be in air traffic control.
Right. That seems backwards to me. If you can pilot a literal plane, you cannot.
What about a figurative plane?
Sit in a chair and look at planes on the screen.
That is a massive oversimplification.
Ooh, black flag for the. I just missed the board.
No, I think 45 again.
45 with the black flag.
One of the dark-colored AOA cars. Go ahead.
This hasn't come up on race control, but I'm confident the O2 came back around and went straight off at 7.
Oh, very good. We didn't mention this. The 9 has not reappeared. That Team ACP car never came back out. It pitted at the start of the full course yellow with its sister car, the 52, and it's now dropping through the order back in P10. So I think what's happened is it came across start-finish. It may have gone briefly into its pit box, but it went straight into the paddock and has not been heard from since. So now, instead of W2W and ACP being, in command at the top with equal fighting numbers, it's W2W12, W12W.
Yeah,
and then the 52
Oh, wow.
back in third.
Someone's locked up big time coming into 3, which I didn't even know you could do.
Joseph clearly has never seen me play any racing sim ever.
Oh man!
Now I have. It's pretty bad, Ryan.
I know. I could lock up into 3 on every single lap, literally every lap.
It's those people that are like, oh, what you really need is like a direct drive wheel, because I went from a 500 I rating to a 1500 I. Like, no, you're bad at this. What are you talking about?
Joseph calls out iRacing or iRacers live on air at the Sebring 24 Hours.
It's
Welcome
insane.
to the party, friends.
It's
Less than 72
insane.
hours from now, Joseph will in fact be asking me, hey, what would you pay for my wheel? I just got a new one. It'll make you better.
Yeah.
No, it's
actually pedals. Pedals.
Oh, is it just the
apparently
pedals?
make you- that makes you better, apparently.
I don't agree with that either. I think that's hogwash. But
another lockup at 7 there.
Yeah, that's why I switched over to this one. I think someone's got a locked wheel or something.
Yes. Somebody has a problem. Also, 2 things. Don't look now, but Choice Racing is lapping very rapidly, as is GTR. So 4th and 5th are on the prowl here. Also, Pro Sport just set their fastest lap of the race. I don't know.
They've taken they've taken half a second off of their PB.
Yeah, I think somebody at Pro Sport has realized that this is an opportunity, while everybody's finding their feet in the darkness here, to make up some time after what they lost. I don't know that they're going to go thrashing around, but if you have a quick driver in the car, now is not a bad time to decide you're going to try and make up some time.
And the track
they're going to make
going down, which should help.
Yeah.
They're going to make hay while the sun has set.
Yeah, indeed. Yes. I mean, Joe, we'll reference, we're already talking about sim racing and iRacing. Plenty of iRacers in the chat. Have no problems talking about this during a real-world broadcast.
It's
it is
not
relevant.
the same as real racing.
No, but
it's clearly not. That's also an insane.
I used to knock the way iRacing reacted to temperature and lighting changes. Cloud cover, track temperature changes. I used to think it was massively over-exaggerated. In watching what happens in the ebb and flow of a World Racing League event, in a WRL race where you have one compound of tire, and it is what it is, and you have to work with that, it's really not that far off. You see massive swings in pace. We're doing 228s, 229s during the day because that's what the track temperature and the track condition will support. Sun goes down, all of a sudden, we're 4 seconds faster. And it affects different teams differently. Some teams are set up to be better more consistently over multiple conditions. Other cars handle specific conditions better than others. And I think that's part of what we're seeing here. Joseph, we did a 12 hours of Sebring literally last weekend in a TCR. Our car was junk when the track was hot. We weren't able to make up any pace, falling back off the leaders and just barely holding station with the cars ahead of us. The track gets dark, temperature comes out. Now all of a sudden, the car reacts better. And your whole attitude towards the race and how you attack, how you you plan and execute completely changes. And I wouldn't be shocked if that's some of what we're seeing in the early part of the evening here. Go ahead.
I think the 701 is out there.
Yeah, they are. They were in the garage for 2 full hours, but they are back out there.
Perfect. How recent were they back out there? AKA, how little attention have I been paying?
42. So they've done 2 or 3 laps.
Okay, good. Yeah. Sweet. All right. I feel better about that.
Gap in GP3 appears to be up at a lap, but round 3 is lapping pretty quickly. Overnight has not really figured it out yet. I think they've just done a driver change, and they're stuck sort of in the 247s at the moment. So that's your GP3 lead battle to keep an eye on over, not the immediate future, but certainly in the next hour or so. Position's also at play for P6. AOA Motorsports to the 45 that's now been black flagged 2 or 3 times at start-finish, being chased by the 64 from Open Throttle. That margin's down to 5 seconds. A little battle on track there. 204 is your lead battle, or your lead margin in GP3. And it's come down by 6 seconds that time, so exciting stuff, man. Wonder what's happened to the 9. I would be interested to find out what the story is there.
I would as well.
If only.
You know what I would be really interested in finding out, Brendan?
No, don't do this. Bottom of the hour. We're not doing this.
Okay, all right,
Yep,
all
yep.
right.
I was looking at my tally here and I'm like, yep, it's
All right.
time, but
All
can't
right.
do it now.
Okay. I like to think that my lead-ins are now obvious enough.
They are.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because you look at me and have this like, shh. You have a large grin on your face. It's the first time it's
bottom
ever
of the
Comes
hour?
to 45 very lit.
Yeah, it's made it back to the pits finally.
And it's
after
got a
being
bumper
black
and an extra light. Got a lit up number panel.
flag. Yeah, the number panel is lit, but not from behind. It's literally got two
From
LED
above and
strips.
below.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
It's
It's no
probably very
different-
distinctive.
It is no different than just running a strip of LEDs across the, A pillar
Right.
up over the roll bar. That's fine, or the
Yeah.
top of the cage. But it is distinct. It's an odd choice. But I feel like if you're not paying close attention, it will wash the number panel out.
Right.
Like if all you see is the glow around the panel, you may not ever actually see the panel.
I would like to identify which year the LED strip around the car for identification became a thing, because I feel like I didn't notice what year it was, but it seemed very much like it wasn't a thing, and then all of a sudden, literally everyone had it.
It was late
Like 09,
late
10?
aughties, early teens.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a grand. I saw it at like Daytona first. Would have been where I had seen that.
Well, because I remember it's got to be something that is that it doesn't draw too much power, right?
And the 99 comes back into the pit lane. Let's see if we can see here. Hoping this is just a routine stop here. Were we expecting them?
Good question.
They have the air jacks
Go
up.
straight up on the jack.
No. They pitted about 10 laps ago. This is a problem.
They're looking at the right rear.
Interesting.
I literally can't see anything other than that.
So they had finally they were in under the full course yellow. They had finally worked their way up back into the top 4 or 5, and now all of a sudden find themselves stationed.
Pulling the gun to the left side.
Yeah, left rear immediately. Is that a 5-lug wheel on that car?
I believe so.
It's a GT4 spec car.
It is, but if you recall, GS requires a 5-lug.
Still?
Up until, I think they changed it now,
Yeah.
but I'm sure you could still option that.
Interesting.
My assumption is that a 5-lug wheel is substantially cheaper.
Yes.
And you now have 5 individual failure points as opposed to 1.
Yeah. I'd buy that.
Especially since a pit stop isn't going to take up a large amount of your time, in theory, in WRL, because you're not going to be changing the tires very often.
They turned 13 cameras, bro. I don't know what happened there. Oh, I'm at 482. So that's
No, it's
Anyway.
having problems.
oh, okay. Well, fine.
It's
This
still-
one looked fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's it's a bitrate thing. It's not the light per se, although the light's not helping. But we could kind of get around it.
This camera's
when the light was
fantastic
good.
right here.
It's a very good camera.
Thanks, guys.
Shut up.
That 99 car, as it is most of the year, it's Harold Pettit, Jeffrey Siegel, Jeff Isringhausen, names we see all the time. But Jason Marks is on board that car. And if you are intrigued as to why that name is familiar, Jason Marks is one of the names behind Hitman Racing, the number 34.
Looks like the 981 is in the pit lane as well. That is the orange car. They are... It looks like they're just doing a driver service. Yeah, they just put a new drink bottle in, filling full of fuel. Perhaps a data card change. Both doors now shut. Just waiting on the fuel. Will to Win, very good at this fuel thing. It's something else to watch, and we should... JT, you and I should video a Will to Win pit stop at some point. Assuming we can get the...
You should get them
camera to
during a
play
tire change when they're changing a wheel to win.
Oh, okay. Well,
What?
you know. Live at Sebring.
This is a 981.
But dead
This is
inside.
Alice
In the commentary booth,
Dead,
anyway.
dead inside live.
I mean, it is.
Joseph sympathizes with that.
It's Halloween weekend.
That's fair.
We're only allowed to talk about the race, though,
The
so I guess I
Zombie
can't say
24.
anything about Halloween.
Yeah.
Halloween's
No?
not relevant.
It's Halloween Eve. Halloween.
Halloween.
Halloween. I'm not calling today anything other than Halloween.
Hallows Eve.
All
Hallows Eve
Hallows.
squared.
All Hallows Weave.
Is that like All Haters Bounce? But like,
Yeah.
it's too early for this.
No, the sun is down.
No.
This is Sebring After Dark.
Driver's Eye After Dark.
Oh, you know what I need to do?
Do you think our current reach is greater or lower than the Pac-12 network, or even is acceptable?
I think we probably are more responsible about how we promote Pac-12 quarterbacks.
That's fair. Do our offices cost more or less than the Pac-12's offices?
No. See, the Pac-12, it's going to be a regional sports network. We're going to have multiples.
What is
Driver's
DriversEye but a
how
regional,
we're going to do?
What is DriversEye Live but a regional sports network?
No, like they were going to have multiple. Like, they were gonna have, yeah.
No,
The
I
region is
understand.
North America.
I am acutely aware of what their
Okay,
strategy
got it.
was. What you fail to understand is our strategy as it relates to the Pac-12 network.
You know, NBC had a pretty big regional network, especially in Northern California and
Never
up into
asked
Oregon.
me.
And
Could have picked us up.
they could have easily paired with them. Like, hey, we have CSN California, CSN Bay Area.
Yeah.
We've got some stuff up in Oregon. Like, no. We'll just do it ourselves.
NBCSN Light. DriversEye Live.
We will use exclusively fresh out of college kids and nobody who actually knows anything about broadcasting.
Has the 99 left?
Yes.
I just saw it's still 7 on race here. I wasn't sure if
it
had
has
actually gone.
left the building.
You know what I?
So why did? Go ahead. Why
well,
didn't
so
it put timing in the pits? Is what I'm curious about. Because it's pitted
Which
after
car?
start finish.
Which
the 99.
car?
The 99. It should have tripped the pit lane beam.
Why?
If you
Why?
will.
I don't necessarily think that they're right on top of each other because that's not the first time that we've seen that with a car.
No. Oh, I guess that might be the case. That might be the case, but it's already been sent, so should have tripped something.
We'll see if it comes back around and it's still not listed as a pit time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a. But I'm not as these pit timings have been a lot more consistent than they were at VIR, say. But whatever was tripping or failing to trip at VIR.
Yeah. JT, can you put a sepia filter on that beautiful photo? I want to put it on Instagram. Is that something you can do?
If you put it on Twitter and tag it at Race WRL, I can put it on the stream.
Okay, yeah, I can probably do that.
Wow. He's going to put a fat watermark across it.
I'm not
Proofs
1,000%
only.
sure that I can do it, but we can try it.
Something like that.
This 522 car, by the way, with Will Twin having come out of the pits, yeah, it's 2 laps behind, but we mentioned cars that were choosing to make some time now. This Choice Racing BMW is absolutely one of them.
Crushing it. Here comes the 20. There's an ND race car right there.
Well, it's most of an ND race car.
Yeah.
In looking at the damage on that car, it is most of an ND car. A shocking number of missing rear bumpers, specifically rear bumper covers.
It's easy to lose it here. Hashtag respect the bumps.
I guess.
Can I just applaud the people? Oh, that's fair. I want to applaud everyone who's still running in GP2 right now because the smallest gap between two cars is 5 laps. So it is a war of attrition in that class.
No, it is, but it was always going to be. Right, I mean, it's a production class that is hurting a little bit for car count this weekend, and that's not normally the case in GP2. It's just, I think, is of who chose to come. Hashtag respect the bumps.
It's just
whatever
unlucky.
you want to call it. Yeah, it is. And possibility was always there, but in any case, it was once it became apparent that that's how this race was going to go down. It was always just going to be, well, we keep doing laps, and however this shakes out, it shakes out.
50% chance of a podium.
That
is accurate. Yes,
it's really daunting to be in a situation where you're going to go up against great teams like Carlin and ART. So I can understand that.
Huh?
This is a GP2 joke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pre-Formula 2. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Wow,
could see the
Alex.
Joao, you could see Joao Barbosa. Anyway.
Wow, what an amazing overtake!
Right.
Oh no!
All right, the Davide Valsecchi memes to one side until Scott gets here anyway.
I don't think he's coming on air. I think he's done.
I don't think he is either.
This race was always going to be this. I'm going to step away for a moment here.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I don't
bye.
know the thought that Brendan was going to have, but I'll finish
We'll
it with,
never know.
this race was always going to be very fun.
It was going to be this, and then another. So we're just about to cross over the 8-hour mark.
Woo, we're done. We'll see you
would-
tomorrow, 8
Right.
a.m.
Right, that
That's
would
not how
be
this works.
ordinarily would be a full-length WRL race. We've got to do that 2 more times over, and
Yep.
there's no
Yes,
breaks.
sir.
There's no breaks. The clock doesn't stop and give you time to fix the car. You've
Can't
got to
stop all
keep
the
going.
Yeah.
And we can.
And we will keep going. We haven't really made a big deal about this, but we will be live through the night.
Unlike
Oh, yeah.
other amateur endurance broadcasters, we will have 24 hours of coverage.
There you go.
This is true.
Yeah, and we're going to sound like garbage up until the sun comes up at about 6:30. It's going to hurt, and we're all going to regret it tomorrow. But for the moment, this is going to be a good time.
And
And we are
everyone
sponsored
listening
by
is
Race
welcome to join
Fuels.
us.
Oh, rest in peace.
Some would say that event did used to have 24 hours of coverage, but now it doesn't.
Race in peace. No, it doesn't. Wow. Shots fired. I'm okay with it. I'll allow it.
We are not
If
sponsored by
this-
Race Fuels.
No. Listen.
If they would like
this
to.
is- This is,
No.
at least for this year, the only amateur endurance 24-hour event in the country that will have live coverage all the way through.
Yes.
Whether they like it or not.
Amateur top to bottom. Commentary.
Joseph's point is very apt. But no, absolutely. This is the only endurance event in the United States that you can watch 24 hours without interruption.
And this will be the only endurance race
Other
in the
than
United
the
States
Rolex.
that's 24 hours where the commentators are on site.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Yes.
that is true.
It is true.
At least most of
They
them.
have they have pit people on site.
With flag-to-flag coverage. Yes.
Oh, you're
yes,
talking about
yes,
like
that
the
is
studio. Yeah, okay.
No, this is this is fine by me. But having now reached this, I can check my phone back a little bit. Having now reached the 1/3 distance mark and the completion of 8 hours or a standard.
Stream.
It's very distracting. A standard WRL endurance event. I didn't know where I was going with that. The apology was just so sheepish. So, anyway, no.
I didn't
Thank
mean
you
it.
all for sticking with us to this point. It's 118 of you watching, which is still higher than like the highest peak current we've had so far this season. This is fantastic. Thank you all for being a part of the Sebring 24 hours. 33% down, 66 and some change percent to go. Brendan Kazmarek, JC Tammy, Ryan West, Joseph Mudrock, Scott Michaels is out there in the universe somewhere and will eventually join us at some point if he decides to do that.
He's
But
everywhere and
really-
nowhere.
Really appreciative of everything you guys have said and given us feedback on so far. In the meantime, we will say hi to Uncle Cooper and Cooper Tires in appreciation for their support of the World
Oh, I
Racing
didn't
League
know we
as
were
well.
going to do that.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought we were doing that at the bottom of the hour.
This is the top of the hour.
So when Joseph is ready,
Yeah, you said the bottom of the hour.
top of the hour meant the top.
We're doing it live, guys.
Anyway, I meant top. This is
I'm
where
going to go
we're
to
at.
ad now.
Let's
I'm gonna do that.
Let's see you.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Guys, I have good news.
What's that?
turns out the time window for irresponsible math to start making any amount of sense
is immediately after the checkered flag of almost every race we do.
That's about right.
Sick.
That's pretty tight, JT.
Because, so like, we're finally starting to project this as kind of being wide open, which is what it actually feels like it might be.
Well, it's a 24-hour race. I mean, by its nature, yeah. No, that's exactly true. Yeah,
and still a surprise to me a bit. We do not like the 983 that much. We're giving it like okay odds.
Why?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I think that just the raw pace isn't quite there.
Kind of is, though. I mean, its fastest lap is at 23.3.
Joseph, here's something for you to add to your script. Can you query it? Can you give it a query? Why?
What do you mean query it?
Insufficient. Ask it, why are the odds so low? You can say insufficient lap time.
Joseph's script is Ask Jeeves.
It really is.
I can diagnose it pretty well after the fact when I have time to actually debug it.
So, my question with the 983, and I don't mean to bring attention back to this, but the 983 established its control of the race. When a red flag came out, it was in the pits, a full course yellow was needed to get the field under control, and when they picked it up the next car on track. Correct move, right? Got to get the field under control and make sure that nobody's going around at race speed when there are workers on track. However, it did award the 983 something close to a full lap. Not a full lap, but near enough that it came around the back of the pacing order, and that is when it seized control of the race. Okay, that's a lap. Its margin is now well over 2.
Right. So it's regardless of all of that.
No, but that's my point.
Ahead.
If you had told me it doesn't like the 980, I don't know why I'm just doing that. If you had told me some hours ago that the reason the 983 isn't liked that much by Joseph's script is because it hadn't earned a full lap margin, I would believe that. But that's
now,
not the case anymore. It has earned almost a 3-lap margin.
Right.
And it still doesn't like the 983, and I don't know why that is.
Because
from what I'm seeing here, okay, it's pitting more often, but that's just the top up under full course yellows, and it's still pulling away.
Right.
Also, name the number of times that 983 has been stationary here with the hood up, or looking underneath.
I think there are things. There are definitely like true elements of the race that this is not capturing. I fully accept that. The 983,
sorry, I'll just make this point too. Much of the rest of the field has had some other problem. Automatic racing, missing rear wing, right, was backwards in the tire wall somewhere. Choice Racing, 522, a really hard hit to the back of the car on the inside of turn 1 a couple of hours ago, and yet it's inside the top 5 now as well. So it's got this 3-lap margin, but it's not just appeared out of thin air. The cars we're comparing it against have all had really well-defined and visible problems over the course of the first third of this.
I think it's the magnitude of those problems that is getting missed a little bit by the script, because the cars that it likes have been the Astons, and those have been the cars that have had the cars that are still in it that have had pretty substantial problems.
I will say that the Aston Martins, right, they have recovered maybe the best, especially relative to the magnitude of the problems they had, right? Pro Sport has lost a handful of laps due to penalties, which is not accounted for by the script, but it did have a problem out on track earlier, and now it's recovered into the top 7. Automatic Racing had contact, is now recovering its way there. Choice Racing, both of those cars, the 522 and the 909, are going very rapidly right now. And if you take that pace in this phase of the race and extrapolate that out over 16 hours worth of lapping still left to do,
full race distances,
Of course it's going to pick out those elements and say, yep, this car is going to look really, really good in 16 hours time, because it's going very, very quickly right now.
That may not reflect what is actually going to happen over the next 16 hours because, again, track conditions are going to change, people are going to have problems. But based on what your script and any realistic human is going to see right now from the data, you're going to extrapolate that and say, yep, this car is going to be in contention in a day and a quarter.
Yeah,
or, 3/4 of a day or 2/3 of a day, whatever it is.
Yeah, the obvious caveat, even for an 8-hour race, let alone for a 24-hour race, is that there are lots of things that can go wrong with any of these cars, right? It's not one of those situations that we've been to in other events where someone just is far and away the class of the field, and that, you know, where we're almost like under our breath, like, well, if if nothing happens to them, then we don't really have a race, because we've had those. That's not this. This is, there's a lot in this, genuinely.
No, and exactly the point I was going to make. We see a pit stop from the GP3 class leader, by the way, the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports. But this is actually fits very well into that discussion because the lead in GP3 is still very much up for grabs. Not as a result, just like actively now. Those cars are going to be close together on track and getting closer. Like you mentioned, it's a lot of endurance racing can sometimes be sitting around waiting for the other shoe to drop, right? Waiting for somebody to have a problem and shake up the race order. And we've had those races in the past. WRL, to its credit, has never been that for us. Even at Daytona, 14 hours. It was never, well, gotta wait for somebody to have a problem because it's not interesting. It's always interesting. And the class and the order that you see is never big gaps getting bigger, right? There is always a gap somewhere or a series of gaps where somebody is in recovery, somebody is going more quickly because they have a quick driver in the car, somebody's car is suited to the conditions better. There is always a positive or negative change happening actively somewhere in the running order. And that, to me, as a pure racing fan, part of this is me trying to build up the night running here and like set myself up to do this for the next 10 hours before the sun comes back up. But some of this is very legitimate praise for what WRL racing offers as pure endurance racing. This is, hey, things are going to keep changing. There are things to watch, numbers to watch, racing to watch, out on track, pit stops, mechanical woes to keep track of. All that stuff is going to keep happening nonstop for the next 16 hours, and we're here for it. And the race is more interesting and better for it. Anyway, that was just expanding on what Joseph was already saying, where we're not going to be sitting here watching nothing happen for the next 16 hours, because things are still happening.
Correct.
And will continue to happen.
All day, every day.
I'm going to try and see if I can send you guys the projection web pages.
Ooh. Are we going to get to see some big data?
I just think there's a
name drop some tech things.
Yeah, it's neither of those.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of sort of interesting things going on here, and I think it's going to be tough to talk to without you guys also being able to see it.
Okay. 64 in the lime green coming in. Great looking car.
Yeah, they've had a day.
Yeah.
Open throttle. I mean, they're still, reasonably competitive there in GP3, but they've had a day.
Yeah.
Oh, you literally sent them on Slack.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I've never tried to share them this way, but
it's an HTML. Ooh, don't know if I can view that.
You should try and pull that up on your. I can't get it on my phone, but Ryan, you should maybe try and pull it up on your computer there.
I can probably do that. Let's see here. I am Elite Hacksaw after all.
I have not
that
heard
seems
someone use
unlikely.
that phrase in a long time. Elite Hacksaw.
Wait to download. -3 megabytes of 3 megabytes. Good.
You're right.
You should have it downloaded by yesterday.
Speaking of irresponsible math.
That's literally what it said. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Hey, this does look good. Okay. All right.
Sweet. Okay.
So it's over.
What?
According to the projections I have.
Who does it say is going to win?
The 191 automatic. That doesn't sound right either.
That's not even the right number.
I know.
That's not even.
That's why it's weird. Yeah, that's.
All right, so folks, we're having technical difficulties
with the neurons inside of Ryan's brain.
You tell me. It literally says 191 automatic, and it's the big blue bar with percentage of outcomes at like 90.
Huh. That is not what did I send you the right thing?
I mean, that's one of them. I can click on the other one and see if that makes more sense.
Oh, I did not send you the right thing. Whoopsie dipsy.
By the way, let's explain this a little bit as we dive into some of these predictions a little more deeply. Schmid Racing, who I assume is Kenny Schmid, said, "I think your chance to win column is a little broken."
That was a while ago, to be fair.
No, it is. It was. I'm not. That's fine. I see it here, and I wanted to kind of raise attention to it because we've been doing this for some time. And when you say it's broken, yes, of course it is. But there is a reason that professional broadcasters don't put out win probabilities mid-race.
Because they're bad ideas. They're irresponsible math.
To a degree, yes. There's a reason this stuff doesn't appear on your NBCSN broadcast, on your Fox Sports 1 broadcast. Because, yeah, these numbers are generally a little meaningless. But,
Joseph,
as a fun tool to dive deeper into the race and what's happening, and bearing in mind that we are a team of usually 3, sometimes 4 to 5 people, one of whom is on track, we don't have spotters, we don't have data analysts. Anything we can do to automate that process and spit us out a product we can digest in a few minutes, and then actually structure some debate and discussion around, I think is a worthwhile tool to have. So while the numbers you see may look meaningless, they are a fun way for us and a useful way for us to automate some information gathering, automate some data analysis, and get a broader perspective of a race that, to be honest, usually has like 60, 70, 80, 90 cars in it, and actually make some sense out of it. Ryan is struggling to make some sense at the moment.
No, Joseph had sent me the results from a different race, is what I can confirm.
Yeah.
Because looking through the entry list, it was like, none of these cars are here. Okay, this is messed up. This is more like what I would expect it to look at, and it's a veritable kaleidoscope of color.
So one is the overall projection, and one is the class projection.
Okay, so I have the overall projection right here in front of my face. Why don't you talk me through this, Joseph?
So, God, this is going to make for horrible radio. I'm sorry.
I mean, probably. Let's talk through it for all the liberal arts majors out there who aren't big number people.
So double-click on the number 44 for PC Racing. So we're going to look at the probability distribution for PC Racing.
Does it make sense to put any of this up on the screen, even for a minute or two?
Is this in numerical order? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can find 44 in this unintelligible list. Top 7. Top 7. Okay, all right. Nope, not here.
I'll give it a shot, Brendan, but the answer is maybe.
Okay.
There we go. Found it. It's at the bottom. Okay. Oh, that removes. Okay. So if I click here...
Instead of talking us through you clicking on things... Let's
well, that wasn't my plan. I thought we were gonna just look at it, and then we were gonna talk about. We were gonna look at it in background, and then we were gonna talk about it.
That's fine. I'm okay.
All right. Because the point I wanted to make here is there's a non-negligible chance that our GP1 winner could win this overall.
Oh, I mean, it's small.
It's very close to negligible.
No,
but the distribution is there.
The possibility of being top 5.
No, that makes sense to me. I could see a GP1 winner being on the overall podium.
Yeah.
That to me is a very realistic scenario tomorrow.
I absolutely.
And that's not to anybody's discredit or anything like that.
It's a hard race.
Yeah.
And it could be that the 44 car, right now will
that PC car has been really good.
Right.
And it has hung around now that it's settled in. It has settled in this 4 to 7 range, right? Depending on pit stop cycles, it'll jump up to 4th, and then everybody will pit all at once, and it'll drop back down to 7th, right? Or it'll jump up to 4th when everybody pits at once, and then slowly trickle back to 7th as cars go past it, and it makes its own stop. So, and bear in mind, too, just because a GP1 car is this high up the GTO order doesn't mean that the GTO cars are bad or it's a bad GTO field. It just means that a GP1 car that is well-prepped and well-designed is running consistently out on track and, is also running longer on fuel.
Well,
right?
that's
its fueling rules are very different.
That's one of the two things, is A, it's running longer on fuel, B, the race that it's running has been nearly faultless.
Yes.
And honestly, not even the cars ahead of it can say that.
And that has been expected from that car. If we were going to expect a car to kind of stomp through the early part, especially the early part of this race, and not really suffer, that car stood out in a field of almost 50 as, yeah, you know what? This PC car is really good.
Yeah.
as a GP1 car, overall, it is a well-sorted, well-prepped package. It is a really good race car to have.
And the 701, I point this out for lots of reasons, but until the 701 broke down, it was in that position or better.
Yeah.
So a shock result from the 44 requires a couple things. It's not going to do it purely on pace. It's going to do it because it continues to be consistent. So we've got 15 hours and plenty of change. So it remains to be seen if that can be done. But just, for me, that's just going to be something to kind of root for a little bit. It's just like, can they get up there?
Yeah. I just read your note about Uncle Joe Bunny. By the way.
Oh, yeah. No, I read that out.
No, I didn't realize the end of that sentence. It's very humorous to me.
That's like a Gen 1 or Gen 2 spec racer. Like, what do you do? Whoa, that was dicey.
Well, no, Gen 1 was Spec Renault.
Oh,
Hence
true.
SR. Yeah.
So, like, tail end of Spec 2, or Gen 2.
Yeah.
Like, braver man than me. Most of these people are, but that's beside the point.
Randy Mueller was the 2016 TA3 champion.
Yeah. No, there's a variety of not to beat that point more, but some of these names, and I understand that Trans Am is not a series that people maybe have eyes on as much as they used to, but like, you still do have to beat people to get those.
No, sure, and I mean, look, the specifics attached to these names are very interesting, right? It's not that, oh, wow, there are people who are very good at racing that are in the field, because of course there are. Like, you have people who are very good at racing at any level. Some are going to be better than others. It is just interesting to see, like, some of the details that creep up over a 20 or 30 year career in racing that lead you here, that you're just like, oh, that is an interesting pathway to wind up doing this now.
Yeah. No,
and at one time, like the Spec Racer Ford, sorry, I don't.
Yeah, go for it.
But at one time, that Spec Racer Ford Pro Series was probably a legitimate pathway to having your name visible and having an opportunity in racing. At a time in the late 90s when sponsorship was not plentiful, but there to be found. And having your name visible at pro racing weekends was a real opportunity for people.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this in other contexts, but I think people get hung up on there only being, one path to a fulfilling motorsport career, right? And there's a Road to Indy program.
Well,
but that's not what, like, Pato O'Ward took. He got his kind of breakthrough in Prototype Challenge. It's I don't know. Imagine somebody starting off in Prototype Challenge and then landing a part-time ride in Formula Nippon and Super Formula. Like, that makes zero sense. But all you have to do is be open to those rides and be open to those experiences. There are doors everywhere if you're willing to open them and look for them.
No, that's true. And I don't think we're going to find a lot of people in the paddock who have found a career as a motorsport professional as a driver, right? It's different when you're a team owner and you are making a commercial success out of selling race seats for rent, especially at a time when this specific type of population is very in vogue, right? This is a very popular opportunity to get your feet wet in motorsports right now. Either as a driver, right? I mean, Nathan Bird is here. We talk about Nathan Bird all the time on DriversEye Live because he is a driver trying to make a name for himself in motorsports in whatever avenues are there for him. And to be honest with you, it's probably a primary example of exactly what you were talking about, Joseph. Doors are able to be open there if you want to find them, right?
Yeah.
Or if you're willing to open them. So, yes, you want to be in the Indy 500 in 3 or 4 years. Sure, open wheel racing is a fantastic avenue to do that if you have the ability to knock down those barriers and spend that kind of money with teams and partners that believe that is also a valid pathway. However,
certainly money is a blunt force instrument in that, but
it is.
But there are cost-effective ways to do things.
Yeah. Look at Wallace Allen here in the poor number 02 car for Hammer, right? I mean, that he is not everywhere, but when we were at VIR, he had literally just come from Bristol, Tennessee on the Thursday night where he ran a truck race, or a Wednesday night, whatever it was, right? And then jumped in a front-wheel drive touring car. Not because, I just am desperate for seat time or whatever. He wants to be good at racing, not driving trucks and driving oval cars. He wants to be a racing driver, a race car driver. And that entails so much more than specialization. I mean, people applauded Tony Stewart for years. People applaud, I'm going to say this, people applaud Kyle Larson because he is willing to jump in a race car and do virtually anything. Kurt Busch, right? Went and ran the Indy 500. Maybe the most terrifying race on the planet, still. And he's like, yeah, I'll go run the Indy 500.
I think the thing
Jimmy
that
Johnson
people
gets in an Indy car. That is just, it is
and is on the struggle bus for a good half a year or more.
That was really rare for a long time, and I think you're finally starting to see those walls broken down, and it trickles back into young drivers looking at the top of the ladder, seeing drivers. I'm going to go jump in a sprint car on a Wednesday night. I'm going to go jump in a Busch car or an Xfinity car, whatever, on a Saturday night. I'm going to run the Cup race on Sunday, and then the next weekend, on my weekend off, I'm going to find myself running an endurance race or whatever. Or in the off season, I'm going to Kaz Gralla, Austin Dillon. Was it Daniel Hemrick? Who was the other?
I think it was Hemrick. Yeah,
that ran at Coda. Yeah, the three of
was
them
it Garrett
ran
Smith?
a late model.
And they did
it was Garrett Smithley. You're right.
And they did it smartly. And I mentioned this multiple times after the race at Coda this year, the NASCAR race, wherein a lot of people who are very NASCAR centric spoke about how we shouldn't be doing road course races. It's too hard. It's too this. It's too that. And my comment to each and every single one of them was, Austin Dillon saw value and spent a very small percentage of his income to have an 8-hour test.
Ostensibly supported by his employer. Right?
In theory, but even if it wasn't.
No.
If you want to make the decision to do it. Yeah.
From an attitude perspective, that willingness to open yourself up at the top of the ladder and at the top of the professional levels of sport trickles down into young drivers looking up from the bottom. Seeing drivers do more than just what they're comfortable with or what they're good at and go try something different and expand their horizons and get good at other things. I do think that you see opportunities like that manifesting themselves here, specifically here in WRL. Go ahead.
I do think it's a little. It's different when you're already in a top flight series, right? Because now you have people that have money invested in you and their insurance policies, and you can't be. They don't want you running in other things. It's a different game. I think it's good when they do that. I think that's commendable. Yeah. No, I think that's commendable, and I think it's a good example. What I focus more on is when people are too hung up on this is the only way to get to this level, right? That's now I'm not somebody who's ever tried to be a professional racing driver, so I can't really speak to that in any sort of real way. But there's all sorts of people change careers midstream all the time, and it's the same deal with different racing series and whatnot. I mean, you can't fashion yourself too hard into a certain style of car, because then what happens when there's a rules change 5 years after your career starts, and what that car looks like is completely different anyway, and then now you're completely out to sea.
Well, especially nowadays too, when the paying rides are becoming like the true paying rides are becoming less and less and less, and you look at a lot of people who, Alex Albon, for example, I'll use him, probably doing just fine in the money department, suddenly found himself without a seat. Fortunately, I think was willing to put his ego aside and like, you know what? Yeah, I'll go drive GT3 cars for a season and see what happens. Being willing to be open to going and doing something else. There's tons of Formula 2 runners that ended up going to Le Mans and running LMP2 cars. That's not super similar to driving a F1 car or an open wheel car. There's some similarities.
Sorry, JC, what are you pointing out?
Black flag at the starter stand, I believe, for the 601 Porsche.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on that when it comes back around.
There's two cars side by side, and I can't see the number.
I understand. Ryan, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I just want to ask, JT, is that the same Porsche that you have a picture of coming down the main straight that is missing at least one light?
Possibly. I can't remember. I don't know. I believe it's the Sentinel branding one.
The 601?
601.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a note in race control for that.
Not yet.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the starter stand, because unless we get the car coming back down on pit lane, our guy here will throw up the number again.
Yes, he will. Yeah, I think the willingness to being open to doing other stuff, it is coming back around. There's a gentleman at my day job who he has invested a lot of money into getting his son to run late models and modifieds in eastern Minnesota. And he, after realizing that I did this, talked to me for a long time about, really, I've heard about this, tell me more, I'm trying to get my son to run this. Because it's one thing to run late models time and time and time again, and the reality is he doesn't have the budget to have a new motor every year. But for half of a late model budget, my son can go get 6 hours in the car and get a completely different skill set, and he was very motivated about it. And so it is permeating the racing culture, and especially the grassroots culture, and I want to continue to encourage that. No one here cares if you were a dirt driver or did local ovals or used to do autocross, or what. Who cares? Everybody's excited to have you here and drive the car.
Think about the networking opportunities too. The WRL paddock is big and getting bigger.
Like, absolutely.
Right? I mean, we've talked at some length about the variation in setups you see down in the pit lane, but at the very top end, it's remarkable. You know, we know we have a big top class entry coming for COTA, and that involves big names, it involves big teams. I would not be shocked if it involved a manufacturer. I don't know that, but I would not be shocked if you see factory, or not factory supported, but a level of support from a factory, right?
Right.
If you are able to go and make an impression, not a wow, this guy's really good impression, but humble yourself, be willing to learn, be the right kind of guy the team wants to have around, and soak up something new. Be that guy, and eventually you have the opportunity to make useful and meaningful connections in a paddock that can help you be what you want to be.
And even if you know that you're only doing the racing because it's fun, there's a lot of people that run dirt tracks on Thursday and Saturday nights that are under no impression that one day they're going to be winning the Daytona 500.
Mm-hmm.
That they just do it because it's fun. If you're young and still doing that, you're going to make potentially business networking friends as well.
Yeah.
You've got tons of people here who are owners of businesses, managers of businesses. The chances of you running into somebody in this paddock who's doing something that you want to be a part of, if you are a younger person, for example, or even if you're in your 30s and 40s and looking for a career change, the networking opportunities here outside of racing, tremendous.
Absolutely. Worth noting on racehero.io, which is our source for live timing and data, that we do with our data here at DriversEye Live, that the 981 is closing on the number 52. That is your battle for second overall, second in GTO. The margin is under a minute now, and with a 2:26 last time from the number 981, means that again just ticked under a minute for the first time. We've also got a margin under a lap. The 5:22 closing up on the 909 from Automatic Racing. Actually, that's not as close as it was. 132.1.
Just changed.
Yeah, Automatics come through in a 226.6. We'll see what Choice Racing does next time, but it wasn't that long ago that Choice was in the 24s and 25s. So I would not be shocked if once you find some clear track, that 522 BMW is able to actually do something very similar and start clawing that margin down. Elsewhere, 224.8 from Pro Sport last time around, closing the margin to the number 44 PC Racing BMW. Of course, not a class battle, but it is an overall position battle, so keep an eye out there for Pro Sport. And I don't know if we've mentioned this, but GP2 leader solidly into the top 10. They're in PA for chill-out systems.
Yeah,
that
is relatively recent. For a long time, they were only sitting...
Some of that has definitely come from the 99 having problems. The 982 also had a brief but extended stay in pit lane. I know those two things sounded opposition. Longer than it ought to have been, but not terribly long.
Right.
But enough, obviously, to have cost it some time. Personal fastest lap of their race for the 981. 225.2.
wonder if that's by accident.
It's an improvement of about a tenth and a half.
Yeah. I
So-
will be very interested to see what happens if and when. I mean, eventually these guys are going to have to change tires. But those who have not changed tires so far, when they do that, assuming it's at the same time as their brake change, if now that there's considerably less temperature in the track, if you're going to see a bunch of PBs set after that sort of tech stop. Hadn't considered that, by the way.
we've got-
Go
Got
ahead.
an Aston in. I think that's
It's
the 143. Yeah,
It is, yes.
that is on schedule, by the way.
Kudos here to the World Racing League for not mandating a tech stop. I understand why SRO and similar endurance racing series will do that in a non-professional setting, right? You want to emphasize safety. You want to keep everything competitive and keep the opportunities there for all manufacturers. But this isn't that. This is change what you need to when you need to. Do it quickly because there's still a race on, guys. Be safe about it, obviously, and the safety standards are very high here. But kudos to WRL for letting that play out as it will a little later on this evening.
Yeah, I always I'll recollect my train of thought somewhere.
No, you're fine.
I find rules like that interesting because when you mandate something like that, including like Spot 24 is the same deal, and N24, where there's a minimum pit stop time. So it's basically saying like, we're not that competitive, guys. Don't worry about it, which is an implicit, but like by making the rule, you're saying, well, I know some of you guys are going to try to be competitive. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels silly and artificial, and I don't like it. But that's I'm sure enough people like it that if they didn't, they wouldn't do it. So what do I know? O2 has come in and back
Spa
out.
still genuinely terrifies me a little bit.
In what sense?
PB
Like
for
as a
choice.
racetrack?
As a race.
Okay.
The 24 hours of Spa is... oh, never mind. It's not as bad as I thought. Do you still have the onboard for the 678 shows?
It was choppy last I looked.
Yeah, that's the one that's got the artifacting across like the lower third to half of the screen.
Let me refresh it because I have it, but it's frozen for me.
I was just asked by... I am downloading it. I am seeing it through VLC here, so... Lap 184.
What is happening?
Then I will send you the new link then. What? Maybe the link changed. There it is.
Oh, no. Don't... That never works for me.
Okay.
I don't even know that they have YouTube. That'll be good enough.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And they're here tonight.
223.4 that for choice earlier. That PB they've just set. Yeah, there we go. If you don't pay attention to the artifacting and you just notice the way the top of the steering wheel moves, it looks like the death wobble that the sim racing wheels used to have in previous iterations of tire models. R-Factor 2 used to have it. iRacing in the early days used to have it.
I honestly
like
don't
that.
think it looks that bad. I think that's a function of the artifacting.
No, it 100% is. My point is, if you don't notice the artifacting elsewhere on the screen, and you just see the steering wheel, it just looks like the wheel has like that force feedback death wobble going, and it just is humorous to me.
By the way, the PB that the number 9 for Team ACP put in is an improvement of almost 0.7 of a second over their previous best.
Yeah. Did we mention the number 9 was back out on track from Team ACP?
Well, that is the one I'm referring to. But,
right. Sorry, the number 9. Yeah, so I don't know if we mentioned that it came back out.
Automatic has gone missing.
It's been out for about 12 laps, and it lost 43, almost 44 minutes in the pit lane. Thank you, Ryan, for that. 909, Money Pit's in. I don't think we can see 909's pit.
Money Pit was missing a while ago. There we go. They just re-clicked. We're good.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna send you guys.
The
Ginger Racing Team? JT, his spidey senses were tingling. It came underneath our noses here at start finish, and JT immediately sat up and looked.
Yeah, it's that timing.
I'm gonna send you guys some more data. We don't have to talk about it on stream, but just it's here if you guys want to look at it. Is that a standing yellow at the hairpin? No, that must just be.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Like
it absolutely is.
A vehicle is there.
Is it the 909 automatic racing?
It's
Aston
way
Martin?
out there, though, JT. I think there's a car that's gone straight off in the runoff. It pulled off out there.
Yeah.
And they've gone to recover it dead stick out in the old hairpin layout.
How long has the Stratus been missing as well?
Oh, a long time.
Okay, cool. So
they had contact with. They got a penalty for it. I think they had
That's
contact
right.
with Rocker Wrenchdahl.
Okay, so we're still waiting on that to resolve. So okay, so yeah, I think it might be the 909. I really do.
Yeah,
You
I
could not be
suspect-
further off.
Also, the Choice Racing car just went salmon.
And you're right, Joseph. They're straight off, and it doesn't look like they attempted to make the corner, which, maybe you just run out of momentum by that point in the runoff, but, there's...
Or you have a brake failure.
Yeah, but I assume
983. 983.
What?
983? No.
No, we have a race control log. 983 is stop drivers left at turn 16.
It's
Wow.
16. All right, well, they haven't gone missing yet, so...
Well, that...
we're coming up to that, Joseph, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one to spot. We'll keep an eye out.
Big shout out to the Thunder Bunny guys for having the tightest stream.
What are you...
I was just looking drivers right there.
Oh, no, that's at 13.
It's stop
So
drivers
we're headed
left
down
here.
to 14 now. 909 car
Standing
moving
yellow.
slow.
Standing yellow here.
We're a little behind, so I'll let you call it.
Couple dabs on the brakes. Yeah, it's spun around. It's spun around. It's done basically a 180. It's stuck on the exit curbing of 16.
Oh, wow. That's a bad spot.
It's a bad
We
spot, and it's
just
our
saw it
overall
here.
leader.
I
Let's
think we're preparing a double yellow here.
let's not gloss over that. That's our overall leader right now.
That is.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
and we are double yellow now.
Oh, is that on?
Yeah,
Okay,
it just came up on race
Yeah,
hero.
so-
He just hasn't done it at the flag stand.
So let's wrap up who this is. This is your overall leader. Spun at turn 16 backwards on the exit curb. Not either it's high centered on the curb or unable to refire and continue on its own. The margin there is just under 3 laps. Right, so there is time here to get that car turned back around and recovered without losing the overall lead. But from my memory, guys, this is the first problem that car has had literally all day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Every time I look when they've come in for pit stops, it's usually just fuel and or driver.
And we mentioned it. The reason it's gone from having a lap margin to having almost a 3-lap margin is because it hasn't had problems.
Now,
It's just done its thing over and over. Joseph, can we keep an eye on boards for what's gone on at turn 7 as well? I don't want to lose track of that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I suspect that the reason we've gone double yellow isn't necessarily because of either one of those accidents, but because we've had 2 of them, and so there's 2 recoveries going on at the same time.
There is an entry in progress for car 13, but they haven't added a time or a turn yet.
I have so there is a car moving slow notice on the race control
909,
log.
yeah.
That was 3 minutes ago, which would have been around the right time.
Choice is salmon as well,
now
but I
6 minutes.
suspect that may be a pit stop.
I think so.
Who's the JNR?
So we're coming around 14 here now. Now 15, and so 16 will be.
Oh, Stratus is back.
Sweet.
The lights are on. That might be high centered. I didn't think there was that much of a drop off outside the curb there.
The only thing I can picture is they have dug a rut on the backside of that curb by dropping wheels off, because that curb is not elevated. It's serrated,
Yeah.
but it is still flat to the ground. There's no incline at the front end of the curve. So whatever is going on down here at turn 7, by the way, is a job. They've already had one emergency vehicle, intervention vehicle, pull away from whatever has happened down there, but there are still a handful of trucks down there pointed at the wall, at the tire wall. Very, very far off on the old layout.
There goes 983 leaving the pit box.
980. Are we sure that was a 983?
I assure you, that was a purple.
Are we sure it's a 983 stopped at 16 then?
I'm going off of the race control log. I have no other information other than that.
Yeah, no, JT's right. It's been in and gone. Yeah.
Okay, so they've amended it. It's the 197.
That's not the same.
Interesting. It's very different. It was our GP3 leader.
It was 197 and 614.
That was the overnight motorsports.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Who's 614?
Well, let's.
The same thing works. Overnight Motorsports is 4 laps ahead of the number 83 for first and second in class.
Yeah, but
I think they were leading the 605 when this happened.
They were. No, they absolutely were. That margin was less than a lap, and we had talked about watching it right at the bottom or at the top of the hour. At 16 hours to go, we had talked about what's going to happen in this next hour, and that lead battle in GT3 was one to keep an eye on. But it's gone in the favor of 605 for the moment, I think because of the issue for the 197. But maybe not, because it's come through and done a lap under yellow.
The 197 is going to get sort of a double whammy here, because they're also under investigation for passing under yellow, presumably.
Yeah, some of that is who did the passing, right?
That's true, I suppose. If they'd freed the 197 and the 64, who's the other involved party, if the 64 went by as the 187 was coming up to speed, that's a slightly tricky issue.
Lots of people, lots of takers for the pit lane right now. ACP's in, the number 52. The number 44 PC racing car also taking opportunity to pit here. 143, the 678, the 110, all the heavy hitters in the top 10 overall. Number 605, number 346, number 45. We're hearing stuff roll away here.
Yeah, lots of pit stops here. Now we are an hour and 15-ish on from the last time we went double yellow. At least the last time the double yellow was deployed. Okay.
Okay, Nico.
033 is in. It's the KBT Racing Corvette. There goes the 197. Okay, so yeah, they lost the class lead there, but have now completed 2 laps under yellow. I wonder if they've already been docked the lap for the pass under yellow, because I don't see any long laps in there that suggest that they should have lost the lead anytime within the last 10 laps.
I hesitate to jump to that conclusion because it hasn't been finalized in race control yet.
I agree, but I can't see another situation where I don't know.
Yeah.
I will also say we have the number 84 from 94 Motorsports is missing, and their pit stall.
They're in the pits. I saw them.
Oh, okay, cool. I was going to say, I think we're supposed to be able to see them, but I can't see them from here.
You should see them from here.
Let's see it. I'm going to switch this right here. There we go. Okay, all right. What a good camera.
So we are moving vehicles at turn 7. Now the headlights were pointed immediately at directly at the tire wall. So I wonder if maybe somebody went off there, had some kind of braking issue, and did end up collecting the tires, and they were just doing some work rearranging the conveyor and the tire stacks themselves.
Yeah, it's
I buy that.
The call to race control was car moving slow, not impact, nothing like that.
I'm not suggesting it was the 909. I'm not making that insinuation. Honestly, I'm really not concerned with the what happened or how it happened. I'm just more concerned in the who. I would like to know who ended up stationary at turn 7 and who ended up stationary at 16, so we can understand
that's what I'm telling
how
you.
it affected the race. Do we think it was the 909?
Yeah, I don't see any. We haven't seen anything that refutes that idea. Because there's nothing else there. There's no other information at turn 7 after 7:45.
Low. Yeah.
Now there's a. I'm not gonna call anybody out because I don't even know if they've reported anybody for anything specific. There is a car that's just listed as the number with no offense.
Yeah, I saw that.
Associated with it. So I don't know if that's a clue.
Oh, wait, do we have a number 13? I don't think we do.
Yeah, it's the JNR.
Oh, JNR, that's right. Yeah, no, I did see that earlier. Right.
/ Newcomb.
Wow, it is Jonathan Newcomb Racing, isn't it? JNR.
I'd never gotten that was a homophone.
Oh, really?
It never occurred to me.
Yeah, they're an acronym?
Well, JNR I got. Newcomb, no.
Wait, what?
Newcomb Racing. Newcomb Racing.
I don't understand.
My God.
JNR, Jonathan Newcomb Racing.
Newcomb. N-E-U. N-E-W-C-O.
Newcomb. N-U-K-E-M.
Yes.
I got it.
Yes.
Yeah. I hadn't considered that either. Yeah.
Wow.
Because it's only ever come up on the entry list as JNR Racing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Well, Newcomb.
All right. The more you know.
That's my Civilization 6 strategy. Newcomb. That's not true.
That is mine.
I don't have the heart for domination victories.
I don't either, but it's more fun.
Sometimes.
Well, you would have been useless in World War II, Brent.
Sure. It's fine.
In most of the games I play,
I don't have to.
Canada ends up nuking the entire world by 1899.
That is an India thing.
Do you know why? Do you know why that happens?
Do you know why that happens?
Yes, I know
okay.
why that
All right.
happens.
Okay.
Green flag is out.
Oh, thank God.
Why does it happen, Brendan? You have a book report due.
Yeah, it couldn't
Very
handle
wide
negative
across
integers
start
or
finish.
aggressiveness. So it took negative aggressiveness numbers and interpreted them as maximum aggressiveness.
Yeah, it wrapped it around.
Yeah.
Chris Farley's favorite car, leading the Baglow cars across the.
You made that joke earlier, and I still don't get it.
I drive a Dodge Stratus.
Oh, right. I did see that in the Facebook comments.
Thank you. All right, somebody else has my joke. Good.
I, an uncultured swine.
I didn't know what it meant. Yeah, that's fine. I'll accept that.
982 on the pit lane.
So, Choice Racing is still salmon on Race Hero immediately after setting its fastest lap of the race. Has not been seen. So we've spent all this time heaping praise on it for being very quick and very consistent, and it is now
gone.
Yeah.
Not gone. Gone.
No, not gone. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if they had some lingering 522, car stop, drivers left, self-contact, turn 16.
Wait, driver's left?
That's what it says.
That's the choice car, correct?
Yeah, no, that's
Okay,
exactly
so we
it.
have... Okay. Let's unpack a lot of things.
Yep.
Because that originally was an incident that was attributed to the 983.
It absolutely was. Yes.
That it became attributed to the 197. Not 197 is the car that is potentially going to end up getting docked for passing under yellow.
Passing under yellow. Yes.
So
I think there were multiple calls coming in upstairs at the same time, and things got thrown. Yeah.
I mean, it's everyone knows how walkie-talkies work. It's kind of a nightmare, especially when a bunch of people are trying to call something in at the same time. So presumably somebody cut in, managed to get 197 across, and that was understood to be the incident.
But it has now been resolved as being the 522 down at turn 16, which, let's be honest, is not that much less significant than having the 983 backwards at turn 16. But now that we've resolved who it is, and the fact that that was a car very much in contention and clawing its way back into very real contention for a result here, is now stationary and not moving. At the same time that we believe the 909 had become stationary down at turn 7, with or without reaching the tire wall. Who's that? Oh, Stratus is coming. Yeah, they lost 2 hours, according to Race Hero. But so the 909 at turn 7, the 16 at 522 at turn 16, 6th and 7th on Race Hero, nowhere to be found. So that in and of itself is, to me, a significant development as to what the bottom end of the top 10 looks like, or the middle portion of the top 10 looks like.
I think we can infer, now that things have kind of settled out on the race control side, we've established who's actually kind of a responsible party in all these different these apparently unrelated incidents. The 909 appears to have been the issue down at 7.
Yes.
That has been steady. The issue that we originally thought was the 983, that has now been updated to reflect that it was the 522.
Correct.
So, and they weren't in a battle with each other, were they? There's no reason they would have ever made contact, right?
I don't think so, no. I mean, they may have been a lap apart, but I don't think so. I think this issue at 7 happened well before anything happened at 16. That was at
my
least
sense
a
also.
portion of a lap, yeah. The one thing we don't have a resolution on yet, the third thing that happened at the same time, was the 197 passing under yellow and simultaneously losing the lead to the 605 from round 3. The margin is now shown as being over a lap.
Okay.
And I don't know if that means the penalty has already been applied or it lost a lap through some other invisible means here, and now we are waiting for it to be docked a second lap for that penalty. I don't know.
It wouldn't shock me to learn that the 197 had lost a lap, because it's done one fewer lap under caution compared to the 605.
Oh, there's some investigative work.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna mark. When would that have been? 180. I was gonna say that it's possible that they've actually deleted a pit lap from the 197. I don't know if they have. It would have been 12 laps after their last stop, so it's kind of marginal in terms of whether or not I would want to call them in. But yeah, I think that's. We'll watch that space.
Yeah.
I don't think we have information from the race control log that would tell us that they've lost a lap, but it also wouldn't be surprising if that had come through and they're basically waiting for it to be refuted.
No.
That's not official, though. That's speculation.
Is it specutainment by chance?
That's not up to me to decide.
Okay.
It is all speculation at this point, right? Trying to understand and unpack what we see as a matter of lines on a spreadsheet versus, actual change, or don't see as actual change on Race Hero in the case of docked penalty laps, right? Those laps just disappear. There's no record of that other than on the spreadsheet. So you've got to unpack when that happened, how it happened, and how it affects what you're seeing on timing. And at the moment, those things are incongruent. They just don't line up together. Because I think that 197 has lost a lap more than I would have expected it to. It means it lost a lap another way, and I have no idea how that would have happened. Team GTR is 22 seconds behind the 678 for chill-out systems. There's two teams here, Pro Sport Chill-Out System, Pro Sport and GTR 99. that I would have expected to have better days than they've had, but are still competitive.
All right. Yeah.
Right, yeah, you see, top 5 for Pro Sport, top 5 for GTR 99. Yeah, those positions make sense. The gaps kind of don't, being, upwards of 15 minutes, close to 20 minutes.
Right.
But then you think about how those cars normally run, how much pace the 143 has, how much pace and consistency, especially that Team GTR 99 has, and to me, those things don't line up either. It just that 99 should be higher up than 7th. It should be closer than 9 laps, and they just had kind of a rough, late afternoon, early evening portion of the race.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of that going around. And I think there's people who were pretty consistent and now are starting to see the struggle bus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And my hope as a racing fan is that all of those things are equal among each other. And that the people who had issues early have the same number of issues as the people who are having issues late. And that we are now going to arrive at everybody's back to level. That would be my dream.
I don't know if that ever happens.
I don't think it does either.
It's endurance racing, so by its nature, it kind of isn't meant to.
Right.
I mean, that's not the way these things play out unless they stay level, right? They start level and they stay level. Right. Where you have, everybody has zero problems. That's never going to happen. Exactly. Not here, really not for anybody.
Yep.
But that level of unpredictability and constant, somebody's in recovery, somebody's in decline, somebody's going quickly, somebody's going slowly. That level of constant movement is what makes all this so interesting.
Right. I agree. Well, we just got to the top of the hour. It is 9:01 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, man.
It feels weird being in the time zone in the country that everybody always talks about.
East Coast bias.
I can relate.
East Coast bias.
In fairness,
absolutely East Coast bias.
You're in the Central Time Zone, so you're like number 2 on the list, right? 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central?
I guess, yeah. I guess I don't watch a lot of TV anymore.
No, I don't. On Netflix, at whenever you want. Literally any time.
And it's usually on Netflix 6 months from now when I can watch it all in the space of 3 days.
Or on Motor Trend.
On Motor Trend On Demand.
I will be watching that show. I will be watching The Drive Within. Yeah, I don't normally like... I have never watched an episode of Drive to Survive.
Oh, it's pretty good.
No, that's fine.
It's something to watch in the off season.
I get very nervous, even when like new racing movies come out. I get very nervous about the details. Right, Driven ruined me as a kid.
Yeah, understandable.
Right, you sit there and you pick the movie apart, and you're like, man, this is just miserable. And I think it just made me nervous that is what everything is going to be. So I actually watch very little in the way of like TV shows about racing. The only real documentaries I watched the Porsche hour-long documentary from Le Mans and Nürburgring.
Yeah, Nürburgring.
It was fine. It was fine. But it was also produced in-house. I hear what people say about Drive to Survive, and it has served its purpose.
Oh, undoubtedly.
In growing popularity.
Yes.
So put that issue to one side. I have no issues with that. It's just not something I think I'm going to sit and enjoy.
Sure.
Right? This is not that. The Drive Within, that is not in the same stratosphere. That is a series I am highly emotionally invested in that otherwise has no visibility beyond me standing behind a microphone and talking about it 8 weekends a year.
Right.
Now has a real storyline attached to it from the perspective of somebody who is spending a lot of money to do the racing. Right? They have a financial and emotional investment. And that, to me, as somebody who is capable of professionally telling a story over a 6-week miniseries or however long it is, that, to me, I will sit and watch.
I'm going to be honest.
Because I want to know more.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to be honest. I think there's probably an awful lot that I'll end up learning from it.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
so.
I mean, even with Drive to Survive, even though, yes, a lot of stuff is oversaturated and hyped up for whatever reason that they're aiming for, but it does give you a good look at behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I never really knew much about like Gunther Steiner or Toto Wolff, all those people, and so you get to really see how a different perspective of the series is, and so that's something that's portrayed really well with people. And Formula One just came out with stats. They did a big fan survey, and unequivocally they can say that Drive to Survive massively boosted their fans, especially under the age of 36.
I believe that.
And so here's the thing with this with this new documentary that we're going to be seeing here,
Drive Within. Drive Within,
just that's going to reach a bunch of people, and that's going to bring not only more interest in terms of drives, in terms of sponsorship, but just more fans of racing in general, especially more at the grassroots level.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to do wonderful things for the sport.
To get ahead of what Joseph just said about, I think I'm going to learn a lot. I think we all will, and that's not because we don't pay attention to the races going on. It's because we have to pay attention to the races going on. We're taking in data and information and vision and cameras and managing technical issues and looking at timing for 60 plus cars, right? For 16 hours, right? Of course, we don't know the inner workings of Round 3 racing or of whomever down in the paddock, because we don't have access to that information. We don't need access to that information. This is people who are very good at telling stories about the inner workings of an endurance racing team.
It's going to be really, it's weird. It's going to be personal to me.
Yeah.
I have a 6-year-old daughter, and it's a huge bummer that like event after event that I watch, whether it's Formula One last year or I guess 2 years ago it would be, or IndyCar or whatever, and my daughter usually sits with me and watches the races. She's taking an interest to it. Asks me all the time, Dad, are there female drivers in this race? 9 times out of 10, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Especially, and she's aware of, you can tell the production standards between endurance racing and Formula One are different. Mm-hmm. You can see that there's stands filled versus, in some instances, not so much.
Yeah.
So to be able to sit down with her and watch that, because I'm absolutely going to watch it with her, and be able to say, like, yeah, actually, this is Sarah Montgomery. She's really cool.
Yeah.
And this is something she wants to do and has been given a platform to do it. And this is the way that we need to be doing things. I think it's going to make me, as a father of a daughter, feel really good. So I am very excited for the series in that regard.
Yeah. I need to get her autograph.
Because
she's going to be super famous after this.
You're just excited because she's also a ginger.
Gingers are awesome. It's not untrue, though. It's really not.
Listen, I think this kind of dovetails nicely with our discussion about accessibility earlier.
Yeah.
Right? The paddock is accessible as it is, not necessarily to people on the outside, because there is very little interest from the outside. Either you are invested in the World Racing League, right, emotionally, financially, whatever, as an entrant, or you're not. And you don't need to be. Right? Unless there are very few people who walk in from the outside, see a series that is very, very interesting to them, and do whatever they can to follow it. Right. For us to happen to bring a mixer and mics and some iPhones and let's go stream it, right?
Right.
But most people aren't like that. But this and the accessibility of the series, well, this for people on the outside looking in creates tremendous accessibility, and there are really cool stories attached to it. But the series as a whole being more accessible to drivers creates an opportunity for more female drivers to be a part of it. Okay, we have 200 drivers here, 250 drivers here. Proportionally, way more females here. And it's because they're not fighting up against the top of the sport. Right. The interest at the top of the sport, right, the control at the top of the sport, pushing back on, for whatever reason, them not being the right answer for their car, for their commercial interest. Here, they're a driver.
Right.
For lack of a better word, they're a butt in a seat,
Right.
They are out on track the same as everybody else. We see names. Laura Hayes, balled out at VIR. Amazing. Just another driver, right? We know Pippa Mann is here. Very cool. Pro driver. Just another driver, right? 522 has made it back.
So I don't really want to interrupt what we're doing here, but I do want to point out the 981 Will to Win is catching our second place Team ACP BMW quite a bit.
But
He's
much quicker
consistently
than I
been doing
thought it
about
would be.
4 seconds a lap.
Yeah, we're going to have a WGW 1-2 here in a minute.
Yeah, it was about 10.5 seconds last time by. They came across start finish here just under 7 seconds. So this gap is closing rapidly.
Choice Racing lost half an hour
with their spin down at turn 16.
Yeah.
I was told by RJ that apparently that car doesn't have a starter. I don't know if that means it has a broken starter or just they push that car every time it needs to move. I don't know. My guess is it's a broken
I
starter.
would assume it's broken.
I hope it's a broken starter.
I don't think there's enough utility to like, oh, we don't have a starter
An
in
off-board
WRL,
starter.
Yeah.
where it's already like a power to weight.
Somebody
thing.
go get the Homatro safety team.
Right.
Plug it into the diffuser, see what happens.
I think I want to
go
come
ahead,
back
Joe.
to the.
You've been trying to speak repeatedly, Joseph. Let's give you your time here.
Well, I want to come back to the point that you were making, that you and Brendan were both kind of glancing at. I mean, so when you are trying to get into professional motorsport, I think it's underreported a little bit just how important it is to have the right connections and for people to think that you are a good business strategy. There are certain attitudes that you'd say, oh, well, you know, they have the same chance as anybody else. They can be as competitive as anybody else. That's not necessarily the case when you have to bring the money. Like, it's not the same thing as, you know, a sport like soccer where all you have to bring is your cleats, right? You have to bring money for basically the entire car. It's such a different ballgame because it's a business mixed in with a sport, and it's an individual business mixed in with a team sport. It is one of those things where just having that exposure is going to mean a lot, and it's just one, you know, some drops in the bucket. But it's that kind of exposure is going to be huge for a lot of people on down the road.
And I think there's a groundswell of that right now, Joseph. And I know you just talked about, you know, soccer, you need cleats, etc. But I think you're starting to see a lot, at least I am, in the stuff that I watch. I see a lot more WNBA coverage than I did even 3 years ago.
Sure.
I see a lot more, and like the U.S. women's soccer team has been like a big deal winning stuff, but even that is getting covered more and more and more. And so I think there's this groundswell where we finally, I don't know what the struggle is, but I would like to say that, like, as a culture, it's becoming more in the forefront, and that we've like maybe turned a corner onto like, hey, let's keep the ball rolling and move this on down the road and like keep going up. And so I think it's all happening in a very timely fashion that we can just get a saturation, if you will, of like equality, I guess. I don't know.
And not, you know, it doesn't have to be a situation where you're building somebody up to be something that they're not. It's just about providing equitable opportunities.
Correct. Yeah. I don't think you should be giving the. I don't think Round 3 racing deserves a break because, they have women in their car.
Right.
And that's a disadvantage. I think the idea that we're able to push, especially in racing specifically, that like, and it was like you and Brendan were already talking about, she's just a driver and she's killing it. But she wouldn't have got that opportunity per se, or been taken seriously perhaps 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or what have you.
Yeah, it's just one of those, as you see people of different stripes performing and excelling in disciplines that you're not used to seeing them perform and excel in, it gets easier for everybody that comes after them. It's just one of those weird, goofy things. People are afraid to take risks a lot of the time. I mean, that's right. And that's not to say that X is good or Y is bad. It's none of that. It's just having those people represented, having people of all different varieties represented in those seats it's good for everybody. It deepens the talent pool. It gives people opportunities that they might not have had. Literally, everybody wins.
Absolutely. I do want to point out real quick, JT has just shown me that the number 981 has done the job They have passed the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates M2 on track. Right now, the gap only says 0.4 seconds, but they were doing quite some times.
Waving yellow at 7, sorry.
Ooh, yeah, big yellow. Okay, let's see it. We've got flashing vehicles. Exit of 7, it looks like. Apparently, it's a driver's left on the outside. I can see. Oh, driver's right.
It's the 15.
The 15. We're going to have we're going to have JT camera this bad boy up. Nice.
Now look to drivers right here.
All right, let's see here on the feed.
Just based on the way the headlights are passing that area of the track, I believe it's driver right.
Yeah, it's either the 15 or the 45.
Yeah, they've got a recovery vehicle on site. So the waving yellow is we must just not have a flag station in between that and the accident, or the breakdown.
At 7. There is one at 8, but it's not staffed this weekend.
Okay, well that explains that. So that means if we're under FIA adjacent yellow flag rules, that means we're probably under standing yellow all the way back to 5.
I don't know if they're backing up here with standing yellows just because of the distance between posts. I mean, it's a 17 turn, you know.
No, I would buy that 100%. I just I haven't seen the standing yellow yet, if there is one, so I'm not sure.
By the way, I just want to say, looking in the YouTube comments here, Robert Steffen, I can't wait. Next 4 years, I'll be building and finishing my truck for this series. I would love to know what that means. Does that mean truck to run in this series, or does that mean truck to haul?
Yeah, like a transporter.
Yeah.
What were the What were the What's that, JT?
I'm hoping it's a Maloo.
What's a Maloo?
The Australian Holden.
Oh, the Utes?
Yeah.
Yeah, super Utes.
Yes, there we go. So what Robert needs to do is he needs to take a Chevy SS, okay? There's a shop in Colorado that will replace the body
this place has
with
everything.
the Holden bodywork, including the Ute bodywork. It is fantastic. The cars look gorgeous. Let's go racing in that thing.
What was the BMW based truck or engine? What was it? There was some weird thing at Thunder Hill.
It was a 3-letter E.
Took a wicked shot in the side overnight. That's all I remember about it.
What's that car called? It had a black body. You're right. It was a BMW 3 Series, right? Body.
They had basically unified.
Truck body on it. Yeah.
Oh, I think it might have been a super truck body. It might have been like an ASA truck body. Now that I think about it.
No. Stand by.
Okay. Go back through the Race Hero results.
I am literally on Race Hero.
RaceHero.com, a Haggerty property.
Oh man.
We are back to having a ton of cars out on track. Like, there's really only like 10 cars that are stationary right now.
Yeah, this very, very much comes and goes.
I'm very pleased with this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the nature of the fact that, like, yeah, you have a whole Daytona to go. That people are like, yeah, there's no reason why would we throw the towel in? Like, we have half a day left. I don't know if that's what it is, but yeah, I love that people are sticking it out.
Yeah, I mean, the great part of this is obviously everyone's here because they want to be, because they love racing, they love endurance racing. So it's great seeing cars that have had major issues, be worked on and sent back out. Even though the chances of necessarily getting a victory or a phenomenal result is not going to be very good in some cases, but they're still going out there to run, and that just goes to show the love of the sport. I mean, we look at the what was it, the 210 Condor OMP car that had quite a large time spent in the paddock early on in the race. Came back out. Unfortunately, it seems they've suffered another issue. But I would not be surprised to see that car come back out, rolling down pit lane, and at any time. Same with a lot of these cars. I mean, in terms of actual retirements, I think we've only had 3 confirmed ones. Anyone having a problem right now, I mean, odds are we might see them back on track again as soon as they can get an issue fixed.
Man, I don't remember what this thing was called.
I'll try. It was a number like 92. It was a 3-digit number, I think.
It was at the very least I thought it was a TFB. That was it.
Now we know that they were only down to 1 after it took that shot to the side.
Type into Google TFB BMW truck, and the second image result that comes up is it was an E30, and it looks ridiculous. But it was the bodywork they put on it was modeled after a pickup truck, and it just is horrendous. And I will say, right,
it was so weird.
I love having GT4, a field of GT4 TCR cars. It makes this race feel as close to being a professional motor race as you can have, while still having an entry fee under $3,000. Want to drive that point home? You can do this for under $3,000 in entry fees, and that's split amongst a field of drivers. Forget about your operating costs; it's always going to be separate. But in terms of the value provided by the series and the cost directly to the series, literally unparalleled in motorsports. There is not a single motorsports sanctioning body in the country, maybe in the world, that offers the value that WRL does for the direct cost to the series. That all being said, I do miss the weird stuff. The production classes here are open enough that you can do a lot of fun things if you really get into the nitty-gritty of part choice, supplier choice. People will build their own parts for certain things. The choice racing BMW, even in GTO, is a very interesting way to go about building up a BMW from an M3 from the ground to go motor racing.
If memory serves, isn't Screaming Goats kind of a similar deal, aren't they?
They work together. Yeah, choice racing and Screaming Goat.
Oh, that's right. Of course. Okay.
Yeah. They're sort of not sister teams, but they work together a lot.
Technical
When I interviewed Bill Choice at Daytona, just after they had brought the new car out, they were talking about Screaming Goat. They said, we helped the Screaming Goat guys too. It's like, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Look at the headlight glare for the 159
it's
here.
Brutal. It looks like daylight in the rearview mirror.
Yeah. So one of those things I think we need to bring up is that
That's a 701. That's a 701? 605. I think that's a 605.
The Hindhoffian discussion of it's a skill and an art to be a slower class car, and
absolutely,
and avoid basically. You want to lose the minimum amount of time. You kind of need to back the corner up when you notice that there's a faster car behind you. You're basically driving the corner 200 meters in advance. To set things up in a way that the car behind you is going to find it predictable, and neither one of you is going to waste a second going through that corner side by side.
The three of us, right? JT, you, me, all sim racers, know each other. Like, this friendship started in VLMS, Virtual Le Mans Series, way back in the back days. What was one of the biggest penalties you could receive post-race, in the post-race review?
Technically probation.
Well, sure. but one of the hardest drop hammers by the group of stewards in that virtual series, in air quotes, was unpredictability.
Oh, yeah.
If you were deemed to have not been predictable as a slower class driver, you could have been found at fault for an accident. Now, obviously, the stakes are much higher here. I get that, right? Real physical danger, real financial investment, big difference. However, the approach, the mindset, and like Joseph said, it's a skill and it's an art. all of that is actually very similar.
Oh, absolutely.
As a slower class driver, because there is so little communication other than your behavior on track as to where somebody can be let through. Like even, in sim racing, the headlights you can see in the daylight, right?
Yeah.
So you can use your headlights as a car ahead to identify to their driver behind you, hey, pass me here, I'm going to pull over, whatever. I'm going to hold my line, you go. You can't do that here, right? So your behavior on track is the only method of communication you have to another driver, maybe a point by, but whatever.
Yep.
To say, this is a safe place to pass me, I'm going to make this easy for you.
Yeah, you really have to be... You absolutely have to be decisive in a lot of cases in terms of your placement of your car going into a corner or coming out of a corner, because you need to be as predictable as possible. Because regardless, you're going to be driving slightly in your mirrors in this case, and the car behind is always going to be thinking faster than you. They're constantly planning, can I get him here? Can I get him here? What do I do? Can I get the exit here? Where's he going to be? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so the best thing you can do as a slower class is, be predictable, be decisive in your placement, and just minimize that time loss. And there can be a real art form to it in a lot of cases. And you can really see the better ones that are more predictable, more decisive, tend to stay out of trouble. You see less incidents with them with a passing car.
Yeah.
And it's a tough skill to build.
What the absolute baseline for that is run the racing line.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the driver behind you is never going to assume that you're going to pull over in any direction.
Mhm.
The only assumption they can make is what your racing line more or less is.
Yeah.
Now, I will say,
Yeah.
there is a curveball thrown here at Sebring in particular, because there are 100 lines through turn 17.
Yes.
Right? And different cars are going to find they work differently. Different drivers are going to be comfortable in one line versus the other. But that throws a little curveball into things. But as a slower class driver, you have less method of communication. You say the driver behind is thinking faster. Your car is going more slowly, right? But you are also interested in not costing yourself time and not being caught off guard in a way that's going to send you flying off track. You also have drivers in slower class cars that have less experience, generally speaking, than the ones in the GT4s and the TCRs at the top of the field. And their cars are less controllable. They're heavier, they're bigger, they have less power, and they have less downforce, right? All of those things actually make multi-class racing effectively and efficiently really dang hard.
Yeah.
This is hard to do well. And that's why you see the best in the world be the best in the world for a long period of time, because they master it, and they master more than just driving. They master the art and the skill of passing and being passed, right?
I would say probably one of the best skills you can have in endurance racing is awareness.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, as an entry-level sport, as the series does here, that is what you are trying to build, right? Is the ability for drivers and groups of drivers, in other words, a team, I guess, to go out on track and get that exposure in a low-pressure, low-investment environment, right? And if this is something you want to do, spending more money, you can go do that. It doesn't need to be a proving ground. This can just be a place for people to enjoy what they do. But by being what it is and the series that it is, run the way that it is, it will inevitably make people better. And in the long run, I think that is invaluable, right? We look at, I've got 5 full course yellows written down here. We're 9 hours, 27 minutes and some change into this. We've had 5 full course yellows. Okay, our first one was a legitimate, multi-car incident with a judgment error. Everything else, 348 oil down, turn 10, 20 off at turn 15, missing a left rear wheel. 02, stop drivers at turn 11. Spin and stall at turn 16 and a spin and impact at turn 7 from the 909. Or an impact at turn 7 from 909. There's nothing there that suggests that people are driving over their heads in a multi-class environment.
Yeah, which, is great to see.
If the most penalties that are being handed out are for drivers missing a yellow flag and passing under yellow, yes, that's a problem. It's a safety problem, and it's an equivalence and neutralization problem. Not debating that. if that's your biggest issue, if that's what you're hammering out in the series and issuing draconian penalties for, you are already way ahead of the game compared to most entry-level, inexperienced, or such a wide variation in experience series. You know?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I guess that's stripping that.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem spending 10 minutes on these topics because we've got another 14 and a half hours of this. Fine.
yeah, no, I mean, the main thing is as long as there's no contact, you know, there's racing.
Yeah. And the longer people go without contact, the more conservative they are, the easier it is to just settle into a rhythm and not find yourself caught up in these battles. 24-hour racing helps.
Yeah.
Right?
And
you can be even more conservative, and not having traffic density of 3-something cars per mile is also tremendously helpful.
And in a lot of cases, you can learn who you're running against.
Yeah.
You build that almost muscle memory in terms of, like, you won't necessarily be able to tell who's in what car, but there tends to be a bit of consistency in terms of, like, okay, well, this kind of car generally isn't a problem. Don't really have to worry too much about them. Or this car is crazy, always all over the place. I need to make sure I do whatever I can to facilitate a clean pass.
Yeah. I want to say this, too, and I know I'm speaking to you specifically about that issue. You were outspoken, had opinions on Barber. But Barber was the alternate extreme. Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
In terms of track technicality, traffic density, and reaction to incidents with course neutralization, right? All of those things are at the opposite end of the spectrum from where we are here this weekend, right? We saw 62 cars, something like that, thrown at Barber, a 2.3 mile circuit with 15 corners. What was it, 18?
Where the scenery had a propensity to catch fire.
It may have been more.
It was a lot.
That's on my PC at home.
No, that's fine.
I have all that.
No, that's fine. But that was...
It was a lot.
It was a lot, right?
Yes.
We come to the other end of the spectrum. Sebring has runoff, but no gravel. There's no gravel here. There's no place to go get yourself stuck.
Yeah.
Right? You have a 24-hour race as we dive into the pits here with the... Is this 159?
It is.
Okay. You have a 24-hour race, so people are naturally going to be more conservative, right? And on top of that, you have a field that is not sold out. You are not maxing out your traffic density per mile. You don't have 90 cars here at Sebring, right? You tell me, JT, what race are you enjoying watching more from a rhythm and flow and just settle into the race perspective?
From a race enthusiast, definitely this one by far more. I mean, absolutely, because we're having that racing.
It's not necessarily wheel to wheel. It's not keeping everybody close. You're not bunching the field up. But from an endurance racing perspective, as people that are paid to sit here and analyze and intake endurance racing and intake data and information and spit it back out in a way that makes sense to people, this is A, makes our job way easier, but B, is more interesting as pure endurance racing than the opposite end of the spectrum we saw earlier in the season. And it's the same field of drivers. It doesn't mean that the drivers that are here are better at endurance racing than the ones at Barber. It just means that this is a better suited environment to clean, meaningful endurance racing than what we saw earlier in the season. And my end point there, for a series that sells out the majority of its races, I feel like it is too easy in the endurance racing in America stage to get caught up in entry numbers. Right? Oh, they sold out Mid-Ohio. They sold out a race at Utah. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. There is no reason to draw that line as to a series being successful or unsuccessful. Your definition of putting on a successful event has nothing to do with the number of cars that are there. As long as your series can remain solvent, it kind of doesn't matter. This is not what we saw at Barber. It's not what we're going to see in 5 weeks' time at Circuit of the Americas. It is different, and to me, it doesn't make this event any less successful. If anything, it makes it a cleaner, more a better run event, a more well-oiled machine that is more reflective of what the WRL or any top quality series would be capable of putting on, because they're not dealing with chaos.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I hope that there's nobody. I don't pay enough attention to the scene, as it were, but
I don't really either.
I hope there's nobody going around being like, oh yeah, they'd sell out. I mean, who would be shocked? It's a 24-hour race around Sebring. There's risk there as a participant. The fact that we have nearly 50 entries here running on the track, or well, nearly 50 entries started, and I think we've got nearly 40 still running, almost 10 hours in. That's remarkable to me for an amateur level event. That's incredible.
Yeah. I wasn't speaking to this event specifically.
No, I know, but that is one of those things.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. This is more a discussion of an event doesn't have to be and should never be defined by the number of entries it has. I mean, unless you have a problem, right? And you're just not getting your name out and you're not garnering interest, or you're doing something wrong as an organization in the way you run your events. That's not what's
some of the most fun years of the ALMS were toward the end, when it was just Dyson and
Muscle Milk
and Drayson. Like, I mean, that was and those were 2 to 3 car prototype fields, and they were still. I mean, I still get goosebumps thinking about the Road America race that was decided by like a splitter.
Yeah, no, it's like when you think of ALMS level stuff. I mean, for a while there, the GT class, GTLM. I mean, from the GT2 to GTLM transition there for those number of years, 6 years or whatever, you were constantly having a train of these cars that were constantly within seconds of each other, and the race would basically be decided in the final hour of a race, just running so close. I mean, even though it wasn't a massive, amount of cars in that class, the racing was always super close, and the racing was always good.
Yeah, quantity, quality. It's your basic quantity versus quality discussion, and it's stretched out over experience on our end, things we've seen already this season, and ties back into the discussion we had earlier about running these events over and over again, and having the same people back in a consistent paddock will inevitably make the drivers in the series better. It makes your drivers better, and it makes the product you put out on track better. We're not here to entertain anybody except for the people who are paying to put their cars on track and to get seat time and enjoy their time and scratch that competitive itch. That is the primary focus here. And the better your drivers are as a group, as a series, the higher quality your product is for the people that are paying to be there, i.e. your drivers and your teams. So
you gotta make the racing good to make it successful.
What? Is that the Ghost Rose comment? Yeah, I thought so.
So going back there to the actual racing directly in front of us, interesting note, 3 cars that last lap had set their personal best of the race. 2 of them being the win cars. The 981 and the 982 had both set their fastest lap.
And the other one was the number 9, Team ACP. Again, recovery drives.
Well, there's plenty of time for it.
It's endurance racing. That's the name of the game.
No, I love this stuff. You kidding me? This is not a bad thing at all. Playoffs? You kidding me? I just hope we can win a race.
Oh.
Yeah, and there's no. It's a triple point finish, right? It's not not points at the splits. It's
correct.
It's a basically triple or nothing race.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, it is the Eastern Region Championship finale. We haven't really made a big deal about that.
It's not midnight yet, so I don't have to do those points.
Yeah, that's fair. But that it is a valid point of interest. as we head towards the end of this. But like you mentioned, we're not awarding points at 8 and 16 hours or 6 and 12 and 24. We're just awarding triple points at the end, which is actually only one more finish than your standard weekend. So it's not like there's a huge, massive haul on offer here. It's just that, okay, you get a few more points than you usually do, and your finishing position tomorrow can actually make a pretty substantial difference.
Well, and
more
the other,
against cars that aren't here than cars that are.
The other point, though, is that a single position, a single overtake towards the end of the race could, is 3 times as impactful as it would be at the end of a Sunday race.
Yeah.
So it's
Gap's changing out on track at the moment. Chill Out Systems is continuing to fall back in the overall classification as a GP2 leader.
So
still not at all under threat, but the car that just passed it, the 982, is chasing down the number 99 from Team GTR by a number of seconds per lap. Almost 5 seconds, over 5 seconds last time around, and the margin is now down under 40.
I sent you guys some plots.
So,
I know everybody loves plots. What I want to bring your attention to is for both the gap history and the lap time charts. PC Racing has turned on the jets in this last hour or so. I mean, they are flying. I don't know who's in that car, but they are going great guns.
I mean, yeah, you got to build that gap now.
Well, I mean, they're not going more quickly than anybody ahead of them, but they are going more quickly than GTO cars behind them. Right? So it's not just, we've been consistent on a track, and they have. But there is an element of raw pace there that is really impressive.
No, they are. I mean, they are dropping the rest of GP1 right now. On a scale that they just were not doing earlier. I don't know if it's a driver thing or what's going on there, but
it looks like most of the runners are at least a little bit faster. It's definitely trending down.
Well, and that makes sense with what we were talking about before,
Right.
relative to weather conditions and
yeah,
those finer details. But they do make a difference in terms of
hour or so. That first hour or so, the track I think was there. Who was it that made the point that the track was only getting greasier and dirtier?
was that Clayton McGurk?
It was
down at Stratus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of bearing out in some of these charts that we're seeing. We're getting. It's only now that we're starting to get to the sort of times as a field, as a collective field, that we were getting down to in the first hour of the race, when really everybody was. We had more cars on track, not that many more, but it was still a more crowded racetrack than it is now.
How's Thunder Bunny doing? I feel like we haven't talked much about them lately.
They're
Still second in class, huh?
They still have a great camera.
Quietly doing their thing.
But it's not as good as the M2 camera. Have you been with us since they debuted the M2? Thunder Bunny? I think they ran it at Road Atlanta was the first. And then they ran it at VIR.
So no.
You did Saturday at Road Atlanta, right? Or just
Sunday.
That car may not have run. Anyway,
I think so.
they have a ridiculous onboard camera system on that car.
That's awesome.
It is so nice.
That's really sick.
Excellent.
V-Box, I mean, the telemetry is there, G-meter, it's so good. It's such a shame that car's not here.
Steven V-Box Delaria. Is that who owns that system? That company?
Is he related to James?
Jimmy
No.
Candles, if you will.
Jimmy Candles. Four Candles. No. But Thunder Bunny, for those of you who haven't...
That was painful.
That's fine. I was wondering where
Welcome
the
to the
V-Box
broadcast.
Delaria goes. That was painful. Welcome to the broadcast. I like that. Thunder Bunny race, Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay. Nice.
So, kind of in their neck of the
Carolina.
woods at the moment. John Schaefer, Matt Mullins, James Keown, Laura Hayes, Bill Graham, and Bryce Baumgart. Did you know, gentlemen, they team up with the Anderson Career and Tech Center in Anderson, South Carolina?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the significance of that is?
is that owned by Dennis Anderson, proprietor of the Gravedigger monster truck? And
I'm not
Anderson
saying
Promotions?
she's a gravedigger. No.
Okay. All right.
No, it's a career and technical institute for Anderson County or Anderson School District.
Okay.
Well,
So
I
it's their
gathered
VOTAC,
that.
right?
I gathered that from the name.
But Thunder Bunny.
Wait, hold on. The significance of this school is that they're a school.
Yeah, sorry. The significance of that is that students at the school are able to have exposure to Thunder Bunny's cars and work on prepping the cars at the shop as part of their instruction at the school.
That sounds like cheap labor.
I
Way to deflate that balloon.
I think it's more about the building skills in the industry.
I think so too. No, you're
And
absolutely
exposure
right.
to the industry.
You're
absolutely.
You're absolutely.
Yes.
It's presumably 14 to 16-year-olds who really, depending on where you live, don't have exposure to that kind of thing at all. Like
That is a
period.
lot.
And there's going to be a lot of
places.
handholding involved in that as well.
Of course there is.
So yeah, I understand.
Of course
I just
there
want
is.
I just want to walk back my comments. Obviously.
No,
That's
sure.
where I'm trying to go with this.
I mean, how many technical schools, right, that are part of a school district, a high school district, right, have that opportunity for kids
How
to get
many high
real
schools-
hands-on experience?
How many high schools have shop at all anymore? It's very small. I mean,
Ours was basically shoved off to our local vocational school. So you either did vocational school and then you could do things like that, or you did you took conventional high school and the closest thing you got was like home ec.
Was that stuff practical? Was there real hands-on productivity there?
I learned how to sew. So there's that.
Okay. Did you take home ec? Is that a thing you had?
I think you had to.
No, we didn't even have the option.
Do, re, mi, fa.
We're gonna
So
mute
good at
Ryan
singing.
here real quick.
Yeah,
Please do not go higher.
consider it done.
If you're down in
I
the
have the
paddock,
power.
please send help.
I forgot we were live.
Unbreak his voice.
I had a blissful 2-hour period there where I completely forgot we were going out over the paddock speakers.
To be fair, I think they're having some issues with it on and off.
Oh, right. Fair enough. Hi to everybody down in the paddock if you can hear us.
197 comes down.
How do
pit
my
lane
paddock
here,
come?
hitting from
Dang it.
second in GP3.
I was going to wait for JT to be done.
I have no such qualms.
I'm curious to get for those of you watching the broadcast, which at the moment I guess is all three of
Oh,
us.
please don't open us up to comments.
No,
Hey, we're up to
No.
117. Get in the super chat.
yeah, we're there or thereabouts, which is pretty solid, especially at this time of night. But is the camera overexposing what the visibility is actually like out on track? Because these onboards, it doesn't seem. I'm not going to say it doesn't seem that dark out because it is.
Well,
But
they've got the floodlights out, remember?
And they've
No,
got
but
massive light bars.
it is a lot brighter than I would have expected here.
Big boy
It's a
light bars
lot
on these
brighter.
cars. And also the cameras are like right where the lights are, especially this one.
That is.
You don't
true.
have the higher perspective of like
Yeah.
seeing over where the lights are casting.
That's true.
Right through 17. Bam. Come all the way to the wall. On the power. Lovely. So, Joseph, have you heard from our esteemed colleague yet?
I don't know. I'm not his keeper.
Are you not?
Scott's?
You're geographically the closest to him.
That's technically true, but not
Yeah.
usually. I mean, Brendan lives closest to him.
That's also true. Brenda, do you guys go on brunch dates? Does he take you to the dining
Yeah.
hall?
When he moved up there, he did stop in Allentown. We had dinner. It was nice.
Did you listen to Billy Joel?
All right, so the 981 will to win team has managed. They have pulled a pretty
Yeah,
good
the
gap
vibe.
over the 52 Team ACP car. That gap is now up to about 28.5 seconds. Whereas I believe they made the pass for second about 30 minutes ago, something like that.
W2W made the pass?
Yeah.
So we're saying, yeah. I
Yeah,
think
for
that's
second.
right. Lap, I can tell you, lap 201.
Okay,
not
well,
216,
15
so
laps
yeah.
ago. So they've,
Time flies, man.
yeah, that happens when you guys are making comments.
Time flies when you are resigned to this being your life. For the
So,
next-
anyways, 15 laps, and they've built a 28.5-second gap. So they're doing a very good job right now. So I'd say all three cars are looking pretty good right now, pace wise.
I'm busy looking at plots. I know everyone was curious.
Definitely. They're still lapping just slightly quicker than the Team GTR BMW for 5th.
Excellent.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Joseph.
JG.
Oh, all I was going to say is if I'm just looking at the histograms for lap times, I am really curious to see how Team GTR progresses overnight. I'm also curious about the 143. Slightly less so about them because they're level on pace with 983. Pretty consistently, actually. Their histograms look very similar to each other. 99 Team GTR has a little bit of a skew to the left in terms of they've got some pretty fast lap times that they're capable of. If that's something that they can put out consistently, or at least more consistently than 983 and 143, we could have an interesting little race here. I'm not convinced that we won't have... I think there's a chance that we could end up with a pretty decent 3-horse race toward the end of this.
Yeah, I think some of that is going to require the chips to kind of fall a certain way. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. And I'll be honest with you, the players are not the players I would have expected. But I'm thrilled it's the way it is. It's certainly organic.
Imagine if we come into Saturday saying, well, 99 odds-on favorite, they'll be consistent, they'll make it through.
Yeah.
They have a torrid couple of hours. I mean, a long time where they were on the struggle bus. I'm going to keep using that.
Yeah,
a long time.
That one, too.
Yeah, sorry. A long time where they were having a lot of issues, and they've just been clawing it back, and they are awfully fast just because they're outside the top 5 in the overall standings. Oh my God, PC Racing is 4th overall.
Yep, they're so good.
Just because they're back there a bit. I do not count them out. There's a long time left in this race.
No, and I feel a little like what's happening in GP3 at the moment is in that same vein, right? Where so far that 197 has been quicker and more consistent, but never really pulled out a gap, and now it's got to make up some ground here, and it's got 14 hours to do it, so it's going to take a long time, but if they can be as consistent as they were early, then it's absolutely possible. And it is the same at the top, as I think we get a pit stop from the 983. We do, in and out. That is, if you can hear from our mics up here, that is the car leaving the paddock, or the pit lane, just downstairs, sorry.
So down to our senior foreign correspondent.
By its nature, this is a slow burner, right? It is endurance racing, and we're watching this happen over a long period of time. Now, more specific to your point about the 99, that car has started several recovery drives now and has had a problem virtually every time it's done it. Right? So it still finds itself in 6th, and the opportunity is there, but it's 10 laps off the overall leader. So if it's going to make inroads, not necessarily on the overall leader, but on the cars that sit ahead of it, 2 more laps up to the Pro Sport car, 2 laps up to PC Racing for the overall, and I think 6 laps is probably in reach for relative to the 52. It can't keep having to hit or make an unscheduled stop every 2 or 3 hours. Like that trend can't continue. Anyway. Almost 10 o'clock, boy. JT's not thrilled. If I had said it's almost 2 o'clock, I think I'd have been a lot happier. I would have been there too.
It's going by too quick.
That's not. I mean, it is going by remarkably quickly, especially since about 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon. I feel like it's flown by since then, but I don't. It's a long night. You know, I really wouldn't mind doing a 24-hour race sometime that doesn't have more than half of the race run in darkness. Like, I think covering a race that had less darkness than that would be cool, but I don't get to make that call, so. I think even the 24-hour kart race we did at Orlando was over half distance start.
Oh yeah, because that was also January, I think.
Second one was January. The first one was. No, the first one was. What was that? Last weekend of March.
Yeah.
First weekend in April. So that one probably wasn't. Right, it's after spring week went on. So that one was close, but still.
981 in. That's our second place car.
So it is. So this is back-to-back stops for Wheel to Win.
Wheel to wheel.
Wheel to Win. I am gonna get a shirt made with a logo that looks very similar to the W2W logo and instead says Wheel to Win. We're gonna get.
You guys are asking for trouble.
We're gonna get Joseph one that says irresponsible math. We're gonna get like jerseys, right? Joseph says irresponsible math. 2 + 2 = 59. Mine's gonna say Wheel to Win. Scott says official pit stop judge.
0.0.
Yeah, that's the number on it. Yep, I like it.
And the English judge,
-5.
Sponsored by Estrella Galicia. 0.0.
Oh, we gotta come up with something for you guys.
if you must drive, don't drink.
JT says code and underneath 35.
Fuel only for the 981.
Stupid.
I know, but I'm trying to keep this thing going. Ryan, I don't know, man. You're kind of. You don't really specialize in one sort of meme thing. You know?
I'm a loose cannon.
No, they are not here this weekend.
That's how that is.
Yeah, what would Ryan's be?
I don't know.
Gonna have to think about this.
Open it up to the chat. We'll post it on Twitter.
No, please don't.
At DriversEye Live. If you want to see something that hasn't been touched and covered in mothballs, check out at DriversEye Live on
Give
Twitter.
me the logins.
Huh.
JT, have you been posting any of these things on Instagram, your pictures, or just Facebook?
I just posted one.
On Instagram?
Yeah.
Yours or ours?
Yes.
The entirety of
At
the
DriversEye
front
Live?
of the field is in the pits.
No.
Okay.
No, it was mine.
Gotcha. Disregard.
Except for
Facebook was driver.
I noticed that, Ryan. It's a lot of cars who have just been into the pits.
Here's a
And
fun note.
To that end, the 52 and the 981 have switched hands again for second and third. Yeah.
Here's a fun note in the race control log.
Yeah.
Number 33.
KBT?
Brake fire. No action needed.
I don't think
disagree.
that's how brake fires. Having seen one already today, I feel like that's not how brake fires work.
Life's a lottery, be lucky.
There you go.
Ooh, the 13 down the pit lane.
Yeah.
Struggling to find a gear on the way
Yeah.
out. You know, credit to those guys. I don't
Still going.
mean, yeah, and I don't mean to make light of how poorly their season has gone and how badly their races have gone. They've had their problems today, for sure. But there are tons of cars that aren't out there right now, 10 hours into this, and they are. You know, they keep plugging away.
I will say this every time. I find the recovery runs a billion times more interesting than the faultless runs.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, what could we possibly say about the 983 at this moment?
Yeah.
What could we
car,
add?
Good car, go fast.
Yeah, like that's it.
Quick stops. Fuel only.
The only thing of note so far was the wreck that they weren't in.
Yep. That was incorrect. You know, that was mismarked on the race control log. Now,
Great job by them avoiding
on
that.
the opposite end of the spectrum. Do you guys remember when the 5th place car was on fire?
Right.
Like that's the other side of that.
4th in class.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Man, like PC Racing's been doing an amazing job, but obviously, you know, that they're just trying to stay out of troubles, trying to stay quiet.
They, I believe, come into pits. Yeah, I'll just go out there and say it. We're very nearly halfway. We're 2 hours away from halfway. I thought we'd have more attrition than this.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No, I thought we would be looking at just empty track for a long part of this race. I've been pleasantly surprised. I thought this was going to be a real car breaker, and it kind of hasn't worked out like that yet. Now, it's early days, relatively speaking.
Right.
But so far, so good.
Early day, if you will.
Early day, yeah.
Is this a 2-day event? Or is it a 1-day event?
Day event.
Okay.
Day long, I would call it.
Okay.
Because it is. I mean, it's a 3-day event, technically.
Yeah.
You know,
that's true.
The banner over there says October 29th to the 31st.
Absolutely.
Yep. Halloween. And Halloween.
What are you saying?
No, we were Halloween.
Hallows.
All Hallows Eve. And then Halloween Eve. Halloween.
Okay.
Anyway, 14 hours
to go.
Did somebody just mention how close we were to halfway?
But we're 2 hours away from halfway.
I know.
I mean,
we're really not that close.
This is what happens though, is you have to claw at like the little.
I'm gonna turn the timing tower off so you can't see what's left, and you just have to look at stuff.
If this race had started at 10:45 a.m., I would have no idea by looking at the clock about how much time is left. But because it started at it makes it pretty easy.
Yeah, it's fair. Also, Race Hero has the count up in the top left.
Count up from green. Cooper, count up from green.
Yeah, that is a thing.
There's a bit from 8 out of 10 Cats does Countdown where they
sure, that's
back,
a reference that a lot of people get.
No, it's fine. But they go back and insult Jimmy Carr and say, "You look like Dracula's less successful younger brother." And Jimmy Carr laughs and then turns to the camera and goes, "Count down." Counting up, counting down. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right.
Oh my God, JT just came back from hanging a sign on the door. This is live broadcast. I thought he was somebody coming in here looking for the 4th floor. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I thought we send people upstairs. I think we're good. Joseph.
Brendan.
We have reached the top of yet another hour.
What do you want?
Are we? I want to do a Cooper break. I just want to do it and come back. And maybe get a cookie in the process.
Okay.
Is that something that we can do, or is that too much to ask?
I don't know.
JT brought me the cookies.
What a man. Man.
You know what these cookies look like? A nice Koopa tire.
No, I hope my tires don't look like that.
It's fair. They're a little chunky. I don't need a whole box of cookies here. I just wanted a cookie during the break, you know?
We'll get into that and more after the break.
Joseph.
What?
You have to go read the most recent YouTube comment.
Oh, no.
You have to do it. You have to do it.
All right, Pinky. All right.
This is vindication on so many levels for me.
This hurts. In Spanish, me duele.
I didn't notice Pinky was here this weekend until he was being brought back on a tow rope last night at what time?
Okay, no, hold on. That sounds bad, but
he was in his car.
I didn't know he was on the entry list until JT and I were grabbing cameras last night at the end of practice, and through comes the AOA car on the back of a tow rope through the access road at like the turn 14 area with a helmet that says Pinky down the side. It's like, oh,
it's like,
hey,
hey,
Pinkerton's here. Had no idea.
Oh no.
Did the whole media guide and entry list. Had no idea he was there because he wasn't on the list.
Must be a good media guide.
He wasn't on the list at the time.
He's now in the 75.
Well, not now because he just commented on.
I hope he's not currently in the 75.
I mean,
Don't
Yeah,
text and
multiple people getting
drive.
the reference.
Yeah, we do not condone
Hashtag
that.
it can wait.
There's,
Or
it's
whatever
one
your
thing.
local state's choice of.
It's one thing to
What
look for
movement
yourself
is
on the
that?
Jumbotron. It's another thing to search for it on YouTube and then pull it up on your phone.
I picked up this cookie 2.5 minutes ago, and we
It's
still
still
haven't
your
run a
ad.
Cooper ad.
If you must text, don't drive.
Is that like the if you drink never drive campaign?
And if
Right.
you must buy tires,
I feel like
go
it's
with
not the
Uncle
right
Cooper.
syntax for
Oh,
that
that's
movement.
okay.
No, there's a good syntax for it, but I don't know.
All right.
Joseph.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Live from Sebring. It's the 24-hour. I'm Ryan. We've got Brendan. We've got JT. We've got Joseph. Welcome.
Thanks, Ryan, for doing that.
Not a problem.
This delay is killing me.
Joseph provided a helpful countdown, so I was able to be on the money with the start of the broadcast.
You hope.
No, it was pretty good.
Damn, got him.
Nice.
Professional broadcaster here.
No, we would have also accepted.
Some flex, dude.
Weird flex, but okay.
It's like Flex Seal. Flex, dude.
We would have also accepted. You are looking alive.
Didn't we talk about this about Cameo a couple weeks ago?
Oh, yes, we did.
We were going to get Brent Musburger on Cameo to do the intro to the broadcast.
Quick, 100 cars there.
I just want a quick shout out to Matthew Miller, who I presume is from the West Coast, with this sentence. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Go PC Racing, flag, standard. Colton's built and maintained a hella stout race car this year.
It's my favorite type of beer.
I was going to say I prefer
hella
porters.
stout.
If I got to drink a dark beer, it's going to be porter.
Hella. I haven't heard hella used by somebody that's not me or my wife
Because you live in Minneapolis.
in like 18 months.
And literally nobody in Minneapolis has any idea what that word is.
No, I say it at work and people look at me like I'm crazy. I also
Because
say
you
so
are. Oh,
People
People in
is that a
Minneapolis
pop
are
rate?
constantly
It
just stuck in
No,
the
I don't care for
People
that.
talk about going to McDonald's for a pop, and here I am wondering, like, why did you have to go to McDonald's to get candy? What are you
Wait.
talking about?
What candy are you calling
Pop
a pop?
Rocks.
Like a blow pop or a Tootsie Pop?
Okay.
Lollipop.
Yeah. Anyway,
Is Pop Rocks the official candy of Father's Day?
oh wow. All right.
Please.
I'm
Here I was
reminded.
Car on pit lane
That
somewhere.
makes me feel a lot better because now the pressure is off of me for making an inappropriate comment.
That's not inappropriate. Stupid.
Whoa.
But it's not inappropriate.
Now, I'm Brendan. I'm
There
reminded
goes
of the old
143. That is a great sounding car, that 143.
Brendan.
Me,
I'm
man.
reminded.
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk over you, JT, because I gotta get this out of. Brendan,
There
I'm
goes
reminded of the old
83
internet quote.
Lexus. They're doing a pretty
that goes,
good job. They're
I'm
having a
going to
good
become
recovery.
rich and famous when I invent a device that allows me to stab people over the internet.
83 is currently back up to third in GP3, having been running there early on in the race when they had an excellent battle with the 605 round 3 racing.
He's had it. Oh, he's had it.
Gotta steer the ship
there's a-
back on course.
Go correspondate from the pit lane.
That is an option. But then he has to listen to us. And he
What
has
if
to
I
know
give
us.
JT the mic and he can do all the serious reporting and I can zoom in on people picking their
I
nose?
might take the mic down there. Are you kidding me?
That's
I don't have pants on, so I do have to rectify that.
The reason why I'm up here, so
Would you like to
I don't have
rephrase
to talk
that?
to someone in person. I don't have long pants on.
Okay.
Ooh, you do.
So
not.
how is that any more clear than
He
just
doesn't.
saying shorts?
I don't think Joseph understands that you cannot be in shorts
Yeah,
down on.
that's true.
I
hot pit
don't
lane.
think Ryan understood that you could not.
He learned.
I mean, being an SCCA scrutineer, it was always highly recommended that you wear pants.
Yeah.
And so that was on me for not recalling that experience. It was also on me for not reading the giant signs on either side of the hot pit entry, or the cold pit entry rather, that say.
Well, that
wear
is
pants.
unusual because the WRL rules generally are shorts in cold pits, long pants in hot pits, always. Right. So the hot pit thing is different.
I did consider
But-
buying a fire suit.
Hot
Here
pants and cold
specifically,
pits.
The cold pits,
Yes.
the cold, or the no shorts and cold pits thing is a little unique. Anyway, we'll put that to one side. Pit stop imminent for the 982. From the looks of things down here. Sometimes I think back to races and think about the relative runs of the AOA team as the number 45 comes past us here and W2W, and I think for as much as this team has at its disposal, it should be more competitive than it is. Now, AOA runs in smaller classes. W2W runs in, a field that normally has 40 cars in it, 30, 40 cars in it. So
A
there's a depth.
hella stout
Yeah.
field, if you will.
There are depth questions. There are depth issues that contribute to that. But this is much more in line with what I expect out of W2W on a race-by-race basis. Those are well-sorted cars with generally really solid driver lineups and plenty of resources at their disposal, run by a guy who has been doing endurance racing for a long time. Right? I mean, Mark Martin has been doing this for some time, specifically in the
Not
WRL.
that Mark Martin.
Different Mark Martin.
No.
That's very true. However, the point remains, to have your cars 1, 2, and your other car, who hasn't necessarily had the same pace as your top two, but isn't all that far off, inside the top 6, that's as good as you can hope, I think, to have a start to a 24-hour race. Now, it's all going to fall apart now that I've said that, but, this is what I would have expected to see from them over the course of the season, and I'm glad it's going to come anywhere. I'm glad it's here. This is great.
Don't get me wrong. The drivers have been doing a stellar job, but it is fantastic to watch every single one of their pit stops because it's well executed.
Yeah.
And
There
so
are-
that is benefiting all 3 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about it at literally every race.
There are 2 emergency vehicles heading out on the track right now.
Call.
Yeah, going to turn 10.
We need to consult the timing chart to see if anybody is missing. The 346 has been missing, so that's not it.
909 never came back out. after the,
982 is
down at
recent for me,
7.
but we noted they were coming into the pits. 245 is also, I think, in the pits.
Unless they possibly ran out.
The 9... Oh, no, sorry, you just said the 982.
They've stopped.
Money
Where they are.
pit.
Is that drivers left at 11?
10.
Oh, outside of 10. Or
Yeah.
exiting 10.
Actually, let's cut the
Yeah.
wrapper end still.
Between 10 and 11.
Yeah, so most likely just went wide, and that might be sand there, exit of 10.
I don't
not
think there's any
gravel, though.
sand
It's
on the.
Yeah,
Is there
It's
any?
Florida sand. It's not sand.
Oh,
sand.
like silt.
Yeah.
I hate
Where-
the sand.
Is this on the way into... I can't tell
That-
where this is.
we're at
oh,
10.
this at 10. Waving
At
yellow, which is
driver's
boots on
right.
the ground.
I think that's a mechanical because that onboard has gone away on the 20 or on the 346.
Oh, we think it is the 346.
Oh, I'm
I thought the
confident it is.
346
Oh,
had
okay.
been missing already. But,
All right.
all right.
No.
Are you sure?
Oh, actually, race control hasn't spotted it, but my timing has.
346 has been stationary for a 9-minute lap, so that's not the 346.
I have them as well. Okay, maybe.
It's worth noting here that a lot of the reason race control isn't updating numbers
It's a
immediately
98.
with this stuff is because it's dark.
Wait,
Right. It is
wait,
hard
hold
to
on.
pick numbers out here.
Hold on. So it's 98 something. I think they're looking for confirmation on it. It might be one. It might in fact be the 982.
Oh, maybe they were ready for it because he had reported a problem
Yeah.
They have withdrawn their pit board and are now standing slightly forlornly looking at the back end of their team tent area.
All
There
right,
goes a 981.
we are still
restart
green
finish.
around the track, just for what it's worth.
I'd buy Joseph that that's the 982.
That is, if anyone's wondering, that's the third placed, as in of the stable of three. It's the one that was furthest down the order
6th place.
in 982. Now down to
30?
7th overall.
Is my math right here? No,
How irresponsible is it?
28 laps? 28 laps on fuel? I mean, that's due in, but I don't know that that's running out territory. Unless somebody's been using more fuel than they should have.
Let's see. I had them as expected in 1 lap. It wouldn't.
983 goes across the line.
It's not implausible to think that
No.
that
I
they've
think
maybe
they've been just a little
short-filled it.
short.
Yeah, I mean it's not even half a lap, right? So that's not crazy at all. No, maybe it's about exactly half a lap actually. But the point stands. It wouldn't take much to overrun that.
No.
Yeah. Now we're about to get a bunch of cautionary tales about how to not navigate a yellow flag zone. I fear.
Let's see, we have the 75 back on pit lane as the 02 Hammer Audi leaves.
There's a pretty substantial work being done to the 245 here in their stall. Not all that quick, it must be said.
So that 245 was the Matt Connolly Motorsports BMW, I believe. Had been run third earlier, but they've run into some issues. Both of the Matt Connolly cars have. JNR Racing has got around the 21 in the past few laps, promoting them to 5th. There's still about a 20 lap gap for 4th. So, assuming that 245 can get repair done, I don't know, within the next 20 minutes or so, they should be okay. In terms of holding on to that 4th place position.
Right. Speaking of lengthy repairs, the number 15 for AOA Motorsports has re-emerged, having lost about an hour in the pit, so that's another long stop.
Yeah, they had an issue, I want to say, when they were running 4th in GP3.
I mean, they're still sitting...
Maybe 2nd.
They're still sitting just outside the top 10. I'm not sure how much clawing they're going to have to do.
I don't think the 522 would pass sound at Laguna Seca.
There was a post.
That's true.
There was a post on the races group Facebook page to the effect of basically somebody pleading choice to put a muffler on their car.
Oh, gotcha.
And I think the response was, it does have a muffler.
Oh, I remember seeing that, yeah.
Recovery vehicle off in the distance. Great Gatsby style.
They have a lot of racetracks on the Great Gatsby. It's been a while since I've read it.
I think it was all
been a
board
while
tracks back then.
It's been a while since I read a synopsis the day before having a test about it because I didn't read it.
It's okay. You know?
I don't know.
I guess you don't. Of rerun projections.
Okay, I'm ready for projections. It's projection o'clock.
It's actually 10:17 on the Eastern Seaboard. So it's almost a. We're coming back around to finally acknowledging the 983 as the favorite. So that's, you know, we're kind of coming into our own in terms of we have enough data to make reasonable predictions.
Okay. Even though we're not even halfway through the race yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, because ordinarily I would start running these like 4 hours into an 8 hour, but like,
right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna wait until 20 hours into the race.
No, I get it. I got you.
Although that would make me look a lot better when everyone's separated by like 15 laps. Stress.
Right. I got you.
So
983 is favored now, which makes sense because they're in the lead by a lot.
Yeah, so it's about, oh yeah, you're seeing it on the screen there. Yeah, they're looking at about a 1 in 2 chance.
The Stratus cars here in the pit lane.
143, that Aston that's sitting in 4th in class is still, they've got a respectable chance, and they've got pace for it. I think that makes sense, although they've got a lot of ground to make up. But you know, about a 1 in 3 chance is nothing to scoff at. If there's any validity to it.
As much as it's a cliche, and I hate that I'm about to say this, is this a Phoenix rising from the ashes?
No, because they're not here this week.
Oh, Phoenix Racing isn't here. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Right. No, it's a good one. I'm trying to think through how long the red flag period was at the Nürburgring this year, because Pippa Man won her class in SP8. They're ways down in the overall classification. But what I'm trying, there was a very long red flag period overnight because of fog, and I'm trying to think at what point in this race are we going to have been racing for a longer period of time than she ran at the Nürburgring. Because the Nürburgring this year, and I think also last year, is cheating, because they had a red flag overnight, which meant they all got to take naps overnight. And I'm sorry, that's not a 24-hour race. I don't really care.
Sounds like it. It sounds like you don't really care.
No, I'm doing my best like Hindhoff impression. I'm sorry, it's not a real race. It's not a race.
Not that I care.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What do we have for, I presume GP1 is, according to your projections at least, sewn up for the 44? Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I mean, nothing is really sewn up in this because anything can happen.
14 hours to go.
Right.
Like illegal, anything can happen.
GP2 is a similar boat. I mean, you can see that just in the gaps between cars.
Yeah.
If nobody broke down...
GP3 is 9.4 Motorsports better than like a 25% chance for GP3? At this juncture, we're not even halfway through. Nobody's written off yet.
You mean round 3?
No, I literally mean 9.4 Motorsports.
Oh, like have we eliminated them from contention, quote unquote?
Which one?
The 83.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the simulations have them at like a 1% chance. It's basically relying on a retirement.
Okay, all right. So we've got the 605 round 3 racing and the 197 overnight motorsports. Now between the two of them, 3. Okay, so that's closer. That's within striking distance, I think, on pace if you can manage.
Sorry, which cars?
The 197 and the 605. I would say that over 14 hours you can make up 3 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the problem that they're up against is the 605 does have, I mean, they've got real pace too. Like they didn't just luck into this.
Right.
So
speaking of which, they just do a quick splash on pit lane and they're back out.
Round 3 racing, not always the most lucky team as far as retirements. And
certainly
cars.
not in VIR.
Yeah, so I mean, that has to play into it a little bit, I think, just in terms of projections. Not a lot. They're where they are on pace, which is great, and the cars seem to be doing just fine. The 701 had some issues, but they're back out and circulating. They certainly have more than enough personnel down there that if something were to happen, they could potentially get the car back going.
I really love that pit to pit to car chirp. There's just something about that really, like, it really jazzes me up. I'm like, this is a real race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. How are we looking for the overall? We're up to a 5% chance of the 44 taking the overall win. It's happening, boys.
I feel like this fire person is staring into my soul right now at the round 3 racing. Or no, I'm sorry. Who is this?
We're on board with Rocker Wrenchstall.
Rocker Wrenchstall. Okay.
I hear impact wrenches. Tires are coming off.
All right.
The thing that's going to be curious is, we were talking about midnight for brake changes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if anyone's going to do that at... is there any reason you'd want to offset it?
No. I thought about that earlier. You definitely don't want to go early. Going late might be a thing, but going early, I don't think so.
Yeah, I could see... I think I agree with that. I could see going late because, ambient temperature is as low as it's going to be right now.
Right.
So... Okay, all right.
I did think that we would see a team that definitely had to do 2 brake changes, but it looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, I was surprised when it was suggested that someone might do 2. That just surprises me that was even brought up. I don't know if it's just because I'm so used to purpose-built race brakes that are meant to last, and maybe some of these road car brakes are a little
brake pads and reasonable rotors. I figured, you're used to driving the car an 8-hour day, and then once it goes into the pit at the end of the day / in the morning, is it really that big of a hassle to change brake pads in between? Like, I would. I don't know if anybody else would, but I certainly would. That's a failure point you don't want to have, creep up in the second day of your 16 hours of running. So I figured we might have people... JT furiously pointing at something in the pits, but then doesn't want to say what it is. It's a Will to Win car in the pit lane.
Do you recognize the color combination?
It's the orange and black.
That's our Halloween livery.
It is, absolutely. Is that the 9-8?
No, 8-3 is purple. Okay. There you go.
2. There you go. 9-8-2.
Yeah, back on pit lane after having that. I would assume a fuel issue or something up in turn 10.
They were very close to being due. I wouldn't be shocked if it was a kind of a minor fuel pickup issue. I don't know. I mean,
they did just send the car right back out.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's anything else that would be wrong with it. So I assume they just had a slight issue with fuel.
Let's recklessly speculate for a minute.
I thought that was.
Could running the car dry do any serious damage?
So the old tale is that if you do that in your road car, that you're sucking sediment into the fuel lines. It's going to clog up your injectors, but you're not. In theory, you're getting pretty high quality fuel at a racetrack, and in theory, you haven't run as many miles as you would in a road car. So I would imagine the fuel cells are pretty clean. It's probably not good to run the pump with no fuel around it, because the fuel does, in effect, cool the fuel pump to some extent. So if you run it dry, you have an issue with the pump maybe starting to give out, but not in the traditional sense of everybody's aunt telling them, oh, you can't go below a quarter tank. So
right. Okay.
That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it.
I'll accept that as plausible. I want to go back real quick too. I was kind of speculating based off of histograms that the 99 might have a shot, and the projections don't really seem to suggest that that's really on the cards. They're actually suggesting that the 44 is in a better position than the 99 is. So this might be, if that's correct, this is Team GTR kind of just taking whatever they can get over the course of the race. There's no real benefit to pushing hard, to pushing 10/10s. There's no. It's unlikely that they'll gain anything there.
Yeah, because if I remember, right before the 982 ran into their issue up in turn 10, they were gaining ground on the 99.
The
982. the will to win Porsche.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, so I think the signs at that point indicated that Team GTR just didn't necessarily have the pace for the prediction to really show them as being a large contender in that case. Whereas I would say the 44 has just been very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, that is... This is why I think that commentator curse is nonsense, right? Because you're always talking about the thing that's most interesting to you, the thing that's most surprising. Mm-hmm. So if something happens to the 44 after we were talking about how consistent they've been for the last 10 hours, that's probably not shocking. That's probably not a commentator curse. It's probably just the law of large numbers coming into force.
Well, I don't think the commentator's curse probably shows up in the first, to be honest.
What's that?
There's the 245 rolling down pit lane.
You're talking about, it's not the commentator's curse, that's probably just seeing the numbers bear out.
Right.
I think it's funny to talk about a superstition versus a numbers bearing out. It seems like a well duh type of situation, personally, but hey, whatever.
Well, yeah, it happens. I notice it a lot in motorcycle racing, especially like intermediate and junior class motorcycle racing, where someone will be like, they're having an amazing race right now, you know, in the top 5, fighting for a podium. And then they high side into the gravel, and you're like, oh, commentator's curse. I'm like, no, it's just that you knew he was mediocre, and it was shocking that he was running 4th. I'm sorry, but that's usually what it is.
I'm sorry, that's just what it is?
Hot take there.
It's not even that odd of a take. It's just like, I don't like. You're always like rooting for someone to, like, you know, out kick their coverage basically, but you know, it's not a commentator's curse. It's just unfortunate. JT.
So yeah, I had a question. Looking at GP1, we haven't seen the 346 Money Pit Racing in a while. Is that something I missed, or that just quietly got overlooked?
We kind of talked about it.
They went missing right before the 982 ran it dry, and we were thinking that might be the disabled car. So we don't know what's happened to it, but we did cover that it had gone missing.
They had been missing before that, and I thought they had gone to the paddock. I don't remember what makes me say that, but
I could have sworn they were running 3rd in class.
Oh, they were. They absolutely
were.
Yeah. But we don't know what's happened to them yet. If only there was somebody on site who could run through the paddock and get information.
Brendan is out there doing a camera service right now, so if JT and I go to the paddock with the camera...
Yeah, he sure is. He's just zoomed in for us.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
He's increased the zoom a bit.
If we could get Monsieur Michaels onto the cast, I would feel a lot better about leaving to go down to the pits.
Well, I mean, you could just talk to me through
the microphone.
Yeah, through Discord.
Yes, but then I don't have a good idea of what it is you're looking at, or in fact, what's going on in the race.
I guess that's true.
Right? Do we have a headset? A good headset?
Not a good one, no. Not a good portable one, let's put it that way. We'll wait for Brendan to get back. We've got some potential there. There we go, back to live.
This steering must be kind of on the heavy side, because he's on the 159. They're driving this at like 10 and 2 rather than 9 and 3, which is, you know, what you tend to see in modern race cars. So that must be awfully heavy steering.
Well, he's back to 9 and 3. Or he was. That's two-handed there.
It might depend on the corner.
Yeah. I'm not going to draw too much into that. I think we're good.
No, they're doing a pretty good job. I think
they're doing fine. It's not a critique. It's just it's like interesting to me.
Oh, they were on the red line there.
They're making it work.
Oh, limiter again. Oh. Yeah, we're not competing.
It's the downshifts that freak me out.
Well, let's see here. Let's see a downshift. You got the shift lights just above the... if you're watching and you're new to racing, that is the green light that goes to green and then yellow and then red above the steering wheel. Is a little bit easier indicator to see when to shift versus a traditional RPM gauge. So typically you have it set that when it starts to flash, that means please shift now before you break stuff. But I'm guessing they have it set a little bit more as a shift light as opposed to a warning light.
There was a, while we're watching this, there was a penalty given out to the 701, which will buy the 346 for Money Pit a little bit of time in repairing their car. But 701 was given a 1 lap penalty for passing the 75 under yellow at turn 8. It'd be about 20 minutes ago. I think that was when the 982 ran out of fuel.
Yeah. Makes sense. We have seen very little contact, I think, as well. And part of that, I think, is this is a little bit bigger track. We've got a little bit less car density here, as opposed to having 50 or 60 cars at Mid-Ohio, for example. But I do think that people are generally taking it a little bit more easy, too, knowing that this is a attrition game rather than a speed game right now.
Also, is the fact that if you are found guilty of causing contact, that's a 2-lap penalty.
2 laps now, yeah.
Yeah, which
So,
in effect is a 5-minute penalty.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Wait a corner.
Give a hoot. Don't pollute the track with debris.
There you go.
Thank you, Woodsy.
Only you can prevent yellow flags.
Only you can prevent brake fires.
All right, so
But not either.
something to keep an eye on is now that the 982 is back out circulating, the 522 Choice Racing is currently 11 seconds back. Previous lap times, both of them, very similar times, both in the 28s. So we need to see if this is going to be swinging in the favor of Choice Racing in terms of working their way back forward after their issues earlier, or if this could be a good recovery drive for the 982.
Yeah, the 522 is, they're not quite doing the same lap times that they were doing. That's not even really that true. They're if it was 522 post race versus or post wreck racing 522 pre-wreck, they'd be neck and neck with each other.
Okay.
So they really haven't lost that much pace. They've done a great job repairing that car.
Perfect.
So also on that same lap, just a little bit further back, is the 117 Corvette as well. They've been having a pretty quiet race lately. At least as far as I can remember, they've just been casually hanging out in back part of the top 10 for most of the day.
The number 143 Pro Sport competition car is now 31 seconds behind the number 44 PC racing car. And right now on that last lap, Pro Sport competition 143 has a 10-second, give or take, lap time advantage. So I think the 44 is about to lose a spot in the overall. They're still going to be the leader of GP1, but they're going to drop back down to 5th. Assuming everything stays the same. And then there's a 4-lap gap to the number 99 Team GTR. So PC Racing should be able to hold on to a top 5 as of right now in the overall standings. But they, I mean, being the lower class car, they don't have the pace. And so as these guys who have had issues earlier in the race start to come back, the being in a higher class car and having a pace advantage thing is going to come back into play, and I think we're going to start to see that play out over the next couple hours or so. Because then once the Team GTR car catches then you're looking at a quick succession of the 678's a different class car as well. And their last lap time, the 678 was 2:35, whereas the PC Racing was only a 2:33. So the 678's got decent pace too. And then we're going to be back down to the 110 Thunder Bunny car. So actually, if we look at this, really the next threat for losing in the overall for PC Racing after the 99 catches them, which would put them down into 6th, they're pretty much back in the heart of a class battle at that point. A class battle in which they have a 6-ish lap advantage on. So GTR will catch them, and then, Pro Sport Competition will definitely catch them. GTR should catch them, eventually. Again, they're 4 laps behind right now. So they'll be pretty safely in the top 5, top 7 here for quite some time, unless something drastic changes.
No audio here, but we are on board with the 522 at Choice Racing.
Choice. Very choice.
Will, as a matter of fact.
We will indeed be on board with them.
Whose audio can I steal to make up for
Can we
these
put on
cameras?
some mellow EDM or house music instead?
Remember when I suggested something like that and everyone was like, that's a dumb idea?
This was a sarcastic suggestion, Joseph.
Honestly, I don't think it'd be that bad. I think it's better than like dead quiet. I hate it drives me nuts.
There you go.
Yeah. Any Twitch DJs want to like just give us some backing music?
Surely there's someone in the pit lane. If you in the pit lane have connection to somebody who makes EDM music, EDM music is like saying ATM machine.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Okay, cool. Who produces EDM? Please let us know if we can have some. We can pay them nearly $10 for the rights to use that music.
Ooh.
There is also Cameo.
Cameo, if you're going to use it for professional use, is like quite expensive.
It's a lot of money, yeah.
There's like a different bracket for it if you intend to use it in a broadcast.
We can use 6 seconds, right?
So
that's not a thing.
My understanding of the 6 seconds rule is that it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's a generally that's been seen as what's acceptable. But if somebody wants to come after you, they still can. So you got to be careful with that as well, I suppose. We could use some maybe some copyright-free music.
I mean, all the stuff that we use for our bumper music is
or we could just play Der Valkyrie over the top of the car.
You want me to just play classical music?
Yes.
Okay.
I do want that, actually.
Is there anybody... There's a couple cars that we could pull in that we don't have...
All right. Let's do it.
Sacrifice... we'll sacrifice Hammer for now. It looks like their cameras are both down. They have had more important things to worry about, so... I don't blame them.
Absolutely. Both cars are running right now out on track.
Excellent.
Always a good thing.
We like clicking off those laps. We like getting people track time. We like getting people seat time. It's what you want to see.
Always be carring.
Driving. Motoring, if you will.
So that gap for 6th in GTO is expanding a bit there as the 982 starts to pull away from the Choice Racing.
I just want to check this PC Racing thing again as far as getting caught by the 143. Yeah, now we're at a 14.9 second gap. Pulled another 10 seconds on that last lap, so The powered by AWS prediction says the catch will occur within 2 laps and the difficulty will be easy. Can we, Joseph? Can we steal
Can't
that
wait to-
graphic?
No, because it's wrong. Because I don't use AWS for anything.
Can we reshuffle it and make it like SWA
Saw.
SAW?
We're on board with, for the first time tonight, the Fat Crack 969.
Excellent. All right, that is the 1994 Honda Accord.
Everybody
had
knows
that
somebody
just-
who had a Honda Accord, right? Everybody knows somebody.
I want to talk about how JT like clearly just like had that in his holster.
I've seen that car all day, and it is fantastic to see it going. It is the only Honda Accord in the field, and it's been having a nice quiet run in there in GP3. They had a nice clean pit stop here, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or so.
Yep.
And, you know, it's a bit more of a unique entry.
It
so
is.
It's one of those ones that kind of sticks in your head a bit more.
I don't know the specifics on this car, and perhaps we'll make a point to go down there and ask about this. But the Hondas, you can kind of put whatever Honda motor you want into a Accord. You can put a new one, you can put an old one, you can put a turbocharged one, you can put a not turbocharged one.
Put like a lawnmower.
Yeah, you could, absolutely. A generator engine, if you will. So, you know, maybe a CBR 1000 in there.
Yeah, there you go. Put two. Put one on. You get a 2-liter drivetrain. You put one on each drive wheel.
You know, I think we were at a race where they tried that, and it didn't go very well.
I thought if you're ever going to
Yeah,
install something tiny, it needs to be like a Hayabusa or something like that.
Right.
Ryan, counterpoint. They did get to hang out with Jay Leno. So, like, who's the real winner?
Well, that's true. That is true. That's an expensive way to hang out with Jay Leno. I feel like you could spend less money than that.
You could just
And-
steal somebody's jokes, you know?
Haha!
Anyway.
You know about jokes, huh?
Yeah. They're having a race in Sebring. You see this? 24 hours. Can you believe it?
Across the line, 7/10 off its fastest, so they're still clicking away, controlling the pace up front. Full running 1-2 right now in GTO. Team ACP with the number 52 car back in third.
All right, let's see here. We're going to check in on this again. Yep, PC Racing now only a 5-second lead over the 143. So pass to occur momentarily. I think we can see if we'll be able to see that at the start finish.
There goes PC going across the line there.
There we go.
There goes Fast Denny.
And they did the pass was made. So the 143 is up into 4th place. That's in class and overall. And the 44 PC Racing is down to top 5 overall, but still holds a commanding lead in GP1 over the number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW 1 Series. .197 in the 605. Oh, it's a 2-lap gap. I'm just kind of looking through here. The 601 is only 10 seconds behind Braunschweig. That must have just happened as well, as far as a pass is concerned. 9.8 second gap there. So yeah, we've had some, dare I say it, and the curse of the commentator, etc. We've had some pretty consistent running here within the last, I don't know, I would say, what, 45 minutes?
Yeah,
Hour or so. And so we are starting to see those lower class entries start to drop back down a little bit. We just touched on this a moment ago. It's worth mentioning again, I think. Otherwise, we're in a little bit of a wait and see game. We're going to let the pit stops cycle through. Towards the front, again, if everything stays the same as it is now, there's a lot of positions here. So, let's see. Choice in Braunschweig for 10th overall is a pretty close battle. You got a 27-second gap there. Again, if you've got consistent pace, I think at this point you can make up potentially up to 3, maybe even 4 laps. If you've got more than a 4-lap gap somewhere, you're kind of, I think, out of contention, barring any issues arising. And we haven't had a yellow in quite some time either. That tends to shuffle up the field. That packs everybody back in. Maybe gets you your lap back, depending on how the leader gets picked up and who's pitted when and all that kind of stuff.
Overnight Motorsports in the 197 has been continuing to improve their pace. They just took about a quarter of a second out of their best. I think
yeah, that's what I was looking at too, but there's still 2 laps adrift at the 605.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but do keep in mind, at the beginning of the race, they were doing a great job pulling the gap in the first place to extend a comfortable lead in that class. So even though they are 2 laps down, I mean, you know, we still have so much time left to play.
Well, and remember, we think that they lost a lap to a passing under yellow penalty. So that's not necessarily on track. That's you know, that's not necessarily a natural gap there.
Right. I mean, it's natural insofar as that's what the rule says, and you know, you got.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's incorrect, but you know, don't sort of don't let it fool you into thinking that means that the 605 is faster. Lap after lap. Right.
The 605 is faster than you. Please confirm this message.
I need the white visor.
Felipe, baby, stay cool.
The rain in Spain falls on.
Falls mainly on the plane.
Interlagos.
Did you get that?
My father's car's a Jaguar.
Welcome to Albert Park, home of the Australian Grand Prix.
Man, we are killing it with old Formula 1 game references.
Turn 9, always a doozy.
I miss the old Formula 1 games. F1 97, bring it back. So,
you guys gonna do a pit walk?
Nothing has changed.
Has anything changed?
Nothing has changed.
I saw the 15 or the 45. One of them came back on a tail rope from turn 13.
Gotcha.
I don't know if you guys picked that up, but
the PC racing car now only out to about 8-second gap. So they were pulling about 10 seconds a lap out. The 143 was on the PC racing car when they were trying to catch. And I wonder if they're just kind of running to a pace now that they've got that position. Because now, that last lap, they were only about 5 seconds off. Now, that could also be traffic related.
Yeah, there's variables of traffic.
Yeah. 15 seconds now, so well, yeah, 5 to 7 seconds as opposed to the 10 that they were doing before. 10 to 12.
The camera exiting turn 13, rocking a solid 200 kilobits a second at the moment.
I saw that.
Outstanding.
I was going to tweak it and like disconnect and reconnect it, but I realized that it's been stable, and at that point you're better to just let it ride. Right. Maybe it'll get better in the daylight, but I am not touching this thing.
I can't wait for one of you guys to fix the one that's on the entry to 17.
Oh, has that not been touched? Yeah, JT did mention he hadn't been out there yet. I'll go out there when I go to retrieve the battery.
Yeah,
what happened to it?
It's tilted forward.
Yeah,
that's right, because the back leg.
Yeah.
I think it might be sitting on the shroud.
Oh, tilted forward onto the shroud?
I think it's falling forward on the shroud.
Yeah. I've fallen forward and I can't get up.
Actually, now that you do mention the shroud, the flag, for the first time that I've noticed today, is not blowing.
Is limp.
I wish we had a wind sock so that our wind correspondent, Brendan, could tell us exactly what the wind speed was.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Quick to the METARs.
METAR. That's exactly it. 2304. At, what's that? 0235.
Can I get a barometric pressure, please?
So 17 minutes. Altimeter, 2-9er, 8-9er. Yeah, that's all I got. Temperature 17. 2.15.
What's the visibility?
10.
10.
Is that a
Okay.
joke? Come on.
I don't know.
Like you had to ask.
It's a 7.
You don't say it's a 7. Anyway. That one might be outside the bounds of our viewers and listeners.
Yeah, I
Even
think
too
so.
far for Pinky.
Is that a light? This is me being maybe inattentive. Is that a light that's casting that on the track, or is that a
Yeah.
stationary car?
Wait, where? At turn 6?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's a light. That's been like that.
Oh,
on the
this
left.
from the bottom right? Or up on the left?
Basically, no. I mean, like basically, like mid up, like mid, like
No,
top
that's
middle.
a generator. The generators have little lights on them.
That's a huge light.
Yes.
That's
Joseph, can you illustrate that for us, please?
no, I can't. I would like to, but I'm incompetent. So no.
Oh, leader in the pits, or was in the pits. Number
Yeah.
983, in and out.
That is, yeah. It's,
53.6, man. That is getting down to Stratus level pit stops. That is what JT was talking about earlier with pit stop time. That is, I mean, no, seriously, that's 10 gallons of fuel and send it, man.
I don't
is
think
really
that they're
impressive.
sending. I don't think they're loading it up with fuel. To be fair, because that was about 3 laps early.
Well,
Or they're
when
being
you have
cautious.
when you have almost a 4-lap lead now, and it's been growing over the last.
No, that's not a critique. I'm just saying
And
that
your
is the
gallons-
reason why it's not quite as long of a stop.
Your
Yeah.
team car just had a fuel pickup issue, potentially.
Oh, we think that was a 982 issue.
Yeah. Or they ran out or something. They
Yeah.
serviced it really quickly. And
Yeah,
There was certainly a lack.
Yeah.
There was definitely a lack of fuel going into the fuel pump. The
Yeah,
cause
sure.
of that.
Yep, that's for sure. Here at the Chateau Sebico Cam.
Chateau Sebico.
7Co.
Mild 7Co.
I don't think
Then
you can
it's
say
not.
that.
No, I can't advertise it, but I think I can say it.
That's true. Yeah, if you're like they stink, they're bad. Then I think that's alright.
I mean, their liveries were they were a Benetton livery. It wasn't a Mild 7 livery.
Yeah, Fernando, I do.
Lovely open here, thought that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Fernando.
now we have to be careful. David Hobbs' impression of a Flavio Briatore impression.
Give it a bit of
3 layers
welly.
deep.
There's your flag, Dave.
I love that towards the end of the NBC Sports run, because Dave would be like, I don't know why you say that's mine.
Because you're the only one who's literally used that word ever.
Well, now Calvin Fish has it.
Yeah, but it all started with Hobbs.
Yeah.
And then, but even Fish says, David Hobbs calls it clag.
Do you think Calvin Fish is watching this broadcast?
I hope so. I kinda doubt
0%
it.
chance.
Not at
Absolutely.
10:56. No.
I am over RG Bargy. I was never really on board with it,
I wasn't
but
either.
now I am over.
I like
I've
it. I like
I
it.
don't-
I'm going to be the
I don't like
contrarian.
You like it because I hate it.
I like RG Bargy, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What is
We do these things not because they are easy, but because they are
Because of the
Argy
RG Bargy.
We do these things not because they are RG, but because they are bod.
Number 13 JNR Honda.
JT can't do it. He's cracked.
It's on the road right now. It looks like they're doing a driver change and fuel.
podcast style, man.
God save the Queen.
Nah,
Is it time for that impression?
yeah, it's not yet, not yet.
No, I didn't think
We got a
so.
few more hours for that.
We are barely we're easing into some JFK here. We've got a few more hours before we get to the Queen.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gotta
I'm
go.
looking forward to the Queen. Down comes the
808. When was the last time we talked about the 808? Sweetwater Racing.
I think now is a
30
good time to
minutes
do
ago.
it.
I genuinely don't know that we've said much about them today. I have their driver list.
We've
Taylor
cycled into
Montero,
their onboard every now and then.
Elon Gorin,
Hey.
Jared Douglas, Ricardo Sosa, and Mark Gregory. I have literally nothing else on them.
Hey, Brendan, did you know that Joseph updated the media guide?
Again?
This is
Oh,
a contractual obligation at this point. That
What did he change?
if we consult the media guide, we
Take
have
a
to say
guess.
that Joseph.
What do you
changed the
think he
media
would
guide.
change?
Did he make something more offensive to me?
Most likely, yes.
I haven't touched it since last night.
Early. Oh, okay.
I'm not
I
sure why
noticed
we're...
when you changed it earlier. Oh, I see it. Yeah,
All right,
there
so
it is.
Speaking of cars, we haven't really talked about
I
too
don't
much.
either.
Ways down in GP3 is the number 51 Headquarter Automotive Mazda Miata. Looks great out there.
Absolutely.
White. I think it had a little bit of green on it. Very easy to take a picture of.
033 back in the
Turned
pits.
out very sharp.
I also like cars that have flashes of like highlighter orange. I find that those always focus really easily.
Yes. Yeah, they had issues early on, but they've been doing really solid laps past couple hours here. So just throwing that out there. We could talk about Open Throttle next, the number 64. They're also doing a good job.
Ryan is confused. Oh, this is what you missed, Brendan.
Oh, go ahead.
We've got a new onboard that we've cycled into the mix.
Oh,
Fat
Wow.
Crack 969.
nice. So they had a feed earlier, but it was it had stopped
Yes,
at like an hour and 41.
it has
Yeah.
returned.
Nice. Look at that, rocking the Yi 4K.
Oh, is this in 4K? Here, let me try that. Oh, wait.
It's not. No, nothing. Right. Yeah. Good luck downloading 4K here,
1080p, let's do it. I'm going to bring down the whole broadcast. Ready?
including yours.
I think this building will lose power again.
That's. To be fair, we did not experience that.
Pro Sport in the pits. I think Joseph, I don't know what your projections think of Pro Sport, but I'm kind of
In with a shout,
I'm
I think is the
on
phrasing.
them at the moment. I don't know about for a win, but as far as effective recovery drives go, effective, clawing their way up from having earlier problems, they seem to have been the most consistent in doing that.
I mean, I have already spoken about the 143 being the literary Phoenix archetype, if you will.
No, they're not here either.
That's what Joseph
I
said.
made that joke.
Yeah.
Well,
Can't win
then
them all.
we've doubled down. It's fine.
All right.
Inside 13 hours to play.
You are looking live.
These hallowed grounds.
No flags.
The Mobile One, 12 hours.
An answered prayer.
Mario Manningham.
Do you think Nick Damon has eaten a profiterole in this room?
I don't know where they would have put radio.
Yeah.
Actually, probably
it
upstairs.
says IMSA radio
next
literally
door.
on the
Well,
thing. in
Probably.
there.
I don't
No,
know.
Nick
would
Damon
think
doesn't
so.
usually come to these, does he?
He goes to the Sebring. He always
Well-
talks about that. He goes to Sebring.
Remember
Yeah.
that they've been doing this race for some years now.
Nick
Especially
Damon.
since he used to be part of the WEC, ILMC,
Yeah.
GTG,
Nick Damon
OMP.
for me is my favorite member of that crew.
That crew.
And I
We should
will-
reach out.
Yeah.
You're just gonna say on the broadcast. Yeah, we should try to just
You know what we don't
Get
need more
Nick
of on this
Damon.
crew? People who unapologetically speak their minds. We have one Englishman who does that, and look at where that's gotten us.
That's true.
And also who voice their opinions of us without restraint.
Where is he? Where is he?
Don't talk about the playoffs.
Talk about practice.
Beeves lost.
Good. I told you.
Yeah.
Cal was what, 1-6?
Cal put up 44 somehow.
Cal was 1-6, and they smoked. And they smoked the Beavers. They're fraudulent.
I don't think you can say
I
that.
told you.
All right, down on pit road. Here comes the 981. Hey, it's a pit stop. Like
No,
right
this
in
is
front of
relevant,
us.
and this is top two here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's fair. And we are going to see a change for overall in class position as a result of this. When the 52 comes through, they will take overall second in class. Fuel goes in the front. One can in. Second
out.
can is grabbed. Yep, driver change in progress. So that'll kind of be your limiting factor here.
3 fast guys and Denny's still circulating as well. And Denny, not Denny.
No, I was
They-
going to
they,
say, only
they
one
just
Denny,
came-
man.
They just came down a pit lane just about 20 seconds ago.
Perfect. Actually, this may not be a position change here. I don't know. If this Team ACP stop is quick enough, if the driver change is efficient enough here, there's a chance they get back out in front of the 52.
It should be. The third jug's going in right now.
Yeah, and the 52 will be due in shortly, so...
Yeah, I think they'll be good.
This is actually a pretty settled 1-2 at the moment. Not in terms of finishing position, but there's not a whole lot of turnover, on pit stop cycles here. It's a pretty solid number.
Fueling's done. Wiping the windshield.
Are they using Stoner Car Care products?
Probably
Sure.
not.
Looks like we're just finishing the belt.
Rain-X for me.
Probably making sure radio's plugged in, drinks working appropriately, checking brakes,
There's the 9.
and looks like they're about ready to go. Just gotta hurry up and get that driver's door closed.
Dansby Swanson just hit a home run. It's now tied.
And they're away.
Do you have permission from the commissioner?
And
Maybe
here
leak
comes
this
the
one?
52. Look at that. The position was literally
Wow.
40 feet from changing hands.
That's crazy.
Well
No-
done.
982 exits the pit, or 981, excuse me, exits the pits right in front of the 52 coming down the pit lane. So I could not have been closer to being correct without actually being correct.
You could have been 39 feet closer.
Yeah, fine. But if he were any closer, then they may not have released the car into the path of the oncoming car.
Oh yeah, no,
Right. That's fair. All right. If it was any closer, you'd have needed a shoehorn and some butter.
Sure.
What?
I think that was like a lame attempt at an old English saying, but without any context.
No,
for what a real
that was
saying.
that
Oh,
was
that
a
one real?
that was a John Heindaw.
Oh, yeah. No shoehorns here, of course.
Also, you can read the part number on the car's rear tail light. He's so close.
Need to do. Man, Buffalo Gals really gets me too. I don't know about that.
You can see what kind of springs he's running.
Dr. Feelgoods, for Dr. Feelgoods.
I think it's more of a
Welcome back to the
DW
break. We're
thing.
going to go to the H&R Spring onboard cam. Look at that spring.
Speaking of springs, that 59 down at turn 1,
Yes.
throw in sparks.
nice.
Banging.
Oh yeah,
Excellent.
that car is hitting pavement down there, man.
Can we get WRL to mandate the same 2 titanium wedges they have to put on the bottom of the Formula 1 cars? But make them like 3 inches long so that it does actually make sparks?
Probably not.
Imagine high siding on a curb because some idiot was like, I want to see sparks.
I want to make the racing entertaining.
So in fairness, I think the only car with the ride height even remotely low enough to cause a problem there is probably the MP01. Yeah. Maybe
enough.
the TCRs?
Didn't we
No.
have an Aston high side at Road Atlanta?
Yeah, but Road Atlanta
Atlanta's a
curbs
lot steeper
have-
curve on the backside, yeah.
Yeah.
159 Miata looks like a driver change in fuel.
Six.
And looks like the 02 Hammer as well.
But we are on board with the 159 as they come into the pits, actually. Are you eating hot tamales?
No.
Mike and Ike's? Oh, come here.
I thought for a second that you were implying he had a real tamale, and I got really excited.
I had not had a real
Tamale
like,
hot.
I had never had a tamale until April of this year, and
Really?
it
Did you also attempt to eat the corn
genuinely
husk?
no?
Oh, okay, my college roommate did when I gave him
No.
one to him, and I just watched him do it, and he was like, "Oh, this isn't very good." I'm like, "Oh, I bet."
I
01 in
what it was. Yeah, it was a life-changing experience. I now want more tamales.
Very labor intensive.
Yes, yes. No, I've come to realize
you
that.
have to do it as a like family, and you have like a conveyor belt system.
Yeah.
And then my old boss told me he would use literally a trowel to scoop the masa and like spread it on the thing. He said you can get whatever fancy tool they sell you at the store. It doesn't matter. You literally go to Home Depot, bro, and grab a trowel and wash it. And
Unfortunately,
then just use that.
I think that is my only option for tamales.
You can buy the masa mix that you just add water.
Yeah, but I still have to make the tamales, you know, because I'm not going to like Wegmans in Pennsylvania. And get
Oh, no,
tamales.
you don't
That's
want
not
that.
happening.
No.
Well, it doesn't matter because they're not there. East Coast grocery
enough.
store chains do not make tamales.
Hormel makes a canned thing of tamales.
That sounds horrendous.
It is bad, but
Oh,
in a
man.
pinch, I'd rather have that than canned ravioli. That's for
So
sure.
the
JT, what's
983
going on with the
just
race?
absolutely snuck up the inside of the who were we on
Rocker
board? Is it
Renstall.
Rocker Renstall? Yeah, that was really tight at the apex of 10 there. It was a good move and easily completed, but really close nose to tail. Ooh, Rocker Renstall clips the curb there at the apex of 13.
The
Not hanging
59s in the
around.
pit lane,
Yep, we had mentioned them.
they're taking their time on whatever.
Oh, sorry, no, we mentioned the 159.
Yeah,
159. Yeah.
That's still down there. Looks like they're just restarting.
The other interesting thing here is they've shut the lights off on the 59, which is not something that always happens.
I've seen quite a few cars turn off everything.
No, that's fine, but I don't think I've seen that on the 59 yet tonight.
Huh.
The 44 has just come in, by the way. That's your GP1 leader, and still fourth over. Yeah, fourth overall.
Probably
Not-
worth mentioning. There's not a whole lot of activity going on the Money Pit 346.
Okay.
One-time podium sitter, I suppose, in GP1. It doesn't seem like they're putting too much effort into that
So-
car right now.
That car is aptly named then.
Yeah.
Well, they're not sinking any more money into it tonight, it doesn't look like.
Okay, fair enough.
What do you think the threshold is for a lot of teams here in terms of retirement versus, let's do something about it?
I think it depends on whether
3 hours.
I think it
of
I
depends.
don't know if it's a time issue or a supply issue.
I think it depends on whether or not you're an arrive and drive team. If you've got
That
paying
matters,
customers, then I think you're a little more motivated. If you're just a few dudes who just came by to run the race, you're getting kind of close to overnight at this
So
point. You're
quite
getting pretty
literally,
tired.
that is we do this. It's a do we want to or do we have to sort of thing,
Right.
Yeah.
at its core.
I think you only bring spare parts for stuff that you know you can fix within 3 hours. If it's you and your friends or you and your team.
I haven't heard news of them anybody changing an engine yet today. And if anybody knows somebody in the pit lane's changed an engine today, by all means, let us know in the YouTube chat. But to this point, I haven't heard anything.
You know what I really miss about not covering Thunderhill is the variety of various Honda products spread out in the pit lane in various states.
Yeah, I haven't seen any donor
taken
cars
apart
down here.
to put parts on an ILX.
Often street cars.
No, exclusively street cars. There's like
Yeah.
Odyssey and Accords and just like stuff.
I remember seeing the Odyssey up on a block.
Yeah.
It had a,
Oh, yeah.
a block under the right front tire, and they were pulling parts.
Suspension parts or
Yep.
something off of it. I also liked the GMG the first year they showed up, and that R8 had alternator problems, and they had the front half of that Ford Fusion pulled into their like tent thing, and they were charging batteries with the rental car. The car would come in for fuel every like 30 minutes because that's how long the battery would last, and they would switch the batteries out and send it.
I mean, when you are in a pinch and you are not necessarily new to, well, the opposite of new. When you have done endurance racing for some time, you learn little tricks and things you can do to keep your car going. Also, it's different when it's a one-off event versus part of a championship. Right. For a lot of those teams, that is kind of their one big deal. This is the only time they get together.
Right.
And they're not going down, without throwing a punch or two back.
Which event and or thing, and did we cover it or not, was it where they talked about there was a car there that it had something on the ECU soldered together when the car was brand new, and the car had like since changed hands like 3 or 4 times, and they only just then had problems with the ECU at whatever event it was I was watching and or we were covering.
That
I
have no
think it was a
recollection.
GT3 car at
25.
the 25.
Huh.
I was gonna say that sounds vaguely like a Creventic 24-hour thing.
Right.
It does fit.
Do you buy
But
24
here-
or something?
Yeah, here this is a different scenario. You've got guys who have been doing this all season. This is the
Right.
only 24-hour race in an otherwise season long of 8-hour shorter races, and the field is composed of how do I say this? There are a lot of teams for whom their primary competitors are also not here. So not coming away with points here, while yes, you've spent the money to be here, isn't the worst thing in the world, because you have a number of other competitors, in your class or whatever, that are also not scoring points by just not being.
The GP2 leader, the 678 Chinot Systems Miata, just pulled in.
Okay.
Pit stop. Looks like they're going to go for some fuel. And they don't have anything else prepped, it looks like, so probably just a little bit of fuel, and then they'll send it back up. Fuel tank on an NC, not the largest thing in the world. I think if you have an NC, you can change. Do the rules allow for a little bit bigger tank size? I don't remember.
No,
In GP1?
From memory, I think the production rules, again, RJ, forgive me, I believe the rules say it is the largest tank allowed, or largest tank produced on a road-going model of your car.
Okay.
So not necessarily your trim level or choice or whatever.
Right.
But if you're running an M3, you can
use
run
a
the largest tank.
325i tank or what?
I don't know if it's how specific it is, but I
Okay.
believe it's the make and model of your car.
Okay. All right. There's no variation in that, to my knowledge, for an NC Miata. So
Just
Right.
Grand Am rules. If it's on a make of your car, then just throw it on there.
Grand Am rules are actually, we use imperial rather than metric, so you need to rip the entire cage out of your car and make it like 3% thicker.
Yeah. Man,
And they somehow got people to do it. I don't even.
the most remarkable thing about that rule set to me, other than the just blind stupidity of what you just mentioned, was the fact that the GTD 458, the Ferrari 458, that was derived from the GT3 car, well, actually built up from the Ferrari Challenge car,
Right.
was the slowest variant, the least powerful variant of the 458.
Well, that was also the case with the 430 GT2 car, where they had to sleeve it down to 4 liters to be able to run it.
Yeah.
I mean, not to mention Corvette, who for years have had to run a 5.5 liter when their road car does not have. Up until literally this week, you could not purchase a 5.5 liter Corvette. The only 5.5 liter Corvette was the race car.
Interesting.
The 110 Thunder Bunny car is pitting right underneath us. Looks like a routine stop as well. They're pulling the drinks bottle out and doing a driver change as well. This is the driver with the blue and pink helmet who I saw get out earlier. So this is their second stint, at least. I would imagine it's their second stint they've done today. And it's the taller person with the gray suit getting in. So this looks exactly like the pit stop that I was down there watching before.
I like how your assessment of pit stop and driver ID is pink and blue helmet being replaced by a taller driver with gray suit.
Yes.
That is astounding depth.
It's identical to the pit stop.
Well, it looks like it's the tall fella that's getting in that next.
Aw. Mary.
Why I oughta.
I want to drive again.
See if you can. See if you. I can't.
Old time
Sorry.
So
Mild effervescence.
we have effervescence to the left. Now that we have sailed past 11 o'clock, when things were due to switch over to part 2.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
you do
YouTube.
that.
Yeah,
Hey, I had tried to remind
Wait.
you on multiple occasions.
I know, but I don't
Switch
think I
that
was
over.
up here at 11 o'clock exactly.
Okay.
So
Wait,
all right.
hold on. Is that right? I thought we were going to switch over at 12 hours because I was going to cut the race into quarters.
Quarters.
No, listen.
I've chosen a more complicated strategy for this.
It's
You
increased
idiot.
complexity and add weight.
But I forget to do it on Facebook all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
So I figured I would try and match this one in particular up with the switch over to the
Facebook.
Euro. Yeah, and then 6 o'clock in the morning I'll switch over from part 3 to part 4 on Facebook, and at 7 I'll do the YouTube. But tonight specifically,
I don't
was worried
understand.
about sailing past
Come sail away. Come sail
and having the Facebook archives cut short. So, with that being said, for those of you watching on YouTube who got away scot-free on the last changeover,
We did.
not so fast. this
Scott
time
is
around.
not here.
Yep.
Fact.
No, we have been scot-free so far. This time around, you are going to have to change over to part 2 on YouTube. So you'll probably see it in the, you may actually see it on the related videos down the right-hand side, or over on the WRL page as waiting to go live.
Link to it in the comments. Link
That's
to
a
it.
great idea.
Or in the
Man.
description as well.
To do that too. Let me. Well, I got to pull the page up anyway. So, just a second. For those of you down in the paddock and pit lane, I didn't hear you earlier, by the way, down there. But if you are down in the paddock and you can hear this, nothing will happen for you. So
What about the PA?
that's not true.
No, because they're
we
coming
have
in
to go
through the
switch
YouTube,
that.
aren't they?
We've
Pull
got
over to
switch
the
that,
other
yeah.
YouTube video. Yeah.
So I will go take care of that. I shall return.
All right, it'll be up in a minute. Stand by.
Me?
All right. Yep. So this will be the cutoff point here for part 1 of the broadcast on YouTube. Part 2 of the broadcast on Facebook. Just stand by for brand new links there. If you're following on Facebook, the World Racing League page will have it, and of course our DriversEye Live page on Facebook as well. We will join you on both platforms here in a couple of moments' time from the 24 Hours of Sebring, the World Racing League.
I feel like it's been a minute since I did predictions.
It probably has.